Chapter 1 High Martial Arts, the twin school beauties or future Valkyries. Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Senior 310 class. The school bell had just rung, and the boys who hadn't yet left the classroom gathered in twos and threes, their conversation always revolving around a few specific individuals. Have you heard? The twins from the next class, Zhang Wancheng and Zhang Weining, broke the record again in yesterday's blood and chi test. A boy with a buzz cut threw his backpack on the table, spitting everywhere, as if he were the one who had broken the record. How much? The bespectacled man next to him pushed up his glasses and stopped what he was doing. Zhang Wanqing has 980 calories of energy and blood, while Zhang Weining is slightly less, but still has 950 calories. Good heavens, we still have a month until the college entrance exam, and these two have basically already stepped one foot into the door of becoming a quasi-martial artist. The man with the buzz cut looked on with envy, and said with a hint of sourness, comparing people is a recipe for disaster, comparing goods is a recipe for disaster. We're still struggling with the 400-calorie undergraduate cutoff score, while others are already aiming for the 1,000-calorie martial arts threshold. Lu Chengyuan, who was sitting by the window, packed his bag, stuffed the last book, Basic Body Strengthening Method, into it, and zipped it up. He didn't interrupt, his expression calm. On this blue planet where spiritual energy has been revived for thousands of years, martial arts determine everything. The college entrance examination will no longer test Chinese, mathematics, and English, but will test your chi and blood, as well as your practical skills. 400 calories of chi and blood is the basic requirement for entering a regular martial arts university, while 1,000 calories is the minimum requirement to become a quasi-martial artist. Once you cross that hurdle, social status, privileges, and wealth will follow. Lu Chengyuan, shall we go to the martial arts school? My deskmate, Zhang Wei, was a big, chubby guy who was struggling to carry his bulging backpack, a hint of anticipation on his round face. Want to practice at Thunder Martial Arts Gym today? I heard they just got a new batch of gravity regulators. I'd like to try and see if I can raise my chi and blood by a few more calories. Lu Chengyuan nodded and slung his backpack over one shoulder. Let's go. The two walked out of the classroom one after the other. The corridor was filled with students hurrying along, each with a sense of urgency written on their face. As Lu Chengyuan looked out the window at the gradually darkening sky, a jumble of random thoughts flashed through his mind. I've been in this world for 18 years. In my past life, I was a corporate slave who died from overwork. Although I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth in this life, I am fortunate to have a harmonious family. He has an older sister named Lu Qinghe who nags him but has a very soft heart. Although his parents are just ordinary employees, they have given him a warm home. Unfortunately, the system, a standard feature for time travelers, has yet to arrive. Lu Chengyuan even wondered if it was because he had lived too comfortably in his life that God felt there was no need to give him a cheat code. If you can't pass the martial arts exam, you can only study humanities and become a logistics or clerk. Lu Chengyuan clenched his fist, his palms covered in calluses. That's the result of grinding on the horizontal bar and sandbags day after day for the past 3 years. His talent is mediocre. He practiced like crazy, and with the low-grade nutritional supplements his sister bought for him by saving every penny, his blood and energy levels are now hovering around 380 calories. It's just one step away from the passing mark of 400 calories. But this final step can often kill countless people. Excuse me, please let me pass. Zhang Wei led the way, and the two quickly crossed the playground and arrived at the Thunder Martial Arts School near the school. This is one of the largest chain martial arts schools in Jiangcheng, with complete facilities of course. The annual fee is not cheap. Lu Chengyuan gritted his teeth and combined his New Year's money with the pocket money his sister gave him to buy a 6-month membership card. Upon entering, a wave of heat mixed with the smell of sweat hits you. Wow! There are so many people today. Zhang Wei's small eyes widened as he looked at the equipment area, which was usually only about 70–80% full, but was now completely packed. There were even several students standing in the aisle, wiping their sweat with towels. Look over there. Zhang Wei suddenly tugged at Lu Chengyuan's sleeve, his voice low but unable to hide his excitement. I was wondering why it was so popular today. Turns out it's because those two are here. Look in the direction Zhang Wei is pointing. In the exclusive free weight area for VIP members, two figures dressed in tight-fitting training clothes stood out. The one on the left has a high ponytail, a cool and aloof expression, and a black combat bodysuit that accentuates her stunning curves. He was holding two heavy-looking dumbbells in his hands, and with each lift, the muscle lines on his arms flowed as smoothly as a work of art. The one on the right has short hair, which makes her look much softer. She's wearing a white tracksuit and is doing core exercises on a yoga ball. A faint blush lingered on her face, and she would occasionally wipe the sweat from her forehead with a towel. Two shining pearls of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Jiang Wanqing, Jiang Weining. At least half of the men in the martial arts gym were glancing in that direction, intentionally or unintentionally. A few of the bolder ones even deliberately carried barbells and waved them around, trying to attract attention. She's so beautiful. Zhang Wei was practically drooling. If I could marry one of them, I could skip 50 years of hard work in this life. Lu Chengyuan glanced at it, his expression not changing much. In my past life, what level of beauty hadn't I seen online? While these two are indeed naturally beautiful with top-tier looks, coupled with the unique aura that comes from martial arts training, they are truly exceptional. But to him, they were people from two different worlds. They're rich, they eat exotic beast meat and drink high-grade potions every day. What about him? Drink plain water and eat compressed biscuits. Alright, stop looking. Looking at it won't improve your qi and blood. Lu Chengyuan patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder and walked straight to a few old squat racks in the corner. Hurry up and practice. Go home early after you're done. Zhang Wei reluctantly withdrew his gaze, muttering, "What's wrong with looking? It's not illegal." "Hey, Lu Chengyuan, wait for me." Lu Chengyuan ignored the noisy surroundings and skillfully increased the weight on the barbell plates. Two 20-kilogram plates were added to one side, and with the pull, it weighed a total of 60 kilograms. This is his warm-up weight. Call. Lu Chengyuan crawled under the barbell, his shoulders pressed against the cold iron bar, took a deep breath, and straightened his back. Rise. With taut thigh muscles, the barbell steadily lifted off the rack. 1, 2, 3. Sweat trickled down my forehead and into my eyes, making me feel a little uneasy. In this world, the rule is that the poor are scholars and the rich are warriors. Rich kids can take drugs, soak in medicinal baths, and hire private trainers. For a child from an ordinary family like Lu Chengyuan, the only way to improve his qi and blood is to overwork his body and then rely on his body's self-healing ability to recover, thus forcibly improving his physical fitness in the process. This is a form of cultivation that borders on self-harm. If you accidentally get injured while practicing and don't have the money to treat it, your martial arts career will be over for the rest of your life. Therefore, Lu Chengyuan practiced very carefully, making sure his movements were extremely precise and not deviating from the correct form in the slightest. The 15th. Lu Chengyuan felt his thighs begin to ache, and his lungs felt like they were on fire. One more. He growled inwardly, gritted his teeth, and used the explosive power from the back of his thighs to suddenly straighten his body. Clang. The barbell slammed back onto the rack. Lu Chengyuan braced himself on his knees, panting heavily, his heart pounding violently in his chest as if it were about to break his ribs and burst out. Just then, a mechanical voice devoid of emotion suddenly rang in his mind. Host's body has been detected to be at its limit. Willpower has met the requirements. Human Race Hall of Heroes system, activating. Activation successful. Lu Chengyuan's hand, which was supporting his knees, suddenly trembled, and he almost lost his balance and knelt on the ground. He looked up, not bothering to wipe the sweat from his face, his eyes wide open. It's here. 18 years. This damn cheat code has finally arrived. Lu Chengyuan suppressed his overwhelming joy and glanced around. Zhang Wei was huffing and puffing as he did his chest presses on the side, while everyone around him was doing their own workouts, and no one noticed his unusual behavior. System? Lu Chengyuan tentatively asked in his mind, "What are your functions?" Soon, a semi-transparent light screen appeared on his retina, moving with his gaze. This system aims to save the future of humanity and restore the glory of our heroes. Current function 1, Heroic Spirit Bonds. The host can detect the potential of surrounding targets and form contracts with human prodigies possessing S rank or higher potential. Current function 2, Experience Return. The host receives double experience points for their own cultivation. If a contracted heroic spirit is formed, 10 times the heroic spirit's cultivation achievements will be returned as an additional reward. Current feature 3, Future Vision. Allows you to see the fall of future human heroes, giving you a head start on seizing opportunities. Lu Chengyuan's breathing became rapid. Double experience. This one feature alone is enough to turn his life around. What used to be the effect of 1 hour of practice can now be equivalent to 2 hours. With only a month left until the college entrance exam, as long as he practices like crazy, plus this double boost, breaking into the 800-calorie mark is definitely not a problem, maybe even. They could even try to reach the seemingly unattainable threshold of becoming a quasi-martial artist. Stay calm first. Lu Chengyuan took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his turbulent emotions. He picked up the towel hanging around his neck and wiped his face, then, under the guise of drinking water, his gaze began to wander around the martial arts gym. The system says it can explore potential? With a thought, word bubbles that only he could see suddenly appeared above the heads of the students who were exercising around him. Target, Zhang Wei. Potential level, F. Future achievement, an ordinary logistics soldier, killed in a stampede by a beast tide. Lu Chengyuan's heart skipped a beat. The fat guy, will he die? He glanced at Zhang Wei, who was still struggling with the barbell, and felt a mix of emotions. This was his deskmate for 2 years. Although he was a bit of a chatterbox, he was a very loyal friend and often treated him to grilled sausages. Lu Chengyuan shifted his gaze and continued looking at the others. Target, Li Chang. Potential level, E. Future achievement, novice martial artist, died in a border skirmish. Target, Zhao Min. Potential level, F. Future achievement, clerk, dying peacefully in old age. At a glance, most people's potential hovers between E and F. Moreover, the future outcomes are mostly not good. Is this the cruel truth of this world? In this era surrounded by myriad races, ordinary people, and even low-level martial artists, are nothing more than cannon fodder on the battlefield. Lu Chengyuan's mood grew heavier. The joy of acquiring this system earlier had been somewhat diminished. He turned his head, his gaze involuntarily falling on the high-end equipment area in the distance, which was the focus of the crowd. There are 2 geniuses there, recognized by the entire school. Jiang Wanqing, Jiang Weining. If it were them, how high would their potential be? Lu Chengyuan narrowed his eyes and stared intently. First up is the older sister, Jiang Wanqing, who is doing squats. A line of large, golden characters almost blinded Lu Chengyuan. Target, Jiang Wanqing. Potential level, S extremely rare. Current realm, peak quasi-martial artist. Future achievements, the first frost valkyrie of the human race, guarding the northern wall for 10 years, and slaying 3 alien kings. Lu Chengyuan gasped. S rank. And in the future, she will actually become a valkyrie who slays alien kings. This isn't just a thigh, this is an absolute golden thigh. If only I could form a contract with her. Lu Chengyuan's heart pounded, and his gaze shifted downwards to the last line of text. Final fate, in the final battle at the Great Wall of Stars, to cover the retreat of humanity, it exhausted its life force, transforming into the ice crystal Great Wall, perishing and vanishing without a trace. Lu Chengyuan was stunned. Dead? Such a powerful Valkyrie, how could she end up like this? He felt his throat was a little dry and subconsciously turned to look at his younger sister, Jiang Weining, next to him. Target, Jiang Weining. Potential level, S extremely rare. Current realm, advanced quasi-martial artist. Future achievement, Archangel of Healing, the strongest support for humanity, who once single-handedly saved the lives of tens of thousands of dying warriors. Final fate, due to prolonged and excessive treatment of the wounded, his vital energy was depleted, and he died of exhaustion on the eve of the final battle, his soul dissipating into the world. Another death. And they all die for humanity. Lu Chengyuan looked at the 2 girls in the distance who were still sweating profusely. They are still as youthful and radiant as ever. Who could have imagined that one day in the future, they would leave this world in such a tragic way? System, if I make a contract with them, can I change their fate? Lu Chengyuan asked in his heart. Answer to host, yes. After the contract is formed, the host's fate will be intertwined with that of a heroic spirit. As the host grows stronger, they can influence the future. As the heroic spirit grows stronger, they can also provide feedback to the host. Fate is not immutable. System, immediately form a contract between Jiang Wanqing and Jiang Weining. Lu Chengyuan silently recited the mantra, his eyes fixed on the 2 beautiful figures in the distance. Now that we know their future fate and that the contract will make us stronger, what are we waiting for? Hesitating for even a second at a time like this is irresponsible towards the future of humanity. However, a second passed. 2 seconds passed. The semi-transparent screen in my mind remained completely still, as if it had crashed. Lu Chengyuan frowned. What was going on? The cheat code broke as soon as it arrived? System, he called out in his mind again, stop playing dead, give me some response. Finally, the mechanical voice slowly began to sound, with a strange sense of lag. Warning, the current system level is LV1, and the signal coverage is extremely limited. Target detected to be more than 30 meters from host soul link cannot be established. Please approach the target to within 5 meters before proceeding with the contract. Lu Chengyuan almost choked. 5 meters? Why don't you just let me stick it directly to their face? This is a martial arts school, not a vegetable market. Those two are the school's most famous and aloof beauties, surrounded by a group of protectors who swarm around them like flies. I just swaggered over there, and you still had to get within 5 meters? I'm afraid I'll be drowned in spittle by those envious boys before I even get close. What a useless system. Lu Chengyuan couldn't help but mutter a complaint in his mind. But despite the complaints, their actions speak louder than words. To become stronger, and to avoid becoming cannon fodder, he had to grit his teeth and go even if it was only 5 centimeters, let alone 5 meters. Chapter 2. For the sake of all humanity, I must get close to the school beauty. Call. Lu Chengyuan exhaled a breath of stale air, pulled the towel hanging around his neck off, wrapped it around his hand twice, and his eyes sharpened. Since we have to get through, we have to squeeze through. The crowd of onlookers craned their necks, practically glued their eyes to the two school beauties, completely blocking the way. Excuse me, please let me pass. Lu Chengyuan reached out and pushed aside a boy who was blocking his way. The boy was engrossed in watching when he was pushed, and he immediately became unhappy, turning around to curse. But when he saw Lu Chengyuan's cold eyes and his nearly 1.85-meter height, he swallowed the curse that was on the tip of his tongue. Although Lu Chengyuan's current blood energy is only 380 calories, he is definitely not considered weak among ordinary students. Coupled with the ruthlessness he's developed through years of training, most people wouldn't dare mess with him. He was like a bulldozer, carving a path through the crowded streets. Hey, why are you pushing? Rushing to be reincarnated. Despite the constant complaints around him, Lu Chengyuan remained deaf to them. Just as he was about to squeeze out of the outer area, a chubby hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed his arm. Hey, Lao Lu? Zhang Wei's familiar round face came closer, his eyes narrowed into slits, and a lewd smile that every man understands was on his face. Who just said they weren't interested? Who said they wanted to go home and do their homework? Zhang Wei nudged Lu Chengyuan with his shoulder and teased in a low voice, You say no, but your body says otherwise. What, you can't resist coming up close to admire the goddess's charm? Lu Chengyuan was too embarrassed to say that he was there to save the world. He dismissively slapped Zhang Wei's hand away and coldly replied, Go away, get out of my way. I have important business to attend to. TCH, what's the point of looking at pretty girls? Zhang Wei muttered, but still followed Lu Chengyuan around like a puppy. But Lao Lu, you found a good spot, with a wide view. Lu Chengyuan couldn't be bothered with this guy. He stood at the very front of the crowd, about 15 meters away from the Freedom Power Zone. The view from this location is indeed excellent. I was too far away to see it clearly just now. Upon closer inspection, these two S-class geniuses are indeed quite something. Zhang Wanqing was still doing dumbbell curls. Her black, tight-fitting combat suit wrapped her long, straight legs perfectly, and every muscle bulge was just right. Her features were exquisite, but her eyes were so cold that people only dared to admire her from afar. Jian Weining, standing next to her, has the same face as her sister, but their temperaments are completely different. She sat on a yoga ball, her short hair swaying gently with her movements, her skin fair, exuding a pure, youthful aura. Lu Chengyuan noticed that both sisters were wearing pink vests. The vest is made of a special material that gleams with a faint metallic sheen under the light, and several tiny blue indicator lights flash on it. That's a gravity-adjustable vest? Lu Chengyuan narrowed his eyes. He had seen this thing in online stores. It is the latest generation of martial arts auxiliary equipment. Utilizing magnetic field technology, it can apply gravity locally, up to 5 times the gravity effect. Moreover, it has excellent breathability and can monitor the wearer's heart rate and muscle fatigue in real time. One item costs 500,000 credits. That's enough for an average family's living expenses for 10 years. TSK, is this the happiness of the rich? Zhang Wei drooled beside him, his tone laced with envy. Training in this thing at least doubles the effectiveness. While we're still struggling to lift weights, they're already training in a weighted field. How can we compare? Lu Chengyuan remains silent. Resources, talent, family background. These two sisters have almost every advantage. If even the most gifted of people like them are destined to die tragically on the battlefield in the future, what chance do ordinary people have to survive? System, is the distance enough now? Lu Chengyuan asked in his mind. Reply to host, current distance is 15 meters. Please continue to approach. Lu Chengyuan's temple throbbed. 15 meters. There was an open space in front of them, which was the exclusive area for VIP members and also the area where the two sisters radiated their influence. Although a crowd had gathered around, not a single person dared to cross the yellow line. Everyone tacitly kept their distance, afraid of offending the beautiful lady. If I walked over now, that wouldn't be considered striking up a conversation. That's called provocation. They might even be seen as perverted. This damn system is trying to push me into a fire pit. Lu Chengyuan gritted his teeth and was about to take a step. Sudden bang! With a muffled thud, the previously noisy martial arts gym suddenly became much quieter. All eyes were on the girl sitting on the yoga ball. The small medicine ball that Jiang Weining had originally used for core training had now been crushed. The filling material was scattered all over the floor. The girl slowly stood up, her once gentle face now covered with a layer of frost. Have you seen enough? Jiang Weining glanced around at the boys who were taking photos with their phones, whispering and looking lewd. We're here for training, not as monkeys in a zoo. The words had barely left his mouth. Boom! An astonishing surge of energy and blood suddenly erupted from her petite body. That's the aura of a high-level quasi-martial artist. Those who were close by felt that even breathing had become difficult. Roll! The girl yelled. This sound, imbued with the power of blood and qi, made the surrounding glass windows vibrate. Splash! The boys who had been watching with great interest just moments before turned pale and scrambled backward. Joke! This is a near martial artist with nearly 1,000 calories of qi and blood. If you really piss them off, one slap could break several bones. Although Jiang Weining usually looks gentle and weak, when she gets angry now, the pressure she exudes is even more terrifying than that of her icy older sister. Holy crap! This girl looks so cute and gentle, but she has such a fiery temper? Jiang Wei shrank back in fright, and his fat body trembled. He grabbed Lu Chengyuan's arm, his face filled with terror. Old Lu, get out of here. That's not a school beauty, that's a tigress. If we don't leave now, someone's going to die. With that, the fat man slipped away and turned to blend into the fleeing crowd. Lu Chengyuan stood still, motionless. He looked at the figures fleeing in panic, then at Jiang Weining, who stood in the center of the field, her chest heaving slightly, clearly furious. This is an opportunity. The crowd has dispersed, and no one is blocking the way anymore. Although the other party is currently angry, it would have been easy to offend them in the past. But fortune favors the bold. You go first. Lu Chengyuan pushed Jiang Wei's hand away, his tone calm. I have something to do. Jiang Wei stared at him with wide, beady eyes, as if he were a madman. Are you crazy? You still want to go up there at a time like this? Didn't you see that the floorboards are cracked from her feet? I know what I'm doing. Lu Chengyuan didn't explain further, straightened his t-shirt, and started walking. I walked forward against the flow of people. Old Lu. You're completely blinded by lust. Jiang Wei was so anxious he stomped his feet, but seeing Jiang Weining's murderous gaze, he ultimately didn't dare to stay. He let out a wail, covered his head, and ran away faster than a rabbit. In just a few seconds, the once crowded equipment area is now empty. All that remained was a mess and a few lost shoes. And in this open area, only one figure, instead of retreating, walked steadily towards the twin sisters. Jiang Weining was on the verge of exploding with rage, but seeing that the annoying flies around her had finally dispersed, she felt a little better. But then, she saw the boy walking in the opposite direction. Who is that? Jiang Weining was slightly taken aback, and the anger that was about to erupt was abruptly stopped. Zhang Wanqing, who was standing next to her, also stopped what she was doing, put the dumbbells back on the rack, crossed her arms, and for the first time looked directly at this audacious guy with her cold eyes. He's quite tall. Although her features weren't particularly stunning, they were well defined, especially her eyes, which were bright and didn't have that disgustingly lewd look. Instead, it exudes a kind of indescribable heaviness? That's interesting. Zhang Wanqing raised an eyebrow. At Zhangcheng No. 1 High School, this is the first boy who dared to walk straight over like this while his sister was throwing a tantrum. He's quite handsome. Jiang Weining's anger inexplicably subsided by half, and she muttered something under her breath. But it's only half. She kept a wary eye on Lu Chengyuan, ready to make him pay if he dared to do anything inappropriate. 10 meters. 8 meters. 6 meters. Lu Chengyuan's heart was pounding in his chest, and his palms were sweaty. Being targeted by two S-class geniuses is an incredibly thrilling experience. That invisible sense of pressure made all the muscles in his body tense up. But he can't stop. You absolutely must get within 5 meters. Just as he took the last step, when he was only about 4 meters away from the two sisters, Jiang Wanqing finally spoke. Why? Her voice was cold, carrying an arrogant tone that kept people at arm's length. What are you doing? Can't you understand human language? Lu Chengyuan stopped in his tracks. He didn't answer, but instead took a deep breath and roared inwardly. System, sign it for me. Bite. The target has been detected as being within valid range. Establishing a soul link. Contract successful. Boom. At the very moment the system notification sound rang, Lu Chengyuan felt two completely different forces surging wildly into his body through that unseen soul passage in his mind. A chilling coldness permeated the bones, carrying a biting frigid chill. A warm, spring-like warmth, brimming with vitality. It's done. Lu Chengyuan's tense body suddenly relaxed, and he let out a long breath. Fine. No need to kneel, no need to confess your love, and no need to sign any indenture. Although the distance is a bit short, the system is still quite efficient. He looked up at the two stunningly beautiful faces before him, one cold and one warm, and smiled with relief. Thankfully you didn't make a move. Otherwise, if the future Valkyrie cripples the current savior, things will get really messed up. Hey! I'm talking to you. Seeing Lu Chengyuan standing there grinning foolishly without saying a word, Jiang Wanqing's short temper flared up again. She took a step forward and clenched her pink fist. What exactly are you here for? If you don't explain clearly, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 3, The Contract Takes Effect, Double the Joy. Zhangcheng Thunder Martial Arts School, Advanced Equipment Area. Jiang Wanqing stared intently at the reckless boy in front of her with her large, angry eyes, her delicate fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Her shout just now scared away even those self-proclaimed elite members, but this guy, instead of running away, dared to come up to her with a silly grin. Why are you laughing? Jiang Wanqing gritted her teeth, her tone unfriendly. Do you think I wouldn't dare to hit someone? She took a step forward, releasing her powerful aura, a true quasi-martial artist at a high level without reservation, causing the dust on the surrounding floor to rise slightly. Wanqing, stop. Just as tensions were about to rise, a clear, cold voice broke in. Jiang Wanqing, who had been watching from the sidelines with her arms crossed, walked over and put her hand on her younger sister's shoulder. Jiang Wanqing's cool eyes swept over Lu Chengyuan, but there wasn't much emotion in them. Young man, although I don't know what your purpose is, this is a training area, not a social space. Jiang Wanqing's voice was indifferent, conveying a sense of aloofness. Those people were annoying, but they were just here to watch the show. If you're here to join in the fun too, you can leave now that you've seen enough. Although her words sounded impolite, she was actually trying to give both sides a way out. After all, the sisters have special statuses, and if they were to injure an ordinary student in public, it would not look good on their family's reputation. Moreover, Jiang Wanqing keenly sensed that although the boy in front of her was of average ability, his eyes were very upright, unlike those spoiled brats with nothing better to do. Sis. You're just going to let him go like that? Jiang Wanqing was furious. She stomped her foot, her ponytail swinging back and forth. That look he gave me just now was clearly a provocation. And he didn't even say a word back. How rude. It was only then that Lu Chengyuan snapped out of his euphoria at acquiring the system. He looked at the twins with such different personalities and was in an extremely good mood. In those few short seconds, the icons for the two sisters on the system panel lit up completely. This means that from this moment on, every breath and every drop of sweat from these two exceptional individuals is working for Lu Chengyuan. And it's double pay. Thinking of this, Lu Chengyuan's gaze softened even more, even taking on a hint of kindness, like an old farmer looking at his thriving chives in his field. Sorry, I was daydreaming just now. Lu Chengyuan grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth, and said in a very cheerful tone, "You guys are doing well, very energetic. Keep it up, I have high hopes for you." After saying that, he nodded seriously, adopting the air of a leader inspecting work. Jiang Wanqing's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, completely stunned. What is this person saying? Good practice? Keep it up. Who does he think he is? Even the school's top instructors wouldn't dare speak to them in that tone. You. Jiang Wanqing realized what was happening, and her pretty face instantly turned bright red with anger. This is blatant flirting. You bastard. Stop right there. Seeing that Lu Changyuan was about to turn and leave after saying those words, Jiang Weining was so angry that she wanted to rush up and teach him a lesson. Jiang Weining. Jiang Wanqing frowned, raised her voice a few decibels, and tightened her grip, pinning her younger sister firmly to the spot. Have you forgotten what Dad said before you left? If you dare to cause trouble outside again, your allowance for next month will be completely deducted, and you'll be locked up in the detention room for 3 days. Upon hearing the words dad in solitary confinement room, Jiang Weining, who had been baring her teeth and claws like a little tiger, immediately lost most of her arrogance. Although she feared nothing and no one, she was only afraid of her strict father. But this guy is so infuriating. Jiang Weining felt extremely aggrieved and could only vent her anger on the equipment next to her. She grabbed the dumbbells she had just put down, and without caring about proper form, started lifting them wildly. The dumbbells, weighing dozens of calories, were like styrofoam in her hands, swinging them around with great force. While holding it up, he kept muttering, "I'm so angry. I'll smash you to death. I'll smash you to death, you bastard." Lu Changyuan glanced back. He almost burst out laughing when he saw the girl venting her anger on the dumbbells. Believe it or not, this future archangel of humanity had quite a volatile temper when he was young. But this is good too. Anger can also be a driving force. The harder she trains, the more she earns. Keep practicing and don't slack off. Lu Changyuan silently cheered for the two sisters in his heart, then slipped away as fast as he could. Now that the contract has been signed, there's no need to stay here and stir up trouble. After all, he only has 380 units of qi and blood right now. If he were to actually fight these two female tyrants, he would probably be sent flying. Watching Lu Changyuan's dashing departure, Jiang Weining became even more furious. Sis. Look at him. He runs faster than a rabbit. Jiang Weining slammed the dumbbells onto the rack with a loud crash. He didn't even say goodbye. He has no manners at all. Don't let me see him again, or I'll beat him to a pulp. In Jiang Weining's eyes, Lu Changyuan's current behavior is a typical example of showing off and then running away. This feud is now truly over. Jiang Wanqing shook her head helplessly, took the towel and handed it to her sister. Alright, why bother getting angry with this kind of person? Hurry up and finish your practice and go home. You still need to do a medicinal bath tonight. She stared thoughtfully in the direction where Lu Changyuan had disappeared. This person is indeed a bit strange. Despite the sister's imposing presence, he remained unfazed and even managed to make a sarcastic remark. This kind of mental fortitude is rare among ordinary students. I hope you have better luck. Jiang Wanqing thought to herself. Having offended my petty younger sister, my days at school are probably going to be tough from now on. On the other side, Lu Changyuan strolled out of the advanced equipment area with his hands in his pockets. The boys watching nearby were also shocked, their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. That's it? Unharmed? That's Jiang Weining, known as Little Chili Pepper. There was a rich second-generation guy who tried to chat her up, but she threw him over her shoulder on the spot, and he was stuck in the hospital for half a month. How did that kid manage to escape unscathed after being so brave? I don't believe it. This kid must have suffered internal injuries. Yes, look at the way he walks, isn't it a bit stiff? I guess his internal organs were injured by the aura just now, and he's just barely holding on. He was so pretentious. I felt embarrassed for him for saying those words just now. But to be fair, this guy is really bold to dare to make fun of the Jiang twins to their faces. He's the only one in the whole school who does that. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their gazes toward Lu Changyuan a mixture of schadenfreude and a touch of inexplicable admiration. After all, they did what they wanted to do but didn't dare to. I had only taken a few steps out of the crowd when a round figure pounced on me. Old Lu. Brother Lu. My dear brother. Jiang Wei's large face was filled with terror, and he frantically patted Lu Changyuan's body. Are you alright? Are you missing any limbs? I saw Jiang Weining's reaction just now, she was ready to call an ambulance for you. Lu Changyuan slapped away those groping hands with disgust. Get lost, I'm not made of clay. Jiang Wei circled him twice, marveling, amazing. Absolutely amazing. What did you just say to them? How come that tigress only talks a lot but doesn't deliver? Want to know? Lu Changyuan glanced at him. Yes, I want to. I dream about it. Zhang Wei nodded vigorously. That was his secret weapon for getting close to the school beauty. I told them. Lu Chengyuan lowered his voice mysteriously. I am their long-lost brother. Screw you. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes. Why don't you just say you're their long-lost father? Not a single word of the truth. Lu Chengyuan smiled and offered no further explanation. This kind of thing can't be explained. Could it be that I have a system, and I was just forming a contract with them? Zhang Wei probably really should send him to a mental hospital. Alright, I have something to do, I'll be going now. Lu Chengyuan checked the time. The system notification for the experience return was about to arrive, and he needed to find a secluded place to receive it. The process of suddenly becoming stronger would definitely cause a lot of noise. If someone were to perform a level up on the spot in front of so many people, that would be a huge problem. You're leaving already? Not training anymore? Zhang Wei looked completely bewildered. We've only been here for 10 minutes. Does the card fee not cost anything? I'm not feeling well, I'm going back to lie down for a while. Lu Chengyuan made up a reason without caring whether Zhang Wei believed him or not, and walked out with his backpack on. Watching Lu Chengyuan's hurried departure, Zhang Wei scratched his head, his expression gradually becoming more and more interesting. Are you feeling unwell? He was fine just now, but he feels uncomfortable after having close contact with the school beauty? Could it be? Could it be that he was heartbroken by the school beauty's looks? Or perhaps, something unspeakable happened during those brief few minutes? As a well-known gossip expert at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Zhang Wei's gossip spirit burns brightly. He took out his phone, his fingers flying across the screen, and opened the WeChat group called Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School Senior 310 Class No Teacher version. Zhang Wei, breaking news. Huge scoop. Just now at Thunder Martial Arts Gym, our class's Lu Chengyuan had a head-on confrontation with the Zhang family's twin school beauties. The message immediately caused the previously quiet group chat to explode. Zhao Min? Really? Lu Chengyuan? The one who's usually so quiet? Li Chang, fatty, don't spread rumors. Lu Chengyuan's skills are so mediocre, how dare he mess with Zhang Weiniang? He'd probably get beaten to a pulp. Zhang Wei, I'd be a dog if I lied to you. I saw it with my own eyes. Lu Chengyuan not only got right up to their faces, but he also made Zhang Weiniang so angry she was jumping up and down, and in the end, he walked away unscathed. As he left, he even told them, I'm rooting for you. Student A, holy crap. That's incredible. Student B, I have high hopes for you guys. This line gives off a domineering CEO vibe. Chen Ao class monitor, he's just trying to attract attention. Zhang Wanqing and the others are just nice and won't stoop to his level. This kind of behavior only brings shame to our class. Zhang Wei, class monitor, don't be so sour. Lu Chengyuan's departing figure was so dashing. And I suspect. Zhang Wei paused deliberately, whetting everyone's appetite. Student C, what do you suspect? Tell me, you fatso. Zhang Wei, I suspect there's some secret between them. Lu Chengyuan just told me he wasn't feeling well and left early. His complexion was unnaturally flushed. Think about it. Boom. Now, Lu Chengyuan is truly famous. Rumors always tend to get more and more outrageous the more they are spread. From Lu Chengyuan flirting with the school beauty to the school beauty showing great favor to Lu Chengyuan and then to Lu Chengyuan abandoning the school beauty after initially flirting with her, it only took less than 10 minutes. Various emotions of envy, jealousy, and resentment fermented in the various small groups. Many boys who consider themselves to be better than Lu Chengyuan have now listed him as their number one enemy. Chapter 4, You guys work hard while I win without lifting a finger, it feels so good. Lu Chengyuan was completely unaware of all of this. After leaving the martial arts school, he did not go home, but instead turned into an alleyway with an unfinished building under construction. No one usually comes here, only a few stray cats rummage through the garbage for food. Lu Chengyuan found a relatively clean cement step, put his school bag under his bottom, and sat cross-legged. System, claim your reward. He silently recited it in his heart. Ding. Detected that contract target Zhang Wansheng is undergoing high-intensity strength training, increasing her qi and blood by 2 calories. Ding. Contract target Zhang Weiniang detected to be in a state of extreme rage. Explosive power training has yielded significant results, increasing her health by 8 calories. Triggering heroic spirit bonds will grant you tenfold rewards. Host receives qi and blood feedback, 100 calories. Lu Chengyuan's eyes lit up. It's only been a few minutes? That's an increase of 100 calories? You know, he usually trains all day long, exhausted like a dead dog, and he'd be lucky to gain even 1 calorie. This system is fucking awesome. Lu Chengyuan couldn't help but swear, unable to suppress the smile on his face. At this rate, as long as the two sisters maintain their daily training regimen, he can gain several hundred calories of energy and blood every day just by lying down. After a month. Why bother with a regular undergraduate program? Just aim for one of the top 4 universities in China. As is well known, martial arts realms are strictly divided. A person with less than 1,000 calories of qi and blood is considered an amateur, or what is known as a quasi-martial artist. Only those who consume more than 1,000 calories can be called formal martial artists, that is, level 1 martial artists. At Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, there are only about 10 students who have reached the level of a quasi-martial artist. Without exception, all of these people come from wealthy families and have accumulated a fortune through various resources. I used to think that God was unfair. A rich family could take one pill and it would be equivalent to me training for half a year. Lu Chengyuan sighed, the pent-up frustration in his heart that had been building up for years vanishing. Now it's all good. The harder you train and the better the drugs you take, the more benefits I get. This is an exploitative model that would make even capitalists weep. But I like it. Notification: feedback energy is being injected. Please prepare yourself. The system's voice had just finished. Boom! A warm current suddenly appeared in Lu Chengyuan's limbs and bones. The heat was not violent, rather, it was like a pair of gentle, large hands, carefully combing through his muscle fibers and bones. Lu Chengyuan couldn't help but let out a comfortable groan. That was awesome. It's like soaking in the most luxurious hot spring, with every pore cheering with joy. Click, click, click. A series of faint popping sounds came from his body. The body, which had suffered some hidden injuries due to long-term malnutrition and overtraining, was rapidly repaired under the nourishment of this energy. The muscles begin to become firmer and fuller, with smoother lines. Even his height increased by 1 or 2 centimeters, and his originally thin shoulders became broad. That feeling of power made Lu Chengyuan feel like he could kill a bull with a single punch. About 5 minutes later, the heat gradually dissipated. Lu Chengyuan suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. He stood up and stretched his arms and legs. Drink! He suddenly threw a punch at the air. Snap! A crisp explosion rang out in the air, the force of the punch was fierce, and scraps of paper flew everywhere. This power! Lu Chengyuan looked at his fist, his face filled with ecstasy. It's increased by at least 100 calories. This is an all-around improvement in my physical fitness. The system's feedback is not just about blood and qi values, but also about developing the body's potential. He feels like he has inexhaustible energy. Bite! Just then, a crisp notification sound rang in my mind again. Detected, contracted heroic spirit Zhang Wancheng is undergoing high-intensity squat training. Her qi and blood activity has increased. Host receives synchronized experience feedback, health plus 50, leg explosive power plus 0.2%. Bite! Detected, contracted heroic spirit Zhang Weining is furiously pounding a sandbag, her emotions running high, and her adrenaline is surging. Host receives synchronization experience feedback, health plus 50, combat experience plus 10. Lu Chengyuan was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Holy crap! Is this the legendary AFK leveling? He sat in a daze at the abandoned construction site, while the two sisters were sweating profusely in the martial arts gym, and all the profits went to him. Even double? TSK, TSK, TSK. Lu Chengyuan stroked his chin, and the smile on his face gradually became somewhat irresistible. Jiang, it seems I didn't scold you enough just now. If you guys get a little angrier and work a little harder, wouldn't my leveling speed take off? He suddenly realized that Zhang Weining's murderous look just now, in retrospect, was simply the cutest meme in the world. Lu Chengyuan was overjoyed. These aren't school beauties, they're clearly two tireless ATMs. The exhilarating feeling of leveling up like a rocket was so irresistible to him. If we maintain this momentum, let alone top universities, even the legendary Big Four universities will have a chance to compete. Once you get into one of the top 4 universities, it's like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Resources, cultivation techniques, connections, those are the direct routes to becoming a powerful figure. However, we mustn't let ourselves drift. Lu Chengyuan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. This world is vast and fraught with danger. The future scenes that the system just showed me are still vivid in my mind. Even geniuses of Zhang Wenqing's caliber will die in battle at the Great Wall of Stars and turn into ice sculptures. With his current strength, he'd probably be nothing more than a toothpick for a true alien powerhouse. Gurgle. Just as Lu Changyuan was envisioning the future, a thunderous protest suddenly came from his stomach. An intense hunger surged through him like a tidal wave, causing his vision to blur and almost making him lose his balance. Oops. Lu Changyuan clutched his stomach and gave a wry smile. The strength increased too quickly, and the body's energy reserves couldn't keep up. This is what is known as the poor study literature, the rich study martial arts. Without sufficient nutrient intake, the body is a bottomless pit. We need to find a place to eat quickly, or we'll starve to death by the system before we're killed by the alien race. Lu Changyuan picked up his school bag and strode out of the alley. At this moment, he had only one thought. Make money. Make food. Only when you're full can you better take advantage of the school beauty. Chapter 5. Rumors are flying everywhere. This misunderstanding is huge. Emerging from the alleyway of the abandoned building, Lu Changyuan patted his empty stomach and was about to take out his phone to search for cheap and plentiful buffets nearby. As soon as the screen lit up, he was completely bewildered by the missed calls displayed on it. There were at least 40 or 50 missed calls. Moreover, they were all unfamiliar numbers, with varying origins, and some were even virtual numbers from overseas. Buzz. My phone vibrated again. It was that unfamiliar number whose name I hadn't saved. Lu Changyuan frowned, hung up immediately, and quickly added the number to his blacklist. These scam gangs are really rampant these days. Lu Changyuan shook his head, speechless. Knowing I'm going to make it big today, you came running as soon as you smelled it? And you even used different accounts to call, don't you get tired of it? He's dirt poor now, with less than 200 yuan on him. Even a swindler would leave in tears. What's there to swindle? Lu Changyuan casually put his phone back in his pocket, walked a few hundred meters down the street, and went into a small, hole-in-the-wall restaurant with a sign that read Wang Ji Big Bone Noodles. Boss. 5 bowls of pork chop noodles, extra noodles. And 2 pounds of braised beef, please. As soon as Lu Changyuan entered the room, he shouted something and found a seat against the wall. The owner, who was busy in the kitchen, poked his head out, holding a strainer in his hand, and looked at the student in school uniform with suspicion. Young man, how many people are eating? 5 bowls of noodles and you want more? My bowl is not small. I'm the only one here, hurry up, I'm starving. Lu Changyuan tapped the table with his chopsticks. The owner muttered, these students these days can really eat, and turned to cook the noodles. Not long after, steaming hot noodles were served. The large porcelain bowl was almost as big as Lu Changyuan's washbasin, and it was covered with a thick layer of braised pork chops, glistening with oil, which looked very appetizing. Lu Changyuan didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up his chopsticks, not even caring that they were hot, and stuffed a large mouthful of noodles into his mouth. Snoring. The diners at the next few tables, who were eating, all stopped mid-air with their chopsticks, staring wide-eyed at the boy in the corner as if he were a monster. The way they ate made you think they had just escaped from a refugee camp. A bowl of noodles, soup, and all, was emptied in less than 3 minutes. Boss. One more time. Lu Changyuan stacked the empty bowls aside and wiped the oil off his mouth. The second bowl. The third bowl. When the 5th empty bowl was neatly stacked on the table, and even the plate of braised beef was completely devoured, the entire noodle shop became eerily quiet. Is this kid's stomach made of iron? Belch. Lu Changyuan let out a satisfied burp, feeling his hunger finally subside. Although it's just ordinary carbohydrates and low-grade meat, providing limited energy, it at least fills the stomach. My body feels warm and comfortable. The energy and blood I just used are slowly recovering. At the same time, inside a luxury villa in Yunding Mountain Villa, a well-known affluent area in Jiangchang. Smack! A pink cartoon cushion was slammed onto the expensive leather sofa. Jiang Weining, wearing a pink onesie pajama and barefoot on the wool carpet, was so angry that she spun around in the living room. She clutched the latest model phone tightly in her hand, the screen displaying if the other party is currently on a call notification. Bastard! Bastard! Big bastard! Jiang Weining gritted her teeth, her usually harmless face now filled with rage. He actually blocked me. How dare he block me? From childhood to adulthood, Jiang Weining was the only one who ignored others. When had she ever suffered such grievances? Jiang Wanqing, sitting on the other end of the sofa, was not as out of sorts as her sister, but her cool and pretty face was still covered with frost. She was holding a tablet computer, which displayed the Baidu Tieba forum of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. The pinned post had a strikingly read title. Breaking news! The untold story of Lu Chengyuan from Class 10 of Senior 3 and the twin school beauties. Rumor has it that the three of them stayed up all night and have a very close relationship. The comments below are even worse. The various vulgarities, such as one dragon and two phoenixes, and it turns out that the aloof goddess is actually quite promiscuous in private, made Jiang Wanqing's eyebrows twitch and her knuckles turning white as she gripped the tablet. Sis! Look at this! Look how this has become! Jiang Weining leaned over and glanced at it, almost exploding with anger. They say we spent the whole night with him? Are these people's brains filled with mush? We only bumped into each other for a few minutes at the martial arts gym yesterday. If this reputation gets out, how will I ever be able to face anyone again? Jiang Weining felt more and more aggrieved as she thought about it, and her eyes welled up with tears. Although the two sisters were born into a wealthy family and were exceptionally talented, they had always maintained a clean reputation in their relationships with men and women, and had never even held hands with a man. Now, things have gotten out of hand, and she's inexplicably become the female protagonist in this kind of sex scandal. And the male lead is none other than Lu Chengyuan, who just looks like he deserves a beating. Stop hitting him. Jiang Wanqing took a deep breath and placed the tablet face down on the table. Since he dared to block you, it means he has a guilty conscience. This rumor is most likely related to him. I knew it. Jiang Weining waved her little fist and said fiercely, he must have deliberately spread this to become famous. What despicable means wouldn't this kind of person use to get attention? Tomorrow is the school-wide mock exam. Jiang Wanqing stood up, walked to the French windows, looked at the night outside, and said with a hint of ruthlessness, since he wants to be famous, then we'll grant his wish. Tomorrow in the exam hall, I'll let him know that some fame can't be faked. Yes. We'll make him pay tomorrow. Jiang Weining nodded vigorously, a devilish smile spreading across her face. I'm going to beat him to a pulp in front of the entire school and make him kneel down and apologize to us. The two sisters exchanged a glance and saw the fire in each other's eyes. That night, someone was destined to have a sleepless night. Chapter 6. On the eve of the mock exam, Lu Chengyuan, the public enemy of the entire school. Inside the noodle shop. Lu Chengyuan paid the bill, looked at the remaining 23 yuan and 50 cents in his phone balance, and gave a wry smile. This meal cost me half a month's living expenses. I'm poor. He walked out of the noodle shop, looking at the flashing neon lights on the street, his mind racing. Tomorrow is the school-wide mock exam. This is the most important preliminary assessment before the college entrance examination, and it is also an important reference for universities to select promising students in advance. According to the school's regulations, the top 10 students in the mock exam will receive a generous scholarship, with the first place winner receiving a full 50,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan. For Jiang Wanqing and her friends, it might just be the cost of a piece of clothing. But for Lu Chengyuan now, that was life-saving money, the starting capital for his path to becoming a martial artist. With this money, he could buy exotic beast meat, low-level qi and blood pills, and even try to buy some spiritual herbs to aid his cultivation. Only high-energy food can support the system's abnormally fast upgrade speed. Top 10. Lu Chengyuan clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him. I never dared to dream of this before, but now, it's not impossible. Although his current blood and qi data may not be as good as those top students, don't forget that he has a system. As long as those two sisters perform exceptionally well in the exam tomorrow, his abilities will rise accordingly. This is practically cheating. We need to plan carefully how to maximize our profits. As Lu Chengyuan walked home, he thought to himself, it would be best if I could provoke them and make them unleash their strongest power, so that I can gain the most. What's wrong with being a villain if it means becoming stronger? The next morning. Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, playground. Although it was just a mock exam, the atmosphere was even more lively than during the Chinese New Year. Thousands of senior high school students gathered on the playground, forming square formations according to their classes. The air was thick with tension and excitement. But today, the focus of everyone's discussion is not the upcoming exam, but the man who is at the center of the media storm. Hey, have you guys seen Lu Chengyuan? No, I guess they don't dare to come. They've caused such a commotion, if they came they'd be drowned in their spittle. I still don't believe it. How could goddesses like Jiang Wanqing and Jiang Weining possibly be interested in Lu Chengyuan? That kid is only passable in looks. He has no family background and no ability. Who knows? Maybe they have some special talent? He he he. A group of boys huddled together, their faces showing a mixture of lewdness and jealousy. In their view, Lu Chengyuan was a classic case of a toad-eating swan meat, which was simply outrageous. Several sports students who secretly admired the Zhang sisters were already itching to beat Lu Chengyuan up the moment they saw him, no matter what. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out on the outskirts of the crowd. Look! She's here! The goddess is here! Everyone turned to look at the same time. At the entrance to the playground, two beautiful figures walked side by side. On the left, Jiang Wanqing was wearing a white training uniform, her hair was piled up high, her expression was as cold as snow, and she exuded a noble aura that made people dare not look directly at her. On the right, Jiang Weining was dressed in a fiery red tracksuit with short, neat hair. However, her delicate face was now etched with undisguised anger, like a little lion about to erupt. The arrival of the two instantly quieted the previously noisy playground. The oppressive aura of an S-class genius caused the surrounding students to instinctively step aside, clearing a path for them. Jiang Weining walked onto the playground, her gaze sharp as lightning, scanning the crowd. Then, she took a deep breath, focused her energy, and roared. Lu Chengyuan! Get out here right now! This roar was powerful and carried the energy of a near martial artist, making the ears of several nearby boys ring. Everyone shrank back, a chill running down their spines. Goodness! This means the person in question has come to settle accounts. Judging by this, they're going to kill someone. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Wanqing, who was known for her composure, also spoke up. Who is spreading rumors and causing trouble behind our backs? If you're a man, stand up and don't be cowardly. Her gaze was icy wherever it swept over, the students lowered their heads, not daring to meet her eyes. Holy crap, don't look at me, I'm just a bystander. This is terrifying. Is this the aura of a top genius? In the crowd, Zhang Wei huddled behind several tall classmates, cold sweat streaming down his chubby face. He was filled with regret. Yesterday he really just wanted to show off in the group, who knew these bastards would spread such outrageous messages. What, playing all night and threesome? If it turns out he's the one who got this from the start, Jiang Weining will definitely burn all that fat of his torn into a sky lantern. Hey fatty, what are you shaking for? The classmate next to him gave him a strange look. Cold, I'm cold. Zhang Wei's teeth were chattering. Just when the scene was extremely awkward and everyone was silent, a lazy voice suddenly rang out from the edge of the playground. What's all this noise so early in the morning? Can't a person catch up on their sleep? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Lu Chengyuan, carrying a shoulder bag, with half a fried dough stick dangling from his mouth, his eyelids drooping as if he hadn't woken up properly, was slowly swaying over. He stayed up too late last night studying system functions, and the energy his body needs to digest food resulted in severely poor sleep quality. If Jiang Weining hadn't yelled at him and woken him up, he probably could have slept for another half hour by the flower bed. Lu Chengyuan. Upon seeing the person in question appear, Jiang Weining's eyes immediately turned red with anger. This guy. Not only was he late, but he also acted so nonchalantly. The whole school was talking about his scandal, but he was just eating fried dough sticks like nothing had happened. Here I am, I'm not deaf. Lu Chengyuan yawned, stuffed the remaining fried dough sticks into his mouth in a few bites, and said indistinctly, What do you want? Want to treat me to breakfast? Well, you're too late, I've already eaten. The entire room fell silent. Everyone gaped, their faces showing expressions of utter disbelief. This guy is really brave. How dare you speak like that in the face of two enraged female Tyrannosaurus Rex? Jiang Wanqing narrowed her eyes and looked Lu Chengyuan up and down. Something's not right. Yesterday, although Lu Chengyuan was bold, his aura was still somewhat weak, clearly indicating insufficient blood and qi. But today, although he looked lazy, his eyes were exceptionally bright, and although his posture seemed casual, his center of gravity was actually very stable. Moreover, he didn't react at all to the oppressive aura emanating from the two sisters. How could this person have changed so much in just one night? Invite you to breakfast? I'd rather invite you to eat my fists. Jiang Weining didn't have her sister's keen observation skills. All she wanted to do right now was beat this annoying guy in front of her to a pulp. She took a step forward, causing the rubber track beneath her feet to slightly dent, and she was like an arrow released from a bow, about to rush forward and make a move. Lu Chengyuan. Did you spread those rumors? Do you know how much damage this has done to our reputation? Jiang Weining shouted angrily. Lu Chengyuan spread his hands innocently. What rumor? I went straight to sleep when I got home yesterday and didn't even check my phone. Besides, why would I spread that stuff? What good would it do me? He paused, his gaze sweeping over the two sisters. Besides, he said, even if I wanted to spread the word, someone would have to believe it. With your tempers, who would dare spend a night with you two? Would they be crazy? You. Jiang Weiying was so angry she almost couldn't breathe. Is this an explanation? This is clearly adding fuel to the fire. Is this a mockery of their bad temper and the fact that nobody wants them? I'm going to kill you. Jiang Weiying completely lost her temper, her blood surging, and she was about to charge forward recklessly. The students around screamed and backed away in fear, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Wan Ying. Stop. Just then, a fair hand gripped Jiang Weiying's wrist tightly. Jiang Wanqing stood in front of her younger sister, glanced at Lu Chengyuan with a complicated expression, and then whispered in her sister's ear. Don't be impulsive. Dad said that this mock exam is related to the spots in next month's genius training camp. If you get into a fight before the exam and get a demerit, you'll lose your spot. It's not worth it for someone like that. Upon hearing the words training camp, Jiang Weiying's previously violent aura suddenly froze. That was the opportunity she had been dreaming of, and she absolutely couldn't let it be ruined by a moment of impulse. She stared intently at Lu Chengyuan, her chest heaving violently, and it took her a long time to swallow her anger. Lu Chengyuan, you just wait. Jiang Weiying pointed a finger at Lu Chengyuan's nose from a distance, and said through gritted teeth, this isn't over. You better not run into me during the practical assessment later. Otherwise, I'll show you why flowers are so red. After saying that, she snorted coldly, grabbed her sister, turned around and left, leaving everyone with a murderous back view. Until the two sisters walked away. Call. Many people breathed a sigh of relief, feeling their backs soaked with cold sweat. That scene was absolutely terrifying. Lu Chengyuan, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened and leisurely returned to the senior class 10 line. As soon as I stood still, a chubby hand reached out and gave me a thumbs up. Awesome. Old Lu, you're really awesome. Jiang Wei looked at him with admiration and said in a low voice, I was almost scared to death just now, and you were still able to chat and laugh with them? And you even dared to talk back to them to their faces? I call you the #1 warrior of Jiangcheng #1 High School. Lu Chengyuan glanced at him and rolled his eyes in annoyance. Don't give me that. You're the one who started the rumors, aren't you? Jiang Wei's smile froze, his eyes darting around. Ahem, well. I just embellished it a little. Who knew these people would spread it so wildly? Treat me to a nice meal later, and we'll call it even. Lu Chengyuan was too lazy to argue with him. In any case, rumors will naturally fall apart if you have enough strength. Moreover, during that standoff just now, although no physical fight took place, he clearly felt that there was activity on the system panel again. Jiang Weiying's anger just now actually contributed a lot of his health points. Students, quiet. The mock exam is about to begin. At this moment, the homeroom teacher walked over from a distance and gestured for everyone to be quiet. As soon as he finished speaking, Principal Lu Chang, Vice Principal Lin Mu, and others strode onto the stage. Chapter 7 Mock Exam begins, the focus of attention. On the platform, 3 high-backed chairs covered with red velvet were lined up in a row. Sitting in the middle is Principal Lu Chang, a burly middle-aged man. He was a genuine 6th-rank martial artist who had fought on the battlefield in his early years. Although he was wearing a suit now, his fierce aura was still undeniable. On the left is Vice Principal Lin Mu, a peak 5th-rank official. He wears gold-rimmed glasses and looks refined, but in reality, he is a notorious smiling tiger in Jiangcheng. On the right is Wang Gang, the black-faced god dean of students, a 4th-rank martial artist who was in charge of discipline. Students would avoid him. At this moment, the 3 bigwigs in Jiangcheng's education sector all turned their attention to the square formation at the very front of the playground. There, the 2 sisters, Jiang Wanqing and Jiang Weiying, stood side by side, like cranes among chickens. Old Lu, what do you think the city lord is really thinking? Wang Gang stroked the stubble that had just sprouted on his chin, his tone full of confusion. With those 2 family backgrounds, wouldn't it be better for them to go to the affiliated high school in Beijing or the #1 high school in Shanghai? The resources and teachers there are far superior to those of Jiangcheng #1 middle school. Isn't it a bit of a waste to put these 2 large Buddha statues in our small temple? This was not only Wang Gang's question, but also the question of all the teachers and students in the school. Although Jiangcheng is not small, it is only a 3rd-tier city on the map of the entire Huaxia Federation. Although Jiangcheng number 1 middle school is the dominant school in the local area, it may not even rank in the top 100 nationwide. I'm puzzled too. Lu Chang picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said with a deep look in his eyes, to say it's because it's close to home is pure nonsense. With modern transportation and the stamina of strong individuals, the journey from Beijing back to Jiangcheng takes only an hour or two. To let such a short distance delay his future, a shrewd and ambitious figure like the city lord wouldn't do something like that. Who cares? Lin Mu, standing next to him, pushed up his glasses and smiled so hard his eyes narrowed into slits. Whatever the reason, the meat is rotten in our pot anyway. Whether our school can turn things around in the provincial rankings this year depends on these two promising young students. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang smiled. Indeed, if these two prodigies get into one of the big four high schools in the college entrance examination, the reputation of Jiangcheng number 1 high school will definitely see a surge. At that time, there will be no shortage of funding and resources from above. Thinking of this, Lu Chang was in a great mood. He put the teacup on the table and waved his hand. Alright, stop thinking about it. Let's watch the show. I want to see just how far these legendary twin geniuses have gone. Lin Mu glanced at the time and reminded him, Principal, the auspicious time has arrived, it's time to begin. Lu Chang nodded, stood up, and walked to the microphone. He cleared his throat, and his deep voice instantly spread throughout the entire playground via the broadcast system, making many people's eardrums buzz. Students! You've been training for 1,000 days, but you're only using it for one. Today's mock exam is your last real-world practice before the college entrance exam. This exam will be conducted entirely according to the standards of the National College Entrance Examination. Your scores will be directly entered into your files and will serve as an important reference for early admissions by various universities. I'm not going to waste any more words. Show me your strength. Let me see if the blood of Jiangcheng number 1 high school is tough enough. I hereby declare the school-wide mock exam for senior high school students officially open. With the principal's order, the atmosphere on the playground instantly became extremely tense. The students, who had been whispering amongst themselves, straightened their backs, their faces filled with tension and anticipation. Buzz. In the center of the playground, hundreds of brand new blood and chi testing devices were activated simultaneously. These instruments are black and cylindrical, with a huge LCD screen embedded on top and a specially designed pressure pad underneath. This is the latest testing equipment, which can not only measure blood and chi values, but also calculate explosive power and body control by measuring the force of the blow, with extremely small error. Looking at those instruments flashing blue light, many students who usually had average grades felt uneasy. This thing is a demon-revealing mirror. Whether it's a dragon or a worm, one punch will reveal its true form. Senior 3-1, number 001, step forward. The indifferent voice of the proctor came over the loudspeaker. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. At this moment, he was standing with his hands behind his back, sternly reprimanding his students. Everyone, get your act together. Anyone who lets me down will have to do an extra 500 squats. We're Class 1, the top class, don't let the other classes laugh at us. The test began quickly. Bang! Bang! The dull thuds of impact echoed incessantly. Zheng San, Qi and blood 850 calories, explosive power 860 kilograms. Li Si, 880 calories of energy and blood, 900 kilograms of explosive power. As the numbers jumped on the screen, the students watching around gasped in surprise. Holy crap! That Zheng San, who usually seems so unassuming, actually has 850 calories? He's definitely a top university prospect. Class 1 is Class 1. Any one of them would have a starting intake of 800 calories, which is incomparable to those in our class who only have 600 calories. That's incredible. Is this the difference in resources? I heard that everyone in their class receives a subsidy of 2 bottles of basic chi and blood potion every month. Hearing the surrounding chatter, the students in Class 1 all wore expressions of arrogance. Just then, the crowd suddenly became agitated. Look! It's Chen Haoren. A tall, handsome young man walked out of the line. Chen Haoren. Before the Jiang twins transferred here, he had always been the undisputed number 1 in his grade at Jiangcheng number 1 high school. What a pity! Someone muttered under their breath, he was originally the undisputed school heartthrob and top student, but when those two sisters came, they pushed him to 3rd place. I heard he has a crush on Jiang Wanqing, but she completely ignores him. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. It's not something we can discuss. Chen Haoran walked to the testing device with a blank expression. He ignored the pity or schadenfreude in the eyes of those around him. He took a deep breath, stepped back half a step with his right foot, and suddenly exerted force with his waist, his whole body like a fully drawn bow. Drink! He threw a punch. The force of the punches whistled through the air, even producing a sharp whistling sound. Boom! The testing instrument shook violently. The numbers on the screen jumped wildly before finally freezing. Qi and blood, 985 calories. Explosive power, 1,200 kilograms. Whoosh! The entire audience erupted in uproar. 985 calories. I'm just one step away from the 1,000 calorie limit for a quasi-martial artist. That's terrifying. This explosive power has already surpassed that of an ordinary first-grade martial artist, right? On the podium, Lu Chang nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, he's a good prospect. Although she can't compare to those two girls, she's still considered one of our school's standouts. Chen Haoran looked at the numbers on the screen, his brows relaxed slightly, and he turned back to the team. Just then, the broadcast started again. Next up, Jiang Wancheng. Instantly, all eyes on the playground turned to him. The real highlight is here. Jiang Wancheng walked calmly to the instrument with her long legs. Unlike Chen Haoran, she didn't gather her strength, she simply stood still, raised her hand, and threw a punch. The movements were fluid and graceful, possessing a unique aesthetic appeal. Bang! The sound wasn't loud, but the numbers on the instrument skyrocketed as if it were on a rocket. Qi and blood, 998 calories. Explosive power, 1,350 kilograms. A brief silence fell over the playground, followed by an even more heated discussion than before. 998. Just 2 more cards to break 1,000. Is she even human? And look at her, she wasn't even using her full strength, was she? Before everyone could recover from their shock, Jiang Weining also stepped forward. This little firecracker wasn't as low-key as her older sister. She walked up to the instrument, flexed her wrists, glanced around defiantly, and then suddenly punched it. Boom! This loud bang was bigger than any of the previous ones, as if it were about to smash the equipment to pieces. Qi and blood, 995 calories. Explosive power, 1,380 kilograms. Although her blood and qi were slightly lower than her sister's, her explosive power was simply terrifying. At the back of the crowd, Lu Chengyuan watched this scene, his smile growing ever wider. He was staring at the system panel that only he could see. The contracted spirit Jiang Wancheng's qi and blood are fluctuating wildly, indicating she is on the verge of a breakthrough. The power of the contracted heroic spirit Jiang Weining has reached its critical point. Host feedback received, qi and blood plus 1.5 calories, strength control plus 2%. That's awesome. Lu Chengyuan mentally gave the two sisters a thumbs up. At this rate, as soon as they break through to the martial artist level, we'll be able to catch up immediately and maybe even boost our qi and blood to over 1,000 calories. This gigolo is really delicious. Just as Lu Chengyuan was secretly pleased, the test over there had already ended. The two sisters, Jiang Wancheng and Jiang Weining, did not immediately return to their group. Instead, they turned around in unison, their gazes sweeping over the sea of people and precisely locking onto the group of Class 10. Jiang Weining raised her chin high and mouthed something to Lu Chengyuan. Your turn, you piece of trash. Anyone who isn't blind could see the provocation and disdain in his eyes. Lu Chengyuan raised an eyebrow, not angry at all, but instead waved with a smile. This scene infuriated Jiang Weining even more, and she almost rushed over again. On the podium. Watching this scene, Lu Chang chuckled and said, "It seems these two girls are not only talented, but also ambitious. Who are they competing with?" Lin Mu pushed up his glasses. Young people need some competition, that's a good thing. But those who catch their eye are probably not ordinary people. If they knew that these two exceptionally talented women were targeting a normal student with only a few hundred calories of energy, they would probably be shocked to their core. The testing is still ongoing. Soon, it was the turn of Class 10 of Senior 3. Fatty, make sure to cover your ears properly later. Lu Chengyuan patted Zhang Wei, who was trembling with nervousness beside him. What? Zhang Wei looked bewildered, his teeth chattering. Why are you covering your ears? Lao Lu, don't tease me, I'm about to pee my pants from nervousness. If I consume less than 300 calories, do you think my dad will break my legs when I get home? Don't worry, it won't break. At most, you'll be in a wheelchair. Lu Chengyuan made a casual joke. Get out. You can't expect anything good to come out of a dog's mouth. Jiang Wei rolled his eyes. Being interrupted like that, his tension dissipated quite a bit. Jiang Wei. Upon hearing his name called, Jiang Wei took a deep breath and stepped forward with a tragic air. He threw a punch with his eyes closed. Bang. The voice was soft and gentle. Qi and blood, 320 calories. Explosive power, 350 kilograms. Call. When Jiang Wei saw the number, he breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest as he walked back. Thank goodness, I managed to keep the 300-calorie mark. Although I can't get into a bachelor's program, I can still get into a vocational college. Our Zhang family doesn't expect to produce any martial saints, we just want someone to carry on the family line. This guy has a great attitude, mainly just lying down and doing nothing. Lu Changyuan. The proctor's voice rang out. Lu Changyuan straightened his school uniform collar and slowly walked out. Not many people around him paid attention to him. After all, with such a brilliant performance just now, everyone's excitement had worn off. In addition, Lu Changyuan's grades are usually just so-so, and apart from those few scandalous rumors, there's really nothing to look forward to. Only the Jiang sisters in the distance, along with a few boys who harbored resentment towards him, were staring intently at this side, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Remember, each person only has 3 chances, and the highest score will be taken. The proctor in charge of the instrument was a man in his 30s who was recording data with his head down, not even looking up, and his tone was full of perfunctory attitude. In his view, this class was just a formality. Lu Changyuan stood in front of the huge black instrument. He could feel the oppressive aura emanating from the cold machine, and he could also feel the 2 piercing gazes in the distance. Lu Changyuan silently mobilized the qi and blood within his body. After 2 days of intense system infusion, the blood and qi in his body were already like a rushing river, so full that they were about to overflow. That sense of power made him eager to release it. 3 chances? Once is enough. Lu Changyuan murmured something under his breath. He didn't strike an exaggerated, power-gathering pose like the others, nor did he shout to bolster his courage. He simply and casually clenched his right hand into a fist. Then, a sharp glint suddenly flashed in those previously lazy eyes. The dormant blood and energy within the body were ignited at this moment, like a volcanic eruption. The great dragon of the spine suddenly shuddered, and the power rose from the soles of his feet, passed through his waist and abdomen, and reached his fingertips. Boom! Lu Changyuan's fist slammed heavily onto the black pressure pad. Chapter 8 One Punch Man, is this still the loser? Thump! A muffled, deafening explosion resounded across the playground. Several students who were nearby and had weak blood circulation felt a sharp pain in their eardrums and their heads were buzzing. They instinctively covered their ears and squatted down. The previously noisy discussion abruptly stopped. Immediately following was a tidal wave of exclamations. Holy crap! My ears! An earthquake? Why do I feel numbness in the soles of my feet? Is that even a human being could make that sound? Even Jian Weiniing's attack just now wasn't this exaggerated. Look at the screen. That number, is that number broken? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the huge LCD screen. The numbers above were no longer fluctuating in the tens as before, but were skyrocketing at a dizzying speed. 300, 500, 800. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the 985 barrier that Chen Haoran was so proud of. Moreover, the momentum shows no signs of slowing down. On the podium, Principal Lu Chang, who had been calmly holding his teacup, suddenly trembled and spilled scalding tea all over his pants. But he didn't bother wiping it. He jumped up from the chair with a jolt, his tiger-like eyes wide open, staring intently at the still-changing number. Dean Wang Gang's face was filled with disbelief. Didn't this kid's file say he only got 380 calories in the last test? Did he take hormones or get a shot of adrenaline? It's no wonder they lost their composure. It's important to know that increasing your qi and blood levels becomes increasingly difficult as you progress. For an average student, it might take half a year of intensive training to go from 300 calories to 400 calories. The jump from 900 calories to 1000 calories is an insurmountable chasm, with countless people stuck at the threshold of becoming a quasi-martial artist. But now, a student who was previously unknown and even had rumors of being punished has actually put on a spectacular show of defying fate right under their noses. Drop. Finally, the display screen emitted a sharp, long beep. The numbers freeze. Those 4 bright red numbers were particularly glaring in the sunlight. Qi and blood, 999 calories. Explosive power, 1,580 kilograms. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Am I seeing things? Lu Changyuan? The Lu Changyuan who usually sleeps in class and eats after class? This is insane. This world has gone mad. Doesn't Lu Changyuan usually struggle to even burn 500 calories? Did he take some kind of superpower or get a shot of adrenaline? This machine is broken, isn't it? It's definitely broken. How could a student from an ordinary class be more amazing than the school's most talented girl? I knew he wouldn't dare challenge the Jiang sisters. Turns out he's the real big shot. He's been hiding his true strength all along. In the formation of Class 1, Grade 12, those top students who were originally arrogant now looked ashen-faced. Chen Haoran looked at the number, gave a wry smile, and shook his head. 999 cards. Although it was only a few dozen calories more than him, those few dozen calories were like an insurmountable chasm. This means that Lu Changyuan is ready to break through the true gate of martial arts. This disparity made him, who always held himself in high esteem, feel so uncomfortable that he felt like he was going to vomit blood. Not far away. Zhang Wanqing's face showed obvious surprise. She narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, re-examining the boy standing in front of the instrument, swinging his wrist. So this is your source of confidence? Zhang Wanqing thought to herself. No wonder he was able to remain calm and composed in the face of their intimidating aura yesterday. No wonder he dared to retort so brazenly on the playground today. It turns out that he had already reached the same level as them, or even higher. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Weining, who was standing next to her, reacted even more strongly. Her eyes widened, and she looked like she had seen a ghost. Jiang Weining gritted her teeth, feeling extremely resentful. The two sisters grew up soaking in medicinal baths, eating top-grade exotic beast meat, and practicing advanced martial arts, which is why they have achieved what they have today. What makes Lu Changyuan so special? This is simply the greatest insult to these hard-working geniuses. Good. 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 On the podium, Lu Chang said good 3 times in a loud voice. He was so excited that his face turned red, and he pounded on the railing with his large hands. We've struck gold. We've really struck gold this time. He originally thought that with the Jiang sisters by his side, he could maintain the school's rating, but unexpectedly, a Chang Yaojin appeared out of nowhere and gave him such a big surprise. Qi and Blood 999. This is the pinnacle of a near martial artist. To reach this level in high school, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this student is definitely a potential candidate for one of the top 4 high schools. Old Lin. Old Wang. Did you see that? This is the foundation of our #1 high school. Lu Chang laughed heartily, completely disregarding his image. Who says our school can only rely on outside help? Our own homegrown students can still hold their own. Lin Mu, standing next to him, was also grinning from ear to ear, adjusting his glasses. Principal, it seems we're going to exceed our college entrance rate target this year. And in front of the team of Class 10 of Senior 3. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the number, then looked at Lu Changyuan, who stood there indifferently, and his eyes actually became a little moist. He served as the homeroom teacher of Class 10, a notorious problem class, for 3 years, enduring endless scorn and ridicule. At every meeting, he sat in the far corner, subtly and overtly bullied by the teachers from Classes 1 and 2. He was prepared to finish this term and then apply for early retirement. But who could have imagined that at this very last moment, his student would give him such a big surprise? Oh my God. Old Zhao shakily pulled out some nitroglycerin pills, poured out 2, and stuffed them into his mouth. When did this kid become so fierce? He was worried that his bonus for this year would be gone, but Lu Changyuan gave him a Sea View house as a gift. Teaching a student who was close to the peak of martial arts, the reward from the Education Bureau and the school's commission alone are enough for him to retire in glory. At this time, Lu Changyuan, who was the focus of the entire event, appeared unusually calm. 999 cards. It's slightly higher than expected, but still within a manageable range. It wasn't so high that it would cause unnecessary trouble, yet it was enough to shock the audience and overshadow the two sisters. He turned his head and looked at the proctor next to him, who was completely petrified. Teacher? Lu Changyuan waved his hand. I shouldn't need to take the test a second time, right? The proctor snapped out of his daze and looked at Lu Changyuan as if he were a monster. He swallowed hard, shaking his head vigorously. No. Absolutely not. If we have to retake the test, then nobody else needs to take it. Joke. That's 999 calories. In all his years of proctoring, this was the first time he had ever seen such data in a mock exam. This is something you can brag about for a lifetime. That's good. Lu Chengyuan grinned, putting his hands in his pockets. The proctor swallowed hard and hurriedly wrote down the results on the score sheet. Lu Chengyuan, Qi and blood 999 calories, explosive power 1,580 kilograms, score. Excellent. Upon hearing the word outstanding, Lu Chengyuan nodded in satisfaction. That's it now. I'm definitely going to be in the top 10, so the 50,000 yuan prize money is practically in my pocket. He turned and walked back. As soon as I returned to the class line, before I could even stand still, a dark figure pounced on me. Lu Chengyuan. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, rushed over without regard for his image and grabbed Lu Chengyuan's shoulder with such force that Lu Chengyuan grimaced. You little rascal. You've been hiding your talent well. Old Zhang was so excited he was almost incoherent. You usually seem so carefree, but I never expected you to be so reliable at a crucial moment. You've brought honor to our class 10. You've really brought honor to us. The students around them also straightened their chests, their faces beaming with pride. Exactly. Who said our class 10 is a trash class? We have a martial artist in our class. Let's see if those bastards in class 1 will still dare to look down on us. Brother Lu is awesome. Brother Lu is mighty. Brother Lu, I need a powerful patron. Don't forget your brothers when you become rich. It feels really good to be admired. Lu Chengyuan was secretly pleased, but on the surface he remained humble. Teacher, please be modest. It's mainly because the school teaches well and you are a good teacher. This flattery made old Zhang feel very comfortable. All right, stop being so cheeky. Come to my office after the exam, I'll have some good tea. Lu Chengyuan finally managed to squeeze out of the enthusiastic crowd of classmates and return to his seat. Old Lu. Zhang Wei finally came to his senses, still covering his ears with both hands, looking at him with grief and indignation. You freaking, this is what you call covering your ears? Zhang Wei shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice unusually loud because he couldn't hear himself. You never said you could create a sonic boom. If I go deaf, you'll have to support me for the rest of my life. Lu Chengyuan couldn't help but laugh at his comical appearance. Get lost. Who wants to raise a pig like you? Lu Chengyuan cursed. Ha? What did you say? Zhang Wei lowered his hand, tilted his head, and looked bewildered. You said you'd treat me to pig's trotters? Okay. I want 10. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding students burst into laughter. Lu Chengyuan shook his head helplessly. This guy was hopeless. On the other side. The area of senior 3-1 class. Zhang Wanqing and Zhang Weining stood at the front, their eyes never leaving Lu Chengyuan. Sis, this doesn't make sense. Zhang Weining frowned, her small face filled with struggle. Even if he's a genius, it's impossible for him to suddenly improve to this extent without any resources. Unless what? Zhang Wanqing asked. Unless the machine is broken. Zhang Weining said confidently, or he used some kind of cheating method, such as taking some kind of banned drug that overdraws his potential. Whether it was cheating or not, we'll know in time. Zhang Wanqing glanced deeply at the boy being fawned over in the distance, a complex light flashing in her eyes. However, if that's true, then this Lu Chengyuan is probably even more terrifying than they imagined. I won't accept this. Zhang Weining clenched her little fists. During the practical assessment later, I'm definitely going to find a chance to clash with him. I refuse to believe that his fists are really that hard. Seeing her younger sister's eager expression, Zhang Wanqing did not stop her this time. Actually, she was very curious too. Just how much does the suddenly appearing Lu Chengyuan really amount to? The mock exams are still going on, but the later tests have become rather dull. With Lu Chengyuan's earth-shattering punch, the others' results were as bland as plain water. The basic testing phase ended quickly. Principal Lu Chang did not stay on the playground to preside over the next practical exercise. Instead, he tossed the microphone to the vice principal, grabbed his phone, and hurriedly ran back to his office. Hello? Is this the Provincial Department of Education? This is Lu Chang from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. As soon as he entered the office, Lu Chang eagerly dialed a number, his tone hurried and excited. Old boss. I have something important to report. What? It's not about funding. It's about promising young talents. Absolutely outstanding talents. As Lu Chang spoke, he sent the video he had just recorded over the computer. Don't hang up yet, watch the video I sent you. This kid is only 18 years old, with 999 calories of energy. And he's an ordinary person with no connections whatsoever. Yes. Just like those wild geniuses. I want to apply for a special admission spot for him in the Genius Training Camp. I know the spots are limited, but you'll see from the video that this kid is absolutely worth it. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chang leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. He looked at the blurry figure on the playground outside the window, and a wide smile spread across his face. Lu Cheng Yuan, I've already set up the stage for you. Whether you can soar to great heights depends on whether you can handle this immense wealth. Genius Training Camp. That was the holy land that all young martial artists in the entire Huaxia Federation dreamed of. As long as you can get in, even if you're a pig, you can come out as Marshal Tianpeng. Lu Cheng Yuan undoubtedly has the qualifications to challenge that place. Chapter 9, a scholarship of 500,000? Principal, you're actually a pretty nice guy. Office of the head teacher of class 10, grade 12. Old Zhang looked at Lu Cheng Yuan sitting opposite him with a radiant face. You're something else, kid. He's usually so quiet, but when it really matters, he'll give me a big one. You didn't see that Mediterranean guy's face on the playground just now, he looked like he'd swallowed a fly, it was so satisfying. Lu Cheng Yuan leaned back in his chair and said with a grin, of course, after all, they are soldiers trained by you, old Zhang. We can't let you down, can we? Stop being so cheeky. Old Zhang chuckled and cursed, then pulled out a pack of good cigarettes he usually couldn't afford from the drawer, thought for a moment, then put it back, and tossed a handful of white rabbit milk candies to Lu Cheng Yuan instead. Tell me, how did you train? Don't give me that epiphany stuff, I don't believe in that nonsense. Lu Cheng Yuan unwrapped the candy, popped it into his mouth, and mumbled indistinctly. There's really no secret, just random practice. Maybe it's because I have a special constitution and my hard work paid off later? Old Zhang rolled his eyes. I don't believe you. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. The staff member from the Academic Affairs office leaned in halfway and said politely, Teacher Zhang, is Lu Cheng Yuan here? The principal would like to ask him to come to his office. In the past, this clerk would have spoken to old Zhang with his nose in the air. Today's attitude is a complete 180-degree turn. Upon hearing this, old Zhang immediately stood up and straightened his slightly wrinkled suit collar. Perfect timing, I also need to report to the principal. Come on, Cheng Yuan, your teacher will go with you. He was worried that Lu Cheng Yuan was too young and might get intimidated by the principal, or that he might be fooled by those old foxes. This was his precious son, and he had to protect him. Principal's office. The decoration is incredibly grand. A mahogany desk, a genuine leather sofa, and a calligraphy scroll with the words "May your military fortune prosper" hanging on the wall, the characters vigorous and powerful, faintly revealing a sense of martial prowess. As soon as Lu Cheng Yuan entered the room, Lu Chang, who was sitting in the boss's chair, stood up. Come, Cheng Yuan, right? Please sit down. Lu Chang walked around the desk and went to the coffee table himself. He picked up the purple clay teapot and poured a cup of tea for Lu Cheng Yuan. The tea soup was bright red and steaming hot, and a refreshing fragrance immediately filled the entire office. Old Zhang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he watched. This is the principal's treasured Cloud and Mist Spirit tea, which is usually so rare that even the vice principal can't get a sip. Yet today, it's being used to entertain a student. Try it, this tea is good for your blood and energy. Lu Chang smiled and pushed the teacup in front of Lu Cheng Yuan. Lu Cheng Yuan didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up his teacup and, instead of savoring it like the refined scholars, tilted his head back and gulped it down in one go. The heat flowed down his throat and into his stomach, transforming into strands of pure energy that quickly permeated his limbs and bones. Good tea. Lu Cheng Yuan praised, putting the empty cup back on the table. It's just a little too little, it won't quench my thirst. Old Zhang's lips twitched, he wished he could go up and cover the kid's mouth. This is a rare tea worth tens of thousands of yuan per ounce, are you drinking it like plain water? Lu Chang, however, didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, he laughed heartily, that's great. Martial artists should be this generous. Want more? Plenty. He poured Lu Cheng Yuan another cup before getting to the point. Cheng Yuan, I saw today's results. 999 calories, near peak martial artist level. To be honest, I was very surprised. Lu Chang's smile faded, and he stared intently at Lu Changyuan. With your current blood and chi strength, you could actually try to break through to the first-grade martial artist level. Why are you holding back? This is also what puzzled Lu Chang the most. 999 calories is already the limit of the human body. Ordinary people will be eager to condense their energy vortex and break through to the first rank once they reach 900 calories. Lu Changyuan knew very well what was going on. The reason he didn't break through was because the system's energy was too vast and pure. A typical breakthrough is like filling a bucket with water, but what he has to do is compress the water into ice. He needs a catalyst, a critical point where his body and mind can resonate simultaneously, to complete his most perfect transformation. Of course, this cannot be said. Lu Changyuan put down his teacup and calmly rambled on, "Principal, I feel the foundation isn't solid enough. A tall building starts from the ground up, and I want to make the foundation even deeper. And I feel it's not quite there yet, it hasn't reached that point where things naturally fall into place." Good. That's ambitious. Lu Chang slapped his thigh, his eyes filled with even more admiration. Young people these days are all so restless, they can't wait to advance 3 levels in a day. Your ability to calmly hone your skills is more valuable than your talent. As he spoke, Lu Chang opened a drawer, took out a gleaming gold check, and pushed it in front of Lu Changyuan. "This is a special scholarship the school has given you, worth 500,000. Lu Changyuan glanced at the zero on it and his heart skipped a beat. 500,000. He had never seen so much money in his life. With this money, he could buy high-grade exotic beast meat, medicinal bath ingredients, and even improve the environment of his home. Although he was overjoyed and couldn't wait to stuff the check into his pocket, Lu Changyuan remained as calm as a rock on the surface. He merely raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone calm. "Principal, isn't it true that one shouldn't accept a reward without merit? Take it." Lu Chang put on a stern face, pretending to be angry. "This is what you deserve. Our school has a rule that the school will never be stingy with anything that can bring honor to the school. Previously, the highest price was only 100,000 or 200,000, but you're different, you're worth that price. Besides," Lu Chang changed the subject, lowering his voice, "compared to your future, this amount of money is just a drop in the ocean. Don't think it's too little." Lu Changyuan stopped being coy and readily accepted the check. "Then thank you, Principal." Seeing that Lu Changyuan had accepted the money, Lu Chang's smile widened even more. "I'm not afraid of you wanting money, I'm afraid of you having no desires or wants." "There's something else," Lu Chang said, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. "Have you heard of a genius training camp?" Lu Changyuan shook his head. He used to be a poor student from the bottom of his class, and all he knew was how to save money to buy discounted groceries. He had no idea about these high-end things. That was a special training camp jointly organized by the Provincial Department of Education and the military, which was specifically designed to bring together the province's top talents for closed training. Lu Chang explained, his tone filled with longing. "The instructors there are at least 6th rank, and there are even grandmaster-level experts who occasionally give lectures. The resources inside, like chi and blood pills and bone-tempering liquid, are freely available. As long as you don't die from training, train like crazy. The most crucial thing is..." Lu Chang held up one finger. "As long as you can successfully graduate from that training camp, you won't need to take the college entrance exam, you'll be directly admitted to one of the top 4 universities. And you can choose any major you like." Lu Changyuan's eyes lit up. Ample resources? Master-level instruction? Guaranteed admission to the Big 4 accounting firms? Isn't this tailor-made for him? What his system is currently lacking most is high-intensity stimulation and high-quality energy intake. Moreover, once you go there, you're sure to encounter geniuses from all over the world. What does genius mean? It signifies high potential and strong fortune. Those are all walking experience packs and prospective heroic spirits. If he could contract a few more S-level geniuses like the John sisters, wouldn't his strength skyrocket? Moreover, in the future vision provided by the system, the reason why the human race was defeated was largely due to the lack of top-level combat power and the fact that they fought individually. If we could get in touch with these future powerhouses in advance and guide them through the system, we might really be able to change the fate of humanity. Moreover, your current situation is actually quite awkward." Lu Chang said earnestly, "You have no rivals left in school. Those 2 girls are strong, but they haven't truly matured yet. You need a wider world and stronger opponents to hone your skills. So? Interested?" Lu Changyuan did not answer immediately, but pretended to ponder for a few seconds. He was weighing the pros and cons. Going to the training camp means leaving Jiangcheng and leaving the familiar environment. But for the future of humanity, and to make more money, this sacrifice is worthwhile. Principal, I'm willing to go. Lu Changyuan raised his head, his eyes resolute. Great. Lu Chang slammed his hand on the table excitedly. I knew you had ambition. Train hard in the training camp and try to bring back the top scorer for Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. If Lu Changyuan can shine in the training camp, it will be a significant achievement for him as the principal. Just then, the red secure phone on the table suddenly rang. Lu Chang glanced at the caller ID, and his expression instantly turned serious. I don't even need to answer to know it's a call from the provincial department. Lu Chang pointed to the phone, gestured for Lu Changyuan to be quiet, then took a deep breath and picked up the receiver. Hello? Yes. This is Lu Chang. Yes. It's right here in my office. What? You came in person? You're already downstairs? Okay. I'll arrange it right away. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chang's expression was priceless. There was both shock and elation. Changyuan, you've really gained a lot of influence, Lu Chang exclaimed. Director Zhou from the Provincial Department of Education has come to see you in person. He's already downstairs and will be coming up soon. Lu Changyuan was stunned for a moment. So fast? It seems that the weight of these 999 calories is greater than he imagined. Please sit down for a while and have some tea. Lu Chang straightened his clothes. I'll go greet him. Chapter 10 Grandmaster escorts them home. 20 minutes later. The office door was pushed open again. Lu Chang, all smiles, let a middle-aged man in. The man was wearing a dark gray Zhongshan suit, with a tall and straight figure and slightly graying temples. Although he was smiling, his eyes were frighteningly bright, as if they could see right through people's hearts. Zhou Guobang, Director of the Special Recruitment Office of the Provincial Department of Education, and also a genuine 7th-rank Grandmaster. Director Zhou, this is Lu Changyuan, Lu Chang quickly introduced. Lu Changyuan stood up and gave a respectful but not servile bow. Hello, Director Zhou. Zhou Guobang looked Lu Changyuan up and down, his gaze lingering on his spine and limb joints for a moment, his smile growing wider. Not bad, really not bad. Zhou Guobang nodded, his voice booming, the blood and qi are abundant and do not dissipate, the bones are like iron, and the fascia is like a bow. This guy's no ordinary quasi-martial artist, even a typical second-rank martial artist wouldn't have your physique. Jiangcheng has truly produced a dragon this time. Director Zhou, you flatter me, Lu Changyuan said modestly. No need to be modest. Zhou Guobang waved his hand. Excessive modesty is arrogance. If you have the ability, you should have the arrogance. Our province has produced quite a few prodigies this year. I was worried that Jiangcheng would only have those 2 girls to hold its own, but I didn't expect you to emerge as such a dark horse. Great. Our province has a good chance of making it into the top 3 in this year's national competition. The 3 of them took their seats. Zhou Guobang didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. I brought you a spot in the training camp. And it's a top-tier spot. As long as you agree, a car will come to pick you up tomorrow. But Zhou Guobang changed the subject, his expression turning serious. There are some things I need to say up front. This training camp, while an opportunity, also comes with enormous risks. In addition to the possibility of disability or death from the high-intensity training, there are also external threats. He gave Lu Changyuan a deep look. You should know that the war between our human race and all other races has never stopped. What those alien sects like to do most is to nip our human race's geniuses in the bud. The 2 girls from the Jiang family have experts protecting them in secret, and their family also has assassins. Chen Haorun's family also has some resources. But you, Zhou Guobang paused, I've seen your file. You come from an ordinary family, both your parents are working class. Your safety is a big concern. Lu Chang, who was standing to the side, broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. He was so happy that he almost forgot about this. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. Lu Changyuan, a wild genius with no background, is practically the number 1 fat sheep on the alien race's assassination list. Director Zhou, then this. Lu Chang said anxiously. Don't worry. Zhou Guobang smiled. Now that I'm here, I certainly won't let our promising young talent get into trouble. From today until you enter the training camp, your safety will be the responsibility of the provincial department. As he spoke, he stood up and patted Lu Chengyuan on the shoulder. Let's go, I happen to be going that way today, I'll give you a ride home. I can also familiarize you with the area so we can arrange security personnel later. Lu Chengyuan felt a warmth in his heart. This treatment is truly unparalleled. A 7th-rank grandmaster as a driver? That's enough for him to brag about for a year. Then I'll have to trouble Director Zhou. At the school gate. It was school dismissal time, and the gate was crowded with parents and students picking up their children. A black, extended-length minivan was parked quietly on the side of the road. The car had no logo, but it was entirely black, and its smooth lines made it look like a crouching Black Panther. Anyone in the know can tell at a glance that this is a specially made armored vehicle for military use, the kind that even rocket launchers can't penetrate. The car door slid open automatically. Lu Chengyuan followed Zhou Guobang and got into the car amidst countless shocked, envious, and jealous gazes. The interior space is ridiculously spacious, with genuine leather airline seats, a temperature-controlled wine cabinet, and even a faint sandalwood scent. Sit down, Zhou Guobang said, pointing to the seat opposite him. The driver was a taciturn young man wearing sunglasses, but his hands, gripping the steering wheel, were calloused, indicating he was a skilled driver. Xiao Wang, go to Xingfuli residential area, Zhou Guobang instructed. Yes. The car started smoothly, without the slightest vibration. Along the way, Zhou Guobang talked a lot with Lu Chengyuan about cultivation, and the more they talked, the more he felt that this kid was to his liking. He is neither arrogant nor humble, quick-witted, and has his own unique insights into martial arts. Arrive. The car was parked at the entrance of an old residential area. Xingfuli Community. This is a notorious slum in Jiangchang, with peeling paint, tangled electrical wires, and a dilapidated security booth at the entrance that lets in drafts. It was rush hour. People were coming and going at the entrance of the residential area, and elderly men and women were chatting idly while carrying shopping baskets. When they suddenly saw such a luxury car parked at the entrance, everyone was stunned and instinctively moved aside. Whose car is that? It looks so impressive. Never seen this before. How could such an important person come from our rundown neighborhood? Just as everyone was discussing it, the car door opened. Lu Chengyuan jumped off the car, carrying the faded backpack. He turned around and bowed slightly towards the car. Director Zhou, thank you for bringing me back. Driver, thank you for your hard work. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of driver Xiao Wang behind his sunglasses. He has driven for many important figures and also provided transportation for many so-called geniuses. Those people were either arrogant or trembling with fear. It's rare to find someone as polite and composed as Lu Chengyuan. You're welcome. Zhou Guobang rolled down the car window, smiled, and waved. Go back and get some rest. Don't feel pressured. See you tomorrow. After saying that, the black van slowly drove away. Even after the taillights disappeared around the street corner, the entrance to the residential area remained deathly silent. Inside the security booth, Oldly, the gatekeeper, stared blankly at Lu Chengyuan, his mouth agape. Is this still the same Xiao Lu who greeted him every morning while eating a steamed bun? That ordinary-looking child in school uniform who always had a smile on his face? That car just now, and that middle-aged man inside who clearly looks like a high-ranking leader. Oldly felt his brain wasn't working properly. Little Lu? Oldly stammered. Lu Chengyuan turned his head, his face still bearing that familiar smile. Uncle Li, having some tea? That was a leader from my school, giving me a ride. After saying that, he waved and walked into the gate of the residential area. Oldly was left alone, bewildered in the wind. School leaders? Which school leader gets to drive a car like this? This is even more impressive than the mayor's car. Lu Chengyuan's home is on the 18th floor. This building is notoriously old and dilapidated, and the elevator is always under maintenance, so it's basically just for show. Normally, when Lu Chengyuan climbs up, he has to catch his breath several times and rest in between. But today, he carried his school bag and moved with the lightness of a nimble cat. One step leads to 3 or 4 steps. The leg muscles contracted slightly, bursting with amazing elasticity. With each push off the ground, the body floated up a great distance. The wind whistled in my ears. The accumulated dust in the stairwell was whipped up by the wind. He stirred up and flew everywhere. 5th floor, 10th floor, 15th floor. Less than a minute. Lu Chengyuan stood at the entrance of 1803. His face didn't turn red, he wasn't out of breath, and he didn't even break a sweat. Is this the physical condition of a peak near martial artist? Lu Chengyuan clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within him, and a smile appeared on his lips. This is just the beginning. Once he enters the training camp, with the twin sisters as his power banks and the assistance of other geniuses, his strength will definitely experience an explosive surge. After calming himself down, Lu Chengyuan took out his key and inserted it into the lock. Click. The door opened. A familiar aroma of food wafted over me. It was the smell of braised pork. Lu Chengyuan pushed open the door and entered, calling out to the busy figure in the kitchen. Mom, I'm home. Chapter 11. Sister Lu Qinghe, those legs are amazing. Mom, I'm home. Lu Chengyuan threw his school bag onto the sofa and slumped down on it. The kitchen sliding door was opened, and a middle-aged woman wearing an apron came out. This is Lu Chengyuan's mother, Li Xiulan. You're back? You must be exhausted. Li Xiulan wiped her hands, a gentle smile on her face. How did the mock exam go? Don't take it too hard if you don't do well on the exam. At worst, we can go to a humanities college later and live a peaceful life. In Li Xiulan's eyes, it doesn't matter whether her son can become a martial artist or not, as long as he doesn't end up like his father, constantly risking his life. Lu Chengyuan grinned and pulled out a check for 500,000 from his pocket. Mom, you're underestimating your son. See this? This is a bonus from the school, 500,000. Li Xiulan was stunned for a moment, then leaned closer to look at the zero on it, and her eyes widened in surprise. 1, 10, 100, 500,000? She grabbed Lu Chengyuan's hand, her voice trembling slightly. Son, you didn't go and do something illegal, did you? We can't take this money. Lu Chengyuan rolled his eyes helplessly. Mom, what are you thinking? This is a legitimate scholarship. I got first place in the whole school in this mock exam, and I'm a near-peak martial artist. Her hands trembled with excitement, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Good. Good. I knew my son was going to amount to something. Although she didn't know how her son had made such rapid progress, in his mother's eyes, he was the best. Lu Chengyuan pressed on while the iron was hot. There's something else. Because my grades are so good, the province gave me a special admission spot to participate in some kind of genius training camp. I have to leave tomorrow, and I probably won't be back for a month or two. Oh? It'll be this long? Li Xiulan was a little reluctant, but quickly wiped her eyes. Go on, this is important business. A boy should have ambitions beyond his hometown, he can't just stay cooped up at home all the time. Just then, Lu Chengyuan twitched his nose. In addition to the aroma of braised pork, there was also a faint, unique fragrance in the air. This taste, it's so familiar. Mom, did you put too much sugar in this braised pork today? It smells sweet to me. Lu Chengyuan said loudly on purpose. And, are we having guests over? Li Xiulan smiled mysteriously and pointed to the tightly closed bedroom door. Go and see for yourself who's back. Lu Chengyuan raised an eyebrow, already having a plan in mind. He walked to the bedroom door, but before he could knock, the door was pulled open from the inside. The first thing that catches the eye is a pair of legs. A pair of ridiculously long and incredibly straight legs. Wearing hot pants, his skin was a healthy tan, his muscles were toned and smooth, and he exuded explosive power. Looking up, you see a simple black tight-fitting vest that outlines a breathtaking figure. Above that was a face that was stunningly beautiful even without makeup. His features were striking, and his eyes and brows exuded a wild and untamed spirit, especially his eyes, which were incredibly bright. Lu Qinghe. Lu Chengyuan's older sister. Although they are not biological children. When Lu Jiangwo, the father, retired from the battlefield, he had this baby girl in his arms. They said it was the orphan of a comrade in arms, whom they had taken in. But in the Lu family, Lu Qinghe was treated like a daughter, even more favored than Lu Chengyuan, their own son. If the Jiang family's twins were delicate roses carefully cultivated in a greenhouse, then Lu Qinghe was a wild rose growing wildly in the wilderness, with thorns, yet even more captivating. Hey kid, what are you looking at? Don't you recognize me? Lu Qinghe crossed her arms, leaned against the doorframe, and had a mischievous smile on her lips. Lu Chengyuan snapped out of his daze and chuckled. How could that be? I was just blinded by your beauty, sister. Haven't seen you for a while, and your aura is getting stronger and stronger. When you opened the door just now, I thought some female celebrity had wandered onto the wrong film set. Loquacious. Lu Qinghe laughed and scolded, then stepped forward and gave Lu Chengyuan a big hug. The surface was soft and warm to the touch, but Lu Chengyuan could clearly sense the terrifying power hidden beneath his sister's seemingly soft body. "Sis, why did you suddenly come back?" Lu Chengyuan patted his sister's back, then let go, asking with a smug look, "It's not holiday time yet, is it? Did you get into trouble at school and get expelled?" Lu Qinghe attends the Shanghai War Academy. Although it may not have the same prestige as the two top universities in Beijing, in the eyes of practical practitioners, this school is just as valuable. It is said that the students there start taking on missions to kill alien beasts as early as their freshman year, and the graduation rate is less than 70%. Of the remaining 30%, some were crippled, and some died. Lu Qinghe released her younger brother and flicked him on the forehead. "Yeah, you got fired." "What, you look down on me, an unemployed bum? How could that be?" Lu Chengyuan exclaimed exaggeratedly, rubbing his forehead. "Perfect timing. I just received a 500,000 yuan bonus and was worried about where to spend it. I'll support you from now on." "Oh, 500,000? Lu Qinghe raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "It seems our Xiao Yuan has really made something of himself. Alright, then from now on, I'll be counting on you for my cosmetics and equipment." "No problem. I've got it covered." Lu Chengyuan patted his chest and assured him. The siblings were bantering when they heard the sound of a key turning at the door. Immediately afterwards, a loud voice rang out. "Wife! I'm back. Business was good today, I sold 2 used pickup trucks and made this much money." The door was pushed open, and a burly, dark-skinned middle-aged man walked in. Lu Jiangwo. The former reconnaissance company commander retired due to injury and opened a used car dealership in Jiangchang. Although he had a limp, his military spirit remained. As soon as he entered the door and saw the siblings standing in the living room, his face immediately lit up with a smile. "Oh. Qinghe's back? Why didn't you call ahead so Dad could have picked you up?" Lu Jiangwo threw down his briefcase and, disregarding his leg injury, rushed over in a few steps, circling Lu Qinghe twice with eyes full of affection. "You've lost weight and gotten darker. Is it because the school food is bad? Or is the workload too heavy?" Lu Qinghe took Lu Jiangwo's arm and smiled like a little girl. "Dad, this is a healthy tan. School is great, I just missed you guys, so I came back to visit." Good, it's good to be back." Lu Jiangwo was overjoyed, then turned to look at Lu Chengyuan, his smile fading slightly. "You brat, you're back too? How did the exam go? Did you embarrass your old man?" This discrimination is all too obvious. Lu Chengyuan pouted. "Dad, you're being biased. Not only did I not embarrass you, I also made you look good." As he spoke, he recounted the story of the check and the training camp. After hearing this, Lu Jiangwo was stunned for a long time, then suddenly slapped Lu Chengyuan on the shoulder, almost knocking him down. "Good lad. You really made me proud." Lu Jiangwo was so excited that he swore, peak of quasi-martial artist. "Much stronger than I was back then. Go! We absolutely have to go. That training camp is where the nation cultivates its future pillars. We have to go, even if it means selling everything we own." The family sat around the dining table in a lively atmosphere. The table was laden with dishes: braised pork belly, sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed sea bass, all hearty dishes. "Come on, Qinghe, eat more meat." Li Xiulan kept piling food into Lu Qinghe's bowl, which soon became a small mountain. While gnawing on a rib, Lu Chengyuan looked at his sister and asked, "Sis, how many days are you staying this time?" "I'm leaving first thing tomorrow morning." Lu Qinghe took a bite of rice and said indistinctly, "I took on an escort mission this time. I'm passing through Jiangcheng and just came back to visit. The mission isn't over yet, so I can't stay long." "So urgent?" Lu Jiangwo was somewhat disappointed, but quickly nodded understandingly. "The mission is important, but safety comes first. Don't be reckless outside. If you encounter someone you can't beat, just run away. There's no shame in that." "Okay, Dad." Lu Qinghe nodded obediently. Lu Chengyuan swallowed the meat in his mouth and suddenly asked, "By the way, sis, do you know about that genius training camp?" He wanted to find out more about his sister. After all, he only knew that his sister was very strong, but he had no idea exactly how strong she was. Lu Qinghe paused with her chopsticks, then looked up at Lu Chengyuan with a half smile. "I know." "What, want to learn from me? You've been there?" Lu Chengyuan's eyes lit up. "Yeah, I went once when I was in my senior year of high school," Lu Qinghe said casually. It happened to be the provincial selection process, so I just went to join in the fun. How were your grades? Lu Chengyuan pressed. Lu Qinghe tilted her head and thought for a moment. It was all right. I think I got third place? Or second place? I can't remember exactly. Anyway, I beat up those scions of wealthy families from the capital, and it felt pretty good. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Chengyuan almost choked to death on his own saliva. They beat up some scions of powerful families in the capital? And still got a top 3 finish? He had heard from the principal that the training camp was full of prodigies from all over the country, and even had grandmasters personally instructing them. To be able to break through the encirclement in such a place, that's incredibly impressive. Turns out I'd been hiding a powerful ally all along. Looking at his sister's calm face, Lu Chengyuan felt a storm raging in his heart. Just what level has my older sister reached? 3rd rank? Or 4th rank? Don't look at me like that. Lu Qinghe picked up a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into Lu Chengyuan's mouth, silencing him. There is something there in that training camp. But don't take it too seriously. She put down her chopsticks, her expression becoming slightly serious. Xiao Yuan, since you're going, let me give you a couple of pieces of advice. First, keep a low profile. Many of the students there have incredibly powerful backgrounds. Some families have such influence that they can even affect the situation in an entire province. Our family has no connections, there's no need for us to get involved in that kind of trouble. At this point, she abruptly changed the subject, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Second, do things in a high-profile manner. Although we don't cause trouble, we shouldn't be afraid of trouble either. A martial artist's duty is to fight. If anyone dares to shit on your head, no matter who's behind them, as long as they're not dead, beat them to a pulp. If anything happens, I'll cover for you. These words were spoken with an overwhelming air of dominance. Lu Chengyuan was deeply moved and his blood was boiling. This is my real sister. Although he often teases him, he is truly protective of his own when it matters. Don't worry, sis. Lu Chengyuan chewed on the braised pork, his eyes firm. Don't you know me? I never cause trouble, but if anyone dares to mess with me, I'll make them regret ever being born. Alright, I'm relieved to hear that. Lu Qinghe nodded in satisfaction, then resumed her languid demeanor. But don't underestimate them. There are indeed a few freaks in there, you'll find out when the time comes. Lu Chengyuan looked at his sister, and a thought struck him. System, check Lu Qinghe's future, he silently commanded. The next second, a blurry image unfolded in his mind. The scene depicts a crimson battlefield, with the sky cracked open and countless strange beasts surging in like a tidal wave. Lu Qinghe, covered in blood, stood atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, holding a broken long sword. She had a huge penetrating wound in her abdomen, and blood was flowing uncontrollably. But she did not back down. Behind her was a crumbling city, Jiangcheng. Xiao Yuan, take mom and dad away. In the scene, Lu Qinghe glanced back, her lips moved slightly, and then she resolutely charged towards the mountain-sized beast, finally turning into a blinding flash of blood. The scene abruptly ended. Lu Chengyuan's heart clenched violently. Is this how my sister's fate ends? They died on the battlefield to protect their families and their city. System, hurry up and sign the contract. What are you waiting for? Lu Chengyuan urged in his mind. Warning. The maximum number of contracts a servant can currently hold is 2. Currently available contract slots, 0. The contracted future heroic spirit Lu Qinghe requires the host to continue improving their strength. The conditions were not met, and the contract failed. A series of system notifications left Lu Chengyuan completely stunned. Contract failed? There are even conditions and restrictions? He is still very weak. When will he be able to form a contract? What's wrong? Why are you spacing out? Lu Qinghe waved her hand in front of his eyes. Are you not getting enough meat? Here, have this. Lu Chengyuan snapped out of his daze and looked at his sister, who was now alive and smiling at him. A ruthless glint flashed deep in his eyes. Screw the future. Now that I'm here, and now that I have this system, I will absolutely not let this happen. No matter if they are from another race or some damned god, I will kill anyone who dares to harm my family. It's nothing, I just think you look especially beautiful today. Lu Chengyuan grinned, concealing his inner turmoil. Come on, stop talking and let's drink. Lu Jiangwo also got into the mood, took out a bottle of his treasured old baijiu, and poured some for both children. We're happy today, let's have a drink, the three of us. Cheers. The three cups clinked together, making a crisp sound. Under the dim light, the family was enjoying themselves, and their laughter carried far. But behind this heartwarming scene, Lu Changyuan knew that his time was running out. The training camp is a must attend. Moreover, we must acquire all the resources there and become stronger. Chapter 12, My older sister has a cheat code too? As night deepened, the neon lights of Jiangcheng slowly went out, leaving only the dim yellow glow of the streetlights. The Lu family had already turned off their lights. A lithe figure tiptoed off the bed without making a sound. Lu Qinghao was wearing pajamas, and the night breeze tousled her short hair. She glanced warily back at the closed door of her parents' and younger brother's room, and only after confirming that no one was watching did she raise her hand and gently stroke the antique jade pendant hanging around her neck. Teacher. The jade pendant warmed slightly, and an old yet powerful voice rang out in her mind. Girl, why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Thinking about your precious little brother again? Lu Qinghao leaned on the railing, her brows furrowed. I'm still uneasy. Xiao Yuan's improvement speed is too abnormal. Just a few months ago, I had only a little over 300 calories, but in the blink of an eye, I've reached the peak of the martial arts realm. You're saying he might have resorted to some kind of shady method? Like taking those banned drugs that drain your life force? She was genuinely worried. In this world where martial arts reign supreme, there are far too many people who will stop at nothing to gain power. She had seen too many examples in Shanghai of people burning their potential for temporary glory, only to end up crippled or even dead. Don't worry about it. The aged voice carried a hint of mockery. I observed that kid during the day. Your vital energy is as robust as a young calf, and your foundation is frighteningly solid, even more stable than yours back then. If you could achieve this level of health by taking medicine, then what's the point of cultivation? Everyone would just take drugs. Really? Lu Qingha's eyes lit up. What good would it do me to lie to a little girl like you? The voice paused, then continued, moreover, that kid seems to possess a very special power within him, one that even I cannot see through. However, one thing is certain, that power was upright and aboveboard, without a trace of evil. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghao let out a long sigh of relief, and her tense shoulders slumped. That's good, that's good. She patted her chest, a relaxed smile on her face. As long as it's not some kind of evil magic that harms the body, it's fine. As for his extraordinary encounters, who doesn't have a few secrets? Just like my meeting with you, teacher. As long as my younger brother can become stronger, that would be a wonderful thing. From now on, she won't have to worry about the safety of her family all the time while she fights on the front lines. Since this kid is so strong, he can share half of the responsibility of protecting his parents in the future. Alright, go to sleep. Tomorrow we have to escort that kid to the meeting point. If you, as his older sister, have dark circles under your eyes, where will your authority be? Okay, good night, teacher. Lu Qinghao was in a great mood, humming an unknown tune as she tiptoed back to her room. The next room. Lu Changyuan was flipping through the Genius Training Camp student handbook by the moonlight when a mechanical notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! High energy mental energy fluctuation detected. Source, next room. Danger level, extremely high. Host is advised against recklessly exploring. Lu Changyuan's hand, which was turning the pages of the book, suddenly stopped. His gaze turned toward the balcony, and his pupils contracted slightly. Mental energy fluctuations? Or an extremely high level of danger? The fluctuation he just witnessed, even through the wall, made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. It was definitely not a skill that an ordinary martial artist could possess. Looks like my older sister has quite a few tricks up her sleeve. Lu Changyuan grinned and stuffed the handbook under his pillow. 2. To survive in the cutthroat world of Shanghai at such a young age, who would believe it if you didn't have some special tricks up your sleeve? Everyone has cheat codes, that's fair. The next morning. The area in front of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School was as bustling as a vegetable market. A military bus painted in camouflage and standing 3 meters tall was parked across the roadside. The license plate was red. That was the mark of a military-controlled area. The area was surrounded by students and parents, all craning their necks to watch the spectacle, their voices buzzing with discussion. Wow, is this the car that takes geniuses to training camp? It looks so imposing. I heard that our school has 4 spots this time. Besides the Jiang sisters and Chen Haoren, there's also Lu Changyuan. Who is Lu Changyuan? I've never heard of him before. Did you disconnect from the internet? The guy who got 999 points on yesterday's mock exam is amazing. I heard he punched sonic booms and scared the principal to death. Lu Chengyuan strolled over through the crowd, feeling quite pleased with himself. The 500,000 yuan scholarship arrived in my account incredibly quickly yesterday. He originally wanted to leave it all to his family, but his mother refused to accept it, insisting that it was his wife's dowry. After much persuasion, I managed to give my dad 300,000 yuan so he could expand his car dealership and stop running around all day trying to buy a used car. He kept the remaining 200,000 to buy equipment and supplies. After all, it's better to be rich than poor when traveling. You can't get anywhere in a training camp without money. Oh. Cheng Yuan is here. The sharp-eyed principal, Lu Chang, spotted Lu Chengyuan from afar and immediately abandoned the head of teaching affairs who was reporting to him, running over eagerly. Did you sleep well last night? Did you eat a full breakfast? If you didn't, I'll have someone prepare a special meal for you at the cafeteria. While offering words of comfort, Lu Chang also reached out to help Lu Chengyuan carry his bag. This overly enthusiastic display left the surrounding students speechless. Is this still the principal who was known as the black-faced king of hell? Anyone who didn't know better would think Lu Chengyuan was his long-lost father. Lu Chengyuan quickly protected his bag and took a step back. No, principal, you're too kind. I can do it myself, I'm not disabled. This scene was witnessed by Chen Haoran, who had just arrived. Chen Haoran stood to the side, watching the principal bow and scrape to Lu Chengyuan, and then looking at his own side, which was deserted and empty, he felt extremely jealous. Back in the day, he was the principal's darling. It's only been a day, and she's already a widow? Snort. Chen Haoran turned his head away in frustration, trying to avoid seeing it. At this moment, a middle-aged man in uniform got off the bus. It was Yang Jiang, the team leader sent by the Provincial Department of Education. He glanced around, his gaze lingering on Lu Chengyuan for 2 seconds before nodding in satisfaction. Is everyone here? Before we get in the car, let me briefly explain the rules. The previously noisy crowd immediately quieted down. Yang Jiang cleared his throat, his expression serious. This training camp is not a vacation for you. Upon arrival, the first thing to do is undergo a 30-day wilderness survival skills test. We will place you in a closed wilderness area where there are all kinds of non-ranked beasts, and there may even be first-rank and second-rank beasts. You will have to survive inside for 30 days and hunt enough strange beasts to earn points. If you don't have enough points or quit midway, you'll be sent back to where you came from. These words caused an uproar in the audience. Holy crap! They're going all in? Wilderness survival right off the bat? And there are first and second grade exotic beasts? This is going to kill people. Even Chen Haoran's expression changed. Lu Chengyuan's eyes lit up. He was just worried about not having a place to grind experience points, so he figured he might as well take advantage of this free monster. This is of very high quality. Lu Chengyuan licked his lips, already plotting how to completely devastate that wasteland. What he didn't know was that this so-called devil test was actually aimed at students like them with ordinary backgrounds. Those scions of aristocratic families had long ago obtained internal maps and maps showing the distribution of exotic beasts, and even knew exactly where the supply points were. Chapter 13. Who in their right mind would wear a weighted vest while riding in a car? Alright, get in the car. Yang Jiang waved his hand. Everyone boarded the vehicle one by one. Just then, the car body suddenly sank down. Squeak! The suspension system let out a groan of despair, and the entire bus swayed twice. Lu Chengyuan paused for a moment, then subconsciously looked towards the car door. Two pretty figures were seen getting into the car one after the other. Jiang Wanqing, who was walking ahead, still had a cool and aloof demeanor, carrying an exquisite hiking backpack and walking with light steps. But Jiang Weining, who followed behind her, was completely different. The girl was wearing a heavy-looking black vest, and heavy metal rings were tied around her wrists and ankles. With each step she took, the floor of the carriage made a dull thud. The car body sank just now, obviously because of this girl's weight. This is... Lu Chengyuan clicked his tongue in astonishment. Wearing tank armor? Jiang Weining was covered in sweat and her face was flushed. She was clearly exhausted. As soon as she got into the car, her gaze locked fiercely onto Lu Chengyuan. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen weight training before? Jiang Weining gritted her teeth and moved over step by step, her eyes filled with a desire to poke 2 holes in Lu Chengyuan. Lu Chengyuan, you just wait. This wilderness survival challenge, I'm going to beat you. I'll show you that my talent is beyond your reach. In order to defeat this suddenly appearing formidable enemy, she had this gravity equipment custom made overnight, adjusting the load to an abnormal value. I'll fight for pride, not steamed buns. She refused to believe that with the background of the second young lady of the Zheng family, she couldn't outmaneuver a nobody. Lu Chengyuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw how much effort she was putting in. The contracted heroic spirit Jian Wanting has been detected to be highly motivated and exhibiting a strong competitive spirit. Host feedback received, mental strength +2, stamina +3. Good grief, you can even get freebies from this? Alright, you win, you're the best. Lu Chengyuan waved his hand dismissively and pointed to the empty seat behind him. Lady, could you please sit down first? You're going to flip the car over. You. Jiang Weining was so angry that her chest heaved violently. She looked around and then actually plopped down in the empty seat next to Lu Chengyuan. Thump! The seat let out a scream. Because of the heavy load, and because the interior space of the vehicle was not particularly spacious to begin with, Jiang Weining squeezed half of her body into the car when she sat down. Lu Chengyuan felt a warm and soft touch coming from his arm, followed by a pleasant girl's body fragrance mixed with a faint smell of sweat. It wasn't unpleasant at all, on the contrary, it had a vibrant and hormonal scent. Especially the outer thighs, pressed tightly against the other person's firm and elastic leg muscles. Hey, why don't you sit here when there's so much space? Why do you have to squeeze in here? Lu Chengyuan shrank further in. Are you trying to scam me? Jiang Weining glared at him, panting heavily from exhaustion, her chest heaving even more violently. I'm sitting right here. I'm going to keep an eye on you to prevent you from cheating. Actually, it was because I was too tired to walk any further, and this spot was the closest to the car door. But this reason is something I absolutely cannot reveal. Jiang Wanqing glanced helplessly at her younger sister, shook her head, and could only sit down on the other side of the aisle. Sitting in the back corner, Chen Haoran watched this scene, and his mind was filled with rage. Why should I? These two sisters used to ignore him, but now they're actively getting close to Lu Chengyuan. They were even sitting very close together? That's Jiang Weining. She's known for being a fiery temper, and anyone who touches her will get angry. Now she's actually sitting next to Lu Chengyuan? Is there any justice left in this world? Chen Haoran buried his head in his knees, feeling that although he wasn't actually being cuckolded, his heart was already filled with a verdant meadow. Lu Chengyuan didn't have the time or inclination to care about the extent of Chen Haoran's psychological trauma. He was adjusting his posture somewhat awkwardly. Although it's a perk, it really tests one's willpower. Especially when the car starts moving, it wobbles, and the two people's bodies rub against each other even more frequently. Hey, can you take off that metal suit? Lu Chengyuan complained. It's uncomfortable. I won't take it off. This is the attitude of cultivation. Jiang Weining stubbornly raised her chin, her eyes rolling back in her head from exhaustion, but she remained defiant. Just as the two were flirting, a commotion broke out outside the car window. Another bus drove up and stopped next to the bus from No. 1 Middle School. The words Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School are printed on the side of the vehicle. The principal of No. 2 Middle School was a fat man with a receding hairline. As soon as he got off the bus, he saw Lu Chang and immediately walked over with a pigeon-toed gait, a fake smile on his face. Hey, isn't this old Lu? The principal of No. 2 Middle School said sarcastically. I heard that No. 1 Middle School had a stroke of luck this year and produced a student with 999 cards? Lu Chang was waving goodbye to Lu Chengyuan when he heard this, and his face immediately fell. Fatty Wang, can't you speak properly? What do you mean by lucky break? It's because our No. 1 high school has excellent teaching quality, and our accumulated knowledge has finally paid off. Lu Chang retorted without hesitation. As for your No. 2 Middle School, if we outdo you again this year, I'd like to see where you put your face. Oomph, don't talk big too soon. The principal of No. 2 Middle School sneered and pointed to the two students who followed behind him. Let me introduce you. This is Zhao Lei from No. 2 Middle School. He has 980 calories of qi and blood and has rich practical experience. He has actually seen blood. Unlike some hothouse flowers that look good on paper but wet their pants the moment they step onto the field. The boy behind him, named Zhao Lei, was tall, had a buzz cut, and looked arrogant. His gaze swept across the school bus, and through the window, it landed on Lu Chengyuan and the Zhang sisters next to him. Zhao Lei's eyes widened immediately. Absolutely amazing. And they were twins. But the next second, his expression turned ugly. Because he saw that between the two stunningly beautiful women was a lazy, unserious-looking boy. Especially the girl who looked hotter, she was practically half pressed against the boy, and the two of them were exchanging glances. A sour smell instantly assaulted my senses. "Who's that kid?" Zhao Lei pointed at Lu Changyuan through the car window, his tone full of displeasure. "Aren't there 3 spots for number 1 high school? How come there's an extra troublemaker? And he's sitting with the school beauty from the Zheng family?" He turned to look at Chen Haoren, who was sitting in the back row with the window open for ventilation. The two had met before in a city competition and were acquainted briefly. "Hey, Chen Haoren," Zhao Lei called out, "who's that kid? He doesn't look like much, so how come he's so lucky with women?" Chen Haoren was feeling down when he heard someone ask this question, so he looked up and glanced at Zhao Lei. Seeing the eager, trouble-seeking expression on Zhao Lei's face, Chen Haoren suddenly felt a little better. It turns out I wasn't the only one who wanted to kill him. But then he remembered the terrifying power of that punch yesterday, and Lu Changyuan's nonchalant attitude when facing Jiang Wanting, who was carrying hundreds of pounds of weight. Chen Haoren sighed and looked at Zhao Lei with a complicated expression. "Zhao Lei, for the sake of our past acquaintance, listen to my advice." Chen Haoren lowered his voice. "Don't provoke him. That's a beast. Seriously, don't ask why, it's for your own good. If you want to survive a couple more days in the training camp, stay away from that freak." Zhao Lei was stunned. He originally thought Chen Haoren would join him in complaining, or reveal some details about that kid. As a result, Chen Haoren actually made him admit defeat? A beast? A pervert? Zhao Lei looked at Lu Changyuan in the car, who was holding his phone and smiling broadly, and felt even more indignant. Playing tricks. Zhao Lei sneered, clenching his fist. "I'll see just how good this freak really is. Once we get into the wilderness, he'll be in for a beating." Inside the car, Lu Changyuan suddenly sneezed. "Who's insulting me?" He rubbed his nose. Jiang Weining, who was standing next to her, snorted gloatingly, "It must be because you did too many bad things that you're getting your comeuppance." Lu Changyuan glanced at her, then suddenly leaned close to her ear and said with a wicked grin, "If I get my comeuppance, you'll be the first one I take down with me. After all, we're practically conjoined twins now." The warm breath on her ear made Jiang Weining tremble, and her face instantly turned red to the roots of her neck. Roll! Amidst the girls' angry and embarrassed roars, the bus roared to life and sped off into the wilderness outside the city. Chapter 14. Those legs are so smooth. The bus sped along the highway, the scenery outside the window rushing past. The atmosphere inside the carriage was initially quite relaxed, as everyone was young and going to participate in the legendary genius training camp, so they were filled with excitement and anticipation. At this moment, Yang Jiang, who was sent by the provincial department, stood up. He clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. "Everyone, before we arrive at our destination, let me say a few more words. I know you are all prominent figures in your respective schools, the apple of your teacher's eyes, and unparalleled geniuses in the eyes of your classmates. With your abilities, you certainly have something to be proud of in Jiangcheng." He paused, then changed the subject. "But in my eyes, you are just a bunch of newbies right now. To put it bluntly, you are a bunch of children who haven't been weaned yet." Upon hearing this, many people showed expressions of dissatisfaction. Especially Zhao Lei from number 2 middle school, and Chen Haoren, who had been holding back his energy, both frowned. "We all have hundreds or even thousands of calories in our blood and energy. Who doesn't have a bit of pride?" Yang Jiang ignored their expressions and continued. "Don't be unconvinced. When you get there, put away all your arrogance. The top talents from the entire province, and even several surrounding provinces, are all there. There are always people better than you, and there's always something beyond your reach. Don't think you're a dragon. When you get there, even a dragon has to coil up, and even a tiger has to lie low." The carriage became much quieter, and the students who had been whispering earlier fell silent. Seeing that the desired effect had been achieved, Yang Jiang continued, "This entry assessment, which is what I mentioned before is wilderness survival, I hope everyone will take it seriously. This isn't child's play, nor is it the kind of half-hearted practical exercises you used to do in school. I suggest you team up. Going alone, it's unlikely you'll survive 3 days in that wilderness." At this moment, a boy wearing glasses in the back row timidly raised his hand. "Teacher, will people really die? I mean, if we encounter danger, will the instructors come to save us?" The carriage was silent for a moment. This is a question everyone wants to ask, but no one dares to bring it up. Yang Jiang glanced at the boy, and his expression turned serious. meeting. However, over the years, the entrance examination for the Genius Training Camp has had a mortality and disability rate of about 10%. These beasts don't reason with you, nor do they care if you're geniuses. If they bite your neck, we're all the same, we all die. As for rescue, unless you voluntarily press the distress button to give up your qualification, the instructors will not intervene. But pressing the distress button means elimination, and you'll be sent straight home. A few simple words made the temperature in the carriage seem to drop several degrees. What? 10%? That's too high. Wasn't it just a test? Why are we going to risk our lives like this? The carriage erupted in chaos. These students usually just spar in the martial arts hall or play holographic simulation games. They've never seen anything like this before. Upon hearing that people could really die, many people turned pale. Looking at the timid expressions on everyone's faces, Yang Jiang sneered, "What? Scared? It's not too late to be scared now. There's a service area up ahead. If anyone wants to leave, I'll have the driver stop right now, and you can all take a taxi back and continue being sheltered like hothouse flowers." Provocation tactic. It's a cliché, but it works wonders for these hot-blooded young people. The students, who had been wavering, immediately straightened their backs upon hearing this. Who's afraid? We've come all this way, there's no reason to go back. Exactly. They're just a few strange beasts, right? Let's just take them down. Joke. Everyone here is a well-known genius in Jiangcheng. If they are scared away before they even enter the door, how will they ever be able to get along in the industry? Do they even care about their reputation? Moreover, everyone has their own little schemes. If the mortality rate is 10%, then there's still a 90% survival rate, right? The unlucky one who died certainly wasn't me. Lu Chengyuan sat in his seat, looking at the various expressions on the faces of his peers around him, and secretly shook his head. This is a classic example of survivor bias. When you're actually in the wilderness, the beasts don't care if you're a genius or not in their eyes, you're just walking protein. System, unlock the vision of the future. Lu Chengyuan's mind raced, and his gaze swept over the students in the front row. The next second, his gaze changed. The bespectacled man who just asked if anyone would die is being chased around by a one-horned wild boar in the video. Although he survives, one of his legs has been bitten off. And then there's Zhao Lei, who is covered in blood in the video, shivering in a tree hole, his eyes filled with fear. As for the others, most of them were also in a sorry state. There were even 2 students whose images were completely black, signifying death. Lu Chengyuan withdrew his gaze, his mood somewhat heavy. Is this the future of humanity? They were all full of energy, but lacked any practical combat experience or survival skills. If we relied on these people to fight against those ferocious alien races, the human race would probably have perished long ago. It seems that in this training camp, I not only need to become stronger myself, but I also need to find a way to contract with more powerful heroic spirits. Lu Chengyuan was making plans in his mind. Only by binding these potential stars to our own cause and forcibly boosting their strength through a systematic feedback mechanism, might there still be a glimmer of hope. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Chengyuan suddenly felt a weight on his thigh. What is it? He looked down and his eyelids twitched immediately. Jiang Weining, who was wearing heavy equipment weighing several hundred kilograms, had fallen asleep with her head tilted to one side. Perhaps because she was too tired, or perhaps because the car was swaying, her long, slender, and strong thigh ended up crossing over Lu Chengyuan's leg. Because she was wearing hot pants, her legs came into direct, intimate contact. The warmth was clearly felt even through the fabric. Holy crap! Lu Chengyuan gasped. Is this some kind of test of the cadre's resolve? This girl usually looks fierce like a little tiger, so why is she so unguarded when she's asleep? Hey, wake up! Lu Chengyuan lowered his voice and shouted, trying to push the leg away. What kind of behavior is this? In broad daylight, under the clear sky, are they trying to use him as a human cushion? Moreover, this girl was wearing a weighted vest and leg braces. The weight was so heavy that it was only because of her strong physique that her leg would break on the spot if it were an ordinary person. Jiang Weining groaned in a daze, but instead of waking up, she adjusted her position and made her legs more comfortable. She even complained that Lu Chengyuan's thighs were a bit hard, and rubbed against them with dissatisfaction. Lu Chengyuan. Is this guy using him as a body pillow? Chapter 15, you were sent to training camp, and you were flirting with the school beauty on the bus? Zhang Wanqing, sitting on the other side of the aisle, was reading a book called Illustrated Compendium of Mythical Beasts. Hearing the noise, she turned her head and saw the scene. The usually aloof school beauty couldn't help but twitch her lips twice. My younger sister is usually carefree, so it's one thing, but why is she so heartless in this kind of situation? And Jiang Wanqing's gaze swept back and forth between Lu Changyuan and her sister. Have these two been acting a little strange lately? In the past, when my younger sister mentioned Lu Changyuan, she would grit her teeth and wish she could rush up and bite him. Why are you so unguarded now? Even a little dependent on it? Could it be that this girl has fallen for someone? Jiang Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. Although Lu Changyuan is indeed very strong now and looks alright, this kid has a sharp tongue and an unpredictable personality. If my sister really gets involved, she'll probably suffer. While Jiang Wanqing was lost in thought, Lu Changyuan was not idle either. Since you can't push me away, then don't blame me for being impolite. If a benefit is offered to you, you might as well take advantage of it. Lu Changyuan reached out and gently pinched that firm, elastic thigh. The skin is firm and bouncy to the touch, and even through the pants, you can feel the amazing muscle vitality. Legs that have been exercised for years feel different to the touch. They have neither excess fat nor dryness, every inch is just right. Wow, those legs, I could admire them for a year. Lu Changyuan was secretly pleased, but on his face he maintained the appearance of a virtuous gentleman, even sighing helplessly as if he had suffered a great injustice. The host's behavior caused Jiang Wanqing, the contracted target, to have a physiological reaction itching, and the feedback received was agility +1. The system notification tone suddenly sounded. Lu Changyuan almost burst out laughing. You can even boost stats like this? Then there's hope for the future. Perhaps feeling the itch, Jiang Wanqing frowned in her sleep and muttered, "Stop messing around, do another 500 squats." Lu Changyuan shook his head. This girl, she dreams about rolling things up. This scene did not escape the eyes of those around them. Especially Zhao Lei, who was sitting diagonally behind him. He kept his eyes fixed on this side, originally looking for an opportunity to provoke Lu Changyuan. What we saw instead was this scene of flirting and bantering. That's Jiang Wanqing, the violent goddess in the hearts of countless boys at Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. Normally, anyone who dares to look at her would be glared at, but now she's actually putting her legs up on a man and letting him touch her. Damn it! What kind of bewitching potion did this kid give Jiang Wanqing? Zhao Lei crushed the mineral water bottle in his hand, making a crisp crack sound. He now wished he could rush up and chop off Lu Changyuan's groping hand. Chen Haorong glanced at Zhao Lei's murderous look and sighed inwardly. Bro, stop watching. If you keep looking, you'll find yourself not only superfluous, but also like a clown. The car continued its journey. After several hours of bumpy travel, everyone was a little tired, and the car gradually quieted down, with only the hum of the engine remaining. Lu Changyuan was resting with his eyes closed, pondering the system's functions. Suddenly, I felt a weight on my shoulder. Jiang Wanqing had fallen into a deep sleep at some point, and her head tilted to the side, resting directly on his shoulder. Warm breath sprayed onto Lu Changyuan's neck, carrying a faint milky scent. What's even more outrageous is that the girl's mouth was slightly open, and a thin, glistening liquid was slowly sliding down the corner of her mouth. It dripped right onto Lu Changyuan's designer sportswear, which he had only bought 2 days ago. Lu Changyuan stiffened and slowly turned his head. He was completely stunned as he watched the puddle of water expand. Big sister, are you made of water? Lu Changyuan mentally ranted and raved. This outfit cost him several $1,000s. And he hasn't even had a chance to wear it yet. He was about to wake the girl, but when he felt the even breathing on his shoulder and the faint fragrance emanating from her body, he withdrew his hand. Never mind. I'll let it slide, considering how much mental energy you've given me. Moreover, the feeling of holding this soft, warm, and fragrant jade in my arms is indeed, truly wonderful. Lu Changyuan adjusted his sitting posture to make Jiang Wanqing more comfortable, and even lowered his shoulders slightly. Jiang Wanqing, who was on the other side, blushed instantly when she saw this scene. How embarrassing. My little sister's sleeping posture is simply unbearable to look at. It's one thing to drool, but to drool on a guy. Jiang Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she watched the scene. She really wanted to wake her sister, but the carriage was so quiet now. If she woke her sister up, the girl would definitely get angry and start yelling, which would be even more embarrassing. Jiang Wanqing could only turn her head away, pretending she hadn't seen anything, out of sight, out of mind. 2 more hours passed. The bus finally entered a heavily guarded area. The towering walls, the heavily armed sentries, and the faint sounds of drills in the distance created a chilling atmosphere. Arrive! Yang Jiang called out. The car slowly came to a stop in a huge square. This is a secret training base under the Kyoto Garrison Command, and it is also the venue for this genius training camp. Lu Chengyuan nudged Jiang Weining, who was still dreaming of eating barbecue. We're here. Wake up. If you sleep any longer, we'll sell you for pork. Jiang Weining suddenly woke up, wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, and looked confused. Huh? Dinner's ready? A low chuckle immediately rippled through the crowd. Jiang Weining then realized that she was leaning against Lu Chengyuan, and there was a suspicious water stain on his shoulder. Her face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe tomato. Why didn't you wake me up just now? Jiang Weining falsely accused the villain to cover up her own embarrassment. I did order it. You said you wanted to eat 10 pig's trotters and told me not to bother you. Lu Chengyuan shrugged, looking completely innocent. You're talking nonsense. I didn't say that. Jiang Weining was filled with shame and indignation. She grabbed her backpack and rushed off the bus, forgetting all about the hundreds of pounds of weight she was carrying. She ran faster than a rabbit. The group got off the car and stood on the empty playground. A middle-aged man in military uniform strode over. The man was burly, with a hideous scar on his face, and exuded a strong aura of menace. That's the kind of temperament only someone who has truly been on the battlefield and crawled out of piles of corpses possesses. Lei Hu, the person in charge of the Kyoto base. A true 8th-rank golden body expert who crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Yang Jiang from the provincial department quickly stepped forward, beaming and extending his hand. Commander Lei. Long time no see. I'll have to trouble you again this time. Lei Hu shook hands, his gaze sweeping over the 6 students standing behind him, his eyes sharp as knives. These are the promising young talents that Jiangcheng sent this time? Lei Hu nodded, his tone tinged with admiration. Not bad, Jiangcheng has had a great harvest this time. Other cities are lucky to produce even one decent candidate, but you've sent 6 all at once. His gaze lingered on Jiang Wancheng and Jiang Weining for a moment. Especially these 2, right? The Jiang family's daughters? They're very famous. I've even heard of them in Kyoto. Lei Hu grinned, the smile accentuating the scars on his face, making him look somewhat ferocious, but his tone was very polite. Like father, like daughter. Your father was a skilled soldier on the battlefield, and I've known him for a long time. With your combined abilities, as long as you don't make any mistakes, getting into the top 20 in the training camp should be a breeze. Upon hearing this, the other students around looked on with envy. Top 20. It's important to know that this training camp brings together geniuses from all over the country. To make it into the top 20 is to be among the very best of the best. And what about the top 10? Jiang Weining couldn't help but ask a question. She is ambitious and never willing to be second to anyone. Lei Hu glanced at her and shook his head. Top 10? Difficult. Girl, don't be too ambitious. There are more prodigies in this year's class than you think. As far as I know, there are several freaks in Beijing and Shanghai who have already broken through to the first rank of martial arts. There is even one who is said to have touched the threshold of the second rank. An 18-year-old martial artist is a true prodigy. The gap between you two cannot be bridged by hard work alone. These words caused an uproar in the audience. An 18-year-old first-grade martial artist? Or even a second-grade one? Is this even human? While these aspiring martial artists were still basking in their triumph over breaking through the barriers of chi and blood, others had already left them far behind, not even able to see their taillights. Jiang Weining bit her lip, somewhat unconvinced, but dared not refute. After all, an 18-year-old formal martial artist is indeed a legendary figure. Lu Chengyuan stood at the back of the line, listening to these words, but his heart remained unmoved. A formal martial artist? Is it difficult? I can break through anytime I want. But my goal now is not just to achieve a breakthrough. Lei Hu didn't waste any more words and waved his hand. Alright, since you're here, make the best of it. The dorms have been arranged, 2 people per room. Put your things down first, then go to the cafeteria for lunch. Meet on the playground promptly at 2 p.m. for the first round of diagnostic tests. Anyone who's even a second late has to run 50 kilometers with their luggage on their back. Remember, no one here will treat you like children. If you want respect, you have to fight with your fists. After saying that, Lei Hu turned and left, acting swiftly and decisively. Yang Jiang quickly called out to everyone, "Did you all hear that? Hurry up! This is Lei Yanwang, he said we have to run 50 kilometers, not even a meter less." No one dared to delay, and they grabbed their luggage and rushed to the dormitory building. Lu Chengyuan and Chen Haoran were assigned to the same dormitory. As soon as he entered the room, Chen Haoran threw his bag on the bed, ignoring Lu Chengyuan, and started tidying up his things, clearly still upset about what happened in the car. Lu Chengyuan didn't bother to pay him any attention. He sat on the hard bed and brought up the system interface. Current mission: contract with at least 2 servants with potential of a rank or higher in the training camp. Reward: unlocks the system shop and the heroic spirit possession feature. Lu Chengyuan's eyes lit up. Possessed by a heroic spirit? That sounds really awesome. Chapter 16: Genius is worthless, only living counts. The midday sun was quite harsh, shining through the sparse clouds onto the primeval forest behind the Kyoto garrison. This is Kyoto's largest nature reserve and the first stop of this genius training camp. The massive barbed wire fence towers into the clouds, with high voltage warning signs hanging on it, and the occasional buzzing sound of current flowing through it can be heard. Inside the walls, there was a completely different scene from the outside world. Towering trees rise from the ground, each dozens of meters tall, with trunks so thick that it takes 7 or 8 adults to encircle them. The plants here grow much more vigorously than those outside, because they are nourished by a high concentration of spiritual energy year-round. There are even rumors that some of the old trees deep in here have developed sentience, and if anyone dares to run wild in their territory, the tree roots can teach them a lesson in no time. 100 gifted students from all over the country are standing in front of the huge alloy gate, each one eager to try their hand at the task, their eyes filled with both excitement and trepidation. Lei, who stood on the high platform, his hands behind his back, his tiger-like eyes scanning the entire scene. "You little rascals, do you see this door?" Lei, who pointed to the tightly closed alloy door behind him, his voice booming. "Behind the door lies the first step on your path to becoming a strong person. I know you are all top geniuses in your respective cities, but here, genius is worthless. What matters is surviving and thriving." He paused, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. "This assessment will be broadcast live in its entirety. Your every move will be projected into the observation rooms of various universities and military units. Those who perform well can not only earn high scores, but may even be chosen by a grandmaster and taken as his last disciple. You should become famous as early as possible. Want resources? Want fame? Want the adoring glances of beautiful women and handsome men?" Lei, who suddenly waved his hand, pointing towards the depths of the gate. "Now, the path to becoming strong lies within. Whether you can seize it or not is up to you." Although these words were old-fashioned, they were extremely effective when combined with Lei Hu's terrifying aura of his 8th-grade golden body. The students, who had been somewhat apprehensive, were now breathing rapidly and their eyes were shining. Who doesn't want to make a name for themselves? Who doesn't want to become the next grandmaster? Let's give it our all. It's just wilderness survival, right? Just do it. 18 years from now, I'll be a hero again. The crowd began to stir, and people gathered in small groups to discuss forming teams. In such an unknown and dangerous environment, going it alone is suicidal. Sticking together for warmth is the only way forward. The 6 people from Jiangcheng naturally gathered together. After all, we're from the same hometown. Although we might have some minor disagreements, when it really matters, it's always our own people who are more reliable. Besides Lu Chengyuan, the Jiang sisters, and Chen Haoran, Zhao Lei from No. 2 Middle School, and another student from No. 2 Middle School also came over. Although Zhao Lei disliked Lu Chengyuan, he wasn't stupid. The Jiang sisters are powerful damage dealers, and although Lu Chengyuan seems unreliable, his 999 kilos of health are real. Hanging out with these people will give you the best chance of winning. Since we're all in the same group, we need to choose a team leader. Jiang Weining stepped forward without hesitation, raising her chin as she spoke. "I propose I be the captain. I have command experience, and I have a big fist." After she finished speaking, she deliberately waved her small fist, which was wearing a fingerless glove, and looked around defiantly. Chen Haoran immediately raised his hand. "I agree. I have no objection to Sister Weining being the team leader. This guy is just a straight man." Zhao Lei pursed his lips. Although he was a little unconvinced, he wisely chose to shut up when he saw Jiang Weining's "I'll beat up anyone who disagrees" attitude. "I have no objection either," Jiang Wanqing said calmly. She knew her younger sister's personality too well. If she didn't let her be the team leader, she wouldn't be able to have any peace and quiet along the way. All eyes finally fell on Lu Changyuan. Why are you looking at me? I'm just there to make up the numbers. Lu Changyuan yawned, looking completely indifferent. As long as you can carry me to victory, I'll call you long live even if you're the queen, let alone the captain. For him, who is the captain is not important at all, as long as it doesn't interfere with his monster hunting, experience gaining, and contracting heroic spirits. Since this girl wants to have fun, let her be the one. It'll save me the trouble. You're smart to know what's good for you. Jiang Weiniang snorted triumphantly, feeling that she had established an absolute leadership position. Just then, the huge alloy gate made a loud rumbling sound and slowly slid open to both sides. A wave of hot, humid air, carrying the smells of decaying leaves and the stench of wild animals, instantly hit us. The assessment begins. Charge! I don't know who shouted it. Hundreds of students rushed into the forest like a floodgate opened, howling as they went. Kill the alien beasts. Earn points. Lu Changyuan looked at the figures running faster than rabbits ahead and couldn't help but shake his head. What's the rush? Are you in a hurry to deliver takeout? This is wilderness survival, not a 100-meter sprint. What's the use of running fast? The faster you run, the faster you die. Let's go too. Jiang Weiniang waved her hand and led her team through the gate. The group of 6 followed closely behind the main group and entered this unknown jungle. Not far from the base gate, Lu Changyuan felt a heat on his wrist. Looking down, I noticed a faint blue electronic mark on my previously empty wrist. The mark looks like a tattoo, but it has a very high-tech feel. Immediately afterwards, a mechanical, synthesized voice rang in everyone's ears. Student identity confirmed. The points system has been activated. Function description: this mark can record the points for killing alien beasts in real time, and has location and distress functions. In case of unforeseen danger, press and hold the mark for 3 seconds, and the instructor will immediately come to your rescue. Note, once you call for help, it will be considered a failure of the assessment, and your score will be reset to 0. Lu Changyuan touched the mark and nodded to himself. This thing is pretty advanced. It seems the military has really gone all out this time. Oh whoa! Before everyone could adjust to the light in the forest, a mournful roar came from afar. Immediately following was a cacophony of fighting sounds and exclamations. Clearly, those unlucky souls at the very front had already greeted the native inhabitants of the area. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Weiniang was not afraid at all. Instead, her eyes lit up, and she drew a short knife from her waist, eager to try. Let's go! Let's steal the monster! We have to be the first to get the first blood. After saying that, she didn't care whether the people behind her were following or not, and she chose a direction and disappeared into the bushes. Hey! Don't run around! Jiang Wanqing called out, but her sister had already disappeared, so she could only helplessly follow after her. Chen Haoran and Zhao Lei quickly followed. Lu Changyuan sighed and slowly hung at the very back. Chapter 17. The true hunter often appears in the form of the prey. Half an hour later. The once enthusiastic crowd now looked rather grim. All around were giant trees that looked exactly the same, with no reference points at all. The path underfoot became increasingly difficult to traverse, filled with waist-high weeds and thorns. Captain. Zhao Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked cautiously. Are we lost? Jiang Weiniang's body stiffened. She stopped and spun the compass around several times, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Impossible. I clearly followed the map. She spoke defiantly, but her confidence was clearly lacking. This place is so weird, the magnetic field seems all messed up, and the compass is spinning wildly like it's having a seizure. That crooked tree, we think this is the 3rd time we've seen it. Chen Haoran delivered the final blow. Jiang Weiniang's face instantly turned red. What a bad start. They've only been here for half an hour, and haven't even seen a single beast. Is their elite squad about to be trapped and die in the forest? This is so embarrassing. Then, what do we do now? Jiang Weiniang bit her lip, feeling a little flustered. Just when everyone was at a loss, Lu Changyuan, who had been silent all along, stepped forward. He walked to a big tree, reached out and touched the moss on the trunk, then squatted down, pinched a handful of soil from the ground and smelled it. Go to the left. Lu Changyuan stood up and pointed to the darker-looking bushes to his left. Ha! Zhao Lei was taken aback for a moment, then scoffed. Lu Changyuan, what are you pretending to be? Even the compass is malfunctioning, and you think you can find your way by just touching tree bark a couple of times? Exactly, the left side looks gloomy and doesn't look like a good road at all, another student from number 2 middle school chimed in. Jiang Weining was also somewhat doubtful. Are you sure? If you lead us the wrong way, we really won't be able to get out. Lu Chengyuan patted the dirt off his hands and glanced at them lazily. Believe it or not. Although the moss here grows haphazardly, the humidity is significantly higher than on the right. Moreover, there is a faint smell of sulfur in the air, which suggests that there may be a water source or geothermal activity over there. Even strange beasts need to drink water. By following the water source, we can not only find prey, but also follow the river out of this misty area. After saying that, he ignored everyone else's reactions, put his hands in his pockets, and walked straight to the left. That's all nonsense. He just activated the system's future vision and took a quick look. To the right is the nest of a brood of second-class poisonous bees. Going there is like delivering takeout. Although the path on the left is a bit difficult, there is indeed a stream, and there are a few lone strange beasts along the way, which is perfect for practicing. As for the moss and sulfur smell, those are just made up to fool these newbies. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Sister, should we listen to him? Jiang Weining was a little unsure. Jiang Wanqing stared at Lu Chengyuan's confident back for 2 seconds, then pondered. Keep up. Anyway, we have no other choice now, so let's try anything as a last resort. At the same time, the other side of the forest. Put. A dull thud as a sharp blade pierced flesh. A huge, one-horned wild boar, before it could even let out a scream, was pierced through the head by a thick bone spear and slammed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Too weak. A robust woman wearing an animal skin vest and with healthy wheat-colored skin stepped forward and pulled out the bone spear with one hand. With each movement, the bulging muscles in her arms were clearly visible, exuding explosive power. If it weren't for the full curve of his chest tightly wrapped in animal hide, just looking at his back and physique, one would definitely mistake him for a real man. Yunqi is the only daughter of the Lord of Yuncheng. He was abandoned in a military camp by his father, who was the city lord, and grew up drinking beast blood and eating raw meat. Although he is only 18 years old, his blood and qi are already as high as 1500 calories, making him a genuine first-grade martial artist. Captain, you're amazing. A petite female team member next to her looked at Yunqi with starry eyes and an expression of adoration. This one-horned wild boar is a first-grade exotic beast, with thick skin and tough flesh. Most aspiring martial artists would avoid it if they encountered it. As a result, he didn't even last a single move against the captain. Yunqi flicked the blood off the bone spear, her face showing no joy, but rather a bored expression as she shook her head. It's not fun killing these kinds of people. She looked up, her gaze passing through the dense woods to the faintly visible figures in the distance. I heard some tough guys have arrived this time? The Wang family from Kyoto, the Li family from Shanghai. Yunqi licked her lips, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. What's the point of fighting alien beasts? Taking their points, that's what's exciting. The rules don't say you can't steal from others. As long as you don't kill or cripple the opponent, but beat them into submission and force them to hand over their points, that's an unwritten rule in the training camp. Let's go. Go find them. Yunqi strode forward. The teammates behind them exchanged glances, silently mourning for the unlucky ones who were about to run into their captain. Kyoto Garrison Command, Monitoring and Command Center. The huge electronic screen wall is divided into hundreds of small screens, monitoring the situation in every corner of the forest in real time. Several bigwigs in military uniforms were sitting on the sofa, holding teacups, watching the show and chatting. TSK, the quality of this year's batch of promising young players is quite uneven. A colonel with 2 bars and 3 stars on his shoulder pointed at the screen. Look at that girl from Yuncheng, she's ruthless, one spear kills her. Their combat awareness is stronger than some of the greenhorns in our unit. That's the daughter of old ghost Yuncheng. She grew up surrounded by corpses. How could she not be strong? Another chubby officer chuckled and chimed in, but speaking of which, Zhangcheng has been quite surprising this year. They actually got 6 special recruitment slots all at once. 6? Yang Jiang, sitting in the middle, gave a wry smile and put down his teacup. What's the use of 6? It's just for show. He pointed to the key monitoring screens at the top of the screen. Look at Kyoto and Shanghai. 30 people have arrived from Kyoto. 3 of them have already broken through to the first rank, and 1 is even close to the threshold of the second rank. Shanghai isn't bad either, with 30 spots, 4 of which are for rank 1 martial artists. Plus, there are a few prodigies from Yuncheng and Sichuan. Yang Jiang sighed, his brows furrowed. This year's training camp has a terrifying 10 officially certified martial artists. What does this mean? In previous years, we were lucky to get 1 or 2. This is simply a battle of gods. Upon hearing this data, the officers present fell silent. Indeed, this lineup is ridiculously luxurious. Compared to these real monsters, the students in Jiangcheng who hadn't yet broken through to the martial arts realm did indeed seem rather insignificant. Old Yang, don't be too pessimistic. The portly officer comforted him. I think that kid named Lu Changyuan is quite interesting. His ability to determine direction just now had the feel of an old hunter. Hopefully there will be some surprises. Yang Jiang shook his head, having already lowered his expectations to the bare minimum. I don't expect them to win any rankings. As long as I can squeeze into the top 50 intact and not embarrass Jiangcheng too much, I'll be very grateful. Chapter 18, the older sister caused the trouble, and the younger brother took the blame? Bang! The door was pushed open roughly. An elderly man wearing a combat vest and with a muscular physique strode in. He was carrying a stack of documents, which he casually tossed onto the huge mahogany conference table. Smack! The documents slammed onto the table with a sharp sound, startling the team leaders who were dozing off. Stop looking, all the details about this year's kids are right here. The old man pulled out the chair in the main seat, sat down with an air of authority, and grinned. Want to know where your little one ranks? This ranking is determined by the military based on a comprehensive assessment of blood energy, combat records, and talent potential. It's definitely top-notch. Yang Jiang, who was watching his students' movements on the screen, turned around upon hearing this, and said with a forced smile, Teacher Zhao, please stop keeping us in suspense. We're all on tenterhooks, can you give us a hint? This Mr. Zhao, whose full name is Zhao Taijun, is the chief instructor of this training camp and a notorious figure on the military's radar. It is said that back then on the border, a man chased down 3 6th rank exotic beasts and killed them. He was a true killer. I can drink to the bottom. Zhao Taijun chuckled and held up a finger, waving it. Same as always, a serving of strong liquor, the kind that is 50 years old. Sure. As long as the information is accurate, I have 2 bottles in stock, I'll give them all to you. Yang Jiang agreed through gritted teeth. Zhao Taijun nodded in satisfaction and pointed to the documents on the table. Take a look for yourself. But let me make this clear beforehand, don't wet your pants after you've read it. Yang Jiang quickly reached out and took a copy, and the team leaders from the other cities also gathered around. Turn to the first page. Yang Jiang's hand trembled slightly. Holy crap! He couldn't help himself and blurted out a phrase from the national essence of Chinese culture. The column ranking first clearly stated. First place, Lei Donglei family of Kyoto, 18 years old, second rank martial artist early stage, Qi and blood, 5,500 kilocalories. Second place, Xiao Hongyixiao family of Shanghai, 18 years old, rank 2 martial artist early stage, Qi and blood, 5,000 kilocalories. Yang Jiang felt his head buzzing. A second grade warrior? Or 2? Is this a high school student? It should be noted that for ordinary students graduating from Wuhan University, reaching the second rank is considered excellent. These 2 little monsters are only 18 years old, but their bone tempering level has already surpassed that of most adult martial artists. This means that as long as they don't perish prematurely, they will definitely become powerful figures in the future, and may even have the opportunity to reach the Grandmaster realm. He swallowed hard and continued reading. The 3rd to 5th place winners were all peak-level first-grade martial artists, with a total health value of over 4,000 calories. It wasn't until he turned to the second page that he saw Lu Changyuan's name in the 15th position. 15th place, Lu Changyuan Jiangcheng, 18 years old, quasi-martial artist 999 kilocalories, extremely explosive power, suspected to be born with superhuman strength. As for the twin sisters from the Jiang family, they were ranked outside the top 20th. This is outrageous. Yang Jiang closed the booklet, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. How come the intensity is this high this year? In previous years, it was rare to produce even 1 first rank, but this year's second rank is being produced in bulk? Zhao Taijun lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of bluish-gray smoke. Outrageous? He sneered and tapped his fingers on the table, making a soft, rhythmic sound. You've been staying in the rear for too long and don't know the situation on the front lines. In the past 2 years, the commotion on the border has been getting bigger and bigger. Last month, the northern defense line was almost breached by those beasts. 1 7th rank grandmaster, 3 6th rank grandmasters, and more than 2,000 low-level martial artists were lost. The atmosphere in the meeting room froze instantly. The fall of a 7th grade grandmaster is an earth-shattering event at any time. The higher-ups are getting anxious. Zhao Taijun said in a heavy tone, resources are being allocated preferentially, and we're forcing growth. No matter what method we use, we must cultivate a batch of capable seedlings within 5 years. Because if we don't fight with all our might, our human race may really not have many years left to live. Yang Jiang fell silent. He understands why so many extraordinary talents have emerged this year. It's because the nation is using its accumulated strength to build its future. Alright, stop looking so gloomy. The team leader from number 1 middle school had a good attitude, patting Yang Jiang on the shoulder. We're already here. It's a miracle that Jiangcheng has 6 spots this time. As long as we don't come in last, that's a victory. TCH, what a loser. A snicker came from the side. The speaker was the team leader from Yunqing, a middle-aged man in a tang suit, who was spinning 2 iron balls in his hands, making a clattering sound. Although we only sent 2 people from Yunqing, that girl Yunqi is aiming for the top 10. Unlike some cities that just rely on numbers to make up the numbers. Who are you calling a makeshift number? Yang Zhang's eyes widened. Whoever's in a hurry should speak, the Yunqing team leader rolled his eyes. Just as the two were about to start arguing, the officials from Shanghai and Beijing also chimed in, exchanging sarcastic remarks and neither willing to back down. Just then, Zhao Taijun, who had been silent all along, suddenly pointed to a scene on the screen and asked with great interest, "This kid named Lu Chengyuan is quite interesting. I saw him leading the way in the woods just now, and he didn't act like a student, but more like an old hunter." Yang Jiang, who's this kid? I've never heard of him in Jiangcheng before. Yang Jiang paused for a moment and looked at the screen. In the scene, Lu Chengyuan is leading his team to avoid a swamp. Oh, he is a student at our Jiangcheng number 1 high school. He comes from an ordinary family, both his parents are factory workers, Yang Jiang answered honestly. However, he has an older sister. Sister? Zhao Taijun raised an eyebrow. What's her name? Lu Qinghe. These 3 words were uttered. The previously noisy conference room suddenly fell silent. Immediately afterwards, everyone's expressions became quite interesting. Holy crap! That female demon? Lu Qinghe is his biological sister? Even the usually arrogant leader of Yunqing almost dropped the iron dagger in his hand. Zhao Taijun was also taken aback, then burst into laughter. So he's that girl's younger brother. No wonder. No wonder I sensed something sinister about this kid. Yang Jiang looked completely bewildered. Old Zhao, everyone, what's going on here? He knew Lu Qinghe was very strong, a top student at the Shanghai War Academy, but judging from the reactions of these big shots, it seemed that it was more than just strong. Old Yang, you don't know? The Shanghai team leader looked at him strangely. In the training camp 3 years ago, Lu Qinghe was a legend. What legend? She was specially recruited that year. During the graduation assessment, this crazy girl thought the points were too slow, so she blocked the entrance to the safe zone and beat up all the top 50 students, stealing all their points. The tour leader from Shanghai swallowed hard, seemingly recalling some terrifying scene. At the time, a young man from a prominent family in the capital was dissatisfied and cursed. As a result, Lu Qinghe broke 3 of his ribs and hung him on a tree to dry overnight. In the end, it was the instructors who had to go and take him down. In that battle, she single-handedly suppressed the entire training camp. In the end, she won first place through sheer hard work and broke the training camp's all-time highest score record, which no one has been able to break to this day. Yang Jiang was stunned. What is that? Lu Qinghe, who looks gentle and speaks softly, beat a bunch of geniuses so badly they wouldn't recognize their own mothers? The contrast is too great. That's not all, Zhao Taijun added. That girl is a junior in college now, right? I heard she's quite the troublemaker in Shanghai, having already broken through to the 3rd rank and is now aiming for the 4th. Her talent is even more terrifying than it was back then. Yang Jiang felt a chill run down his spine. This guy is a total pervert. However, before he could even process the news, the person in charge in the capital suddenly said quietly, Old Yang, if I were you, I would be worried right now. What are you worried about? Yang Jiang's heart skipped a beat. Look at the top of the list, that guy named Lei Dong. The person in charge from the capital pointed to the roster. He is Lei Zhen's younger brother. Who is Lei Zhen? That poor guy who was hung on a tree by Lu Qinghe to dry overnight back then. Yang Jiang felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and almost fainted. What a small world. What kind of ridiculous plot is this? Is the younger brother now paying for the sins his sister committed back then? Since Lei Dong is Lei Zhen's younger brother and a second-rank martial artist, he must have come to the training camp with a mission of revenge in addition to winning a ranking. Although Lu Chengyuan had 999 units of qi and blood, he was nothing more than a strong ant in front of a second-grade martial artist. That person has tempered their lower limb bones. If they kick him, Lu Chengyuan would probably die on the spot. It's not just the Lei family. The Shanghai tour leader added insult to injury. Back then, the Li family, the Zhao family, and so on, basically all the top-ranking families were ravaged by Lu Qinghe. It's over. Barbecue is here. Yang Zhan's vision went black, and he almost fainted. What's the point of playing this game? Even if Lu Chengyuan has 999 units of qi and blood, can he defeat this group of ferocious avengers? What if these people do something nefarious in the wilderness? Yang Jian was so anxious that he paced back and forth, his forehead covered in sweat. What are we going to do? That's a second-grade weapon. If Lei Dong makes a dirty move inside, even the instructor won't be able to save it in time. He looked at Zhao Taijun, his eyes full of pleading. Zhao Taijun shrugged and spread his hands. Don't look at me. The training camp has its rules. As long as no one dies, we won't interfere in the students' feuds. This is to acclimatize them to this brutality. On the battlefield, the enemy won't let you go just because you can't defeat them. What a tragedy. Yang Jiang slumped into a chair, his face ashen. All he can do now is pray. Let's pray that the forest is big enough, and let's pray that Lu Chengyuan is lucky enough. Don't run into these scoundrels as soon as you step out the door. Chapter 19, the so-called survival test, is actually a battle royale game. Primeval Forest, Outer Area. Lu Chengyuan sneezed and rubbed his nose. Strange, who's talking about me? He muttered something, but didn't stop walking. This forest is eerie. The tree canopy blocks out the sun, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate, resulting in the ground being covered with rotting leaves and slippery moss. A nauseating musty smell permeated the air. Shoo! Lu Chengyuan, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped, raised his right hand, and made a shushing gesture. The men behind him immediately tensed up and gripped their weapons tightly. What's wrong? Jiang Weiniang lowered her voice and moved closer to Lu Chengyuan, her big eyes darting around warily. There's something there. Lu Chengyuan pointed to a clump of bushes 30 meters ahead. There, a few leaves were trembling unnaturally. The next second. Roar! A foul-smelling roar exploded. A dark shadow shot out from the bushes like a cannonball, heading straight for Lu Chengyuan, who was standing at the front. It was a giant rat, as big as a calf. Its entire body is covered with black, bristle-like hairs, and its two fangs are as long as daggers, gleaming with a chilling yellow light. Those blood-red eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty desire. Steel-toothed giant rat not at the peak of rank. Characteristics: incredibly strong bite force, hard fur, and ferocious temperament. Careful! Chen Haoren turned pale with fright and shouted. The others were also facing such a ferocious beast up close for the first time, and for a moment they were at a loss and stood there dumbfounded. The giant rat was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye it was in front of Lu Chengyuan, opening its blood-red maw and biting down hard on his neck. A foul stench filled the air. Lu Chengyuan could even see the bits of meat left between the giant rat's teeth. Lu Chengyuan! Get out of the way! Jiang Wanqing shouted and tried to rush over to help, but the distance was too far and she couldn't make it in time. Chen Haoren was so frightened that he closed his eyes. Faced with this bloody onslaught, Lu Chengyuan remained unusually calm. He quickly calculated the other party's trajectory in his mind. Speed, 15 ms. Strength, approximately 800 kilograms. Weak point, 3 inches below the abdomen. Warning, hostile creature attack detected. Threat level, very low. Just as that gaping maw was about to snap shut, Lu Chengyuan moved. There were no extra movements, just a slight half-step back with the left foot and a slight tilt of the upper body to the right. Whoosh! The giant rat's fangs brushed past the hem of his clothes, without even touching a single strand of his hair. A slight difference can lead to a huge error. Lu Chengyuan kept his hands in his pockets, not even taking them out. Too slow. He made his own assessment. For someone like him, who possessed 999 units of chi and blood and whose reflexes had been enhanced by the system, the movements of these unranked beasts were as slow as a slideshow. The giant rat missed its first attack, and after landing, it scratched the ground with its four paws, plowing several deep grooves in the soil, just as it was about to turn around and launch a second attack. "Yah! Get the hell out of my way!" Jiang Weiniang let out a delicate shout, her slender legs drawing a sharp shadow in the air, accompanied by a whistling sound, and struck the giant rat's head heavily. Bang! A muffled thud. The giant rat with thick skin and steel teeth didn't even have time to scream before it was kicked and sent flying, crashing into a big tree. Its brains splattered, and it was clear it was going to die. Oomph, utterly pathetic. Jiang Weiniang landed, stylishly tossed her ponytail, and looked at Lu Changyuan with a smug expression. "How was that? Wasn't my kick cool?" Looking at the giant rat whose head had been kicked flat, Lu Changyuan felt a chill in his groin. This girl. Whoever marries her in the future will likely find themselves involved in domestic violence that will make the news. Handsome, so handsome. Lu Changyuan gave a thumbs up and said perfunctorily, "Heroine, spare my life, I will never provoke you again." Chen Haoren, Zhao Lei, and the others stared in disbelief at the scene, instinctively squeezing their legs together. He is indeed very handsome. It's just a bit demanding on boyfriends. Just then, the electronic imprints on the wrists of the several people vibrated simultaneously. Slayed a low-ranking alien beast, steel-toothed giant rat. Killer, Jiang Weiniang 10 points earned. Assists team share, Lu Changyuan, Zhang Wanqing, Chen Haoren. 1 point each. A light screen was projected from the wrist, displaying detailed rules. Assessment rules updated. 1. Survival mission, survive within the protected area for 30 days. 2. Points-based task, individuals must accumulate 500 points to complete the course. 3. Ways to obtain points, 1. Killing exotic beasts 2. Collecting rare spiritual plants 3. Obtaining points from other students including but not limited to trading, gifting, and plundering. 4. Special clause, malicious maiming or death is prohibited. Upon seeing the third point, Lu Changyuan's eyes narrowed. Plunder? Those two words are used very cleverly. The authorities are blatantly telling everyone, as long as no one is killed, robbery is legal. As long as you don't kill or maim someone, but subdue them and force them to transfer their points to you, this is a tacitly accepted rule. This is hardly a survival test. Lu Changyuan looked at the light screen, a playful smile curving his lips. This is clearly a battle royale game. 500 points. Chen Haoren looked at the number with a bitter face. Killing a rat only gives 10 points, we have to kill 50. And they're not even at the entry level. If we encountered a first-rank expert, the rest of us wouldn't even be enough to fill their teeth. Zhao Lei also looked serious, and we also have to guard against others stealing it. This is too difficult. For ordinary students like them, this is indeed hellish difficulty. To survive for a month in such a perilous environment, to hunt enough strange beasts, and to guard against betrayal by one's own kind, is simply an impossible task. After dealing with the blind giant rat, Lu Changyuan looked at the sky. The sun had already begun to set in the west, and the light in the woods was dimming quickly. Don't just stand there, hurry up and leave. Lu Changyuan played with the beast core in his hand and tossed it casually. If you don't want to be eaten by mosquitoes or carried off by wolves tonight, you'd better find a place to stay before dark. His primary goal is very clear now. First, survive. Second, find a safe place to boost your chi and blood, which are stuck at 999, and officially enter the ranks of first-grade martial artists. Third, get some food. People need food to survive. Although martial artists can withstand hunger, these pampered students would probably collapse tomorrow if they missed a meal. The group followed the direction Lu Changyuan pointed and walked along the stream for about 2 kilometers. The location is elevated, backed by a huge rock wall, with an open river beach in front. It offers both protection from attacks from behind and excellent visibility, making it a perfect campsite. This is it. Lu Changyuan threw his backpack on the ground and began to give orders. Zhao Lei, take Chen Haoren to collect firewood. Remember, it has to be completely dry hardwood, not wet wood, it produces too much smoke. Chen Haoren, go and get some large banana leaves from nearby, the more the better. Jiang Weiniang, you're strong, go and move some big rocks over to make a fire pit. Zhang Wanqing, you're in charge of keeping watch. Shout if there's any noise. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei stiffened his neck and retorted, why should I listen to you? Are you a nanny or a drill sergeant? Lu Chengyuan glanced at him, not angry at all, and said slowly, "You don't have to listen. But if there's no fire or shelter at night, and you get bitten by poisonous insects or catch a cold, don't blame me for not warning you. Oh, by the way, I heard there's a kind of blood-sucking leech in this forest that loves to crawl into people's pants legs." Zhao Lei felt a sudden tightness in his calves and, cursing, dragged Shen Haoren to gather firewood. Chapter 20 Bear Grylls Possession? No, I'm your wild daddy. For the next hour, Lu Chengyuan showed these greenhouse flowers what it meant to be possessed by Bear Grylls. He skillfully built a sturdy-shaped shelter using vines and branches, and covered it with thick banana leaves to protect it from rain and wind. Then, he sharpened a branch, stood in the stream, and swiftly and accurately speared 4 or 5 plump blackback fish. He scaled the animals, gutted them, skewered them, and sprinkled them with wild onions and lemongrass that he had picked along the way. Before long, a rich aroma of grilled fish filled the camp. Gulp! I don't know who swallowed first. Jiang Weiniing squatted by the fire pit, her eyes fixed on the sizzling, oily grilled fish, and wiped her mouth without any regard for appearances. Lu Chengyuan, I didn't know you had this skill. This tastes even better than what my 5-star chef makes. That's right, don't you even know who I am? Lu Chengyuan flipped the grilled fish in his hand, but he was complaining in his heart. Fortunately, during my previous life as a corporate slave, I watched a lot of Bear Grylls and Ed Stafford's survival videos, learning things like building shelters, finding water, and identifying edible plants. Although I haven't had any hands-on experience, my theoretical knowledge is quite extensive. But to be honest, it's really tiring to lead this group of newbies. If it weren't for wanting to improve his public image and get feedback from the system, he would have gone solo long ago. Fortunately, this incident improved the atmosphere within the team. Even Zhao Lei, who had always disliked him, was now obediently squatting down beside him, waiting for the meal to be served, with less hostility in his eyes. In such an environment, being able to eat a hot meal and have a place to shelter from the wind and rain is paradise. Just as the fish was cooked, Lu Chengyuan's ears twitched. "Someone's coming," he said in a low voice, handing the grilled fish to Jiang Weiniing and reaching for the short knife at his waist. "Shoo!" No sooner had he finished speaking than the bushes not far away were roughly pushed aside. 5 boys dressed in matching camouflage uniforms came out. The leader had a buzz cut, a necklace of animal teeth around his neck, and his muscles made his clothes bulge. He was clearly a trained fighter. All 5 men had some blood on them, clearly indicating they had just been in a fight. "Oh my, no wonder it smells so good. Turns out someone's cooking for us here." The man with the buzz cut sniffed, his gaze sweeping greedily over the grilled fish on the fire, before settling on the Jiang sisters sitting by the fire. Upon closer inspection, the guy's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Jiang Weiniing had taken off her coat because she was hot from working, and was only wearing a tight vest. Her hot figure looked absolutely stunning in the firelight. Although Jiang Wanqing was dressed conservatively, her aloof and otherworldly temperament was even more captivating. The 4 teammates behind the man with the buzzcut were also stunned, their mouths agape, forgetting what they had just wanted to say. "What a gem!" The buzz-cut man rubbed his hands together, his expression instantly turning lewd. "I never thought I'd run into a girl of this caliber in this godforsaken place." One of his teammates behind him chuckled, "Captain, these guys look like they're from Zhongcheng? They look so delicate and healthy, and they actually have the nerve to have a picnic here? They're really bold." As they talked, the group swaggered over, completely disregarding Lu Chengyuan and his companions. Lu Chengyuan sat on the rock, without moving. He silently chanted in his mind, "System, scan. Target, Zhangbiao Kanglan City. Potential rating, C. Current strength, first rank martial artist 1,500 kilocalories of qi and blood, 30 pieces of upper limb bones tempered. Target, Lisi Kanglan City. Potential rating, D. Potential of the other 3, C to C+. TCH, garbage." Lu Chengyuan pursed his lips, somewhat disappointed. He had originally hoped to manage to convincingly form a contract with another S-rank heroic spirit, but all of them turned out to be subpar. But since it's been delivered to our door, we might as well use it as a whetstone. His blood and energy have reached a critical point. He's just one step away from success. This kind of real-world experience is a great opportunity for a breakthrough. Looks like we're in luck. Zhang Biao chuckled and led his men over. "We just took care of 2 small teams and snatched a lot of points. I was just planning to find a place to rest, but I never expected to run into something so good." He pointed to the fish on the fire stand, then to the Jiang sisters. "We'll take the fish. And these 2 beauties, if you'd like to chat with us about life, we might as well share some of these points with you." Screw you. Jiang Weining, with her fiery temper, couldn't stand this and immediately exploded. She grabbed a rock and was about to throw it at him, yelling, "If you look again, I'll gouge your eyes out." Oh, she's quite the feisty one? I like her. Zhang Biao wasn't angry at all, instead, he laughed even harder. Lu Chengyuan sighed and stood up. Hey guys, can't you have some self-respect? He looked at Zhang Biao and the others with disdain. We brought you here to participate in the training camp to showcase high-quality human men, not to let you stroll around in the streets. If you're going to grab points, then grab points. What's with staring at someone's legs? Haven't you ever seen legs before? Who the hell do you think you are? Zhang Biao, his thoughts exposed, was enraged. I'm not only going to grab points, I'm also going to. What else do you want? Lu Chengyuan interrupted him. How about this, let's have a one-on-one fight, are you in? A one-on-one fight? Zhang Biao seemed to have heard a joke. You? A pretty boy who isn't even a martial artist? He could see through Lu Chengyuan's qi and blood fluctuations at a glance at most. He was only at the peak of the quasi-martial artist level. He was a genuine first-rank martial artist, having tempered his upper limb bones, making him far stronger than ordinary people. Fine. Since you want to be tortured, I'll grant your wish. Zhang Biao cracked his neck, making a series of crisp sounds. Remember my name, Iron Fist Zhang Biao. The captain of the #1 middle school in Kanglan City. Remember this name, lest you arrive at the infirmary wondering who beat you up. You talk too much nonsense. Lu Chengyuan beckoned with his finger. Come on. Chapter 21, a generous gift of points delivered to your door. At the same time, the four teammates behind Zhang Biao also surrounded them, rubbing their hands together and glancing at Zhang Wanqing and Zhang Weining with ill intent. Hey beautiful, shall we practice together? A freckled boy said with a grin. Practice my foot. Zhang Weining couldn't take it anymore and shouted, charging out like a cheetah. The battle erupted instantly. Zhang Biao grinned maliciously, and with a whistling sound, he swung his spiked club down at Lu Chengyuan's head. The blow was so powerful that it tore through the air, producing a sharp, explosive sound. The explosive power of 1,500 calories of qi and blood is indeed terrifying. Instead of retreating, Lu Chengyuan advanced, shifting his feet and sliding out like a fish, barely avoiding the blow. Boom! The spiked club slammed into the ground, sending dirt flying and creating a large crater. Hide? Let's see how many times you can hide. Zhang Biao pressed his advantage, his arm muscles bulging as he swept his spiked club across the battlefield. Lu Chengyuan's eyes were calm. He is waiting. The moment when the blood and qi in the body boil to their maximum. With each dodge and each block, he could feel the barrier within his body loosening. Bang! Lu Chengyuan raised his hand and took the punch head-on. The immense force sent numbness through his arms, and he stumbled back 3 steps. Ha ha! You can't take it anymore, can you? Zhang Biao laughed wildly. Lie down. In that very instant, Lu Chengyuan felt a soft crack sound coming from inside his body. It was as if some kind of shackle had been broken. A surge of scalding heat pumped from his heart and instantly flowed throughout his body. The bones crackled and popped, and the muscle fibers wriggled and reorganized wildly. Qi and blood values, 999, 1000, 1050. We've made a breakthrough. A first-grade warrior. Lu Chengyuan suddenly looked up, the weariness in his eyes vanished, replaced by a gleam of brilliance. You had a lot of fun just now, didn't you? Lu Chengyuan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Now, it's my turn. Zhang Biao's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, he saw a fist rapidly enlarging in front of him. This punch had no fancy techniques, only pure power and speed. Bang! A muffled thud. Zhang Biao's 180-pound body flew backward like a tattered sack, slamming hard into the tree trunk behind him, and the spiked club slipped from his hand. Cough cough. Zhang Biao clutched his chest, his face filled with horror. You broke through? Breakthrough in the heat of battle? This is something you only see in movies. Lu Chengyuan withdrew his fist, shook his slightly sore wrist, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Is this what it feels like to be a martial artist? Not bad. He didn't give Zhang Biao a chance to catch his breath, and with a flash, he pounced on him again. On the other side, the two sisters, Zhang Weining and Zhang Wanqing, also demonstrated amazing fighting power. Zhang Weining was a complete violent maniac. Her punches and kicks were wide and powerful, each strike accompanied by the sound of wind breaking, causing the freckled man to run away with his head in his hands. Look! Look for yourself! Isn't it beautiful? Jiang Weiniing punched him every time she asked a question, making him run away in terror, crying for his parents. Although Jiang Wanqing looks delicate, she is extremely ruthless and specializes in attacking the lower body and joints. Before her opponent could even touch the hem of her clothes, he was kicked to his knees by a groin kick and sang conquer. Detected, contracted heroic spirits. Jiang Weiniing and Jiang Wanqing have grasped practical combat skills during battle and broken through to the peak of quasi-martial artist. Host receives tenfold feedback, combat experience plus 200, agility plus 10, strength plus 10. The system's prompts made Lu Chengyuan play more and more smoothly. On the contrary, Chen Haoran and Zhao Lei are in a worse situation. The two had very little practical experience and were constantly on the defensive, facing numerous dangerous situations as they were overwhelmed by their opponent. Chen Haoran. If you lose, I'll post your childhood bedwetting incident on the school website. Jiang Weiniing shouted while beating him. Zhao Lei. If you're a man, don't be a coward. Jiang Wanqing rarely spoke up to encourage him. These two sentences are more effective than any stimulant. Chen Haoran and Zhao Lei's eyes instantly turned red. I'll give it my all. The two of them were like they'd been injected with adrenaline, ignoring all techniques and lunging at their opponent, managing to take him down with sheer ferocity. 5 minutes later. The battle is over. Zhang Biao lay on the ground with a bruised and swollen face, looking utterly hopeless. His 4 teammates were in even worse shape, groaning and unable to get up. Do you submit or not? Lu Chengyuan squatted down in front of Zhang Biao and asked with a smile. I give up. Zhang Biao was on the verge of tears. He'd really bitten off more than he could chew. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary kid would be so ruthless in a fight? If you're satisfied, then pay up. Lu Chengyuan extended his wrist. Zhang Biao shakily swiped his way to 100 points. The other 4 team members were also completely wiped out. A total of 300 points. These people snatched 2 teams before, and now they've all benefited Lu Chengyuan and his group. Awesome! Jiang Weiniing grinned from ear to ear as she looked at the 80 extra points in her account. Is this what robbery? Oh no, is this the joy of reaping? Lu Chengyuan got the majority of the points with 100, the Jiang sisters each got 80, and the remaining 40 points were split equally between Chen Haoran and Zhao Lei. Although they received a small share, the two were so moved they almost cried. After all, if it weren't for Lu Chengyuan and the Jiang sisters supporting them, they wouldn't have scored any points, and they would probably be stripped naked by now. Thanks, bro. Lu Chengyuan patted Zhang Biao on the shoulder. Welcome to come again next time. Oh no, to spar again. Zhang Biao's lips twitched. He felt like dying. All that hard work for half a day, and it's all gone in a flash. By this time, it was completely dark. The aroma of grilled fish wafted out again. Zhang Biao and his friends huddled in a corner, watching Lu Chengyuan and the others feast, their stomachs growling like thunder. I lost all my points, got beaten up, and now I have to endure hunger while smelling delicious food. That's terrible. Jiang Wanqing looked at their pitiful state and finally softened. How about we give them something to eat? She whispered. After all, they contributed quite a few points, so it's like paying for their meal? Lu Chengyuan rolled his eyes. This older sister is still too soft-hearted. But he couldn't be bothered to argue, and casually tossed over a few burnt fishtails. Here's a reward for you. Zhang Biao and his friends treated it like a treasure, not caring at all, grabbing it and gnawing on it, saying thank you indistinctly as they ate. They ate and drank their fill. Lu Chengyuan stood up and clapped his hands. All right, we've eaten and handed in our points. Everyone, please go back. Ha! Zhang Biao was stunned. He looked at the pitch-black forest outside. Brother, it's already dark. Could we stay here for the night? There are all sorts of strange beasts around here. What are you thinking about? Lu Chengyuan pointed outside. This is a survival assessment, not a resort. This is a shelter we worked so hard to build. There's no place for you here. Get out of here right now, or you'll get that beating again. Zhang Biao shuddered, and seeing Lu Chengyuan's unfriendly gaze, he didn't dare to say another word. Let's go. Let's go. He gritted his teeth and led his 4 limping teammates into the dark forest. Hearing the roars of beasts coming from afar, Zhang Biao felt immense regret. I should have known better than to be greedy for this food. Now look what's happened. I've lost all my points, been beaten up, and now I'm stuck in the dark forest feeding mosquitoes. "Captain, what do we do?" a team member asked, his voice trembling with tears. Zhang Biao glanced back at the warm firelight, gritting his teeth. "What else can we do? Just hold on. As long as we don't die, we still have a chance." Chapter 22, You were made captain, but you used him to build a harem? Inside the shelter, the firelight flickered. Watching Zhang Biao and his men limp away into the darkness, Chen Haoren shrank back. "Old Lu, aren't we a bit too ruthless?" Chen Haoren muttered softly. "It's late at night, the forest is full of strange beasts, and they're all injured and don't even have a fire. If they run into a pack of wolves, they'll probably be reduced to ashes." Zhao Lei remained silent, but his expression was somewhat complicated. After all, they were all students, and although they were competitors, this method was indeed a bit ruthless. "That's their problem." Lu Chengyuan leaned back on the soft couch covered with banana leaves. "In this place, to be merciful to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. If we had lost today, do you think Zhang Biao would have shared a piece of grilled fish with you? Or would he have kept your points and kindly sent you back to the base?" Chen Haoren was stunned. Zhang Biao's ferocious face and greedy eyes flashed into his mind. The answer is obvious. If they lose, they might even have their underwear stripped off, and the Zhang sisters might suffer even more disgusting things. Understood. Chen Haoren lowered his head and said nothing more. After fighting side by side for a day, and especially after witnessing Lu Chengyuan's extraordinary calmness and ruthlessness, the team members were completely convinced of his abilities. In this dog-eat-dog world, following a captain with an overflowing sense of compassion is suicide. Only by following a ruthless person like Lu Chengyuan can you get a piece of the action. Jiang Weining sat cross-legged opposite Lu Chengyuan. The firelight illuminated her delicate face, making her look rosy and beautiful. She bit her lip, as if making a decision, and suddenly said, "That. Lu Chengyuan. You should take the captain's position." Jiang Weining awkwardly turned her head away, avoiding Lu Chengyuan's eyes. "I admit, you're more suited to lead the team than I am. If it weren't for you, we might have been wiped out." Making this proud young lady admit that she is inferior to others is worse than killing her. But the facts speak for themselves. Whether it was finding the way, setting up camp, or commanding the battle just now, Lu Chengyuan performed flawlessly. No interest, too tiring. Lu Chengyuan refused without even thinking. "I'd be providing food and drink and still have to take care of your lives, and I'm not getting double pay." "You." Jiang Weining was furious. She grabbed a handful of dry grass and threw it at him. "I told you to be the one, so be the one. Stop with the nonsense. Weren't you doing a good job directing the fight just now? Besides, my sister and I listened to you, isn't that enough?" Lu Chengyuan dodged the hay and sighed helplessly. All right, I'll take the job. But let me make this clear from the start, since I'm the captain, if I say go east and anyone dares to go west, don't blame me for throwing them out to feed the pigs." "TCH, I know, you're so long-winded." Jiang Weining snorted, but couldn't help but smile. Zhang Wanqing sat to the side, watching the two bicker, and a rare smile appeared on her lips. This girl, she probably likes Lu Chengyuan. It's late at night. The temperature in the forest dropped quickly, and everyone huddled around the fire to keep warm. As their relationship grew closer, the initial awkwardness dissipated considerably, and the group began to chat. "Actually, Wan Ying and I aren't as glamorous as you think." Zhang Wanqing hugged her knees, rested her chin on her arm, and said softly, "Everyone thinks that the eldest daughter of the Zhang family must have been pampered since childhood and had access to all the resources she wanted. But in reality, the competition within the family is even more brutal than here." She sighed, her eyes somewhat unfocused. "Although father loves us, the elders in the clan only value talent and ability. If we don't get into a top university this time, we might be used as a tool for political marriages, forced to marry a man we've never even met, and sacrifice our lives for the sake of the clan's interests." Jiang Weining also sighed, her usual fierce demeanor gone, replaced by a somewhat worried expression. "You have no idea, my cousin from my uncle's side is always talking nonsense, saying that girls shouldn't practice martial arts, that finding a good family to marry into is the right path. Bah! I refuse to believe it. I'm going to become a grandmaster and smash his dog head in." Jiang Wanqing clenched her small fist. "So we have to become stronger. We have to be number one. Only by proving our worth can we control our own destiny." At this point, her eyes sparkled, and she looked at Lu Chengyuan with excitement. "Moreover, I have a feeling that after today's battle, the blood and chi in my body have reached their peak, and I'm about to break through to the first-grade martial artist level." "Me too." Jiang Wanqing nodded. Lu Chengyuan looked at the two sisters. He has a face that could bring ruin to the country, yet he insists on using his fists to get things done. This is probably what they mean by someone who could rely on their looks but chooses to rely on their talent. Don't worry, Lu Chengyuan encouraged. With me here, you'll definitely be in the top 20. If your cousin keeps arguing, I'll put a sack over your heads for you without you even lifting a finger. Really? Jiang Weiniang's eyes lit up. You said it. Pinky promise. How childish. Although Lu Chengyuan said it with disdain, he still reached out and hooked his hand with hers. On the other side of the fire. Watching the three of them chatting so enthusiastically, Chen Haoran and Zhao Lei exchanged a glance, feeling like they were two 1,000-watt light bulbs, blindingly bright. Old Zhao, can you smell anything? Chen Haoran asked quietly. I can smell it. Zhao Lei said expressionlessly. A sour, stinky smell. The sour, stinky smell of love. Are we superfluous? Be more confident, and remove the is it part. Watching Lu Chengyuan chatting and laughing with the beautiful twin sisters, and then thinking about their own miserable 18 years of being single, the two were suddenly overcome with sorrow. They both came to participate in the survival assessment, so why is it that some people are leading girls to survive in the wilderness, while I'm just following a bunch of grown men to die in the wilderness? This damn world is all about looks. I want to go home. Zhao Lei looked up at the sky, a single tear rolling down his cheek. I miss my mom. I've been single for 18 years, and now I have to be fed dog food by other people. I can't live like this anymore. The next morning. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the campsite. The birdsong was crisp and melodious, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and grass. Lu Chengyuan woke up groggily, feeling that half of his body was numb, as if he had been pressed down by something heavy all night. He subconsciously moved his shoulder. A soft, sweet murmur rang in my ears. Lu Chengyuan looked down and froze. He saw that the two sisters, Jiang Wanqing and Jiang Weiniang, were sleeping soundly, one on each side of him, leaning on his shoulders. The two of them curled up, like two lazy kittens. Jiang Wanqing was fine, she slept in a quiet posture, just leaning gently against something. Jiang Weiniang was outrageous, she practically clung to his arm, her face pressed against his arm muscles, her mouth slightly open, and a glistening drop of saliva hanging from the corner of her mouth. Lu Chengyuan. If those bastards at school saw this, they'd probably kill me with a knife. Lu Chengyuan was secretly pleased, but dared not move, and quietly enjoyed the rare scenery. It must be said that these twins are truly a gift from the Creator. Her skin was as white as a peeled egg, and her features were so delicate that there was not a single flaw. When asleep, she loses some of her usual aloofness and willfulness, and gains a more innocent and unguarded demeanor. TSK, it would be nice if it could stay like this forever. Lu Chengyuan thought to himself, what a pity, this drooling is a bit of a killjoy. Chapter 23 Shocking. The school beauty drools in her sleep? About 10 minutes later. Jiang Wanqing's long eyelashes trembled a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. After that moment of confusion, she realized she was leaning against Lu Chengyuan. Her face flushed red instantly, and she quickly sat up straight, frantically fixing her hair. Good morning, good morning. Her voice was barely audible, and she didn't dare to look Lu Chengyuan in the eye. The commotion woke up Jiang Weiniang on the other side. Ha! It's dawn? Jiang Weiniang raised her head in a daze, and before she could figure out what was going on, she felt a cool sensation on the corner of her mouth. She instinctively reached out and wiped it. It's wet. Looking closer at Lu Chengyuan's gray combat t-shirt, there was a noticeable water stain on the shoulder. The air suddenly became quiet. Put. Lu Chengyuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wanting, Lu Chengyuan pointed to his shoulder, I know I'm charming, but you don't have to be this drooling, do you? This dress is brand new, how are you going to compensate me? Jiang Weiniang's face instantly turned a deep purplish red, and she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. I didn't. It's due. Yes, it's due. Oh, so dew is viscous? Lu Chengyuan said with a teasing expression. Lu Chengyuan. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Jiang Weiniang was furious and embarrassed, and she bared her teeth and claws as she was about to pounce on him and cover his mouth. The two of them joked around for a while, and the atmosphere in the camp immediately became lively. Chen Haoran and Zhao Lei also woke up. Seeing this scene, they could only silently go to the river to wash their faces, trying to wash away the jealousy in their hearts with the cold river water. After breakfast, which consisted of the leftover grilled fish and some wild fruit, we ate breakfast. As Lu Chengyuan packed his backpack, something suddenly came to mind. That's not right. He stopped what he was doing, his brow furrowing slightly. What's wrong? Jiang Wanqing was helping her younger sister adjust her backpack straps when she heard this and looked up to ask. We slept so soundly last night that we seem to have forgotten to put out the fire. Lu Chengyuan pointed to the pile of ashes in the middle that was still emitting blue smoke. Logically speaking, firelight and smoke are most likely to attract strange beasts at night. This forest isn't exactly a safe zone, so why hasn't even a rabbit come all night? This is too abnormal. Keep in mind that this is deep in a primeval forest. Even if no one is on guard for just an hour, let alone a whole night, a strange beast could easily get close to you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Weining, who was drinking water, suddenly raised her chin triumphantly. You just don't understand, do you? She took out a delicate little sachet from her bosom and waved it in front of everyone. This is a talisman my dad gave us before we left home. It contains bone powder from a 5th grade exotic beast called the flaming tiger. Although the aura of a 5th grade beast is very faint, it is enough to suppress these lowly minions who are not yet in the 1st or 2nd rank. As long as they don't encounter any reckless fools, most beasts will have to take a detour when they smell it. Everyone suddenly realized. Chen Haoran and Zhao Lei stared wide-eyed at the unassuming little sachet. Bone powder from a 5th grade exotic beast. This thing is a rare treasure that's priceless on the market, yet it's being used as a mosquito repellent? Is this the power of money? Lu Chengyuan was speechless for a moment. He looked at the sachet, then at his system panel. Although they have advantages, the resources of these rich kids are truly enviable. Others come with their own buffs when they go out, while I still have to work hard and struggle. Alright, stop showing off. Lu Chengyuan clapped his hands and stood up. Since we have such a good thing, then we have even less to fear. Pack your things and let's go. Where to? Let us go deeper into the forest. Lu Chengyuan looked towards the depths of the forest, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. These rats and rabbits on the outskirts are too few. Since we have a rank 5 tiger Smite leading the way, let us go to a place where there are more exotic beasts and do something big. Okay. With yesterday's achievements and this talisman, everyone felt much more confident. They shouldered their packs and, full of fighting spirit, followed Lu Chengyuan into the depths of the forest. However, about half an hour after they left the camp, the once quiet camp was suddenly filled with a faint rustling sound. The bushes were gently parted. A creature covered in blue scales and resembling a leopard silently emerged. It walked over to the extinguished fire, stretched out its paw to rake through the ashes, and then sniffed the rock where Lu Chengyuan had sat the night before. A hint of anthropomorphic contemplation flashed in those vertical pupils. It didn't rush to chase after them. Instead, it raised its head and looked in the direction where Lu Chengyuan and the others had left. It made a low gurgling sound in its throat, and then, with a flash, it silently followed them. At the same time, at the other end of the forest, on a high ground with a wide view, a large open space has been cleared out here, and several professional field tents have even been set up. A dozen or so students were busily processing the corpses of various strange beasts, skinning them, extracting their cores, and cutting their flesh. The division of labor was clear, resembling a small assembly line. In the center of the camp, a boy dressed in white training clothes sat on a comfortable folding chair. He held a steaming cup of coffee in his hand, looking as relaxed as if he were on vacation in his own backyard. Thunder rumbled. The second young master of the Lei family in Kyoto was the top-ranked expert in this training camp. Young master, we just scored another 150 points in that wave. A clever and obsequious follower named Wang Kai ran over and reported with a fawning expression, including what you had before, your personal score has reached 700 points. Xiao Hongi, who is in second place, only has a little over 400 points, and she can't catch up with you at all. Lei Dong took a sip of coffee, his face remaining completely expressionless. 700 points? That's too slow. He put down his cup, his tone indifferent. Tell the people below to hurry up. I want to get the points to 2,000 within 3 days, completely crushing any other hopes. This is the source of confidence for scions of prominent families. He didn't need to do it himself at all. As long as the Lei family's name is revealed, along with a few promises, there will naturally be plenty of people eager to curry favor with him and willing to risk their lives for him. For him, this so-called survival test was nothing more than a slightly interesting game. By the way, where is Xiao Hongi now? Lei Dong asked. It's said to be in the swampy area to the southeast, Wang Kai replied. Let's go and meet her. Lei Dong stood up, cracked his neck, and said, I've heard for a long time that the Xiao family in Shanghai has produced a genius. I'd like to see if she can withstand 3 of my moves. His purpose in coming here this time is not only to win first place, but more importantly, to defeat all his competitors. Wang Kai quickly handed him his coat, helping him put it on while he seemed to remember something and cautiously said, Young master, there's something else. Explain. I just heard from some teams coming from the south that they think they saw Lu Chengyuan. Upon hearing those 3 words, Lei Dong's face twitched violently, and his previously relaxed expression instantly turned extremely gloomy. Lu Chengyuan. Where is he? According to the location data, he is active in the swamp area to the southeast. Wang Kai glanced at Lei Dong and said cautiously, Young Master Lei, this guy only has the strength of a quasi-martial artist, but he seems a bit strange. He just beat up Zhang Biao from Kanglin City. Okay. Lei Dong sneered. He will never forget that rainy night 3 years ago. His genius older brother, Lei Jin, whom he had always regarded as an idol, was dragged home like a dead dog, with more than a dozen bones broken in his body, and he lay in bed for a full 6 months. The woman who took action was named Lu Qinghe. Because of this incident, the Lei family became a laughingstock in the entire Kyoto circle. The older brother, Lei Jin, underwent a drastic personality change, turning into a madman who only knew how to cultivate, and consequently became abnormally strict with his younger brother. For the past 3 years, Lei Dong felt like he was living like an animal. Every day before dawn, my older brother would drag me out of bed for sparring, euphemistically calling it shame to inspire courage, but in reality, it was just one-sided beatings. Every time the eldest brother recalls the humiliation of the past, he beats up Lei Dong to vent his anger. Do you know how I've spent the last 3 years? Lei Dong roared, I dream about being beaten up by my brother. And the culprit behind all this is that Lu Qinghe. I can't beat that female demon now, but surely I can handle her brother? Lei Dong clenched his fist. The son pays for the father's debts, and the brother pays for the sister's debts. It's only right and proper. Pass on my message, tell all the teams in the vicinity to keep an eye out. Find Lu Chengyuan, but don't act rashly. Send me a signal. Lei Dong grinned maliciously and grabbed a long alloy sword from the side. I want to catch that Lu Chengyuan, strip him naked, hang him on a tree for 3 days and 3 nights. I'm going to film it and send it to my brother. I want him to know that the Lei family isn't so easy to bully. Wang Kai sighed and could only silently pack his things and follow. It seems that this time, that unlucky guy named Lu Chengyuan is doomed. Who told him to have such a troublesome older sister? Chapter 24 What's wrong with hugging the school beauty? Can't you see I'm saving your life? Deep in the forest, the air was humid and stuffy. A massive, iron-skinned bull was panting heavily, its 2 front hooves pawing the ground, and 2 plumes of white smoke were billowing from its nostrils. This is a genuine first-grade exotic beast, with thick skin and flesh, and its impact force is comparable to that of an out-of-control small truck. Moo! The bull roared and charged at Lu Chengyuan with its head down. Just as the bull's horns were about to pierce his stomach, Lu Chengyuan moved. Sidestep, slide, and throw a punch. The movements were fluid and fast, so fast that one couldn't even see the afterimages. Bang! A dull thud of flesh colliding rang out. Lu Chengyuan's fist landed precisely on the cartilage 3 inches behind the bull's ear. The enormous creature, weighing several hundred pounds, suddenly went limp, collapsed to the ground without even letting out a scream, twitched a couple of times, and then remained motionless. Lu Chengyuan shook the blood off his hands and let out a long breath. Done. The people around were stunned. This was a first-stage, armored rhinoceros. It had thick skin and tough flesh, yet Lu Chengyuan beat it to death with his bare fists? Pervert. Zhao Lei swallowed and muttered to himself. Zhang Weiniing's eyes lit up, and she pounced on him, circling Lu Chengyuan several times. Lu Chengyuan, what was that move you just made? It was so cool. Teach me. Even the usually reserved Zhang Wanqing revealed a hint of admiration in her beautiful eyes. Your movements are clean and neat, and you find the right point of force. It seems that your combat experience is richer than I thought. Lu Chengyuan shook his hand, looking calm. Basic procedure, don't be silly. Just then, an invisible wave suddenly swept over us. The hairs on the back of Lu Chengyuan's neck stood on end. Buzz. Everyone present swayed, their faces turning deathly pale. Chen Haoran, the weakest among them, covered his head and squatted on the ground, with 2 streams of blood flowing from his nostrils. This is Jiang Wanqing's pupils contracted slightly. She wanted to speak, but found that her tongue was tied in knots and she couldn't control her body at all. The bushes ahead parted slowly. A leopard with a graceful and slender body covered in blue scales emerged. It didn't roar, but its vertical pupils glowed with an eerie purple light as it coldly stared at the crowd. Warning! Encounter with a top-tier grade A exotic beast, purple-eyed illusionary god leopard. Characteristics: skilled in mental attacks, extremely fast, cunning. A psychic-type monster? Lu Chengyuan's expression changed drastically. This thing is a mage among the beasts, and at the peak of the first rank, much stronger than that stupid ox from before. The most deadly thing is that the mental impact is like a devastating blow to people with weak willpower. Run! Lu Chengyuan shouted loudly. As a cheat-like character with the support of a system, his mental resistance far exceeded that of ordinary people, and he broke free from that sense of restraint immediately. Chen Haoran and Zhao Lei were jolted awake by the shout and scrambled backward. Jiang Weining also gritted her teeth and forced herself to retreat. Only Jiang Wanqing. Because he was closest to it, he suffered the strongest mental impact and was still frozen in place, his eyes unfocused, watching as the phantom leopard opened its blood-red maw. Trouble! Lu Chengyuan cursed under his breath, pushed off with his feet, and shot back like an arrow. He grabbed Jiang Wanqing's slender waist, picked her up in his arms, and ran away. The wind whistled in my ears. Jiang Wanqing felt a sudden dizziness, and then she fell into a warm and generous embrace. A faint smell of sweat lingered around her nose, mixed with the unique scent of youthful hormones. It wasn't unpleasant, on the contrary, it inexplicably calmed her wildly beating heart. She looked up instinctively. All that could be seen was Lu Chengyuan's sharply defined jawline and his eyes, which were focused intently on what was ahead. This usually aloof and proud school beauty's cheeks were flushed, her body went limp like water, and she even inexplicably snuggled closer to that embrace. This is so embarrassing. She thought it in her heart, but her body was very honest. 5 minutes later. The group, panting heavily, hid behind a large tree that would take 3 people to encircle. Lu Chengyuan leaned against the tree trunk, panting heavily, still holding Jiang Wanqing tightly in his arms. That. Jiang Wanqing blushed and asked in a barely audible voice, was it too tight? A sound of teeth grinding came from the side. Jiang Weining stared intently at Lu Chengyuan's hands, her eyes filled with a desire to chop off his claws. Lu Chengyuan. Haven't you hugged her enough? She's my sister. I've never hugged her for this long before. Why is this girl so jealous? Lu Chengyuan coughed lightly, then naturally let go of Jiang Wanqing and put her down, showing absolutely no sense of having gained an advantage. The situation is dire, everyone. He peeked out and saw that the phantom leopard wasn't in a hurry to chase after him, but instead strolled gracefully a short distance away, like a cat playing with a mouse. That's a phantom god leopard, a peak first-grade leopard, and it can use mental attacks. Lu Chengyuan spoke rapidly, if it comes to a head-on fight, apart from me, the rest of you would probably be turned into idiots in a single encounter. Chen Haoran's face turned green. What do we do then? Shall we run? There is no way to escape. Lu Chengyuan shook his head. This beast is much faster than us. The only way now is to sacrifice the pawn to save the king. Sacrifice the pawns to save the king? Zhao Lei's legs went weak at these words. Brother Lu, you're not going to throw us out to feed the leopards, are you? What are you thinking about? Lu Chengyuan rolled his eyes and turned to Jiang Weining. Take out your sachet. Jiang Weining was taken aback, and quickly took out the sachet containing the 5th-grade tiger bone powder and handed it over. Although the phantom leopard is intelligent, greed is in the nature of beasts. Lu Chengyuan took the sachet and weighed it in his hand. The bone powder of a 5th-grade exotic beast is a great tonic for it. As long as it swallows this, it will have a chance to advance to the 2nd grade. It can't resist this temptation. I'll throw this thing east in a bit, and it'll definitely chase after it. You guys take the opportunity to run west and find a safe place to hide. Jiang Wanqing frowned, and what about you? Me? Lu Chengyuan stretched his neck. I'll go and have a go at it. It's a shame not to use such a good whetstone. No. It's too dangerous. Jiang Wanqing refused without even thinking. That's the peak of the 1st rank. You've only just broken through to the 1st rank, you'll die. Don't worry, I'm tough as nails, even the king of hell wouldn't dare take me. Lu Chengyuan tossed his backpack to Zhao Lei. Get lost, don't get in my way. After saying that, without waiting for anyone to react, He suddenly threw the sachet in his hand into the depths of the dense forest to the east. Whoa. Really? The phantom leopard smelled the rich, high-level energy aura, and a greedy glint flashed in its vertical pupils. Without hesitation, it turned around and pounced towards the spot where the sachet had landed. Walk! Lu Chengyuan let out a low shout and turned to rush in the opposite direction, deliberately making a huge commotion to attract the attention of the illusionary god leopard. Lu Chengyuan! Jiang Weiniang stamped her feet anxiously, but her sister held her back tightly. Don't cause him any trouble. Let's go! Jiang Wanqing gritted her teeth, took a deep look at the retreating figure, and led the group into the bushes. Chapter 25, You think I'll let you have 3 punches? Then you'd better kneel down. 15 minutes later. Deep in the dense forest. Lu Chengyuan leaned against a rock, his chest heaving violently, and his body bore several deep, bone-revealing scratches. The phantom leopard was just 10 meters away from him, also injured, with one eye blinded in bleeding black blood. Huff, huff. Lu Chengyuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. System, give me the cheat code. Lu Chengyuan silently recited in his heart. Host detected to be in high-intensity combat experience gain doubled. Analyzing the target's weaknesses. Weaknesses, soft areas of the abdomen, brief stiffness after activating mental power. Understood. Lu Chengyuan grinned. In the next few minutes, Lu Chengyuan completely abandoned his defense and traded blows with the phantom leopard like a madman. Roar! The phantom leopard launched another mental attack. Lu Chengyuan felt a sharp pain in his head, but he was prepared. He pressed his tongue hard against his palate, using the pain to stay awake. Instead of retreating, he slid forward and landed directly under the phantom leopard. Die! A punch, imbued with all the strength of his body, slammed hard into the soft belly of the phantom leopard. Puff! This punch pierced its internal organs. The phantom leopard let out a shrill scream, its massive body crashing to the ground. It twitched a few times and then fell silent. Slayed a top-tier, first-grade exotic beast, the purple-eyed illusionary god leopard. Receive a huge amount of experience points. Congratulations, host. Your qi and blood have broken through the bottleneck. Current qi and blood, 2,000 calories. A warm current instantly swept through my body, rapidly repairing my sore muscles and making my bones denser. Lu Chengyuan lay on the ground, breathing in the blood-smelling air, feeling as if he had been reborn. My blood and energy have already reached 2,000 calories? Awesome! Just as he was about to get up and touch the body, a burst of applause suddenly came from the bushes not far away. Slap, slap, slap. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. A boy in a white training uniform led a dozen or so people out, a fake smile on his face. It was thunderous. He glanced at the corpse of the phantom leopard on the ground, and his eyelids twitched. This is a spiritual beast even for him, fighting it one-on-one would be quite difficult. Who would have thought that Lu Chengyuan could actually kill it single-handedly? However, seeing Lu Chengyuan covered in blood and lying on the ground unable to move, Lei Dong's apprehension dissipated considerably. It's just the last gasp of its power. Lu Chengyuan, is it? Lei Dong looked down at him. I didn't expect you to have some skills. But it's a pity you've met me. Lu Chengyuan struggled to prop himself up and looked at this pretentious jerk. System scan initiated. Target, Lei Dong Lei family of Kyoto. Potential, a level. Future vision, 3 minutes later, you'll be brutally beaten by your host, but you'll become the thunder god of war for humanity. Is there a contract? Lu Chengyuan was delighted. Isn't this just a thug delivered to our doorstep? Contract. The contract process has been initiated. Please complete the defeat conditions. Hey kid. Lei Dong stepped forward, chin held high. I heard you're Lu Qinghe's younger brother? So what if it is? Lu Chengyuan toyed with the exotic beast crystal core in his hand, a playful look on his face. Very well. Lei Dong sneered, since it's you, then don't blame me for being impolite. Back then, your sister hung my brother on a tree to dry overnight. Today, I'm going to settle that score with you. Oh? How do you want to ask for it? I'll beat you down, and then hang you on a tree to dry overnight. Lei Dong said viciously. Just as the two were about to draw their swords. Stop. 2 beautiful figures rushed out from the bushes beside them. These were the Jiang sisters who had left and then returned. They heard the commotion here and were so worried that they sneaked back. Lei Dong. What are you doing? Jiang Weiniang stood in front of Lu Changyuan, like a little tiger protecting its cubs. So many of you are bullying one person, have you no shame? Jiang Wanqing also looked coldly at Lei Dong. Second young master Lei, this is a training camp, not your Lei family's backyard. Lu Changyuan has just gone through a fierce battle. Don't you think it's unfair for you to make a move now? Lei Dong's expression softened slightly upon seeing the two sisters. After all, the Jiang family is quite famous in Kyoto, and these twins are known as beauties. Who in the circle doesn't know them? Wanqing, Weiniang, this is none of your business. This is a personal feud between me and the Lu family. Lei Dong frowned, but still waved his hand with great composure. I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others in distress. How about this? Considering he just finished a fight, I'll let him have 3 punches. Give me 3 punches? Lu Changyuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Lei Dong said unhappily. I keep my word. If you can make me take half a step back, I'll consider it a loss. If I'm still standing after 3 punches, then don't blame me for being impolite and stripping you naked and hanging you on a tree. He is very confident. He was a second-rank martial artist and had cultivated the Lei family's diamond body forging technique, making his skin and flesh harder than an iron plate. Even if Lu Changyuan is incredibly eccentric, he's still just a quasi-martial artist. At most, he's only just broken through to the first rank. That's not even enough to tickle him. Jiang Wanqing and Jiang Weiniang exchanged a glance, both seeing a strange look in each other's eyes. Is this guy stupid? Lu Changyuan just single-handedly killed a first-grade illusionary god leopard. Although we don't know his exact level of strength, he is definitely not comparable to an ordinary first-grade martial artist. Lei Dong, you said it yourself. Jiang Weiniang chuckled inwardly, but pretended to be very worried. Then don't cry later. Crying? What a joke. Lei Dong patted his chest. Come on. Hit here. Harder, don't forget what you've been eating. Lu Changyuan sighed and shook his head. These days, there are actually people who deliberately ask for a beating. This guy really doesn't know the meaning of the word death. He walked up to Lei Dong and flexed his wrists. Ready? Enough talk, come on. Lei Dong assumed a horse stance, focused his energy in his dantian, tensed all his muscles, and prepared to take the hit. Lu Changyuan's eyes narrowed. There was no fancy build-up, just a simple straight punch. But at the moment of throwing a punch, 2,000 calories of blood and energy burst forth from his body. Boom! This punch created a sonic boom. Lei Dong's disdainful expression froze on his face. He only had time to put his hands in front of his chest. Snap! The sound of bone cracking was clearly audible. Lei Dong knelt heavily on both knees, creating 2 large craters in the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Lei Dong felt like his internal organs had shifted, and his head was buzzing. Is this a near martial artist? That punch must have had at least 2,000 pounds of force. How about it? Want to try again? Lu Changyuan squatted down, looking at him with a smile. This is only the first punch. Lei Dong raised his head with trembling hands, looking at that seemingly harmless smiling face, and had a million curses in his mind. But even Lei Ershao is a man who cares about his reputation. Especially in front of the Jiang sisters, how could I back down? No. It's nothing. Lei Dong gritted his teeth, struggling to stand up. I was careless just now, I didn't gather my strength properly. Let's try again. A true man. Lu Changyuan gave a thumbs up. Then, without any hesitation, he threw a second punch. This punch was aimed directly at his face. Bang! A crisp sound. Lei Dong didn't even utter a sound. His eyes rolled back, and he fell straight backward, fainting on the spot. 2 streams of blood flowed slowly down his cheeks, making him look particularly pitiful in the sunlight. Done. Lu Changyuan clapped his hands, then turned to look at Wang Kai and the others who were completely dumbfounded. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and give your young master CPR. Wang Kai finally realized what was happening and screamed as he rushed forward, crying, Young master! Young master, wake up! Jiang Wanqing walked over, looked at Lei Dong lying unconscious on the ground, and glanced at Lu Changyuan with some helplessness. Did you go too far? What if you hurt him? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. At most, it's a mild concussion. I'll be fine after half a day of rest. Lu Changyuan shrugged. Besides, he insisted on letting me punch him 3 times. I've never seen such a strange request in my life. Jiang Weining excitedly ran over and skillfully began to explore Lei Dong's body. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and divide the spoils. This guy's a big spender, he must have a lot of points. Jiang Wanqing rubbed her forehead. This girl is hopeless. But. She glanced at the marks on Lei's hand, but her body betrayed her, and she leaned closer. Leave some for me, I want some too. A moment later. Lei Dong's hard-earned 700 points were completely divided up by the three of them. Lu Chengyuan was in a great mood as he looked at the soaring numbers in his account. Robbing is still the fastest way to make money. He sighed, then checked the time. All right, we can't stay here any longer. Lei Dong will definitely go crazy when he wakes up. We need to find somewhere else. Where to? Let us go deeper. Lu Chengyuan looked towards the core area of the forest. Now that we have these points as a foundation, our goal is not just to pass. We must win first place. The three packed their things and quickly disappeared into the dense forest. Only the unconscious Lei Dong and a group of flustered followers remained, bewildered in the wind. This was probably the darkest day of Lei Erxiao's life. Not only did he lose his points and get knocked unconscious, but he also lost face in front of his crush. This feud has become quite serious. But for Lu Chengyuan, this was just a small episode in his rise to power in this world of high martial arts. After all, genius is worthless. The truth lies in trampling geniuses underfoot. Chapter 26 Tragic Lei Xiao never won a fight, got robbed instead, and has 0 points. Inside a makeshift luxury medical tent on the outskirts of the forest. Hiss, be gentle. Are you trying to murder me? A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, came from inside the tent. Lei Dong sat on the cot, grimacing, while Wang Kai cautiously applied a bottle of safflower oil to his swollen cheek. At this moment, the second young master of the Lei family was no longer the arrogant man he had been during the day. With a bruised left eye, a swollen right cheek like a steamed bun, and 2 cotton balls stuffed in his nostrils, he looked exactly like a comical clown who had just escaped from a circus. Young master, please bear with it. This is a special supply of black jade bone-mending ointment. It will sting when you apply it, but it will heal quickly. Wang Kai stood by with a smile, holding a water glass in his hand, looking even more careful than when serving his own father. Lei Dong didn't take the water cup, he just stared blankly at the tent fabric above his head. He was reviewing the situation. The daytime battle was lost in a very strange way. He was a second-grade early-stage martial artist, and the kind of second-grade early-stage martial artist who grew up soaking in medicinal baths and cultivated the Lei family's diamond body forging technique. Let alone an ordinary quasi-martial artist, even a typical mid-stage first-rank martial artist, if punched into him, would at most only make him stagger a couple of times. But Lu Chengyuan's punch pierced through his defenses. That violent power was like that of a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is not scientific. Lei Dong muttered to himself. What's unscientific? Wang Kai asked, leaning closer. Lu Chengyuan's blood and energy. Lei Dong squinted, recalling the scene he had seen before he lost consciousness. When that punch was thrown, the fluctuations of blood and qi around Lu Chengyuan were ridiculously strong. It's not like I haven't seen geniuses before. That guy from Kyoto who's known as the Little Martial God only had about 1,500 calories of qi and blood when he broke through to the first rank. But the explosive power of Lu Chengyuan's punch. Lei Dong swallowed hard. At least 2,000 calories. Or even more. How could a student from an ordinary high school, who was a notorious underachiever, possess such terrifying strength in such a short period of time? Unless, this kid has been pretending to be weak all along. Damn it, we got tricked. Lei Dong grew angrier the more he thought about it, and slammed his fist on the bed. Young master, what should we do then? Wang Kai asked cautiously. How about, we go and complain to the instructor? Tell him he was too ruthless. Complain my ass. Lei Dong glared at him, you're not as skilled as others, so you go and complain? My Lei family can't afford to lose face like that. Besides, it was my own fault for being so foul-mouthed that I let him punch me 3 times. If word gets out, I'll want to find a block of tofu and smash my head against it. Wang Kai shrank back, not daring to speak. Lei Dong took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. No. I can't swallow this insult. It's one thing to be unable to beat that female demon Lu Qinghe, but now even her brother is trying to take advantage of me? If this gets back to Kyoto, how will he ever be able to get along at gatherings again? Bring me the communicator. Lei Dong reached out his hand. Young master, the training camp rules state that trainees cannot act on their own. Enough talk. Give it to me. Left with no other option, Wang Kai took out a black satellite phone from the safe. This was an emergency passage specially prepared by the Lei family for Lei Dong, which could only be used when his life was in danger. Of course, for Lei Dong, the current situation is even more serious than being in mortal danger. This is a matter of dignity. The call was connected. Beep beep. It rang twice before the other end answered. Hello? A deep voice came from behind. Upon hearing this voice, Lei Dong's fierceness vanished instantly, his eyes reddened, and he burst into tears. Brother! I got beaten up. Kyoto, the Lei family mansion. Lei Jin was sitting cross-legged in the training room, his bare upper body covered in sweat, his muscles as hard as granite. Hearing the wailing coming from the other end of the phone, Lei Jin rubbed his temples, looking helpless. What happened now? Did you go and provoke some rich girl again and get beaten up? No. Lei Dong sobbed as he said, this time it was a guy. Bro, you have no idea how dark-skinned that kid was. He has no sportsmanship. I gave him 3 punches, and he really went for it. I even got a concussion. Lei Jin sighed. He knew his younger brother's character best. He has talent, but he's too arrogant and hasn't experienced the harsh realities of life. Alright, stop howling. Who is the other person? Which family do they belong to? His name is Lu Changyuan. Lei Dong gritted his teeth and uttered the name. Who? A series of crackling sounds came from the other end of the phone. Lei Jin's voice trembled. Say it again, what's your name? Lu Changyuan. Lei Dong was startled by his older brother's reaction. Brother, you know him? I'm fucking. Lei Jin cursed on the other end, sounding like he was about to collapse. Of all people to mess with, you had to mess with that bastard's brother? Do you think our Lei family is living too comfortably? Lei Dong was stunned. Brother, isn't he Lu Qingha's brother? Lu Qingha may be powerful, but this is a training camp. She can't just barge in and beat me up, can she? Besides, I didn't do anything to him. On the contrary, I was the one who got beaten half to death by him. You don't know anything. Lei Jin roared on the other end, Lu Qingha is a crazy woman. She's abnormally protective of her own. Back then, I only glanced at her, and she hung me on a tree to dry overnight. And now you dare to mess with her brother? And... Lei Jin took a deep breath, his tone becoming serious. You mean Lu Changyuan beat you up? What's his strength now? I estimate at least 2,000 calories of qi and blood, Lei Dong answered honestly. That punch was too heavy, I was careless. 2,000 calories. Lei Jin muttered to himself, then let out a desperate sigh. It's over, it's all over. What's over? Those siblings are monsters. Lei Jin's voice sounded somewhat hysterical. When Lu Qingha entered school, she was only at the first rank, but she became a second rank a month later. Since Lu Changyuan was able to beat you up like this, it means his talent is even more terrifying than his sister's. Xiaodong, listen to your brother's advice. Lei Jin said earnestly, from now on, if you see Lu Changyuan, go around him. Don't even think about revenge, really. Why? Lei Dong protested. Brother, I'm injured right now. Once I recover, I'll definitely be able to. You're nothing. Lei Jin interrupted him mercilessly, given that family's freakish genes, by the time you see him again, his blood energy might have already spiked to 6,000 calories. At that point, forget about revenge, you'd be lucky if you could even escape with your underwear behind you. Lei Dong felt that his older brother had been traumatized by Lu Qingha and was a little mentally unstable. It's only been a few days. How could someone possibly upgrade by rocket? Alright, bro, I'm not talking to you anymore. Lei Dong was a little annoyed. Boosting the enemy's morale while diminishing our own. I'm definitely going to settle this score. Bye. After saying that, he hung up the phone. TCH, coward. Lei Dong's stubbornness flared up. I refuse to believe it. Even if I can't beat him, I'll still annoy him. I'll steal his monsters and his resources. I'll make sure he doesn't get first place. After saying that, Lei Dong tossed the phone to Wang Kai, jumped off the bed, and his eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. Wang Kai. Assemble the team. Young master, where are we going? Let's go rack up points. Lei Dong clenched his fist. Since I can't beat him in a fight, I'll crush him with points. I have the resources of the Lei family backing me up. I refuse to believe I can't beat that poor bastard. Young master. Wang Kai looked at the spirited Lei Dong, but hesitated to speak. Speak quickly if you have something to say. While you were unconscious just now, that Lu Chengyuan transferred all your points away. Wang Kai whispered, and the brothers' points have also been completely wiped out. Lei Dong's expression froze. He slowly turned his head to look at Wang Kai, his voice trembling. You mean? I'm at 0 points now? Wang Kai nodded, then added, not only did we get 0 points, but those 2 girls from the Jiang family also stole all the exotic beast materials we had collected. Lei Dong's vision went black, and he almost fainted again. This is outrageous. It's one thing to beat someone up, but to rob them too? Lu Chengyuan. I'm not done with you yet. Lei Dong roared to the sky, startling a flock of birds in the forest. Let's go. Let's kill some alien beasts. Don't let even a rabbit escape. I'm going to earn back my points bit by bit. Looking at his young master's grief-stricken back, Wang Kai sighed. This isn't a revenge mission, it's clearly a forced labor mission. Chapter 27 Lesion, this is too hard for me, I can't live like this anymore. At the same time, Shanghai, 1,000 miles away. As one of the most prestigious universities in China, the Shanghai War Academy remains brightly lit at night. On the wide campus avenue, students hurried along. But at this moment, everyone's eyes were focused in the same direction, their eyes filled with awe, and even fear. A tall figure dressed in a black, tight-fitting combat suit was striding across the middle of the road, carrying a long, sheathed sword. She wore her hair in a high ponytail, had striking features, and exuded a commanding, heroic air. Lu Qinghe, the top student in her 3rd year at the Shanghai War Academy, is nicknamed Female Azura. Holy crap, what's with this female demon out here? 2 boys were whispering among themselves, their necks hunched over in the roadside bushes. Who has offended her this time? Judging from her posture, she's going to tear the house down. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Do you want to die? Last time, a senior got beaten up in the ring for half a month just because he glanced at her too much. I heard that her younger brother went to some kind of genius training camp. I guess she was worried that her brother would be bullied. Bullying her brother? Who would be so foolish as to do that? Lu Qinghe ignored the surrounding discussions. Amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd, Lu Qinghe walked straight to a detached villa. This is the exclusive residence of the student council president. And the chairman of this term happens to be Lei Zhen. Lu Qinghe stopped and looked up at the carved mahogany door. There was no doorbell ring, and no one called out. She simply lifted her long, slender leg, and then... boom! A loud bang. The expensive door flew off the frame and slammed heavily onto the living room floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. The 2 security guards at the gate were so frightened that they huddled in their booth, pretending to be dead. Joke. This old lady has taken down doors more than once or twice. Who dares to stop her? Who is it? Do you have a death wish? A roar came from the living room. Lei Zhen had just hung up the phone with his younger brother and was seething with anger when he saw that his front door had been blown away again. He was about to explode on the spot. He jumped up from the sofa in a rage, his blood boiling, ready to teach the newcomer a lesson. Then, he saw that familiar figure standing at the door. In an instant, Lei Zhen's imposing aura vanished completely. His originally ferocious expression seamlessly switched from anger to fawning in 0.1 seconds. Hey! Isn't this Qinghe? Lei Zhen rubbed his hands together and quickly went to greet him, his face full of smiles. You've come all this way, why did you bring a gift? Oh no, you even helped me change the door. I've wanted to replace this door for a long time. Out with the old, in with the new, haha, haha. Their will to survive is off the charts. Lu Qinghe ignored his smirking face, walked in with her knife in hand, and glanced at him. I heard your younger brother also went to this training camp? Lu Qinghe's voice was cold. Lei Zhen's heart skipped a beat. Broken. Is this a mission to demand an explanation? Ah, yes, I went. Lei Zhen forced a smile and said, that good for nothing, I just wanted to broaden his horizons, that's all. He was about to explain, saying that my brother beat my brother so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him, and that we should try to reason with each other about this. Before he could even finish speaking, Lu Qinghe interrupted him. Since he's your brother, he must be just like you, full of bad intentions. Lu Qinghe's eyebrows furrowed, and her tone turned icy. You tell your brother right now to stay away from my brother. If I find out he's bullying my brother in there. No, Sister Lu, please let me explain. Lei Jin was sweating profusely with anxiety. Actually, the situation is. I don't want to hear any explanations. Lu Qing has stepped forward, her aura suddenly erupting, causing Lei Jin to catch his breath. My younger brother has been physically weak since childhood and has an introverted personality. He doesn't even dare to kill a chicken. If your little brother scares you, I'll tear down this villa and hang you on the school flagpole. Lei Jin? He stared wide-eyed at the self-righteous woman before him, feeling that the world was utterly insane. Weak body? Introverted? They don't even dare to kill a chicken? Sister, do you have some misunderstanding about your brother? That kid punched my brother and gave him a concussion, and then stole all his points. Is that what you call being a coward? Lu Qing, huh? Do you even have any sense of reason? Lei Jin was also provoked a bit. Even a clay figure has some spirit, he's clearly your brother. Bang! His response was a clean and crisp sidekick. Lei Jin only felt a blur before his eyes, and then he was sent flying backward. Boom! His 180-pound body slammed heavily against the living room wall, creating a human-shaped dent in the wall that was adorned with an expensive oil painting. Stone fragments flew everywhere, and dust billowed up. Lei Jin slid to the ground, clutching his chest, almost unable to catch his breath. That's too strong. The force of that kick was even more terrifying than it was 3 years ago. Has she already broken through to the 4th rank? Lu Qinghe withdrew her long leg and coldly glanced at Lei Jin lying in the ruins. She scoffed, might makes right. Remember my words, if Lu Chengyuan loses even a single hair, I'll hold you responsible. Okay, I'll tell him right now. Lei Jin raised his hands in surrender. I'll make him treat your brother like an ancestor, okay? That's more like it. Lu Qinghe snorted, sheathed her sword, and turned to leave. She took 2 steps, then stopped and looked back at Lei Jin. By the way, this door is of very poor quality. Replace it with a sturdier one next time. After saying that, she left the villa without looking back. Until that jinx was gone. Lei Jinsai struggled to climb out of the pile of rubble, leaned against the dilapidated wall, and felt like crying. What a tragedy. He looked at the crystal chandelier above him, which had been shaken askew, and felt that his life was shrouded in darkness. What the hell is this? The younger brother was being beaten up by his younger brother inside. The older brother was beaten up by his older sister outside. Did the Lei family dig up the Lu family's ancestral graves in their past life? Strength, this woman's strength has increased again. Lei Jin rubbed his chest, his eyes filled with horror. That kick just now, she didn't use any chi or blood at all, it was purely physical strength. She's simply a ferocious beast in human skin. This is so hard for me. Lei Jin plopped down in the pile of rubble and sighed to the sky. He really wanted to call Lei Dong right now and tell him, brother, good luck to you. I've done my best, brother. But communication in the training camp is one way. Unless Lei Dong takes the initiative to call, news from the outside simply cannot get in. It's over. Lei Jin covered his face. He could almost see his younger brother in the forest, being humiliated by Lu Chengyuan, who then pointed a finger at him and said, "It was your brother who told me to treat you like royalty." The scene was too beautiful for him to bear. Lei Dong, consider this your tuition fee this time. You'll have to walk the rest of the road yourself. I hope you can be strong, at least, don't get beaten to death. Chapter 28 Washboard Figure? Jiang Weiniang's defense broke down. Night was falling. The air was humid and stuffy, and the chirping of various unknown insects rose and fell, making people feel irritable. I can't take it anymore. I can't walk anymore. Jiang Weiniang plopped down on a protruding tree root, panting heavily. The heavy equipment she was wearing, weighing several hundred pounds, felt like several mountains pressing down on her, making it impossible for her to straighten her back. Oh, so you're already stuck here? Lu Chengyuan leaned against a tree, teasing with a half smile. I say, second miss, why are you doing this? Carrying a turtle shell on your back so late at night, anyone who doesn't know better would think you're cosplaying as a teenage mutant ninja turtle. You're the turtle. Your whole family are turtles. Jiang Weiniang glared at him fiercely. Although she was exhausted, she still didn't hold back. Mind your own business. I'm happy to do it. She gritted her teeth and tried to stand up, but her legs felt like they were made of lead, trembling like a leaf. Ever since that mock exam, I've sworn an oath. Jiang Weiniang stared intently at Lu Chengyuan, I will never take off this gear until my chi and blood surpass yours. Not even when I sleep. Lu Chengyuan shrugged. Alright, that's ambitious. But if you die here from exhaustion, tomorrow's headline will be Zhang family's second young lady dies tragically in the wilderness due to excessive weight. I'd like to see how your sister explains this to your father. Jiang Wanqing, who had been silent all along, sighed, walked to her sister's side, and reached out to wipe her sweat. Wei, don't push yourself too hard. Jiang Wanqing's voice carried a hint of helplessness. This weight is too heavy. Prolonged pressure on your bones will actually hinder your development. Besides. Jiang Wanqing paused, glanced at the relaxed-looking guy in front of her, and sighed helplessly. Besides, you probably have no chance of catching up with him using this method. Sis. Why are you boosting others' morale while belittling your own? Jiang Weining pouted, unconvinced. I'm just stating the facts, Jiang Wanqing said, shrugging. Some people are just weirdos. What's the point of us normal people comparing ourselves to them? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Lu Chengyuan's lips twitched. Hey, is it polite of you to call me a pervert to my face? Jiang Weining stared at Lu Chengyuan for a long time, and finally collapsed like a deflated balloon. Okay, I admit it, this guy isn't human. She hurriedly unbuttoned her clothes. Click, click. With a few muffled thuds, the heavy-weighted vest and leg guards were thrown to the ground, causing the ground to sink a little. Call. Jiang Weining let out a long breath, feeling as if she were floating. She fell backward, sprawling on the grass without any regard for her image, and even rolled around contentedly. Awesome. I'm alive again. But soon, she frowned and disgustedly patted the dirt and grass clippings off her body. Ugh, it's so dirty. This grass must be covered in bug droppings. Jiang Weining said with a pained expression. I really want to go home. I miss my big bed, I miss my big bathtub, I miss my fragrant shower gel. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt extremely uncomfortable. After spending most of the day in this hot and humid forest, everyone was covered in sweat and dirt, which clung stickily to their skin and was extremely uncomfortable. Even Jiang Wanqing, who was usually very clean, couldn't help but frown and tug at the combat uniform that was sticking to her body. If only there were a place to take a bath, Jiang Wanqing said softly. Chun Haoran and Zhao Lei also looked on with anticipation. The two of them smelled stronger than anyone else, strong enough to kill mosquitoes. Lu Chengyuan looked at these pampered young masters and ladies and shook his head helplessly. He sniffed, then squatted down, picked up a bit of dirt from the ground with his fingers, rubbed it, and smelled it. There's hope. Lu Chengyuan patted the dirt off his hands, stood up, and pointed to the left front. About 2 kilometers over there, the air humidity is significantly higher than here, and there's the sound of water flowing against the shore. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a lake with flowing water. Real? Jiang Weining sprang to her feet with a somersault. Lu Chengyuan, are you a dog? How come your nose is so sensitive? Believe it or not, if you don't believe me, stay here and feed the mosquitoes. Lu Chengyuan rolled his eyes and walked in that direction. No one had time to doubt them anymore, and they followed eagerly. Really? After passing through a dense thicket of bushes, the view suddenly opened up. A crescent-shaped lake lies quietly in a forest clearing. Its water is crystal clear and shimmers in the moonlight, reflecting the surrounding trees. It is as beautiful as a painting. Wow! It really is a lake. Jiang Weining cheered and was about to rush into the water. Etc. Lu Chengyuan grabbed the back of her collar and pulled her back. What are you doing? Let me go. Jiang Weining struggled wildly. What's the rush? What if there are crocodiles in the water? Lu Chengyuan said irritably. Let's scout ahead first. He picked up a stone and threw it into the water. With a plop, water splashed everywhere, but nothing strange was attracted. He then carefully examined the footprints on the lakeshore, confirming that there were no signs of any large, ferocious beasts. All right, it's safe. Lu Chengyuan let go of her hand. Jiang Weining was about to rush forward again, but Jiang Wanqing stopped her. How are we going to wash? Jiang Wanqing looked around hesitantly. Although this place is secluded, but since there are guys around, you can't just take your clothes off right away, can you? Lu Chengyuan waved his hand generously. That's easy. Ladies first, you go first. We men will go over there and keep watch, we'll make sure not even a fly can get in. As he spoke, he pointed to a huge rock dozens of meters away. I'll sit right there and be your doorman. Jiang Weining stared at him suspiciously. You'd be so kind? You wouldn't be thinking of spying on me, would you? Am I that kind of person? Lu Chengyuan said righteously. Besides, what's so attractive about your washboard figure? Lu Chengyuan. I want to kill you. Jiang Weining was so angry that she wanted to bite him. In the end, Jiang Wanqing pulled her sister back. Although the two were a little shy, they couldn't resist the temptation of taking a bath and could only blush as they agreed. Turn around. Don't look back. If you dare to peek, I'll gouge your eyes out. Jiang Weining threatened viciously. Okay, stop nagging. Lu Chengyuan turned his back and sat down behind the boulder. Chen Haoren and Zhao Lei also wisely moved to a more distant spot to keep watch, indicating that out of sight, out of mind. Soon, the rustling sound of clothes being taken off came from behind. Then came 2 splashes of water, followed by the cheerful laughter of a girl. Lu Chengyuan sat behind the rock, listening to the crisp sound of water and the faint sound of giggling. His throat felt a little dry. Although he had his back to the lake, the sound was a real test of one's willpower. Some images unsuitable for children involuntarily surfaced in my mind. Under the moonlight, in the lake water, 2 fair and flawless delicate bodies. Calm down, calm down. Lu Chengyuan silently recited the heart-cleansing mantra in his heart. I am a righteous gentleman, I am the savior of the human race, I cannot let this beauty shake my Tao heart. Chapter 29. A strange encounter by the lake. Can this also level up? In the lake water. Jiang Weining darted in and out of the water like a mermaid, splashing water on her sister. Sis, do you think Lu Chengyuan is stupid? Jiang Weining muttered to herself while rubbing her arms. With such a good opportunity, he actually sat there obediently? Jiang Wanqing leaned against a rock on the shore, letting the lake water wash over her shoulders, revealing only her delicate collarbone. What? You actually want him to peek? Jiang Wanqing looked at her sister with a half smile. Who was it that was yelling about gouging out someone's eyes just now? No way. I just think he's not normal. Jiang Weining blushed, but stubbornly insisted, tell me, does he like you? Otherwise, why would he be so obedient and even guard the gate for us? Jiang Wanqing paused for a moment, then shook her head and tapped her sister's forehead. What nonsense are you talking about? I think you've fallen for him, haven't you? Your eyes haven't left him the whole way here. Me? Like that jerk? Jiang Weining's voice rose 8 octaves as if a cat's tail had been stepped on. Sis, are you crazy? I'd rather like a pig than him. His mouth is so awful, who could stand it? Really? Jiang Wanqing's smile deepened. Then why did you insist on sitting with him just now? And even put your legs on his lap? That was an accident. An accident. Jiang Weining's face turned bright red with anxiety, whether from the heat or embarrassment, she didn't know. Anyway, although he's a bit of a smart aleck, he's not bad looking, and his skills are okay. If he didn't talk, he could barely be considered a handsome guy. Oh, you're praising me already? Jiang Wanqing teased. You still say you don't like it? Sis. You're so annoying. Jiang Weining exclaimed angrily, pouncing on her sister and tickling her. I'll teach you a lesson. Don't, it tickles. The 2 sisters were playing and splashing around in the water, creating a beautiful scene. Lu Chengyuan, on the shore, was suffering terribly as he listened to the increasingly outrageous commotion. Are these 2 demons trying to test my resolve? Lu Chengyuan took a deep breath, feeling that he was about to get a nosebleed if this continued. No, I need to vent. He suddenly stood up and punched a large tree in front of him. Bang! 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 Each punch was powerful and heavy, sending tree bark flying and wood chips flying everywhere. He used the huge tree, which took 2 people to encircle, as a sandbag, shaking it so that the leaves fell down in a rustling sound. Hearing the commotion, Chen Haoren and Zhao Lei, who were in the distance, shrank back in fright. What's wrong with Brother Lu? Does he have a grudge against the tree? You don't know anything, Chen Haoren said with an air of knowing better. This is just youthful restlessness. Let's stay away from here to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Just as Lu Chengyuan was frantically hammering the tree. Suddenly, Jiang Weining's exclamation came from the lake. Hey! Sis, look what this is. This is a lotus seed pod? It smells so good. It makes me want to eat it just by smelling it. Don't eat random things, what if it's poisonous? Hey, why did you put that in your mouth? Immediately afterwards, a series of crisp system notification sounds suddenly rang in Lu Chengyuan's mind. Ding! Detected that the contracted spirit Jiang Wanqing has consumed a first-tier spirit fruit, Moonlight Lotus Seed, resulting in a significant increase in her qi and blood. Ding! Detected that the contracted spirit Jiang Wanting has consumed the first-tier spirit fruit Moonlight Lotus Seed, resulting in a significant increase in her qi and blood. Current status update: Jiang Wanqing's qi and blood have increased to 1,500 calories. Jiang Wanting's qi and blood have increased to 1,500 calories. Lu Chengyuan was stunned. Holy crap! You can find rare and precious herbs while taking a shower? This luck is just too incredible. These Moonlight Lotus seeds are a rare treasure. They can only grow in waters with extremely rich spiritual energy, absorbing the essence of moonlight. Each one is priceless, and there is no market for them. These two girls actually bumped into each other while taking a bath in a wild lake? Is this the difference between being lucky and unlucky? Immediately afterwards, the system's voice sounded again, triggering a 10x return mechanism. Congratulations, host. You have gained plus 2,000 calories of qi and blood, plus 50 Hz of mental strength. Comprehensive enhancement of your physique. Boom! A massive and terrifying surge of heat appeared out of nowhere within Lu Chengyuan's body. This energy was more intense than ever before, like a rushing river that instantly washed over his limbs and bones. Lu Chengyuan couldn't help but let out a soft moan of extreme pleasure. The bones cheered, the muscles trembled. Every cell is greedily absorbing this energy, undergoing a profound transformation. A moment later, the heat subsided. Lu Chengyuan clenched his fist, feeling the surging blood and qi within his body like the Yangtze River, and was overjoyed. System, open the panel. Host, Lu Chengyuan. Qi and blood, 4,000 calories. Realm, first rank martial artist late stage. Comment, you've become a beast in human skin. I suggest you try to be a human. 4,000 calories. Lu Chengyuan was overjoyed when he saw the number. He guessed that Lei Dong, who was known as the genius of Kyoto, even if he was raised on medicine, probably only had about 5,000 calories of qi and blood. Lu Chengyuan, on the other hand, only took 2 days to go from a quasi-martial artist to 4,000 calories. Only 1,000 calories left. At this rate, even if he doesn't cultivate, relying solely on the feedback from these two lucky sisters, surpassing Lei Dong will only be a matter of 1 or 2 days. It seems like we're guaranteed to be number one in this training camp. Lu Chengyuan was in a great mood. However, he also knew that high blood pressure and blood circulation did not mean invincibility. Deep within this primeval forest exist even rank 3 and rank 4 exotic beasts. And besides exotic beasts, there are also human hearts. In this lawless wilderness, sometimes humans are more terrifying than beasts. At the same time, Kyoto Garrison. On the huge circular screen, live monitoring footage of each examination room is being displayed. On the main screen at the very center, a video is currently being played back. In the scene, Lu Chengyuan throws a punch, causing the air to explode into a white shockwave. Lei Dong kneels on both knees, and the ground collapses. The bigwigs sitting next to them also look like they'd seen a ghost. It seems that this training camp is going to produce an extraordinary person. This is not the future of humanity, this is practically a humanoid monster. Something's not right. Lei Hu, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up from the corner. Even with good genes, it's impossible to improve so quickly in such a short time. The data shows that just half a month ago, he was a useless person with only 300 calories of energy. This rate of growth either indicates the awakening of some extremely rare and special physique, or... Lei Hu paused, his eyes becoming somewhat profound. Or perhaps, he is someone chosen by the destiny of the human race. Upon hearing the words human destiny, everyone present gasped. The situation on Earth is critical. The battle on the battlefield between the myriad races is fierce. Humanity urgently needs fresh blood, and even more so, a leader who can take up the mantle. No matter what, this kid is a promising talent. Zhao Taijun slammed his hand on the table, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. I want this guy. Nobody can take him from me. I'm going to recruit him into the Kyoto Military Academy. Bullshit. Another admissions director immediately jumped up. Why should we give it to him? This kind of talent should go to our Shanghai War Academy. His sister is there, wouldn't it be great for the siblings to be reunited? Go to your place? That's misleading the youth. You're the one who's misleading the students. Watching a group of usually aloof and powerful figures argue heatedly over a student, Lei Hu helplessly rubbed his temples. Lu Chengyuan Lei Hu muttered to himself, "I'm afraid you're going to muddy this waters." But that's exactly what we wanted, isn't it? In this desperate age, humanity desperately needs a miracle. Even if this miracle seems somewhat unconventional. Chapter 30: A lotus emerging from water, the second Mrs. Mysterious Confidence. An hour later, a girl's silvery singing voice came from the lakeside. The Jiang sisters walked out of the misty lakeside, hand in hand. Both women changed into clean spare combat uniforms, their long, wet hair cascading loosely over their shoulders, their fair cheeks flushed with a healthy rosy hue from the hot water. The moonlight bathed them, as if coating them with a soft glow. "Hey, Lu Chengyuan." As soon as Jiang Weiniang came out, she put her hands on her hips and raised her chin high, like a proud little peacock. Lu Chengyuan had just finished a set of punches and was sitting cross-legged on a rock, adjusting his breathing. Hearing this, he opened his eyes and asked, "What? Did you get stupid from taking a bath?" "You're the one who's stupid." Jiang Weiniang snorted and stepped in front of him. "I hereby formally challenge you." Jiang Wanqing, who was standing nearby, couldn't stop them in time and could only helplessly rub her forehead. This girl just ate something good, and now that her blood is rushing in, she's acting all high and mighty. "Challenge me?" Lu Chengyuan looked her up and down, his face full of strangeness. "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure." Jiang Weiniang clenched her small fist, feeling the unprecedented abundance of energy within her body, her confidence soaring. "Don't think you're the only one improving. I just ate that lotus seed, and I feel full of energy. I'm not the same person I was before." Moonlight lotus seed, the finest among first-grade spiritual fruits. It can only be born in waters rich in moonlight essence. One seed can allow a martial apprentice to break through to the first grade directly, and it can also cleanse the body and remove impurities. Jiang Wanqing added softly from the side, "On the black market, one of these can sell for 3 million, and there's no market for them. It seems like we ate several." Chen Haoren and Zhao Lei listened from the side, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. 3 million per pill? And you ate several? They worked themselves to the bone here and didn't earn a single penny, while others spent tens of millions in the time it takes to take a shower. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. So that thing was worth that much? Lu Chengyuan stroked his chin. "So, you feel like you're capable again now?" "What do you mean again? I've always been good." Jiang Weiniang puffed out her chest. "I admit, your qi and blood might be a little higher than mine, but fighting isn't just about qi and blood. I've practiced all kinds of fighting techniques since I was a child, and I have a wealth of practical experience. Unlike you, you're just a self-taught amateur." Lu Chengyuan was amused by her confident demeanor. "All right, since you're so confident, tell me, are you planning to give me one hand or one foot?" "How dare you?" Jiang Weiniang's cheeks puffed out in anger. "I don't need you to give way to me with my 2 hands and 2 feet. Take this." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly pushed off with her feet, and like an arrow released from a bow, she glided gracefully and closed in on Lu Chengyuan. She didn't use her fists, but instead transformed her palms into knives, stabbing them straight into Lu Chengyuan's ribs. This move was both fast and tricky, and the angle was perfectly chosen, precisely targeting the blind spot of the human body's defense. Jiang Wanqing saw this and nodded inwardly. "My sister's technique is indeed quite skillful. Her speed and strength are more than twice as good as before. It seems the moonlight lotus seeds are even more effective than expected." However, faced with this swift sneak attack, Lu Chengyuan didn't even change his posture. He simply sat there and casually raised his left hand. Smack! A soft sound. Jiang Weiniang's determined chop was effortlessly caught by Lu Chengyuan with just 2 fingers. The scene was quite awkward at one point. Jiang Weiniang's face flushed instantly. She tried to pull her hand back, but found that the other person's fingers were like 2 iron clamps, not moving an inch. "That's it?" Lu Chengyuan raised an eyebrow. "A first-tier spirit fruit gives you this much confidence? You let go." "Okay, let go." Lu Chengyuan loosened his grip. Jiang Weiniang had just pulled her hand back and hadn't even had time to back away when she felt a blur before her eyes. Lu Chengyuan had stood up at some point and gently flicked her smooth forehead with his right index finger. Thump! The sound was not loud, and even somewhat crisp. "Wah!" Jiang Weiniang screamed, clutched her head, and squatted down, tears streaming down her face. "Ouch, that hurts. You hit me way too hard." The battle began quickly and ended even faster. From the moment Jiang Weiniang launched her attack to the moment she crouched down on the ground, clutching her head and crying, the entire process took no more than 3 seconds. Chen Haoren and Zhao Lei stared wide-eyed. One finger? How could you make a first-grade martial artist, who had just consumed rare and precious herbs and whose strength had skyrocketed, cry? Is this reasonable? Jiang Wanqing's pupils also contracted slightly. She quickly walked to her sister's side and checked her forehead. Fortunately, it was just a red patch, and the skin wasn't broken. But a storm raged within her. She knew her sister's current strength best with a blood energy level of 1,500 calories, and considering the sneak attack, the explosive power of that strike was definitely not to be underestimated. But Lu Chengyuan sat still and easily resolved the situation without moving an inch. Even that final snap on the head, seemingly casual, actually contained a terrifying penetrating force, directly breaking through the sister's qi and blood defenses, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. How much power difference and how precise the control would be required to achieve that? Your qi and blood. Jiang Wanqing raised her head, her eyes filled with shock as she looked at Lu Chengyuan. You've broken through again? I was lucky I accidentally gained some insight while I was hitting the tree, Lu Chengyuan said casually. He can't exactly say, you two ate the spirit fruit, and I took 10 times the amount and gave it back to you, can I? Pounding a tree, to gain enlightenment? Jiang Wanqing's lips twitched. What do you take this for? An epiphany? That's such a flimsy excuse. Wa'ada. Sister, he bullied me. He flicked me with so much force. Jiang Weiniang was still drawing circles on the ground, constantly accusing Lu Chengyuan of his brutality. Lu Chengyuan spread his hands, looking completely innocent. Heaven and earth bear witness, I didn't even use 1/10 of my strength. Besides, you attacked first. This is called a friendly spar, understand? I don't care. You're just bullying me. Jiang Wanqing felt a headache coming on as she looked at her spoiled younger sister. She now finally understands why she said earlier that normal people shouldn't compare themselves to freaks. This guy's rate of progress has completely exceeded her comprehension. Perhaps, only those chosen ones by the human race's destiny in legends can have such a terrifying growth rate? She looked at Lu Chengyuan, her expression becoming complicated. I initially just thought he was an interesting and skilled teammate. In retrospect, I may have inadvertently latched onto an incredibly powerful patron. Alright, stop crying. Jiang Wanqing pulled her younger sister up and gently comforted her. If you can't beat them, you can't beat them. What's there to cry about? You can just have him teach you later, right? Who needs him to teach me? I don't believe I can catch up with him. Jiang Weiniang wiped away her tears. Although she was still very defiant, the look in her eyes when she looked at Lu Chengyuan was noticeably less provocative and more indescribable. Chapter 31 Skeleton Invasion. Lei Xiao's Nightmare. In the core area, in a withered forest, a nauseating stench permeated the air. Young master, something's not right here. Wang Kai shrank his neck, feeling a chill in the air. Why isn't there even a single insect chirping? Lei Dong frowned and gripped the knife in his hand tighter. Just then, click! A sound like a dry branch snapping rang out. The ground around them suddenly shifted, and pale, boneless hands emerged from the soil. Immediately afterwards, one by one, skeletons wearing tattered armor and with eerie blue flames burning in their eye sockets shakily crawled out. Skeleton race. The lowest and most disgusting cannon fodder race on the battlefield of all races. They feel no pain, no fatigue as long as their soul fire remains burning, they can keep fighting. What the hell is this thing? Lei Dong was startled and cleaved the head of a skeleton soldier in two with a single blow. But even more skeletons surged out from underground, densely packed, and instantly surrounded them. Charge out! Lei Dong roared, his body crackling with lightning, and led the charge. It has to be said that although this kid is arrogant, he does have some real skills. Each swing of the blade unleashed a burst of lightning, blasting any skeleton soldiers blocking its path into dust. But there were just too many skeletons. Furthermore, there were several tall skeleton warriors wielding bone shields among them. Ah! A scream rang out. A student at the back of the group was grabbed by the ankle by a skeleton warrior and dragged directly into a pile of skeletons, where he was instantly hacked to pieces. The smell of blood stimulated these undead creatures, causing the soul fire in their eye sockets to burn even more fiercely, and their attacks to become even more frenzied. Young master! I can't hold on any longer. Wang Kai cried out, his face covered in blood. Waste! Lei Dong gritted his teeth, took out a purple bead from his pocket, and smashed it hard on the ground. Boom! A blinding bolt of lightning erupted, wiping out all the skeletons within a radius of several meters. This is a one-time consumable item called Thunderstorm Bead, which is priceless and was originally intended for saving one's life. Run! Taking advantage of this opening, Lei Dong led the few remaining men in a hasty escape. But the skeleton leader clearly had no intention of letting them go. It opened its jaws and let out a silent roar, then hurled the rusty bone knife in its hand. Put! The bone knife pierced Lei Dong's shoulder, pinning him to a tree. Young master! Wang Kai didn't know where he got the courage, but he rushed back, pulled out the bone knife, picked up Lei Dong, and ran away. At last. Of the group of more than 10 people, only Lei Dong, Wang Kai, and 2 other wounded men escaped. They hid in a damp, dark cave and blocked the entrance with huge rocks. Lei Dong leaned against the rock wall, his face as pale as paper, and black blood was flowing from the wound on his shoulder, which was obviously poisonous. It's over. He shakily pulled out his satellite phone, trying to call for help. However, the screen only displayed one line of glaring red text, no signal. At the same time, Military Monitoring Center. A piercing alarm suddenly went off. Report. All signal sources in the C3 area of the core zone have disappeared. High energy reaction detected. Energy fluctuations match the skeleton race 99%. Lei Hu suddenly stood up from his chair, his face ashen. Skeleton race? How could there be skeletons here? The outer defenses are impregnable, unless there's a traitor. Lei Hu gritted his teeth. Someone let him in on purpose, or they used a spatial teleportation device. Regardless of the type, they are all aimed at the geniuses of the human race. Assemble the team. Depart immediately. Sir, the nearest reinforcements will take at least an hour to get there. It's too late. 1 hour. Facing the skeleton race, let alone an hour, they could devour Lei Dong and his men in 10 minutes. Damn it! Lei Hu slammed his fist on the control panel. Connect all the trainees' communication channels. A few seconds later, a deep, anxious voice boomed in the ears of all the trainees still in the assessment area. Attention all trainees. An alien invasion has occurred in core area C3. Repeat. An alien invasion has occurred. Thunder Squad is trapped, coordinates have been sent. Nearby students with the ability, please go to the rescue immediately. 5,000 points will be awarded for each student rescued. Rewards are doubled for killing alien race members. On the other side of the forest, Lu Chengyuan was sitting around a campfire, roasting a fat, juicy rabbit in his hand. He's been having a great time these past few days. Not only is their score far ahead, but their chi and blood are also steadily improving. Just yesterday, he encountered another lone genius student. Although the student's potential was only a level, the student still contributed a considerable amount of experience points to him. At this moment, his system panel clearly showed the following in the Chi and Blood section: 4,999 cards. Just one more card away from breaking through the 5,000 mark and reaching the second rank. But that last card was like an insurmountable chasm, impossible to overcome. Ugh, I'm stuck in a bottleneck, it's really frustrating. Fortunately, I successfully completed the system task, unlocked the heroic spirit possession function, and my strength increased significantly. Lu Chengyuan tore off a rabbit leg and took a bite. Suddenly, Lei Hu's hysterical roar came through the communicator in my ear. Lu Chengyuan paused. Jiang Wanqing and Jiang Weining, who were standing next to them, also changed their expressions. Alien race? Skeletons? Jiang Weining was so startled that she dropped the fruit in her hand. Aren't those things only found in legends? Looks like this training camp went too far. Lu Chengyuan swallowed the rabbit meat in a few bites, stood up, and patted the oil off his hands. He glanced at the map. Area C3 is less than 5 kilometers away from them. Lu Chengyuan, should we go? Jiang Wanqing gripped her longsword tightly, her expression grave. They are alien races, it's very dangerous. Lu Chengyuan remained silent for 2 seconds. He is not the Virgin Mary. But he wasn't the kind of coward who would stand by and watch someone die. Not to mention. System, issue the task. Ding. Alien invasion detected. Emergency mission triggered, rescue your fellow humans and eliminate the alien race. Reward, obtain the special skill Undead Slayer. Lu Chengyuan smiled slightly. Here it is. A free experience package is never a bad thing. Go. Lu Chengyuan slung his backpack over his shoulder, his eyes sharpening. Of course I'll go. Although Lei Dong is an idiot and quite annoying, he is still a human being. Since we are human, we cannot die at the hands of foreign races. However, Lu Chengyuan changed the subject, pointing at Zhao Lei, take them away. I'm not leaving. Jiang Wanqing grabbed Lu Chengyuan's sleeve tightly. That's an alien race. What can you do alone? Go and die? Risk your life for a few thousand points? Lu Chengyuan, have you lost your mind? Those are skeletons. Although they were cannon fodder on the battlefield of all races, they were also true killing machines. Even a second-rank martial artist would be worn down to death if trapped in that pile of bones. Lu Chengyuan looked down at the hand tugging at his sleeve and frowned. Let go. I won't let go. Jiang Wanqing stared at him stubbornly. Unless you come with me. Tisk, troublesome. Lu Chengyuan sighed and reached out to pry her fingers apart one by one. First of all, I'm not stupid. Secondly, who said I was going to my death? He moved closer to Jiang Wanqing, so close that they could hear each other's breaths. Jiang Wanqing instinctively wanted to back away, but the absolute confidence in Lu Chengyuan's eyes froze her in place. All right, take your sister and leave. Don't get in the way. Lu Chengyuan patted her shoulder, turned around and left. If you really feel bad about it, remember to treat me to a good meal when you get back. I want the most expensive one. After saying that, he didn't linger. His combat boots stomped heavily on the ground. Bang! The soil was blasted open into two deep pits. Lu Chengyuan shot through the air like an arrow released from a bow, instantly piercing the air and rushing into the gloomy, dense forest. Jiang Wanqing stood there blankly, watching the figure disappear quickly. For a moment just now, she felt as if she was facing not a student of the same age, but a towering mountain. That overwhelming masculine aura was domineering and wild, yet it inexplicably made people feel at ease. Sister. Jiang Wanqing sniffed, her voice trembling with tears. That bastard, he's kind of handsome. Jiang Wanqing snapped out of her daze, took a deep breath, and held back the tears welling up in her eyes. Go! Go find the instructor. Only the instructor can save him. Chapter 32. Don't come here to die. That's the future of humanity. In the dense forest. The wind howled. Lu Chengyuan's figure darted swiftly among the trees, the strong wind he generated pressing the bushes on both sides flat against the ground. Since we've decided to save them, we need to act quickly. If it's any later, Lei Dong and his bunch of unlucky bastards will probably become food for the skeleton soldiers. Lu Chengyuan grinned, and his speed increased dramatically once again. The 4,999 calories of energy and blood in the body burst forth without reservation. Several large trees, each requiring 2 people to encircle, blocked the way. Block your way. Lu Chengyuan gave a low shout. Normally, he would definitely avoid it. But now, instead of slowing down, he accelerates again. Boom! He crashed right into it. The sturdy tree trunk snapped in two with a crack, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Several curious first-grade exotic beasts had just poked their heads out of the grass, not yet able to see what was coming. Bang! An iron fist had already slammed into their foreheads. There's not even a second trick needed. The beast's massive body flew backward for more than 10 meters, crashing into several trees before coming to a stop. Lu Chengyuan didn't even glance at it, continuing his advance deeper into the core area without stopping. Kyoto Garrison Command, Monitoring Center. The previously oppressive atmosphere was broken by a startled exclamation. Look! A green knot is approaching the core area at an alarming speed. The technician in charge of monitoring pointed at the large screen and exclaimed in surprise. Lei Hu and several other big shots immediately surrounded them. On the screen, a green dot of light is rushing forward wildly. Its movement trajectory is not a winding, lurking path, but a straight line. Run into trees when you encounter them, and kill monsters when you encounter them. This speed is at least 40 meters per second. An officer swallowed hard, his face filled with horror. Which instructor has arrived? No, he's not an instructor. Lei Hu stared intently at the green, his voice hoarse. The instructor's locations are all on the outskirts, at least 20 minutes away from Zone C3. This green dot is a trainee. A student? Everyone in the monitoring room was stunned. Are students these days all this fierce? Faced with the army of skeletons, it would be one thing not to hide, but to dare to charge straight in like that? Switch the camera. I want to see who it is. The technician's fingers flew across the keyboard as he retrieved drone footage of that area. The screen flashed. In the scene, a boy in combat uniform is seen moving through the forest, leaving a trail of afterimages. His blood and chi surged throughout his body, even forming a faint red glow on his skin, a sign that his blood and chi had reached their peak. A newly emerged second-grade black wind wolf pounced on him. Using the momentum of his charge, the boy's shoulder sank, and he crashed directly into the black wind wolf's waist. Click! The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed throughout the hall through the radio equipment. The black wind wolf, known for its defensive prowess, had its spine broken on the spot and flew out like a tattered sack, dying in midair. Hiss! A collective gasp filled the hall. This physical strength, did he grow up eating diamonds? Lu Chengyuan lay who looked at the figure, good lad. You've got guts. The outer perimeter of Area C3. Although the skeletons have dull senses, if they still can't detect such a commotion, then they're not undead, they're dead pigs. Click click click. Beneath the withered branches and fallen leaves, several skeleton soldiers wielding bone knives crawled out and blocked Lu Chengyuan's path. Their eye sockets flickered with eerie blue soul fire, they opened their jaws and let out a silent roar, then raised their knives to slash. Lu Chengyuan sneered inwardly at these obstacles. Slow down? It does not exist. He chose to crash directly into it. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed. Before the skeleton soldiers could even see what the enemy looked like, they were smashed to pieces by a terrifying force. The hard bones were as fragile as a pile of dry firewood in front of Lu Chengyuan's flesh. Amidst the flying debris, Lu Chengyuan's figure passed right through. His combat uniform had a tear in the shoulder, revealing his bronze skin underneath, but the skin wasn't even broken. Too weak. Lu Chengyuan thought to himself, this is what alien races are like? They don't even seem as tough as that phantom god leopard. Ding! Killed 3 Tier 1 skeleton soldiers, gained 30 experience points. Hearing the notification in his mind, Lu Chengyuan became even more excited. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat, no matter how small. He turned his foot, dodging a towering tree, and continued his advance towards the core area. As they got closer to the cave, the enemies blocking their way also began to grow stronger. From the initial ordinary skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors wielding bone shields began to appear, and there were even skeleton archers who could leap through trees. But in the face of absolute power, these ambushes are child's play. Lu Chengyuan could always anticipate the opponent's attack and then counterattack in the simplest and most direct way. One punch to the head. He shattered the sternum with a single kick. Wherever it went, the ground was covered with a layer of white bone fragments. Inside the dark and damp cave, the air was thick with the stench of blood and rotting flesh, making one want to vomit. Wah! I don't want to die. My mom is still waiting for me to come home. In the corner, a boy with a broken leg was curled up in a ball, his mind broken, crying and wailing incessantly. Lei Dong leaned against the rock wall, his face ashen, his lips cracked and bleeding. The wound on his shoulder had turned black. The skeleton's corpse poison was corroding his nerves, making half of his body numb. Shut up! Lei Dong weakly cursed, what kind of morning is this? I'm not dead yet. Although he said that, he knew it in his heart. This time, I'm afraid I'm really going to die here. Just then, the satellite phone, which had been without signal, suddenly flashed a green light. Sizzle, sizzle. Hello? Hello? Is this Lei Dong? Lei, whose anxious roar came from the other end of the phone. Wang Kai, as if grasping at a straw, scrambled over and grabbed the phone. Young master. Young master, help. We're going to die. Listen to me. The reinforcements are being held up by the beast riot over there, and they won't arrive for another half hour. Lei, whose voice instantly extinguished the glimmer of hope that had just begun to rise in the cave. Half an hour? The skeleton soldiers outside are frantically digging at the boulder blocking the entrance to the cave. They'll be able to break in within 5 minutes. Half an hour later, when reinforcements arrived to collect their bodies, they had to use shovels to shovel them away. However, Lei, who changed the subject, a squad of trainees is on their way. They're less than a kilometer away. It's Lu Chengyuan. Hold on. Lu Chengyuan? Lei Dong was stunned when he heard the name. That bastard who beat him up and stole all his points? That guy he considered a thorn in his side? It was him who came to save me? The people in the cave were overjoyed at first, and some even jumped up in excitement. There's hope. Lu Chengyuan is so strong, he can definitely save us. Great. I don't have to die. However, this joy did not last long. Lei Dong leaned against the wall and gave a bitter laugh. Save my ass. How many skeletons are there outside? At least 300. And that bronze skeleton leading them, it has the strength of a peak second-grade expert. Lei Dong gasped for breath, his eyes somewhat unfocused. Lu Chengyuan is strong, but he's only human, not a god. What can he do besides throw another life into this mess? A deathly silence fell over the cave. Yes. No matter how powerful Lu Chengyuan is, he is only a quasi-martial artist, at most a first-grade martial artist. Faced with an alien army of this size, even a second-rank martial artist would have to kneel. Don't let him come. Lei Dong snatched the phone and yelled into the other end, Instructor. Tell Lu Chengyuan to get lost. Don't come here to die. Lei Dong, Yu Lei who on the other end of the phone was stunned. Although I, Lei Dong, am not a good person, I would never do something like dragging others down with me. Lei Dong gritted his teeth, tears mingling with the blood streaming down his face. He's a genius far stronger than me. It doesn't matter if one Lei Dong dies, but we can't let one Lu Chengyuan die. Let him go back. Kill a few more aliens for me in the future, and that will be revenge. After saying these words, Lei Dong seemed to have exhausted all his strength, and the phone slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. The other trainees in the cave also lowered their heads. Although I don't want to die. But Lei Dong is right. That is the future of humanity. If death is inevitable, then let these mediocre people die here. There's no need to drag that brilliant young man into hell as well. Boom! A loud bang. The boulder blocking the cave entrance finally gave way to the impact of the skeleton soldiers and collapsed with a crash. Blinding sunlight streamed into the dark cave, followed by countless grotesque skull faces and an aura of despair that filled the air with the scent of death. They're here. Lei Dong struggled to pick up the battle sword from the ground, stood up unsteadily, and stood in front of everyone. No son of the Lei family dies kneeling. Let's fight these skeletons. Chapter 33 Who is the prey? One hand in his pocket, oblivious to the concept of an opponent. Outside the cave. A 10-man elite skeleton squad was neatly lined up at the cave entrance. Leading the group was a giant skeleton that was nearly 2.5 meters tall. Its bones were bronze in color, and it carried a giant axe the size of a door. The soul fire in its eye sockets was no longer ghostly blue, but a deep purple. Peak second rank, bronze skull. It looked at the human boys who rushed out of the cave like lambs to the slaughter, its jaw clenching and chuckling as it made a mocking sound. It's fucking ugly. Lei Dong leaned against the rock at the cave entrance and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Young master. Wang Kai shrank behind him, his voice trembling like a leaf. Are we going to die here? Shut your mouth. Lei Dong cursed, but his heart was also ice cold. The bronze skeleton seemed to have had enough of the cat and mouse game. It raised its enormous bone hand and waved it at its minions behind it. That means, dinner is served. 10 elite skeletons simultaneously raised their bone knives. It's over. Lei Dong closed his eyes in despair for a moment, then suddenly opened them, his eyes bloodshot. So what if I die? Even if I die, I'll knock 2 of your teeth out. He was just about to burn his life force for a final self-destruction. Sudden. A thunderous shout came from the woods to the side. Hey you big guy. Put your filthy hands down right now. Boom! With this roar, a figure smashed through more than a dozen trees, kicking up a cloud of wood chips and dust, and fiercely charged into the battlefield. Lu Chengyuan, we've arrived. His blood and chi were boiling like magma, and his whole body was enveloped in a layer of red blood mist. Those who block my way, die. No nonsense. Lu Chengyuan exerted force with his feet, and the ground instantly collapsed, creating a large pit. Using the reaction force, he leaped into the air and swung his right leg down like a battle axe. The target was the head of the bronze skull. The bronze skeleton clearly didn't expect any human to dare to attack it. It roared angrily and raised its giant axe to block. Clang! A deafening clang of metal clashing reverberated, causing ripples to spread through the surrounding air. Lu Chengyuan's kick slammed heavily onto the surface of the giant axe. A terrifying power erupted. The massive bronze skeleton was forced to its knees by this kick, and the rock beneath its knees shattered instantly. This is the peak of the second rank? Lu Chengyuan used the momentum to flip in the air and landed steadily. He shook his slightly numb right leg, but the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even brighter. That's interesting, that's exciting. The 10 elite skeleton soldiers around him reacted immediately, raising their bone blades and attacking Lu Chengyuan. These are not the cannon fodder on the periphery. These elite skeletons, each possessing strength approaching that of a first-grade martial artist, cooperated seamlessly, advancing and retreating with perfect timing. Careful! Lei Dong, who had just rushed out of the cave, saw the scene and his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. Don't get surrounded. Their bone knives are poisonous. Lu Chengyuan acted as if he hadn't heard. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, actively entering the horde of skeletons. Close combat. Just as an elite skeleton's blade came down, Lu Chengyuan slightly shifted his body, the blade grazing his nose. The difference is minuscule. Before the skeleton could change its move, Lu Chengyuan's elbow slammed into its cervical vertebrae. Click. A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. The skull flew off and rolled several times on the ground. Then came the second one. Lu Chengyuan swept his leg, tripping the 3 skeletons, and then sprang up, his fists flying like dragons. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds. The breastbones of both skeletons were pierced through, and bone fragments flew everywhere. That's too fast. His movements were devoid of any unnecessary frills, they were all deadly moves. Moreover, what terrified Lei Dong the most was sizzle. When Lu Chengyuan punched a skull in the face, a blue-purple arc of electricity exploded on his fist. Although the electric arc was small, its power was extremely domineering. The skeleton struck trembled violently as if electrocuted, the soul fire in its eye sockets dimmed instantly, and its once hard bones became brittle under the impact of the electric current. Splash! With one punch, the skeleton fell apart and turned into a pile of fragments. Thunder! Thunder magic? Lei Dong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He gripped Wang Kai's arm tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Did you see that clearly? That's the power of thunder? Wang Kai winced in pain, but he couldn't care less. He nodded blankly and said, young master, it really does look like lightning, and this color, how come it's so similar to our Lei family's thunderclap force? Lei Dong's mind was a complete mess. The thunderclap force is a closely guarded secret of the Lei family, requiring special breathing techniques and medicines to cultivate the energy in blood with thunderous attributes. How could Lu Chengyuan, a boy from an ordinary family, possibly? Moreover, judging from the purity of this lightning, it is even higher than that of his own, a genuine successor who has been practicing for more than 10 years. Who the hell is actually a member of the Lei family? Lei Dong felt his worldview had collapsed. In the center of the battlefield, Lu Chengyuan got into the swing of things. The feedback from this heroic spirit bond is just so satisfying. Although it was only a basic bond, he did borrow a portion of the thunder talent from Lei Dong. This thunderous power might only paralyze living people, but against these sinister undead creatures, it's practically a critical hit bonus. Again! Lu Chengyuan laughed loudly and his figure weaved through the horde of skeletons. With each strike, a skeleton falls. In less than a minute. This elite skeleton team was thus dismantled into a pile of parts. The last skeleton archer tried to create distance and fire a stray arrow. Lu Chengyuan didn't even turn his head. He grabbed a broken thigh bone from the ground and threw it like a javelin. Call out! The white bones sliced through the air. With a soft thud, it pierced precisely into the skeleton archer's eye socket, pinning it to the tree trunk behind it. Total annihilation. Lu Chengyuan patted the bone powder off his hands and stood amidst a pile of broken bones. He put one hand in his pocket and beckoned with his other finger to the bronze skeleton that had just pulled its leg out of the ground not far away. All right, warm up over. Lu Chengyuan's lips curled up, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Big guy, now no one's bothering us. Come on, let me see if your body is harder than mine. Inside the cave. The trainees were all thrilled, wishing they could rush out and cheer for Lu Chengyuan. Brother Lu is awesome. Someone shouted out. Immediately afterwards, cheers erupted. Brother Lu, kill it. Tear this ugly thing down. Lei Dong leaned against the wall, listening to his classmates' admiration for Lu Chengyuan, feeling a mix of emotions. Looking at that retreating figure, he had to admit it. Some people are born to be the protagonists. Inside the monitoring hall, all the big shots stared wide-eyed at the boy on the screen, standing on the corpse of a skeleton, speechless for a long time. Is this a student? This guy is a killing machine. Good. Good lad. Such skill, such courage, such decisive and ruthless spirit. May God bless our human race. Lei Hu muttered to himself, unable to conceal the shock in his eyes. But then his expression turned extremely serious. Quickly. Block the news. Cut off all live broadcasts to the outside world. Lei Hu roared at the technician, this video absolutely cannot be leaked. Especially not to those bastards from the Myriad Races sect. Such a promising talent, if exposed to the sight of all races, would definitely be added to the kill list. No matter the cost, we must bring him back alive. Yes. The entire command center instantly sprang into action. Chapter 34 Breakthrough in the Face of Battle. Second rank martial artist, 5,500 calories of health. Outside the cave. Click click. The bronze skull's massive jawbone clattered repeatedly, producing a teeth-grinding sound. It was clearly enraged by the provocation of this tiny human in front of it. Those eyes, burning with purple soulfire, were fixed on Lu Chengyuan. The giant axe in his hand, powerful enough to split an armored vehicle in two, was raised high and brought down straight at Lu Chengyuan's skull. This axe blow was powerful and heavy, sealing off all escape routes. Brother Lu, be careful. Get out of the way. The trainees at the cave entrance covered their eyes in fright. But Lu Chengyuan remained rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. He looked up at the falling axe blade and smiled slightly. Good timing. Just as the giant axe was less than 3 inches from his head, Lu Chengyuan made a move. Instead of retreating, he took half a step forward, and his right fist, with an indomitable and fierce momentum, slammed into the broad axe surface from below. Clang! A deafening clang of metal clashing rang out. Lu Chengyuan's fist slammed into the surface of the bronze skull's giant axe. The force of the impact made his hands go numb, and the ground beneath his feet cracked, sending debris flying everywhere. This bronze skeleton truly lives up to its reputation as a peak second-grade creature. Its bones are ridiculously hard, and its strength is as great as that of a bull. Cool. Instead of backing down, Lu Chengyuan burst into laughter. He could feel that the bottleneck that had been hindering him inside his body had finally cracked under the intense impact. The blood and chi are boiling and roaring, like a volcano that has been suppressed for a long time and urgently needs an outlet. Again. Lu Chengyuan stomped his foot and shot out like a cannonball once again. This time he didn't use any fancy techniques, just pure brute force. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each punch carried a whistling sound as it slammed heavily into the bronze skeleton's defenses. The bronze skeleton was forced to retreat steadily, the purple soulfire in its eye sockets flickering violently, clearly stunned by this mad human. It just couldn't understand. It was clearly the undead creature, so how could this human be more tireless than it? Just as Lu Chengyuan unleashed his 100th punch. Deep in my mind, that long-awaited voice finally rang out. Ding! Host detected to be in extreme combat condition. Chi and blood bottleneck shattered. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the second-grade martial artist level. Current chi and blood value, 5,500 calories. Boom! A force instantly swept through his entire body. The muscles that were originally a little sore were now filled with explosive power, and the internal organs seemed to have undergone a baptism, becoming more resilient. Second rank, done. A glint of light flashed in Lu Chengyuan's eyes. The bronze skeleton in front of him, which had previously seemed indestructible, now appeared to move more slowly, and its flaws became clearly visible. I've had enough fun. Lu Chengyuan's lips curled up, revealing a set of white teeth. Now, I'll send you on your way. The bronze skeleton seemed to sense the danger, roaring as it raised its giant axe to strike. But it was too late. Lu Chengyuan flashed forward, dodging the axe blade, and punched the center of its sternum. This punch was no longer a direct clash, but carried a penetrating, hidden force. Click. A crisp sound. The bronze skull's prized sternum collapsed as if it were made of paper. Immediately afterwards, that power exploded within its body. Splash. This enormous creature, standing 2.5 meters tall, was shattered into a pile of broken bones right before everyone's eyes. Just as the purple soulfire tried to escape, Lu Chengyuan stomped it out. Lei Dong and the others at the cave entrance stared wide-eyed at the figure standing on the skeleton corpse, their minds blank. That's a peak second-grade bronze skeleton. Even if a genuine second-rank martial artist came, it would take half a day to fight them, and they might even have to pay a heavy price. And what was the result? Less than 3 minutes. This kid dismantled it with his bare hands? This is. Lei Dong swallowed hard, feeling his throat go dry. Did this kid grow up on some kind of superpower pill? Wang Kai weakly added from the side, "Young master, I don't think the power pill would have that effect. This person must have grown up eating explosives." Lu Chengyuan jumped off the skeleton. He looked at the group of students standing there dumbfounded at the cave entrance, raised an eyebrow, and said, "What are you all standing there for? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Hurry up and come out, this is not a place to stay for long." The group then snapped out of their daze and rushed out of the cave with cheers. The joy of surviving such a disaster made them want to hug and kiss Lu Chengyuan. However, just when everyone thought the crisis was over and was preparing to evacuate, thump! The ground trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, an aura 100 times colder and more terrifying than the bronze skeleton from before spread from the darkness deep within the dense forest. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply. The students, who had been cheering, were instantly stunned. The fog ahead slowly dissipated. He. A figure dressed in a tattered black robe and holding a white bone staff slowly walked out. Unlike the previous skeletons, it was not tall and imposing. Instead, it appeared rather thin and small. But what burned in its eye sockets was neither dark blue nor purple. Instead, it was a chilling, ghastly green flame. What's even more chilling is that its jawbone slowly opened, producing a series of hoarse, dry syllables. "Humans, ants. How dare you destroy my puppet? It can talk." On the battlefield of all races, any alien race that can speak human language, even the lowest of the skeleton race, signifies that they possess advanced intelligence. This kind of person is usually called a priest. Or, to rule. Kyoto Garrison Command, Monitoring Room. "That's a necromancer?" Zhao Taijun exclaimed in shock, his face turning deathly pale. "How is this possible? How could a race of this level appear in the outer assessment area?" Lei Hu stared intently at the screen, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. "Undead priest. Although their physical bodies are not as strong as those of bronze skeletons, they possess strange necromancy and can even draw upon the power of heaven and earth." For a group of students who weren't even at the second rank, this was practically a game changer. It's over. Someone closed their eyes in despair, thinking, these 3 promising talents are probably going to be wasted here. Where's the rescue team? How much longer? Lei Hu roared. The nearest squad will be in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. That's enough for the necromancer to kill those children 100 times over. Chapter 35 Thunder King? I'll turn you into ashes mixed with rice. In the dense forest. Faced with this sudden and terrifying presence, Lei Dong, Wang Kai, and the others were so frightened that their legs went weak. The oppressive force emanating from the depths of their souls made them unable to even muster the courage to run away. Only Lu Chengyuan. He stood at the very front, hands in his pockets, tilting his head to size up the eccentric skeleton priest. Instead of fear, his face showed a hint of disgust. "I say, are all of you alien races like this? It's one thing to be ugly, but to speak with a lisp is another. Do aliens from outer space even deserve to speak like humans? Aren't they afraid of biting their tongues? Oh right, you don't even have a tongue, just a few pieces of rotten flesh and bone." The green light in the skeleton priest's eyes flickered suddenly, clearly indicating that he was enraged. "Ignorant brat, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Humanity's fate is sealed, the Great Wall of Stars will collapse sooner or later, and your gods have already abandoned you." Lu Chengyuan took a step forward, looking directly into the skeleton priest's eerie green eyes. "You talk too much nonsense. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I might consider leaving you a whole corpse." These words stunned not only the alien race, but also Lei Dong and Wang Kai behind him. "Big brother. What time is it? You still dare to talk back? That's a necromancer. They know magic." The skeleton priest opposite it clearly hadn't expected that this lowly human ant would dare to humiliate it like this. The green flames in its eye sockets throbbed violently, clearly indicating that it was extremely angry. The skeleton priest raised his bone staff, his voice becoming sharp and piercing. "Good. Very good. Since you want to die a painful, suffering death, then I'll grant your wish." Without another word, it slammed its bone staff into the ground. Whoosh! Several sharp bone spears appeared out of thin air, whistling as they hurtled through the air, heading straight for Lu Chengyuan's face. The speed is astonishing. Lei Dong instinctively closed his eyes. However, Lu Chengyuan merely swayed slightly, as if he had foreseen the future, and easily dodged all the bone spears. The bone spears grazed past his clothes and embedded themselves deeply into the rocks behind him, disappearing halfway into them. That's it? Lu Chengyuan raised an eyebrow. Your aim isn't good, old man. Is it osteoporosis causing your hands to shake? Interesting. No wonder he was able to kill so many of my men. The skeleton priest's expression turned serious. This human kid's movement technique is too strange. He doesn't seem like someone who has just broken through to the second rank at all. We can't delay. Delay will only lead to unforeseen changes. It decided to act quickly and decisively. The skeleton priest pulled a purple talisman from his robes and crushed it violently. Boom! The once clear sky suddenly changed dramatically. Large swaths of dark clouds appeared out of nowhere, gathering into a huge vortex above everyone's heads. At the center of the vortex, purple lightning snakes danced wildly, emanating a terrifying aura capable of destroying the world. An invisible pressure locked onto Lu Chengyuan below. Upon seeing this, Lei Dong's face turned deathly pale, and he screamed incoherently. It's a lightning summoning technique. That's a high-level lightning talisman. Get out of the way. As a lightning-type martial artist, he knew all too well the power of this move. This is the power to summon the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth, which is something that human beings simply cannot resist. Let alone a second-rank martial artist, even a third-rank martial artist would be turned into charcoal if hit by this. Die. The skeleton priest grinned maliciously and pointed his staff. Snap. A thick bolt of purple lightning, carrying the force to destroy everything, crashed down from the vortex of clouds. Wherever the lightning passed, the air was ionized, releasing a burnt smell. That's too fast. There was no time to dodge. Brother Lu! Wang Kai shouted in despair. Just when everyone thought Lu Chengyuan was doomed, and even the big shots in the monitoring room couldn't bear to look at him, Lu Chengyuan actually stopped in his tracks. He slowly raised his head and looked at the bolt of lightning that was crashing down on him. There was no fear in his eyes. Hide? Why hide? Boom! Lightning engulfed Lu Chengyuan's figure. The enormous explosion was so loud it hurt people's eardrums, and a huge, charred crater was blasted into the ground, billowing smoke and dust. The skeleton priest laughed triumphantly. Arrogant, human, this is how you provoke me. Its laughter stopped abruptly. As the smoke and dust cleared and the lightning subsided, a tall figure remained firmly in place. Lu Chengyuan's clothes weren't even torn, and his hairstyle wasn't messed up at all. And 3 inches from his forehead, a ring of pale golden ripples is slowly dissipating. The terrifying power of lightning, upon contact with this ripple, was completely absorbed and devoured, as if all rivers were flowing into the sea. System notification: high-intensity lightning attack detected. Heroic spirit possession in effect. Contract target: thunderous movement. Talent trait: thunder affinity. Current status: lightning immunity low tier. Lu Chengyuan glanced at Lei Dong, who was dumbfounded not far away, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. This kid may be a noob now, but he'll be known as the Thunder King of the human race in the future. Playing with grenades? Trying to play with lightning in front of the future King of Lightning is like showing off your skills before an expert. Although the level of the current heroic spirit possession is not high. However, the skeletal priest was only using a one-time use talisman, and the lightning he summoned was of extremely low purity, which was perfectly countered. This is impossible? The green flames in the skeleton priest's eye sockets trembled violently, almost going out. In all its long history, it has never seen anyone physically withstand a lightning strike and emerge unscathed. Lu Chengyuan twisted his neck and walked step by step toward the skeleton priest. With each step he took, his aura grew stronger. He looked at the priest, who had begun to doubt the existence of the dead, and spoke calmly. That's it? Scratching my itch isn't enough. Lu Chengyuan raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and his knuckles made a popping sound like popping beans. Since you're out of ideas, then now. It's my turn. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Chengyuan's figure vanished into thin air. The next second, a fist loomed larger and larger in the skeleton priest's vision. Bang! The punch landed squarely on the skeleton priest's repulsive face. The following scene. It turned into a one-sided, inhumane, and brutal beating. There was no magical exchange. There was no back-and-forth exchange. All that could be heard was the dull thud of fists hitting bones, and the increasingly faint screams of the skeleton priest. 5 minutes later. When the rescue team's helicopter finally arrived at the scene, the fully armed Special Forces soldiers jumped out, ready to fight to the death. They witnessed a scene they would never forget. The legendary, terrifying necromancer priest has now been reduced to a pile of broken bones. The student named Lu Chengyuan was sitting on a rock, toying with the broken bone staff in his hand. The rescue team has arrived. Lu Chengyuan tossed his staff aside, stood up, and gave the group of dumbfounded Special Forces soldiers a bright smile. "Wow, you're here pretty fast. I'll leave the floor cleaning to you all." 10 minutes later. "Thanks." Lei Dong lay on the stretcher, looking at Lu Chengyuan with a complicated expression. He used to look at Lu Chengyuan with the eyes of someone looking at trash. Now, he feels like he's the one who's trash. Don't misunderstand. Lu Chengyuan put his hands in his pockets, looking indifferent. "I just didn't like those skinny guys. It was just something I did. Besides, I got points for saving you, so it wasn't a bad deal." Smoothly. Lei Dong's lips twitched. This pretentious act is so refreshingly unique. But he couldn't refute it. They really did wipe out that alien race that had driven him to despair in a very casual way. "Regardless, I will remember this favor." Lei Dong took out a purple jade pendant from his pocket and tossed it to Lu Chengyuan. "In the future, if you need anything in Kyoto, just say my name. Although I can't beat you, the Lei family still carries some weight in our circle." Lu Chengyuan accepted the jade pendant. It feels warm and smooth to the touch, with subtle shimmering light flowing within. "Nice one. This must be some kind of treasure that can assist in cultivating lightning-based techniques. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony." Lu Chengyuan put the jade pendant into his pocket with his other hand. Just then, the system notification sounded in my mind again. Ding! Host detected killing of undead priest. Experience points being calculated. Congratulations, host, you have gained 5,000 experience points. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the special skill Undead Slayer. Undead Slayer increases damage against all undead races by 100%. Current chi and blood value updated, 5,999. Cool. Lu Chengyuan felt secretly pleased. This wave not only broke through to the second rank, but also caused his chi and blood to soar to 5,999 calories. We were just a little short of breaking the 6,000 mark. Moreover, that Undead Slayer, this thing is a divine skill for fighting the undead race. It will be of great use in the future on the battlefield of all races. This trip has made me incredibly rich. Lu Chengyuan. A scream, trembling with tears, shattered his plans. Far away, two beautiful figures stumbled and ran over. Jiang Weiniing ran at the front, her hair disheveled and her face streaked with tears. She spotted Lu Chengyuan standing there, and her anxious expression instantly turned into anger. "You bastard!" Jiang Weiniing rushed over and punched Lu Chengyuan in the chest, yelling, "Who told you to play the hero? Who told you to come in alone? Do you know that's an alien race? You know you'll die." This punch was weak and didn't use much force. It's less of a fight and more of a display of affection. Lu Chengyuan looked down at the little girl and sighed helplessly. "Second miss, be gentle. I wasn't killed by the alien race. If you had injured me, that would be a real injustice. You're still being cheeky." Jiang Weiniing angrily punched him twice more, but tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "You scared me to death. I thought I'd never see you again." Rear. Jiang Wanqing was a step too slow. Looking at Lu Chengyuan, who was completely unharmed, her tense body finally relaxed. "It's good that you're all right." Jiang Wanqing stepped forward, her voice a little hoarse. "If anything happens to you, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life." All right, stop making it sound like a life or death situation." Lu Chengyuan waved his hand, unable to bear the sentimental atmosphere. "I've already said I'm invincible, what can these rotten bones do to me?" Chapter 36, the assessment is over. Some are happy, some are weeping. Kyoto Garrison Command, inside an office. The heavy alloy door was tightly shut, blocking all outside prying eyes. Zhao Taijun sat in the main seat, smoking one cigarette after another. He was sitting opposite Lei Dong, who had just finished a physical examination. On the table lay the newly printed battle report, stamped with a glaring red seal, top secret. "Sign it." Zhao Taijun pushed a document in front of Lei Dong and tapped the table with his knuckles. Confidentiality agreement. Everything about Lu Chengyuan's performance in the assessment area, especially that lightning spell and the process of him killing the undead priest, will remain a secret. Lei Dong looked at the agreement and gave a bitter smile. Instructor Zhao, do we even need to sign this? That kid saved my life, would I sell him out? The procedures must be followed. Zhao Taijun said with a stern face and serious tone, this matter is not so simple. The appearance of a peak second-grade bronze skeleton in the assessment area, and even a necromancer priest, is a major safety incident in itself. Lei Dong paused, a fierce glint flashing across his face. Someone is up to no good. If we don't block the news, and those lunatics from the Myriad Races cult find out that we have a monster who is immune to lightning and can tear priests apart with his bare hands, Lu Chengyuan won't live more than 3 days. Lei Dong stopped talking nonsense, picked up a pen and quickly signed his name. Zhao Taijun nodded in satisfaction, took back the document, and casually tossed it into the shredder next to him. The machine hummed, turning the top-secret document into scraps of paper. It's not just you. Zhao Taijun stood up and walked to the window. Wang Kai, and everyone else present at the time, have already signed. As for the surveillance footage. He paused, his tone turning sinister. They've all been destroyed, except for a single file sealed in the military's top-secret vault. To the outside world, we'll say the rescue team arrived in time and together they killed him. All right, you go back and rest first. Zhao Taijun waved his hand. Remember, tell everyone, it was the rescue team that arrived in time and worked together to kill him. After Lei Dong left, only the 2 big shots remained in the conference room. One person asked, Old Zhao, why is that necromancer in the core area? Mentioning this, Zhao Tiejuan's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The investigation is still ongoing. The outer area is cleaned up every 3 days, so it shouldn't be possible for such an intelligent alien race to appear there. Unless someone deliberately let it in. Or, a new loophole has appeared in the spatial rift that the military hasn't been monitoring. The man nodded, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Whichever it is, it means huge trouble. The two exchanged a glance and both saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. This time, Lu Chengyuan was lucky to survive, and it's also because that kid is incredibly strong. If it were anyone else, even Lei Dong, they would probably be completely finished by now. 3 days later. The training camp's main square. The sunlight was a bit too bright, making one's scalp tingle. The tour leaders from various cities were already waiting here, craning their necks. Old Yang, stop wandering around, it's making me dizzy. The leader of Yunsheng, holding the iron gallbladder in his hand, looked quite pleased with himself. It's good enough that Jianqing was able to come back unscathed this time. I heard that this assessment was extremely difficult, and the rescue team's helicopters had to make several trips. Yang Jiang stopped and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was extremely panicked. There has been no news in the past few days, only helicopters with red crosses flying in, which is terrifying to watch. I don't care about rankings. Yang Jiang sighed, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, his hand trembling slightly. As long as those children are all right. Especially the twins. If anything goes wrong with them, I won't be able to explain to the city lord when I get back. The team leader from Shanghai scoffed, you have no ambition at all. We from Shanghai are aiming for the top 3 this time. That girl Xiao Hongi made a solemn promise to me before we went in, if we don't get into the top 3, I'll have to pay with my head. Top 3? I doubt it. The team leader from the capital city crossed his arms, looking arrogant. This time, Lei Dong will definitely be number 1. That kid from the Lei family brought a trump card with him, plus his second-grade strength, who can compete with him? Several people were arguing, exchanging sarcastic remarks. Just then, a piercing static crackled through the radio. Sizzle. The entire room fell silent. The building's glass doors slid open to both sides. Zhao Taijun, dressed in a crisp military uniform, strode out. Lei, who followed behind him, both men looked rather grim, even somewhat gloomy. Seeing this, the team leaders below all felt a chill run down their spines. Something's not right here. Zhao Taijun walked to the front of the stage, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below, without uttering a single unnecessary word. Let me report on the casualties in this assessment. His voice was deep and resonant, carrying throughout the entire square through the microphone. A total of 100 trainees participated in this practical assessment. 40 people passed the assessment. 40 people failed the assessment. Zhao Taijun paused for 2 seconds before slowly uttering the last few words. 20 people were seriously injured or killed. These words immediately caused an uproar. Holy crap! A 20% casualty rate? This is way too high. In previous years, it was at most 10%. What exactly happened? Did we encounter a beast tide? The team leaders turned pale. The competitive spirit they had been having vanished instantly, and they were all frantically praying that their children weren't among those 20 people. Yang Jiang felt his legs were a little weak and he could barely stand by holding onto the railing. 20 people. 1 in 5 probability. Although Lu Chengyuan is clever, he's still a novice. What if he really runs into a tough opponent? Yang Jiang dared not think any further and could only stare intently at the list in Zhao Tiejuan's hand. Quiet! Zhao Taijun gave a low shout, the sound rolling and suppressing all the noise. Martial arts are a battleground, and life and death are predestined. Since you've chosen this path, you must be prepared to die at any moment. Afraid of death? If you're afraid of death, go home and take care of your children. After reprimanding him, he opened the folder. The rankings will now be announced. Zhao Taijun opened the list and began reading the names. Rank 40, Chen Haoren, with 520 points. 39th place. The names were read out one by one. Yang Jian listened intently, afraid of missing a single word. He prayed silently in his heart. Don't be on the casualty list, please don't be on the casualty list. Even last place would be fine. Chapter 37. Prepare some quick-acting heart medicine. Lu Chengyuan's ranking is terrifying. Soon, they reached the 20th place. Lu Chengyuan is not there. Jiang Wanqing is not included. Jiang Weining was not there either. Yang Jiang's face grew increasingly pale, and cold sweat streamed down his face. Based on his assessment of the children's abilities, Lu Chengyuan and the twin sisters are likely to be ranked between 20th and 40th. We've finished reading this section, but we still don't have a name for it. Then there are only 2 possibilities. Either they performed exceptionally well and made it into the top 20. Or, they're on that list of 20 casualties. Old Jiang, it seems like Jiangcheng is in trouble this time. The team leader from Yunqing's side patted Yang Jiang on the shoulder and said with a hint of sympathy, none of them ranked below 20th. I'm afraid their chances are slim. Yang Jiang felt his hands and feet were ice cold. 19th place. Zhao Taijun continued reading. They read up to 13th place, but still no one from Jiangcheng was among them. Yang Jiang was almost in despair. Just then. 12th place, Jiang Weining, Jiangcheng, 850 points. 11th place, Jiang Wanqing, Jiangcheng, 880 points. Yang Jiang suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide open. It's in. Twin sisters made it into the top 15. This is such a pleasant surprise. He breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling like he had been given a second chance at life. Thank goodness, those 2 young ladies are alright, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain it to the Jiang family when he got back. But what about Lu Chengyuan? Yang Jiang's heart jumped again. Although the twin sisters were strong, Lu Chengyuan's strength was known to him. He was a near-peak martial artist, so in theory he should be slightly weaker than the 2 sisters, or at least on par with them. Since the 2 sisters are ranked 11th or 12th, where is Lu Chengyuan? Could it be? Yang Jiang dared not think any further. In the top 10. The Shanghai team leader said in a low voice, with a hint of arrogance in his tone, the stage from now on belongs to Shanghai and Beijing. Zhao Taijun continued reading. 10th place, Wang Kai, Kyoto, 1,200 points. 9th place. 6th place, Yunxi, Yunchang, 1,800 points. The team leader from Yuncheng laughed heartily, spinning the iron dart in his hand rapidly. 6th. Good girl. You've made me proud. He gave Yang Jiang a smug look. Those eyes clearly said, see? This is real strength. Yang Jiang had no time to pay attention to him. His mind is now filled with thoughts of Lu Chengyuan. Half of the top 10 have been read out, but there are still none. This kid, could he really have died inside? That ominous premonition grew stronger and stronger. Next, the top 5. Zhao Taijun closed the list and took a step back. Lei Hu strode forward and took the microphone. His gaze swept over everyone present, finally lingering for a second on Yang Jiang, whose face was ashen, and his lips twitched slightly. 5th place, Zhao Wuji, Kyoto, 2,500 points. Fourth place, Li Quan, Shanghai, 2,800 points. Third place, Xiaohongyi, Shanghai, 3,200 points. Each time a name was read aloud, a gasp of amazement rippled through the crowd. That's an amazing score. In previous years, the first place only had a little over 2,000 points, but this year the third place broke 3,000. This year's students are truly a battle of geniuses. Second place. Lei Hu paused, glancing at the expectant look in the eyes of the Kyoto team leader. Thunderous movement, Kyoto, 4,500 points. Boom! The entire venue erupted in cheers once again. 4,500 points. That's a huge improvement over third place. The smile that had just bloomed on the Kyoto tour leader's face suddenly froze. Etc. Second place? Lei Dong is in second place? Who came in first place? Not only him, but everyone was stunned. Lei Dong is a second-rank martial artist, a member of the Lei family, and is fighting on home turf. Everyone thought he was a shoo-in for first place. The result was only second? What kind of monster would be number one? Could it be that hidden prodigy? That's impossible. Everyone's trump cards are here. Everyone looked at each other, frantically searching their minds for possible candidates. Only Yang Jiang slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant. The top 5 names have all been read out, but Lu Changyuan is not among them. That kid must be on the list of 20 casualties. Such a promising talent. Yang Jiang felt a lump in his throat and his eyes reddened. Just then, Lei Hu cleared his throat and raised his voice by 8 octaves. First place. Everyone held their breath. Jiangchang, Lu Changyuan. Integral. Lei Hu looked at that number and felt a toothache. Points, 38,000. Everyone's expression froze on their faces. Yang Jiang was still grieving, but upon hearing this name, he jumped up. How much? He doubted he had heard correctly. You heard me right. Lei Hu projected the list in his hand onto the big screen. On the huge electronic screen, the names in the first line were glaringly red. First place, Lu Changyuan Jiang Chang. Points, 38,000. Below him, Lei Dong, who came in second place, had a pitiful 4,500 points, which seemed so pathetic. How many? 38,000? Did I hear that right? The second place only got 3,800, but he got 38,000? There must be an extra zero. Cheating. Absolutely cheating. How could anyone possibly get so many points? Exactly. Even if we killed all the alien beasts on the outskirts, we still wouldn't have this many. Commander Lei. The team leader from the capital city jumped out, his face flushed and his neck bulging. I'm not convinced. There's definitely something wrong with these data. Even if he's the illegitimate son of a grandmaster, you can't do this, right? 30,000 points? Did he go and slaughter the monster's lair? Lei Hu gave him a cold look. Is there a problem? Are you questioning the military statistical system, or are you questioning my chief instructor Zhao's eyes? The leader of the capital team was momentarily speechless, his momentum weakening slightly, but he still forced a smile and said, but, this is too illogical. The battle video must be released. We need to see the evidence. Yes. Watch the video. We demand the truth. A group of people joined in the commotion. Zhao Taijun stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a knife, coldly sweeping across the entire room. The video involves S-level military secrets and cannot be disclosed. But I can vouch for this score with my military rank. Even. Zhao Taijun paused for a moment, then said, if we take into account certain achievements that cannot be made public, his score would double. Doubling it again? Everyone fell completely silent. Who is Zhao Taijun? He is known for his incorruptibility and impartiality. Since he said that, then it's a done deal. All eyes turned to Yang Jiang. Those eyes held jealousy, envy, and above all, disbelief. Old Yang. The Shanghai tour leader swallowed hard, leaned closer, and said in an incredibly warm tone, you didn't just bring a student, you brought a nuclear weapon. Would you be interested in developing your career in Shanghai, Mr. Liu? Name your price. Go away. Get out of the way. The Yunqing team leader picked up the iron gallbladder, squeezed through, and said with a big smile, Old Yang, our 2 cities are brother cities, our relationship is. Yang Jian was surrounded by a group of people, listening to all sorts of flattery. He touched his chest and felt his heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. He shakily pulled out some nitroglycerin pills from his pocket, poured out 2, and put them in his mouth. This kid. As Yang Jiang looked at the Lu Changyuan on the big screen, whose name was prominently displayed and whose name was extremely popular, his eyes suddenly welled up with tears. That really makes me proud. But Yang Jiang suddenly realized something, and his expression changed. The older sister is a demon king, and the younger brother is a pervert. This family, are they trying to kill us? Chapter 38's Rank Treatment. This is the prestige of the number 1. A temporary assembly point at the edge of the dense forest. Lu Changyuan leaned against a tree, closing his eyes to rest. Jiang Weining squatted down next to him, holding a twig in her hand, idly drawing circles on the ground. Lu Changyuan. Do you think we can pass the test? Jiang Weining looked up, her eyes filled with trepidation. Lu Changyuan opened his eyes and glanced at her. Nonsense, we've come this far, how could we possibly back down? That's true. Jiang Weining grinned, then leaned closer and whispered, so, what place do you think we can get? First, Lu Changyuan answered crisply and decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Jiang Weining paused for a moment, then laughed until her eyes curved into crescent moons. Ha! I love your wild side. But she suddenly changed the subject, her eyes darting around. If I really get first place, you have to treat me to a big meal. Okay, eat whatever you want. Lu Changyuan waved his hand. As long as you can eat it. It's a deal. Jiang Weining extended her little finger. Lu Changyuan looked at that fair and delicate finger, shook his head helplessly, and still reached out and hooked it. Not far away, Jiang Wanqing watched this scene, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. That bastard is actually quite patient with his sister. Just then, a booming sound came from the sky. Everyone looked up. A luxurious, all-black helicopter with sleek lines pierced through the clouds and flew toward them. The body is plated with gold, which sparkles in the sunlight, making it look very valuable. Holy crap! Chen Haoren jumped up from the ground, waving his arms excitedly. It's a luxury private jet. It must be here to pick me up. I knew it, with my abilities, how could I possibly take an ordinary transport plane? Zhao Lei rolled his eyes and said, wake up. This level of private jet is usually used to pick up super geniuses. I am a super genius. Chen Haoren puffed out his chest. I've been hanging out with Brother Lu these past few days, and my points aren't low either. The helicopter landed slowly. The hatch opened. A middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform stepped down, holding an electronic tablet in his hand. Chen Haoren immediately rushed forward, grinning, Good morning, sir. I'm Chen Haoren. Are you here to pick me up? The middle-aged man glanced at him and shook his head expressionlessly, No. Chen Haoren's smile froze on his face, Huh? Then, who are they here to pick up? The middle-aged man glanced at the electronic board and announced loudly, Lu Changyuan. Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanting. 3 students, please board. Chen Haoren was completely petrified. Lu Changyuan stood up, dusted off his pants, and walked towards the helicopter. The Jiang sisters exchanged a glance and followed. Brother Lu Chen Haoren stared longingly at Lu Changyuan's retreating figure, his voice trembling with tears. Aren't we brothers? How could you just abandon me like this? Lu Changyuan didn't even turn his head. Brothers are brothers, and treatment is treatment. Your helicopter will be here soon, don't worry. After saying that, the 3 boarded the luxury private jet. The hatch closed. The helicopter took off and sped away. Chen Haoren stood there blankly, watching the black private jet fly further and further away, his heart filled with mixed feelings. 10 minutes later. The roar of engines echoed through the sky once again. Chen Haoren's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked up. This time, what arrived was an old-fashioned transport plane with a dilapidated fuselage and a somewhat crooked propeller. The hatch opened, revealing a dense crowd of people, at least 30 trainees crammed together, with no room to even stand. Hurry up! There are 2 more seats, the driver shouted, sticking his head out. Chen Haoren. Zhao Lei patted him on the shoulder. Let's go, brother, this is how we're treated. Chen Haoren looked up at the sky and sighed, then climbed onto the transport plane with a look of utter despair. On the other side. Inside the luxury private jet. Jiang Weining sat on the soft leather seat, touching and looking at it from all angles, her eyes practically shining. Wow! This chair is so comfortable. What is this? An automatic massager? Oh my god. There's even a mini fridge. It's full of drinks and snacks. Although Jiang Wanqing maintained a ladylike composure on the surface, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Even within the Jiang family, only the patriarch uses a private jet of this caliber when traveling. Lu Chengyuan, on the other hand, remained quite calm. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. What hadn't he seen in his past life? This little show is child's play. Lu Chengyuan, Jiang Wanqing suddenly spoke. Do you know what this kind of treatment means? Jiang Wanqing looked at him with a complicated expression. Only geniuses who are given special attention will enjoy this level of hospitality. Next, you will become the center of attention. Some people will try to win you over, some will be jealous of you, and some will want to climb over you to get ahead. Lu Chengyuan opened his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips, then let them come. I'd like to see who has that ability. Half an hour later. Training camp. This is a vast military base, surrounded by towering alloy walls, on which are densely packed automatic gun emplacements. The helicopter landed on the helipad. Lu Chengyuan and the other two got off the plane. What comes into view is a huge square. In the center of the square stands a stone monument that is 10 meters high. The entire stone tablet is carved from a special kind of black rock, which gleams with a cold luster in the sunlight. The surface was covered with countless names. Each name is followed by a list of their achievements. Jiang Yunxiao, human war god, slaying 37 alien kings. Lin Ruoxue, the Frost Empress, who guarded the northern Great Wall for 20 years. Zhao Tianxiao, thunder warrior, who single-handedly repelled the allied forces of 10,000 races. Every name has left an indelible mark on the history of humankind. This is a monument to heroes. Jiang Wanqing stood next to Lu Chengyuan and explained softly, those who can have their names engraved on it are all top talents who have come out of this training camp. Some of them have already sacrificed their lives on the battlefield, while others are still guarding the Great Wall in the starry sky. But without exception, they are all the backbone of the human race. Lu Chengyuan looked up at the stone tablet, his gaze gradually becoming serious. He could sense that behind those names lay countless lives lost and sacrifices. One day, my name will be engraved on it too, Lu Chengyuan said softly. Jiang Wanqing glanced at him but didn't say anything. But she knew in her heart that this man could definitely do it. Hey, aren't these the Jiang family's twins? A nonchalant voice came from the side. Lu Chengyuan turned his head to look. A young man dressed in a red combat uniform with wine-red hair was walking towards them with several followers. He was quite handsome, but his roguish air and the frivolous look in his eyes made him seem like a bad guy. Xiao Shan. Jiang Wanqing frowned, her voice turning cold. Oh, you still remember me? Xiao Shan grinned, his gaze sweeping over the Jiang sisters, his greed undisguised. You two beauties have become even more radiant in the months since I last saw you. Especially Wan Ying, her petite figure and slender waist are simply amazing. Jiang Weiying's expression changed, and she subconsciously hid behind her sister. Shut up, Jiang Wanqing said coldly. Xiao Shan, if you dare to speak rudely again, don't blame me for being impolite. Oh my, still such a temper. Xiao Shan didn't care, and became even more arrogant. But I like this kind of fiery temper, with a desire to conquer. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Lu Chengyuan. Who is this? Your new pretty boy? Xiao Shan looked Lu Chengyuan up and down, his eyes full of disdain. He's alright looking, but in this training camp, being handsome isn't enough. If you're not good enough, you're just a piece of trash. Lu Chengyuan ignored him. He was about to turn and leave. Xiao Shan reached out and stopped him. Hey, I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Lu Chengyuan stopped in his tracks. He turned his head, looked at Xiao Shan, and said in a calm tone, Get out of the way. Get out of the way? Xiao Shan laughed. Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? I don't know, and I don't want to know, Lu Chengyuan replied crisply. Xiao Shan's face darkened. You're courting death. He raised his hand, ready to slap him. However, his hand hadn't even touched Lu Chengyuan yet. A petite figure suddenly rushed out. Jiang Weiying threw a punch. Bang! Xiao Shan was sent flying more than 10 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and carving a long furrow in the earth. The surrounding students fell silent instantly. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. That's Xiao Shan. The young master of the Xiao family in Shanghai, a first-grade martial artist, a ruthless man with 1,000 calories of qi and blood. Just like that, he was sent flying by a single punch from a little girl? Jiang Weiniang cracked her fist and sneered, bullying my brother-in-law? You're asking for it. Lu Changyuan? Jiang Wanqing, Weiniang, don't talk nonsense. Chapter 39. You want to mess with my benefactor? Lei Dong slaps him across the face. Xiao Shan got up from the ground, covered his face, and felt terrible. He's lived this long and has never been punched flying by anyone. Especially by a seemingly harmless little girl. Damn it! Xiao Shan spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, glaring fiercely at Lu Changyuan and the other two. I'm telling you, this isn't over. Wait until my brother Lei Dong arrives, you'll all be in for a world of hurt. After saying that, he limped away, supported by several of his followers. Lei Dong? Jiang Weiniang peeked out from behind her sister, looking completely bewildered. Is he talking about Lei Dong, the one who was chased all over the mountain by skeletons? Jiang Wanqing glanced at Lu Changyuan beside her. This guy is the benefactor who just rescued Lei Dong from a pile of corpses. Xiao Shan's attempt to intimidate others by bringing in Lei Dong is simply shooting himself in the foot. Jiang Weiniang was also stunned. She opened her mouth, about to say something, but her sister stopped her. Don't talk, just watch the show, Jiang Wanqing whispered. Lu Changyuan didn't react much. He turned and walked toward the monument to heroes, completely ignoring Xiao Shan. This kind of clown isn't worth wasting time on. Xiao Shan was so angry that his face turned green when he saw that Lu Changyuan ignored him. But he dared not make another move. He had personally experienced the power of Jiang Weiniang's punch just now. These three people are not to be trifled with. We have to wait for Brother Lei to arrive. In front of the monument to heroes. Blurry and fragmented images flooded into Lu Changyuan's mind uncontrollably. The burning Great Wall of Stars resembles the end of the world. The corpses of countless human warriors piled up like mountains, their blood staining the universe red. He saw Jiang Wanqing, her body covered in frost, using herself as a shield to stand in front of countless alien races, before being swallowed by a black light that pierced through the heavens and earth. He also saw Jiang Weiniang, whose holy white light had been exhausted. In order to heal a dying war god, her life force had withered, and she fell from the sky. The system's voice sounded again. Warning, this heroic spirit's future destiny is to sacrifice itself on the battlefield among all races. Suggestion, increase bond level to change the trajectory of fate. Lu Changyuan? Jiang Wanqing's voice pulled him back from that suffocating hallucination. She noticed that Lu Changyuan's face had become somewhat pale, and his eyes held a heaviness she couldn't understand. What's wrong? Jiang Wanqing took a step closer and asked with concern. It's nothing. Lu Changyuan withdrew his hand. I just feel that this stone is quite heavy. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked to the side, found a step to sit down, and stopped talking. Jiang Wanqing watched his retreating figure, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She felt that Lu Changyuan had exuded a loneliness and weariness that seemed out of place for his age. Just then, a commotion arose at the entrance to the square. Young Master Lei is here. They're from the Lei family. The crowd quickly made way for them. A large group of people walked in. The one leading them was Lei Dong. He was wrapped in bandages and his face was a little pale, but he seemed to be in good spirits. It was obvious that some precious healing medicine was used to forcibly suppress the injury. Xiao Shan's eyes lit up when he saw Lei Dong, and he immediately rushed over. Brother Lei. You finally arrived. Lei Dong frowned, what's wrong? Brother Lei, someone bullied me. Xiao Shan pointed at Lu Changyuan and his two companions in the distance, adding fuel to the fire. That kid appeared out of nowhere, hanging out with the Jiang sisters, and beat me up because he has two women backing him up. You have to stand up for me. Lei Dong looked in the direction Xiao Shan was pointing. The moment he saw Lu Changyuan, he froze. Holy crap! How could it be him? Countless thoughts flashed through Lei Dong's mind in an instant. This guy is the benefactor who just rescued me from the skeletons. Although he was arrogant, he was not the kind of person who would forget kindness. Xiao Shan was still muttering from the side, Brother Lei, you have to teach him a lesson, he's too arrogant. Lei Dong took a deep breath. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Shan. The next second. Snap. A crisp slap landed hard on Xiao Shan's face. Xiao Shan was completely stunned. He covered his face, looking at Lei Dong in disbelief. Lei, Brother Lei? Why did you hit me? Hit you? Lei Dong sneered. I'd rather kick you. Do you even know who he is? How dare you provoke him? Xiao Shan was stunned. Who is he? I've never heard of him before? It's not his fault. During the assessment, each team was randomly teleported to a different area. Xiao Shan's team was dozens of kilometers away from C3 area where Lei Dong and his team had their accident, and had no idea what earth-shattering thing had happened there. Lei Dong was so angry at Xiao Shan's ignorant and stupid look that he almost spat out blood. This is Lu Changyuan. My savior. You dare touch him? Are you tired of living? Xiao Shan was completely dumbfounded. A savior? What's going on? The surrounding trainees were also stunned. Lei Dong actually stood up for someone else? He even beat up his own underlings? Is the sun rising in the west? Lei Dong ignored the shock of the crowd. He strode towards Lu Changyuan, forcing a smile. Brother Lu, I'm sorry, my little brother here is ignorant and offended you. I apologize on his behalf. With that, he kicked Xiao Shan in the butt. What are you standing there for? Come over here and apologize. Xiao Shan wanted to cry but had no tears. How could he have known that Lu Changyuan had such a powerful background? If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to provoke him even if I had 10 times the courage. I'm sorry. Xiao Shan walked up to Lu Changyuan, head bowed, his voice trembling. Lu Changyuan glanced at him and said indifferently, "Get lost." Xiao Shan felt as if he had been granted a pardon and slunk away. Lei Dong breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Lu Changyuan and said earnestly, "Brother Lu, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I'd be buried a long way off by now. I will remember this favor for the rest of my life." Lu Changyuan waved his hand. "All right, stop getting so sentimental. You can pay back the favors you owe me later." Lei Dong grinned. "That's a must." Oh, by the way, Lei Dong changed the subject. There'll be a ranking tournament in the training camp next. Shall we team up then? Lu Changyuan thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk about it later." Lei Dong didn't insist. He knew that Lu Changyuan was the kind of person who didn't like being restrained. "All right, feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything." Lei Dong patted Lu Changyuan on the shoulder and turned to leave. Jiang Weiniang leaned closer to Lu Changyuan and whispered, "Brother-in-law, when did you become so close to Lei Dong?" Lu Changyuan, don't shout nonsense. Jiang Wanqing was also a little curious. She knew that Lu Changyuan had saved Lei Dong. But I didn't expect Lei Dong to be so accommodating. However, this is for the best. It's always better to have more friends than more enemies. Chapter 40, he could have made a living off his looks, but this year's number one insisted on relying on his strength. 20 minutes later, the training camp's main square was packed with people. Nearly 100 new students who had passed the assessment gathered here, huddled together in twos and threes, their voices rising and falling in discussion. Have you heard? 20 people died in this assessment. The casualty rate has reached a 10-year high. It's terrible. The C3 area was reportedly flooded with skeletons, and there wasn't a single survivor. I wonder when the rankings will come out. I killed 3 level 1 alien beasts, so I should be able to get into the top 50, right? Just as everyone was discussing it. Boom! A terrifying pressure swept in from the edge of the square. All voices fell silent. 5 figures slowly walked towards the center of the square. 3 men and 2 women. The leading man was as burly as an iron tower, dressed in a black, tight-fitting outfit. His bare arms were bulging with muscles, and a hideous scar stretched from the corner of his eye to his jaw. Just standing there gives one a sense of oppression, as if facing a prehistoric behemoth. To his left was a young man in white holding a long sword. He had a handsome face, but his aura was as sharp as a drawn blade, making people afraid to look directly at him. The man on the right was completely different. He was wearing loose training clothes, with a warm smile on his face and squinting eyes, looking like a friendly uncle next door, but no one dared to underestimate him. The 2 female mentors were equally noteworthy. A man dressed in a blue martial arts uniform, with an icy expression and a cold demeanor, made the surrounding temperature drop several degrees just by standing there. The other was dressed in a fiery red, tight-fitting combat suit that accentuated her alluring figure. Her red lips were like fire, and her eyes held a hint of wildness as she looked at the freshman below the stage with great interest, as if selecting interesting prey. Quiet. The towering man spoke, dispelling the invisible pressure. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Many were already covered in sweat and their faces were pale. Are these the mentors at the genius training camp? The mere fact that they stood still filled these geniuses with despair. The man's gaze swept across the entire room. My name is Shur Gondang, and I am your head instructor. Welcome to the highest martial arts academy of the human race, the Genius Training Camp. Here, your previous identities, backgrounds, and honors are all reset to zero. You only have one identity, apprentices. Shur Gondang pointed to the 4 people behind him. These are your mentors for the next 3 months. Wang Jian, Li Mu, Bai Qin, and Zhu Rong. He didn't give much of an introduction, but every name he mentioned made the audience's heart skip a beat. These are all Grandmaster-level powerhouses who have earned their formidable reputations on the battlefield of the stars. Enough with the small talk. Shur Gondang waved his hand. Let's begin the first item, announcing the rankings of this practical assessment. A staff member carrying an electronic board walked to the front of the stage. Now, the rankings will be announced from back to front. The staff member cleared his throat and began to read. Rank 40, Chen Haoren, with 520 points. In the corner, Chen Haoren suddenly straightened his back, his face showing ecstatic joy. Ha ha ha! I made it! I actually passed! Zhao Lei, who was next to him, rolled his eyes, pathetic. The list will continue to be released. 30th place, Zhao Lei, with 580 points. 12th place, Zhang Weining, Zhangchun, 850 points. 11th place, Zhang Wanqing, Zhangchun, 880 points. Hearing her name called, Zhang Weining happily shook her sister's arm. Sis, we made it into the top 15. Not bad. A smile appeared on Zhang Wanqing's face as she looked at Lu Chengyuan not far away, pondering something in her mind. Most of the sisters' points came from picking up scraps while following Lu Chengyuan. That guy single-handedly dismantled an army of skeletons and even took down a necromancer priest. How high would his points be? Now, announce the top 10. The staff member's voice rose a few decibels. 10th place, Wang Kai, Kyoto, 1,200 points. 9th place. 6th place, Yunxi, Yunchang, 1,800 points. Among the crowd, a burly girl dressed in animal skin clothes nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with her performance. 5th place, Zhao Wuji, Kyoto, 2,500 points. 4th place, Li Kuang, Shanghai, 2,800 points. 3rd place, Xiaohongyi, Shanghai, 3,200 points. Hiss. A collective gasp rippled through the audience. This year's cutoff score is way too high. Even the champions in previous years didn't necessarily have 3,000 points. 2nd place. The staff member paused for a moment, and everyone's heart was in their throat. Thunderous Movement, Kyoto, 4,500 points. Another staggering number. The Kyoto tour leader beamed with joy, but then froze. Lei Dong is second? So who's number 1? Which prodigy can surpass Lei Dong? No one could understand it. On the podium, the red-clad female instructor named Zhu Rong licked her lips and looked at the list with interest. Interesting, someone actually managed to push the Lei family kid to second place. Even the icy beauty Bai Qin raised her eyelids slightly, a rare occurrence for her. Lei Hu and Zhao Taijun stood at the back, exchanged a glance, and both saw the strange smile in each other's eyes. The main event is about to begin. Now, announce the first place winner. The staff member took a deep breath and shouted it out with all his might. First place. Jiangchang Lu Changyuan. The entire room fell silent for a second. Then, the staff announced a number that would go down in the history of the training camp. Points, 38,000. Everyone's mind went blank, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. 38,000? Not 3,008? Lei Dong, who came in second, only managed 4,500. Your first place score is higher than the combined scores of the 2nd to 40th place winners? There must be some mistake. There must be a system error. 38,000 points? He wiped out the entire secret realm? I don't believe it. This is way too exaggerated. They must have pulled some strings in Zhangchang. After a brief silence came a cacophony of questions. On the platform, Chief Instructor Shur Gondang frowned but remained silent. The staff member wiped away his cold sweat and looked at Shur Gondang. Shur Gondang nodded. Lu Chengyuan, step forward. In the corner, Lu Chengyuan opened his eyes, straightened his body, and slowly walked out amidst countless gazes mixed with shock, doubt, and jealousy. He was tall and handsome, dressed in simple casual clothes, and looked harmless. But this very boy achieved that absurdly high score. Wow, he's so handsome? With looks like that, she could be a star. Why is she here fighting and killing? Looking at Lu Changyuan who came out, Yunqi couldn't help but mutter under her breath, honestly, he could have made a living off his looks, but he insisted on using his strength to crush us all. Lei Dong, Wang Kai, and the other students who had been rescued by Lu Changyuan all stood up straight, feeling proud. This is their savior, they have to accept it. But those who didn't know Lu Changyuan looked at him with suspicion and resentment. Especially those top 10 prodigies, their faces all looked rather grim. They worked themselves to the bone to get 2,000 or 3,000 points, and then thought they were the cream of the crop. As it turned out, this guy named Lu Changyuan was miles ahead of them. How can they accept this? Just then, a discordant voice rang out. Xiao Hongyi, who ranked third, was the proud young woman from Shanghai. She took a step forward and stared intently at Lu Changyuan. I refuse to accept this. Her voice was clear and crisp, carrying an undisguised fighting spirit. 38,000 points? I don't believe that's a real score. I suspect there's something fishy going on. I, Xiao Hongyi, request to test my strength against the first-place finisher. Please grant my request, instructor. The entire room fell silent. All eyes were on Xiao Hongyi and Lu Changyuan. One is a renowned beauty from Shanghai, dressed in fiery red, exuding a fierce fighting spirit. The other is a mysterious dark horse that emerged out of nowhere. Who will come out on top? Chapter 41. While others are still earning credits, he can already retire. Interesting. On the platform, Zhu Ron, the female instructor dressed in a fiery red combat uniform, licked her lips and looked at Xiao Hongyi with eyes full of approval. I like this little temper of hers. The icy beauty by Qin, standing to the side, merely glanced at it indifferently without uttering a sound. Chief Instructor Shi Gandang stepped forward, his imposing presence like a mountain dominating the entire arena. Quiet. He glanced at Xiao Hongyi first, his voice devoid of any emotion. Your courage is commendable, but the training camp has its own rules. Shi Gandang turned his gaze to everyone. Want a challenge? Go to the dueling arena, place your bets, sign a waiver, and nobody will bother you. But on my turf, anyone who dares to fight privately will have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the training camp. Xiao Hongyi clenched her fists, but finally nodded and withdrew her imposing aura. But the look in her eyes as she looked at Lu Changyuan was still filled with an indomitable spirit. Lu Changyuan didn't care. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, and even yawned. His nonchalant attitude infuriated some people. Shi Gandang withdrew his gaze and continued, that's enough about the rankings. Now let's talk about the second thing, which is also the most important thing for you over the next 3 years. Credits system. Upon hearing those 4 words, everyone perked up their ears. In the training camp, academic credits are the only hard currency. Shi Gandang held up one finger. 10,000 points can be exchanged for 1 academic credit. Undergraduate students need to accumulate 10 credits to graduate. High school seniors only need 1 credit to graduate. Hearing this, many people breathed a sigh of relief. It's just 1 credit, it doesn't sound difficult. But then, Shi Gandang's words froze their smiles on their faces. Don't be too happy yet, Shi Gandang sneered. You think getting 10,000 points is easy? Let me tell you, in the training camp, everything clothing, food, lodging, and transportation requires points. Accommodation, 20 points per night. Gravity chamber, the cheapest kind, 50 points per hour. The spiritual energy pool and the enlightenment steel are even more expensive. Eating? A basic nutritious meal in the cafeteria costs 10 points. Want something better? Beast meat? Starting price is 100 points per serving. After Shi Gandang announced the price, the square fell into a deathly silence. Immediately afterwards, cries of agony rose and fell. Holy crap! That's expensive? If I do absolutely nothing, just the accommodation costs 20 points a day, and food costs another 30. That's at least 50 points a day. I only have 500 points, enough for me to live for 10 days? Oh no, I'm going to have to sleep on the streets. Chen Haoren clutched his head, on the verge of tears. I only have 520 points, how am I supposed to live like this? Zhao Lei gloated from the side, who told you to only hide during the assessment and not kill monsters properly? That was a strategic retreat. Chen Haoren retorted. Zhang Weiniing was also a little flustered. She secretly tugged at her sister's sleeve. Sis, we only have a little over 1,700 points together, is that enough? Jiang Wanqing frowned and did some calculations. If we spend it sparingly, it should last for a while. But she knew in her heart that these points were not enough in the training camp. Just when everyone was frowning, Sure Gondang changed the subject. Of course, there are advantages to being expensive. All the resources provided in the training camp are top-notch. The gravity chamber can be adjusted to up to 50 times the gravity, which is impossible to find outside. The spiritual liquid in the spiritual pool is worth 100,000 credits per drop. You can take a bath here. The Enlightenment stele is inscribed with the martial arts insights of dozens of human grandmasters. Whether you can comprehend it depends on your destiny. And Sure Gondang paused. As long as you have enough points, you can even receive personal guidance from our 5 mentors. One-on-one, hands-on teaching. Upon hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. The opportunity to receive guidance from a grandmaster level expert is priceless. Every point you spend will be rewarded tenfold. If you want to become stronger and stand out from the crowd, then go and earn points. Sure Gondang sneered, otherwise, you'll be sleeping on the streets and going hungry. Another wail erupted from the crowd. That's too cruel. I don't have enough points at all. They require points for everything. They're trying to squeeze us dry. Sure Gondang ignored these complaints. He continued, there are 3 ways to earn points. First, work for others. Helping senior students clean the training room or helping with the logistics to process materials from alien beasts can earn you a few points, enough to barely make ends meet. Secondly, as I just mentioned, is the challenge. As long as both parties agree, they can bet on points, or even academic credits. The winner takes all, and the loser gets nothing. Third, break records. Sure Gondang pointed to several training towers in the distance of the square. Gravity tower, speed tower, reaction tower. Each tower has a historical leaderboard. As long as you can make it onto the leaderboard or break the records left by your predecessors, you can get a huge amount of points as a reward. The training camp encourages competition and motivates you to surpass your predecessors. Hearing this, many people were eager to try it. But most people still looked worried. Breaking the record? Easier said than done. Those names on the list are all geniuses among geniuses. There's one more thing. Sure Gondang changed the subject. To reward the winners of this assessment, the top 3 will receive a special reward. A detached villa, ready to move in. You can live alone, or you can invite others to live with you. All facilities in the villa are free to use, including a gravity chamber, a spiritual energy pool, and even a private training ground. No sooner had Sure Gondang finished speaking than the square erupted in uproar once again. Holy crap! Is this for real? A villa. And a detached one at that. The key is that the facilities are free to use. How many points can you save that? Li Kuang, who was ranked 4th, turned green with rage. So close. His score was 2,800, while Xiaohong's was 3,200. Just 400 points difference, yet the difference in their treatment was enormous. If he had killed just one more level 2 alien beast back then, Li Kuang would have regretted it to the core. Although Xiaohong came in 3rd place, she didn't look too good. Because she knew that the gap between 1st and 3rd place was frighteningly large. Lu Chengyuan is a freak, with 38,000 points. I only have 3,200. The difference is like heaven and earth. Jiang Weiniing's eyes lit up instantly. She grabbed Lu Chengyuan's arm and shook it excitedly. A villa. Lu Chengyuan. It's a villa. Does this mean we don't have to squeeze into that 4-person room anymore? Lu Chengyuan, feeling somewhat helpless from her shaking, nodded and said, That's great. Jiang Weiniing was so happy she almost jumped for joy. She leaned close to Lu Chengyuan's ear, her breath sweet as orchids, and whispered, Then can my sister and I live with you? Jiang Wanqing, standing behind her, blushed instantly, glared at her sister reproachfully, but did not utter a word in rebuttal. Whatever. Lu Chengyuan said indifferently, just don't tear the house down. It's a deal. Jiang Weiniing grabbed his hand, afraid he would go back on his word. This scene was witnessed by countless people not far away. Xiaohong and Li Kuang, in particular, had even more complicated expressions in their eyes. This guy is not only abnormally strong, he has a huge number of points and a luxury villa from the start, and now even the Jiang family's beautiful twins are throwing themselves at him. Why should I? Just when everyone was talking about it, Sure Gondang suddenly looked at Lu Chengyuan. Lu Chengyuan. Lu Chengyuan looked up. Your situation is rather special. Sure Gondang walked up to him. Your points have exceeded 30,000. According to the regulations, you already have 3 credits. In other words, Shurgandang paused, and everyone in the room held their breath. You have met the graduation standards for senior high school students. 3 months from now, the admissions offices of various martial arts academies will come over. At that time, you can choose to graduate directly and go on to study at a higher institution of learning. Of course, you can also choose to stay in the training camp to continue your training. After Shurgandang finished speaking, everyone was stunned, while others are still worrying about getting a grade. This guy's got 3 credits already, he's good enough to graduate? Holy crap! Is this the true value of first place? Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. Chen Haoran held his head, utterly dejected. I'm still figuring out how to accumulate enough credits, while others can already retire. Zhao Lei patted him on the shoulder. Accept your fate, brother. We're not the same species as these monsters. Lu Chengyuan scratched his head and looked at Shurgandang. So I have to stay here for another 3 months? Okay. Shurgandang nodded. Let's go through the formalities. Fine. Lu Chengyuan shrugged. Anyway, I'm just idling around. Shurgandang's lips twitched as he looked at his nonchalant expression. This kid has a really big heart. Alright, I've said everything I needed to say. Shurgandang turned around and looked at everyone. Now, go and collect your ID cards and dormitory keys. Formal training begins tomorrow. Open the door. As soon as Shurgandang finished speaking, the alloy walls surrounding the square emitted a low rumble. The next second. Rumble. The heavy metal wall slowly sank down, revealing the true scene behind it. Everyone was stunned. What came into view was a lush primeval forest. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, and vines coiled like pythons. In the distance, several steel buildings could be vaguely seen standing among the trees, which should be the core area of the training camp. Holy crap, this is way too hardcore. Will we train here from now on? Could there be some kind of strange beast here? An uproar erupted in the crowd. Shurgandang glanced at everyone and said in a low voice, this forest will be your battlefield for the next 3 months. If you want to become stronger, go inside. If you want to live, go back to your dorms. After saying that, he turned and strode away, followed by 4 mentors. Chapter 42 Betting Everything? Lu Chengyuan, sorry, I think you're too poor. The crowd dispersed. Some people excitedly rushed into the forest, while others hurried to collect their dormitory keys. Lu Chengyuan was preparing to take the Jiang sisters to see the villa. A red figure blocked his way. Xiaohani crossed her arms, raised her chin slightly, and stared intently at Lu Chengyuan. Lu Chengyuan, right? Her voice was soft, but every word was clear. I refuse to accept this. 38,000 points? I don't believe you got that through your own ability. I want to challenge you. Upon hearing this, the people around stopped and gathered around. With something exciting to watch, who's in a hurry to leave? Lu Chengyuan glanced at her but didn't say anything. Xiaohani frowned. Are you deaf? I'm not deaf. Lu Chengyuan picked at his ear. I just don't think it's necessary. What did you say? Xiaohani's face darkened. Lu Chengyuan, hands in his pockets, said calmly, I won't benefit from hitting you. We lost, it's shameful. Even if I win, no one will think I'm good, they'll just say I'm bad. So, it's unnecessary. Xiaohani's chest heaved with anger as she gritted her teeth and said, then what do you want? Let's bet on points. Lu Chengyuan raised his eyelids. How many points do you have? Xiaohani was taken aback. 3,002. Too little. Lu Chengyuan shook his head. Not enough for me to take action. Xiaohani's face turned green. She, a genius from Shanghai, ranked 3rd, yet people complained that she had too few points? So how much do you want to bet? All of it. Lu Chengyuan held up one finger. I'll bet all of your wealth. One game decides the outcome. Xiaohani took a deep breath. Okay. She turned to look at Li Kuang behind her. You come too. Li Kuang paused for a moment, then nodded. Okay. He was also holding his breath. The difference between 4th place and 3rd place is just a tiny bit. If I can beat Lu Chengyuan, I can not only get back the points, but also make a name for myself. Lu Chengyuan looked at the two of them and laughed. You two come at me together? What, scared? Xiaohani sneered. No, Lu Chengyuan shook his head. I'm afraid you'll lose too badly. Since you want to play, then play big. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding crowd. Anyone else want to take on the challenge? Come on over. I'll bet all my points. You guys also bet all your points. One against many, whether it's a tag team battle or a group fight, it's fine. I accepted it. The entire room fell silent. Immediately afterwards, things exploded. Holy crap! That's insane. Is he insane? Taking on everyone by himself? Even if he's strong, he can't withstand a war of attrition. Is this guy really arrogant, or is he really stupid? Lei Dong stood outside the crowd, looking at Lu Changyuan, his lips twitching. This guy is still such a good actor. But he did not go forward. Firstly, he owed Lu Changyuan a favor, and secondly, he wanted to see just how strong this guy really was. Xiao Hongyi's expression shifted between light and dark. She only wanted to prove her abilities. But Lu Changyuan's actions escalated the situation significantly. Fine. Xiao Hongyi gritted her teeth. Then let's all go together. She turned to look at the people around her. Whoever wants to take back the first place points, now is their chance. I bet 3,200. I bet 2,800. Li Kuang shouted in agreement. Many people in the crowd had tears in their eyes. Lu Changyuan has 38,000 points. If they win, even just a small share of the spoils will be enough for them to squander for a long time. Me too. Count me in. Attack together. Use a tag team strategy to wear him down. Within 5 minutes, more than 20 people stood up. Among them are many geniuses who are in the top 20. Seeing this, Jiang Weiying tugged at Lu Changyuan's sleeve with some concern. Lu Changyuan, how about we call it quits? So many people, you. It's all right. Lu Changyuan rubbed her head. Just wait and see. Zhang Wanxing stood to the side without saying a word. She watched Lu Changyuan's retreating figure, yet felt inexplicably at peace. This man never does anything he's not sure he can do. Since he dared to accept the challenge, he must have confidence. Xiao Hongyi looked at Lu Changyuan and sneered, since you're so confident, then go to the dueling arena. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Lu Changyuan shrugged, let's go. A large group of people walked into the depths of the forest. The dueling arena is right next to the training camp headquarters. 10 minutes later. Duel arena. This is a huge open-air arena with a ground made of a special alloy and surrounded by energy shields to prevent the battle from affecting the audience. By this time, the stands were already full of people. Not only freshmen, but also some upperclassmen came. After all, this kind of excitement isn't something you see every day. Have you heard? That top-ranked freshman is going to take on 20 opponents at once. Holy crap, that's incredible? I don't know if he's really capable or if he's just crazy. Just wait and see. If he loses, he'll be incredibly embarrassed. There was a lot of discussion in the stands. In the center of the field, Lu Changyuan stood to one side, hands in his pockets, expression indifferent. Opposite them, Xiao Hongyi, Li Kuang, and more than 20 others stood in a row. Everyone was eager to get started, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. The referee, a senior student, looked at both sides and announced loudly, the rules are simple, a round-robin tournament, one-on-one, until one side concedes or is unable to fight. Both parties confirmed the points bet. Xiao Hongyi said coldly, I bet 3,200 points. 2008, Li Kuang followed up. The others also announced their scores. In total, it amounts to more than 20,000. The referee looked at Lu Changyuan, and you? Lu Changyuan yawned, 38,000. All of it was gambled on. The audience erupted in uproar once again. The referee took a deep breath, is this correct? Confirmed. Lu Changyuan nodded. All right. The referee stepped aside. Then, let the battle begin. Xiao Hongyi was the first to step onto the field, her red combat uniform shining brightly in the sunlight. I'll go first. She looked at Lu Changyuan with eyes as sharp as knives, let me show you what a true genius is. Lu Changyuan remained silent. He simply stood there, without even taking his hands out of his pockets. Xiao Hongyi's face darkened. Is this a sign of disrespect towards her? Court death. She stomped her foot and shot out like a cannonball. He punched Lu Changyuan in the face. The wind howled as the fist struck, and blood surged. That punch was enough to shatter a wall. However, Lu Chengyuan simply turned slightly to the side. Xiao Hongyi's fist grazed his cheek. Too slow, Lu Chengyuan said calmly. Xiao Hongyi's pupils contracted. She hadn't reacted yet. Lu Chengyuan had already raised his right hand and gently placed it on her shoulder. The next second. Boom! Xiao Hongyi was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground and sliding more than 10 meters away. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed. One move? Just one move? Xiao Hongyi got up from the ground, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Lu Chengyuan with disbelief in her eyes. Just how strong is this guy? The referee stepped forward, Xiao Hongyi, incapacitated. Next. Li Kuang swallowed hard and forced himself to walk onto the stage. Then. Less than 3 seconds. He flew out as well. The third one. The fourth one. The fifth one. More than 20 people took the stage one after another. One after another, they fell. Lu Chengyuan kept his hands in his pockets the whole time, and didn't even move his feet. 10 minutes later. In the center of the arena, only Lu Chengyuan remained standing. The ground was littered with people all around. The stands were completely silent. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 43 Upperclassmen Provoking? Lu Chengyuan, sorry, you're pretty thick-skinned. In the center of the field, Lu Chengyuan stood still, his gaze sweeping across the stands. Who else? The more than 20 people lying on the ground, some clutching their chests, some supporting their backs, all had pale faces. No one dared to speak. Xiao Hongyi gritted her teeth, trying to stand up, but found her legs were weak. That palm strike, though seemingly light, actually sent shivers down her spine, making her internal organs churn. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Li Kuan lay on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. The stands were deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape. This is it? More than 20 people, and they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes? Holy crap, these freshmen are amazing. Chen Haoren sat in the corner, holding his head, looking utterly hopeless. It's a good thing I didn't go, otherwise I'd be the one lying here now. Zhao Lei rolled his eyes and said, with your skills, you'd just be feeding the enemy if you went up there. Zhang Weiying sat in the first row of the stands, her hands supporting her chin, her eyes sparkling. Sis, Lu Chengyuan is amazing. Zhang Wanqing nodded, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She knew Lu Chengyuan was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. More than 20 geniuses were like paper in front of him. The referee stepped forward and cleared his throat. Lu Chengyuan wins this challenge. All bets belong to Lu Chengyuan. Lu Chengyuan walked up to the referee and extended his hand, transfer the money. The referee nodded, took out an electronic board, and began operating it. In less than a minute, the points number on Lu Chengyuan's identity card started to jump. Points, 62,550. In the stands, many people gasped in shock. 60,000 points. This is enough to make you a king in the training camp. Just then, a deep voice came from the corner of the stands. Interesting. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A young man in a gray training uniform leaped from the 5-meter-high stands, landing silently with only a wisp of dust in his wake. He looked to be in his early 20s, with an ordinary face, but his eyes were calm as water, and he exuded a calm aura that was completely different from that of a freshman. It's Zhou Mu, a senior from the second year. Holy crap, what's up with senior Zhou Mu? Wasn't he in seclusion trying to break through to the second rank? This is going to be interesting. Senior Zhou Mu was the top freshman a year ago, his strength is unfathomable. The older students recognized the person and became excited. The nascent unrest has finally attracted the attention of a true powerhouse. Zhou Mu walked to the center of the field and calmly looked at Lu Chengyuan. Freshman, you're arrogant. But the genius training camp is not a place for you to act arrogantly. Lu Chengyuan raised an eyebrow. So, senior, you're here to teach me how to be a person? Zhou Mu shook his head. No, I'm here to gamble on points. He held up 2 fingers. I'll bet 20,000 points. Hiss. Another gasp rippled through the audience. 20,000 points. This is a huge sum of money for senior students. That's not fair. Senior students bullying freshmen. What kind of skill is that? Exactly. If you're so capable, wait until Lu Chengyuan is also a sophomore before you fight him. Some freshmen couldn't help but feel indignant on Lu Chengyuan's behalf. Although they were also severely impacted by Lu Chengyuan, they were ultimately from the same year, and faced with the pressure from the upperclassmen, they instinctively stood together. Jiang Weiniang panicked and grabbed Lu Chengyuan's sleeve. Don't agree to him. He's definitely a second-grade martial artist, you can't beat him. Lu Chengyuan laughed. He patted Jiang Weiniang's small hand to reassure her, then looked at Zhou Mu. Can. However, 20,000 points is a bit too little. Zhou Mu frowned. What do you mean? Lu Chengyuan pointed to the group of people lying on the ground. Their combined total is only a little over 20,000. You're all alone, only betting 20,000. Are you looking down on me? Zhou Mu's eyes turned cold. He paused for a moment, then slowly said, Fine. I'll bet my entire fortune. 53,000 points. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Everyone thought Lu Chengyuan had gone mad, and Zhou Mu had gone mad too. This is a high-stakes gamble that could change the fate of both of them. Come on. Lu Chengyuan beckoned to him with his finger, his smile still relaxed. Jiang Wanqing stepped forward and stood beside Lu Chengyuan, whispering, Are you confident? He's a second-grade martial artist with at least 5,000 units of qi and blood. I don't know. Lu Chengyuan's answer was honest. We'll only know after we fight. The atmosphere in the dueling arena became extremely tense at this moment. The senior referee swallowed hard and announced in a trembling voice, The bet is confirmed. The battle begins. The words had barely left his mouth. Zhou Mu made a move. His figure seemed to vanish from the spot, and the next moment, he appeared 3 meters in front of Lu Chengyuan. Wow, so fast. All the new students' pupils contracted. They couldn't even react to that speed. Zhou Mu pointed his fingers like a sword, without using any weapon, but when he threw a punch, it carried a sharp sword intent that tore through the air. Before the punch even landed, the sharp wind from the punch already stung the person's cheek. This punch was several levels stronger than Xiao Hongyi's previous full-force attack. However, Lu Chengyuan remained standing in the same spot, without moving an inch. He seemed to be terrified. It's over. The upperclassmen in the stands shook their heads. Under Zhou Mu's all-out attack, a newcomer who wasn't even a martial artist had absolutely no chance of survival. Jiang Weiniang nervously closed her eyes. Just as Zhou Mu's fist was less than 10 centimeters away from Lu Chengyuan's face. Lu Chengyuan's body surface was suddenly covered with a thin layer of ice crystals that were almost invisible to the naked eye. Heroic spirit bonds activated. Jiang Wanqing affinity 20%, briefly buffed with frost power. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Lu Chengyuan made a move. Instead of dodging, he threw a punch at an even faster speed than Zhou Mu. They came from behind but surpassed others. What? Zhou Mu's pupils contracted violently. He watched helplessly as his fist was still halfway through its trajectory, while the opponent's fist had already broken through his wind and imprinted itself on his chest. Too close. At that distance, he had no time to change his move or defend. Bang! A muffled thud. Zhou Mu felt a terrifying force, mixed with bone-chilling cold, erupt from the opponent's fist, instantly shattering his protective qi and blood. He hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath. The second punch, the third punch, the fourth punch. Lu Chengyuan's attacks were like a storm, one punch after another, landing precisely on the same spot. Zhou Mu was forced to retreat repeatedly, each step leaving a deep footprint on the hard alloy floor. He wanted to fight back, but the chilling energy that invaded his body made his blood circulation sluggish. He tried to block, but the opponent's fist was too fast, so fast that he could only barely protect his vitals. Bang! The final punch. Zhou Mu was sent flying backward, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the energy shield a dozen meters away, and then sliding to the ground. Puff! He spat out a jet of blood, his face as pale as paper. The entire room fell silent. A second-grade warrior. A senior student whose blood and qi levels are approaching 10,000. Just like that, he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a freshman who had just entered the second rank? Lu Chengyuan shook his hand and looked at Zhou Mu, who was struggling to get up, with a slight frown. This thing is so tough. His combo attack just now borrowed some of Jiang Wanqing's frost power, and each punch was accompanied by a chilling, corrosive aura. If it were that undead priest, his bones would have been frozen to dust. But Zhou Mu only coughed up blood, and it seems he still has the strength to fight again. Are all the senior students in the training camp this resilient? Chapter 44 Never Learned Martial Arts? Jomu, you're insulting my intelligence. Jomu got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lu Chengyuan was no longer one of disdain, but instead one of solemn respect, as if he had met his match. That fast break just now made him realize something. This freshman didn't get first place by luck. Interesting. Jomu raised his right hand, palm up. A visible crimson light rose from his palm, rapidly condensing into a phantom crimson longsword in the air. The sword is about 3 feet long, entirely crimson, and its blade is radiating an incomparably sharp energy. Martial arts technique. It's Senior Jomu's blood shadow sword technique. In the stands, some senior students exclaimed in surprise, their voices filled with admiration. Chi and blood take form, solidifying to injure the enemy. This is the mark of martial arts skill reaching its peak. I've heard that martial arts techniques greatly enhance a martial artist's combat power. Mastering a basic martial arts technique to perfection can increase combat power by at least 50%. The freshmen's expressions changed as they listened to the surrounding discussions. Half of their fighting strength? What does that mean? This means that Jomu's strength is now half again as strong as before. Jiang Wanqing clenched her fists unconsciously. She knew the power of martial arts better than anyone else. The Jiang family's inherited ice heart technique is also a powerful martial art, but she and her sister have been practicing it for months and are still only at the beginner level. They can't even attach their chi and blood to their weapons, let alone transform into human form. Jomu, however, had already mastered a martial art to perfection. Sister, does Lu Chengyuan, do he know martial arts? Jiang Weiniing's palms were sweaty with nervousness. Jiang Wanqing shook her head, I don't know. Her heart sank. She was well aware of Lu Chengyuan's family background. If even the most basic cultivation resources are scarce, how could they possibly come into contact with martial arts manuals that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars? In the center of the field, Jomu gripped the blood-red longsword, and his aura reached its peak. He looked at Lu Chengyuan with a cold gaze. I was careless just now, I didn't take you as a real opponent. Next, I will give it my all. You should also show me your martial arts skills, otherwise you won't even be able to withstand one of my sword strikes. His voice was filled with absolute confidence. Lu Chengyuan scratched his head, looking somewhat helpless. Martial arts? I'm sorry, I haven't studied that. The senior students in the stands burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What did he say? He hasn't learned martial arts? What a joke. You don't even know martial arts, yet you dare to challenge Senior Jomu, who is at the perfect realm. I thought he had some trump card up his sleeve, but it turns out he's all empty shell. He's going to get beaten to a pulp this time. Arrogance will eventually come at a price. Even some of the freshmen looked at Lu Chengyuan as if he were an idiot. Chen Haoren covered his face, unable to bear watching. Brother Lu, what are you pretending for? You should admit defeat now. Jomu's expression froze. He stared at Lu Chengyuan, his eyes gradually turning dangerous. Are you insulting my intelligence? Someone who can force him to use martial arts skills must have never learned martial arts. This is definitely a form of contempt. No. Lu Chengyuan spread his hands. I'm telling the truth. Even the worst martial arts manual costs hundreds of thousands of credits. Where am I supposed to get the money to buy that? He spoke frankly, but his words brought the laughter to an abrupt halt. Yes. Martial arts manuals are so expensive, not everyone can afford them. Most of those who can enter the genius training camp are scions of prominent families in major cities, or geniuses who receive special training. But there are always some people who get here step by step through talent and luck. They did not have a distinguished family background or abundant resources. They only have themselves. Jomu remained silent for a moment, the anger in his eyes dissipating, but his fighting spirit became even purer. I see. He gripped the blood-red longsword tightly, his eyes as cold as iron. In that case, I will show no mercy. Defeating you with my strongest power is the greatest respect I can show to a martial artist like you. I will use 70% of my strength in this sword strike. Whether you can catch it or not depends on your luck. The words had barely left his mouth. Jomu's figure transformed into a blood-red afterimage. The alloy ground beneath his feet collapsed the moment he exerted his strength, and spiderweb-like patterns spread out. Blood Shadow Sword Technique, Third Form Sky-Piercing Slash. He raised his longsword high and slashed down at Lu Chengyuan's head. This sword strike was more than twice as fast as the previous one. The freshman below the stage didn't even have time to react before the blood-red longsword, exuding an aura of destruction, appeared above Lu Chengyuan's head. It's over. He can't escape. Jiang Weiniang instinctively closed her eyes, unable to bear watching the bloody scene any longer. However, Lu Chengyuan remained standing in the same spot, without moving an inch. He simply raised his head and looked at the blood-red longsword, which seemed to grow larger and larger in his pupils, carrying endless sharpness. His gaze remained calm as ever. Just as the tip of the sword was less than 3 inches from his forehead. He moved. Step back half a step with your right foot and tilt your body to the side at an extremely small angle. The blood-red longsword, powerful enough to shatter stone tablets, slashed down almost past his cheek, leaving a thin bloodstain on his face with its sharp sword energy. But at the same time, his left hand rose up, fingers spread, and precisely grabbed Zhoumu's wrist holding the sword. What? Zhoumu's pupils contracted sharply, and a huge wave of emotion surged within him. He hadn't had time to react. Lu Chengyuan's right fist had penetrated all his defenses and landed heavily on his lower abdomen. Bang! A muffled thud. Zhoumu instantly curled up like a boiled shrimp. He could clearly feel that his internal organs were shifting. A terrifying force, mixed with bone-chilling cold, emanated from the opponent's fist, shattering his protective chi and blood with overwhelming force. This is impossible. Zhoumu squeezed out a few words, his eyes beginning to glaze over. Lu Chengyuan released his grip, looking at Zhoumu, who was staggering backward, his tone indifferent. The martial arts skills are very impressive. But your skin is thicker than I imagined. Before he could finish speaking, he pushed off with his feet, causing the alloy floor to cave in, and he charged towards Zhoumu, who was still unsteady on his feet, like a cannonball. Zhoumu only saw a fist, which then magnified in his field of vision. No. Bang. 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 3 punches in quick succession, like a storm. Every punch landed precisely on the same spot in his lower abdomen. With the first punch, Zhoumu's protective chi and blood completely collapsed, turning into scattered specks of light. With the second punch, a thin layer of frost formed on his body, making his movements stiff and sluggish. With the third punch, he felt as if his internal organs were about to be shattered by the domineering force of the punch. Ah! Zhoumu let out a beast-like roar. At the critical moment of life and death, he squeezed out the last bit of blood and energy in his body, poured all the power of the blood shadow sword technique into his right fist, and fiercely punched out to meet Lu Chengyuan's last punch. He was going to use his strongest attacks to clash head-on with this monster. The next second, 2 fists of roughly the same size collided heavily in mid-air. Boom! A visible white wave of energy emanated from the 2 individuals and spread outwards in all directions. The hard alloy ground was lifted off in one piece, turning into countless fragments that shot out. The energy shield enveloping the dueling arena trembled violently, emitting a humming sound as it struggled to bear the strain. Everyone in the stands was blown about by the violent airflow, unable to open their eyes. A perfected martial skill that can withstand the attack of a peak second-grade martial artist? Is this an attack a freshman could deliver? When the shockwave dissipates, Zhoumu was sent flying backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and crashed heavily onto the ground more than 10 meters away, leaving a long ditch. In the center of the arena, Lu Chengyuan slowly withdrew his fist and gently shook his slightly numb wrist. Sorry, my hand slipped. The entire room fell silent. Lei Dong stared with his mouth agape, unable to utter a word for a long time. He knew Lu Chengyuan was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. That's Zhoumu. He was the top freshman last year and is now a senior student at the peak of the second rank with nearly 10,000 chi and blood. Just like that, he was punched away by a freshman who had just entered the training camp? Yunqi swallowed hard, looking at the figure standing straight in the center of the field. She suddenly felt that she was already quite satisfied with being ranked 6th. Jiang Weiniang opened her eyes and saw Lu Chengyuan standing there unharmed. Tears immediately streamed down her face. Sister, he won. Jiang Wanqing nodded, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She suddenly remembered what Lu Chengyuan had said. I have never learned any martial arts. Without any martial arts skills, he could withstand a full-force attack from a peak second-grade martial artist. If we had martial arts techniques. Jiang Wanqing couldn't imagine it. The senior referee stepped forward, glanced at Zhoumu, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and then looked at Lu Chengyuan. He took a deep breath and announced. Lu Chengyuan wins this challenge. All bets belong to Lu Chengyuan. Lu Chengyuan opened his identity card and looked at the numbers flashing on it. Points, 115,550. 115,550 points. This number silenced everyone present. While others are still struggling to accumulate a few hundred points. This guy is rolling in money. Chapter 45. The twin sisters' hearts raced. The protagonist's halo was too dazzling. At the edge of the field, Jomu was rolling on the ground in pain. He clutched his lower abdomen with both hands, his face contorted in pain, and veins bulging on his forehead. It hurts so much. That kind of pain wasn't physical pain, but a tearing sensation coming from deep inside the body. Lu Chengyuan's fist force was mixed with cold air, like countless ice spikes running rampant in his body. Medical staff rushed over and examined Jomu's injuries. Their expressions immediately turned grim. Internal organs have shifted, and blood and qi are flowing backward. I need to lie down for at least half a month. The medical staff shook their heads, signaling to their colleagues to carry Jomu away. When Jomu was carried off the field, he was still convulsing and making incoherent groans. In the stands, everyone fell silent. Some people previously thought Lu Chengyuan's success was due to luck. Now, no one dares to think that way anymore. Jomu's miserable state was right there in front of everyone. Damn, these freshmen are too ruthless. With such a heavy blow, Jomu will need to stay in bed for at least half a month. The key point is that he didn't use any martial arts techniques the whole time. This is outrageous. What kind of monster is this? The way the upperclassmen looked at Lu Chengyuan changed. There was awe, apprehension, and a hint of barely concealed fear. The new student area was in an uproar. Chen Haoran clutched his head, his face filled with despair. I'm in the same year as this monster? How am I supposed to live like this? Zhao Lei patted him on the shoulder. Accept your fate, brother. We're not the same species as these monsters. Xiao Hongyi clutched her chest, her face pale. She still felt her internal organs churning when she recalled Lu Chengyuan's slap earlier. Just how strong is this guy? Li Quan lay on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. These geniuses are like paper in front of Lu Chengyuan. Jiang Weiying tugged at her sister's clothes, her eyes sparkling. Sister, Lu Chengyuan, he's so dazzling. Sunlight shone on Lu Chengyuan, who stood in the center of the field with his hands in his pockets and a calm expression. People around were talking about it, marveling at it, and being afraid. But he remained unusually calm, like an outsider. This contrast made Jiang Weiying's heart beat faster for no apparent reason. Jiang Wanqing did not speak. Her gaze never left Lu Chengyuan from beginning to end. Her heart was racing. My mind is filled with that scene from just now. Lu Chengyuan's fist struck Jomu precisely. That overwhelming power, that absolute confidence. Jiang Wanqing found that all she could see was the image of that boy. She subconsciously bit her lip. No, we can't do that. She shook her head, trying to suppress these emotions. But the more you press, the clearer that feeling becomes. Just then. Brother Lu, you are a second-grade martial artist, right? Lei Dong stepped out from the crowd. Upon hearing this, the surrounding freshmen were not too surprised. Nonsense. To beat Senior Jomu, who is at the peak of the second rank and whose martial arts are perfect, into this state, what else could he be but a second-rank expert? But then someone remembered something and gasped. That's not right. I remember the news from Jiangcheng that Lu Chengyuan's qi and blood were only 999 calories before the assessment, not even a martial apprentice. 1 month. From a quasi-martial apprentice to a second-grade martial artist? How is that possible? Even if you ate rare and precious herbs every day, it couldn't be this fast. The doubts arose again, but this time, the voices were much quieter and the voices were less assertive. Because the facts are right in front of us. Lu Chengyuan glanced at Lei Dong, neither admitting nor denying it. Your injury is healed? Lei Dong grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. It's all good now, brother. If you run into any trouble in the future, think of your big brother. He casually put his hand on Lu Chengyuan's shoulder, acting as if they were best buddies. Many people twitched at the sight. When did the little tyrant of the Lei family become so outgoing? Just then. A figure slowly walked out from the area for senior students. He was wearing a faded blue robe and had a sword on his back. He had delicate features and calm eyes. He didn't have Jomu's flamboyant aura, but he gave people a more dangerous feeling. Like a peerless sword hidden in its sheath, it is silent until it is drawn, and when it is drawn, it is deadly. It's Senior Yi Han. Someone recognized the person and exclaimed in surprise. Yihan in the third year? The Yihan who killed 5 level 3 alien beasts in the Starry Sky Great Wall battle last year? Holy crap, why is he here too? The upperclassmen's expressions all changed. Yihan, a legendary figure in the 3rd grade. A 3rd-rank martial artist has 150,000 calories of chi and blood. Last year, in a real battle on the Starry Sky Great Wall, he fought against 5 opponents and killed 5 level 3 alien beasts. That battle propelled him into the top 10 in the training camp. Everyone thought it was going to be another earth-shattering battle. Yihan simply watched Lu Chengyuan quietly, without making a move immediately. He spoke, his voice as calm as still water. You are very strong. Your punches are fast. But that's not enough. After saying that, he turned around, seemingly not intending to stay any longer. Wait a minute, Lu Chengyuan called out to him. Yihan turned around and looked at him calmly. Lu Chengyuan's gaze fell on the long object behind him. You want to challenge me? Not now. Yihan shook his head. You've just been through a major battle that wouldn't be a fair victory. I'll be waiting for you in 3 months, during the points ranking competition. I hope that by then, your fists will be able to keep up with my sword. After leaving those words, Yihan's figure flickered a few times and disappeared from sight. Lu Chengyuan watched Yihan's departing figure without saying a word. He silently recited a sentence in his heart. System. Yihan. Current strength, rank 3 martial artist, 150,000 calories of health. Potential level, A. Brief summary of his future fate. 3 years later, in the Sword Tomb defense zone of the Starry Great Wall, to cover the retreat of the main force, he fought alone with only his sword against 3 alien races, dying from exhaustion, leaving no trace of his body. Recommendation for fate correction: guiding it to obtain a fragment of the Tai by Sword manual can significantly improve its survivability. Bond level, 0%. Another heroic spirit about to sacrifice itself. Lu Chengyuan withdrew his gaze, already having made up his mind. He surveyed the entire area, from the 20-odd freshmen lying on the ground to the upperclassmen in the stands with their varied expressions, and finally his gaze settled on the group of trembling freshmen. Anyone else want to challenge me? If not, I'm leaving. The entire room fell silent, no one dared to speak. Challenge? Are you kidding me? Even Senior Zhou Mu was beaten to the point of vomiting blood and falling unconscious. Going up there now would just be suicide. Seeing that no one spoke, Lu Chengyuan nodded. He held up one finger and announced a rule in a nonchalant tone that sent chills down everyone's spine. Very good. From today onwards, this rule is mine. Want to challenge me? Fine. Bet your entire fortune and all your points. Then, be prepared to get beaten half to death. My time is precious, I don't have time to play house with you guys. Upon hearing this, everyone shuddered. Well, another great demon king has appeared. After saying that, he stopped looking at anyone and turned to walk towards the villa area. The Jiang sisters quickly followed. Lei Dong hesitated for a moment, then followed eagerly, calling out, Brother Lu. Wait for me. Take me to visit your villa. Chen Haoran clutched his head, on the verge of tears. It's all over, it's all over. Who will dare to mess with him in the training camp from now on? Zhao Lei patted him on the shoulder. Accept your fate, brother. We're not the same species as these monsters. Xiao Hongyi clutched her chest, her face pale. She watched Lu Chengyuan's departing figure with a complicated expression. I will definitely surpass you. She gritted her teeth and said in a low voice. Li Quan lay on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. Me too. Yunqi watched Lu Chengyuan's departing figure and suddenly smiled. Interesting, this training camp is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 46. My brother-in-law's villa is so big, I want to go inside and take a look. Duel Arena. After Lu Chengyuan left with the Jiang sisters, there were still students lying on the ground groaning in pain. The medical staff were extremely busy, treating the injured while shaking their heads and sighing. This year's freshmen are really ruthless, each one of them is more ruthless than the last. Nonsense, how could Lu Chengyuan's attack not be severe? Just then, 5 figures leaped down from the high platform and landed steadily in the center of the arena. There were 5 mentors. Shi Gandang walked to the spot where Zhou Mu had fallen, looking at the long trench in the ground with a furrowed brow. The alloy floor was plowed with a mark half a meter deep. That force? He crouched down, reached out and touched the edge of the ravine, feeling a cool sensation on his fingertips. Is there still coldness mixed in with your blood and qi? Bai Qin stepped forward, a rare flicker of emotion appearing on her usually icy face. It's not just the cold air, it also has extremely strong penetrating power. Zhou Mu's protective qi and blood were shattered by a single punch. She looked at Shi Gandang and asked calmly, Chief Instructor, what do you think of this Lu Changyuan? Shi Gandang stood up and remained silent for a moment. Very strong. How strong? Xu Ron, dressed in a fiery red combat suit, leaned closer, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Stronger than Lei Dong? Not on the same level. Shi Gandang shook his head, his tone low. Lei Dong's blood energy is only a little over 5,000. Although his talent is good, it is still within the normal range. But this Lu Changyuan. He paused, then looked in the direction where Zhou Mu had been carried away. A month ago, his blood energy was only 999 calories, not even a martial arts apprentice. A month later, he will be able to defeat Zhou Mu, who is at the peak of the second rank, in a head-on confrontation. This speed of progress has exceeded the norm. The white-clad youth, Wang Jian, who was holding a long sword, had eyes as sharp as knives. Could it be that some kind of banned drug was used to forcibly boost qi and blood? It doesn't look like it. Wearing loose training clothes, Li Mu shook his head and said with a smile, the qi and blood enhanced by banned drugs have a weak foundation, which can be seen at a glance. But this kid's qi and blood are very solid, without any signs of being weak or unstable. And Li Mu looked at the ditch on the ground, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. His combat awareness is too sophisticated. Every punch landed on Zhou Mu's vital points, with the force perfectly controlled, enough to seriously injure the opponent without being fatal. This level of precision cannot be explained by talent alone. Xu Rong licked her lips and said excitedly, I'm getting more and more excited about this kid's performance. Oh right, I remember. She changed the subject and looked at Shi Gandang. 3 years ago, there was also a genius surnamed Lu, right? Lu Qinghe. Shi Gandang nodded, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. When she first entered the training camp, she had 3,000 units of qi and blood. 3 months later, she broke through to the second rank. At the time, everyone thought she was a once-in-a-century genius. Bai Qin picked up the conversation, her tone calm, but this Lu Changyuan is even more outrageous than her. Although Lu Qingxue was strong back then, she was at least still within the realm of comprehension. But Lu Changyuan. She looked at Shi Gandang with a serious expression. Do you think he got his position through resources? Shi Gandang remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. No. Resources can improve blood and qi and speed up cultivation, but they cannot improve combat awareness and skills. Every punch this kid throws seems to have been honed through countless trials, with not a single superfluous movement. This kind of fighting instinct cannot be created by simply piling up resources. Wang Jian frowned, then how exactly did he do it? Have no idea. Shi Gandang turned around and looked in the direction of the villa area. But one thing is certain. This kid's potential is even more terrifying than his sister's. If he can grow up smoothly. He paused, his voice low. Perhaps, he can truly become the hope of humanity. The 5 mentors fell silent. They were all veterans who had retired from the Great Wall of Stars, and had seen too many geniuses perish on the battlefield. No matter how talented you are, you only have meaning if you survive. After a long silence, Zhu Rong broke it. Then let's wait and see. Let's see how far this kid can go. Outside the Wilderness Reserve. Tour leaders in major cities are taking headcounts and preparing for the return trip. Yang Jiang stood at the front of Jiangqing's line, his face beaming like a chrysanthemum. He walked up to the team leader from Shanghai and casually said, Oldly, I heard that Shanghai produced a third-place winner this time? Not bad, the young man has potential. Li Gang, the team leader from Shanghai, looked rather grim. Xiaohongyi, 3,200 points. Wow, 3,200 points. That's amazing. Yang Jiang patted Li Gang on the shoulder and said with a smile, but Jiangqing did alright this time too. 2 in the top 15, 1 in first place. First? Li Gang was taken aback for a moment, then frowned and said, who came in first place in Jiangcheng? It wasn't those Jiang sisters, was it? No. Yang Jiang waved his hand, his smile widening. It's a kid named Lu Changyuan. Points. 38,000. How many? Li Gang's eyes widened, wondering if he had misheard. 38,000. Yang Jiang held up 3 fingers, his eyes narrowing into slits with a smile. So, Oldly, are you convinced or not? Li Gang opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a long time. 38,000? Is this a score that any human could produce? Their third-place finisher in Shanghai only scored 3,200, the difference is. Li Gang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. Well done, Lao Yang. You guys in Jiangcheng have kept this well hidden this time. No. Yang Zhang grinned from ear to ear and then turned around to show off to the team leaders in other cities. Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Principal Lu Chang is on the phone with Yang Jiang. What? Say that again? Lu Chang's voice suddenly rose, startling those around him. Lu Cheng Yuan, first place? Points. 38,000? Did I hear that right? On the other end of the phone, Yang Zhang's voice trembled with excitement. Principal, it's absolutely true. The rankings were just released by the training camp. Lu Cheng Yuan, 38,000 points, first place. Moreover, he has already earned 3 credits and can graduate directly. Lu Cheng's hand was trembling as he held the phone. He recalled that just a month ago, Lu Cheng Yuan was still drinking tea in his office. Back then, this kid only had 999 calories of energy. 1 month later. Lu Chang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Okay, I understand. Call Lu Cheng Yuan's family immediately and tell his parents the good news. Also, prepare a bonus, 1 million, no, 2 million. This kind of student deserves a hefty reward. Villa area. Lu Cheng Yuan stood in front of a 3-story detached villa, looking at the building in front of him. The villa occupies a considerable area, at least 500 square meters, and its exterior walls are pure white, making it look particularly grand in the sunlight. There is also a small garden at the entrance, planted with various spiritual plants, emitting a faint fragrance. Zhang Weining stared wide-eyed. What a huge villa! She took her sister's hand and said excitedly, "Sis, we'll live here from now on." A hint of hesitation flashed across Zhang Wanqing's face. This is Lu Cheng Yuan's villa, What does it matter? Zhang Weining pouted and said matter-of-factly, Lu Cheng Yuan doesn't mind, and besides. She leaned close to her sister's ear and whispered, "Sis, don't you want to live with Lu Cheng Yuan?" Zhang Wanqing's face turned red instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Zhang Weining blinked and smiled like a little fox. Sis, I noticed that the way you look at Lu Cheng Yuan is different now. Zhang Wanqing opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but found herself unable to speak. She really. My feelings for Lu Cheng Yuan are different now than before. Just then, Lu Cheng Yuan pushed open the villa's door. Come in. Zhang Weining cheered and grabbed her sister, ready to rush inside. Etc. Lu Cheng Yuan reached out and stopped her. Weren't you going to check out the dormitories assigned to the training camp first? What if the environment is better over there? Zhang Weining paused for a moment, then shook her head. No need to look anymore, it's definitely not as good as this. Yeah? Lu Cheng Yuan raised an eyebrow, his smile somewhat mischievous. That's not necessarily true. I heard that the dormitories in the training camp are all 4-person rooms with private bathrooms. A 4-person room? Zhang Weining's expression froze. She recalled the discussion she had overheard in the square earlier. The dormitories at the training camp were indeed 4-person rooms. Moreover, they were bunk beds. Zhang Wanqing also frowned. 4-person room. She had been used to a quiet environment since she was a child, and the thought of having to live with 3 strangers made her feel uncomfortable. How about, we go take a look? Zhang Wanqing hesitated before speaking. Okay. Lu Cheng Yuan nodded and said with a smile, then you guys go ahead, I'll go in first. After saying that, he turned and walked into the villa, closing the door behind him. The Zhang sisters stood at the door, looking at each other in bewilderment. Sister. Zhang Weining looked at her sister pitifully. I don't want to stay in a 4-person room. Zhang Wanqing bit her lip, but finally nodded. Let's go take a look first. 10 minutes later. The Zhang sisters stood in front of a drab, gray dormitory building, their expressions frozen. A cacophony of sounds erupted from the hallway, a mixture of screams and shouts. A female student wearing a training camp uniform was standing downstairs registering students. Newborn? The senior student looked up and glanced at them. Name. Zhang Wanqing, Zhang Weining. Oh, I found it. The senior student scribbled a few lines on the electronic whiteboard and then looked up. You two, room 407, 4th floor. Let's go up, My roommate is already here. Jiang Weiying swallowed hard, took her sister's hand, and forced herself to walk upstairs. 4th floor, room 407. Jiang Weiying knocked on the door. Come in. A rough female voice came from inside. Pushing open the door, I was greeted by a room in complete disarray. 4 bunk beds occupied most of the room's space. Various clothes and shoes were scattered on the ground, along with several open suitcases. A girl as strong as a bear was sitting on the lower bunk, gnawing on dried meat of a strange beast. She grinned when she saw the Jiang sisters come in. Hey, new roommate, welcome, welcome. My name is Xiong Xiaoli, you can just call me Little Bear. Jiang Weiying looked at her arms, which were thicker than her own waist, and her lips twitched. Little Bear? That's a giant bear. You two sleep on the top bunk over there. Xiong Xiaoli pointed to the 2 beds in the corner. Jiang Weiying went over and saw that there was still dust on the bedboard. She turned to look at her sister, her eyes filled with rejection. Jiang Wanqing also frowned. This environment. She simply couldn't stay there any longer. That. Jiang Wanqing spoke, her tone polite. We might not be staying here anymore. Ah. Xiong Xiaoli paused for a moment, then waved her hand. Fine, the dorm's just sitting empty anyway. However, if you don't live here, you'll have to find your own place to stay. Rent outside the training camp is expensive, starting at least 2,000 points a month. Jiang Weiying's heart bled when she heard that number. 2,000 points? She only has 850 points in total. Jiang Wanqing remained silent for a moment, then turned and left with her sister. Sis, where are we going? Go back. Jiang Wanqing gritted her teeth. Back to Lu Chengyuan's villa. We shamelessly begged him to take us in. At the entrance of the villa, the Jiang sisters stood in front of the door, looking at each other, neither daring to knock. Sis, go knock on it. Why me? Because you're the older sister. Jiang Wanqing took a deep breath, raised her hand, and gently knocked on the door. The door opened. Lu Chengyuan leaned against the doorframe, watching them with a smile. Oh, you're back again? The dormitory environment is not good? Jiang Wanqing blushed. Lu Chengyuan, we want to move in? Lu Chengyuan picked up the conversation, laughing even more heartily. Jiang Wanqing bit her lip, but finally nodded. Sure. Lu Chengyuan stepped aside and gestured for him to proceed. Come in. Jiang Weiying cheered and grabbed her sister, ready to rush inside. Etc. Lu Chengyuan stopped her again. You can move in, but there have to be rules. What rules? Jiang Weiying blinked. Lu Chengyuan held up one finger. First, don't disturb my cultivation. Second, don't touch my things. Third. He looked at Jiang Wanqing, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Call me brother-in-law. Jiang Wanqing's face instantly turned bright red. You're dreaming. Then don't come in. Lu Chengyuan shrugged and made a gesture to close the door. Wait. Jiang Weiying quickly stopped him and turned to look at her sister. Sister, just call out to her, it won't hurt you. Jiang Wanqing bit her lip, her face turning as red as if it were about to bleed. Looking at Lu Chengyuan's smug, irritating smile, she felt both angry and ashamed. Finally, she took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and whispered. Sister, brother-in-law. The sound was so faint it was like a mosquito's buzz. Lu Chengyuan raised an eyebrow. Speak louder, I can't hear you. Brother-in-law. Jiang Wanqing opened her eyes and stared at him. Now you heard that, right? I heard it. Lu Chengyuan smiled so hard his eyes narrowed into slits. Come in, little sister. Jiang Wanqing stomped her foot in anger and dragged her sister into the villa. Chapter 47. Everyone has their little secrets, isn't it normal for my brother to have one? The War Academy of Shanghai. The portal opened, and a tall, aloof figure stepped out. Lu Qinghe was wearing a black combat uniform, her high ponytail slightly disheveled. She had just returned from an emergency mission on the outskirts of the front lines, having slain 3 peak-level 4th-grade alien beasts, and now all she wanted to do was go back and rest. Qinghe, you're back. A gentle voice came from behind me. Lu Qinghe paused, not turning around, her voice indifferent. What is it? A young man in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses quickly caught up. His name is Qin Feng. He is a famous genius in the academy, specializing in alchemy, and is also one of Lu Qinghe's many suitors. Qin Feng walked to her side and handed her a bottle of azure blue potion. This is a calming potion, I just mixed it, can relieve mental fatigue. Lu Qinghe glanced at it but didn't take it, no need. Qin Feng wasn't embarrassed. He naturally withdrew his hand and walked alongside her, a gentle smile on his face. I heard about your achievements in this mission as soon as I got back. You fought against 3 at once and killed 3 peak 4th grade alien beasts. The whole academy is talking about your name. Boring, Lu Qinghe replied succinctly. Qin Feng was already used to her coldness. He pushed up his glasses and casually brought up another matter. Oh, right, there's one more thing, about your brother. Lu Qinghe abruptly stopped in her tracks. What happened to my brother? Her voice carried a hint of barely perceptible tension. Seeing her nervous expression, Qin Feng sighed inwardly, but maintained his smile. Don't be nervous, it's good news. The initial rankings for the Genius Training Camp are out. He paused deliberately, wanting to see Lu Qinghe's reaction. Lu Qinghe frowned slightly, feeling a little apprehensive. Lu Changyuan was weak since childhood. Although he seems to have become stronger recently, that is, after all, a place where geniuses from all over the country gather. It would be good if he could avoid being at the bottom. She was ready to go to the training camp to rescue people. Where does he rank? Seeing her feigned composure, Qin Feng found it somewhat amusing and stopped teasing her. First place. Lu Qinghe was stunned. She doubted she had heard correctly. What did you say? Your younger brother, Lu Changyuan, scored 38,000 points and took first place in this assessment. Qin Feng's tone was somewhat amazed. This score is more than 10 times that of the second place, and it directly breaks the highest record of the training camp in nearly 10 years. 38,000 points? First place? Lu Qinghe's mind was buzzing. She knew very well what this score meant. When she took the exam back then, she had racked up points from all the other contestants, but she still only managed to get around 10,000 points. 38,000 points. How did that kid do that? Not only that, Qin Feng continued, he also accepted a challenge from more than 20 people in front of all the freshmen and won them all. Then, he defeated Zhou Mu, a second-year student with nearly 10,000 qi in blood, with a single punch. Lu Qinghe's expression gradually changed from initial shock to a strange look. She recalled the scene not long ago when she kicked open Lei Zhen's door and said with righteous indignation that her younger brother was physically weak, introverted, and even afraid to kill chickens. Looking back now, I feel like a complete fool. That kid Lu Qinghe couldn't help but smile slightly, but she quickly suppressed it and returned to her cold expression. Qin Feng keenly caught her fleeting smile and felt even more helpless. He pursued Lu Qinghe for 3 years, showering her with countless rare and precious treasures, but he couldn't even win a smile from her. Her younger brother, whom she had never met, made her so happy just because he had achieved a little success. Qinghe, your brother's progress is somewhat illogical. Qin Feng spoke cautiously. A month ago, I looked at his file. His qi and blood were less than 1,000. Now, he can defeat a peak second-grade martial artist. How can this be? Everyone has their own secrets, Lu Qinghe interrupted him, her tone returning to its usual calm. My brother is no exception. In her heart, she thought, this kid seems to be hiding a lot. But that's alright, as long as he can protect me. That's true. Qin Feng nodded in agreement and didn't press further. He then said, by the way, Lei Zhen's position as student council president was temporarily revoked by the university because you kicked down his villa gate last time, causing a bad influence. Now he's trying to find people to plead for him. Serves you right. Lu Qinghe snorted coldly, turned around and left, seemingly unwilling to talk any further. After walking a few steps, she suddenly stopped and looked back at Qin Feng. I'll accept the medicine. After saying that, she strode away without looking back, leaving Qin Feng with only a neat and tidy back view. Qin Feng stood there, stunned, looking at his empty hands and then at the direction Lu Qinghe had gone. Finally, a bitter smile appeared on his face. After pursuing him for 3 years, the first time I accepted something from him was because of her younger brother. Is this considered progress? Meanwhile, in the genius training camp, in the villa area, Lu Changyuan lay on the soft sofa in the living room, legs crossed, holding a spirit fruit in his hand, taking bites here and there. The villa was large and luxuriously decorated. In the center of the living room, there was even a small fountain that constantly emitted pure spiritual energy. The Jiang sisters sat awkwardly on the sofa opposite, like 2 elementary school students who had made a mistake. Jiang Wenying's big eyes darted around, glancing at the magnificent crystal chandelier on the ceiling and then at Lu Changyuan. Several times she tried to speak, but her older sister, Jiang Wanqing, stopped her with a look. Cough. Lu Changyuan finished eating the fruit, carefully tossed the pit into the trash can in the distance, and sat up. Tell me, how do you plan to pay the rent? He looked at the two sisters opposite him with the smug look of a landlord about to collect rent. Jiang Wenying's face fell immediately. We don't have many points. Together with her sister, they only had a little over 1,700 points, not even enough to live in an off-campus dormitory, let alone a villa. No points? Lu Changyuan raised an eyebrow. Then we'll settle the debt in another way. Jiang Wanqing immediately became alert. She shielded her younger sister behind her and frowned at Lu Changyuan. What do you want? Don't be nervous. Lu Changyuan waved his hand and pointed to the empty villa. Such a big house needs someone to clean it, right? You can do laundry, cook, and tidy up, right? Jiang Wanqing was taken aback for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, yes. Jiang Wenying realized what was happening and quickly chimed in, I can. I'm a great cook. Okay. Lu Changyuan slapped his thigh. It's settled then. You'll live here and be responsible for 3 meals a day and housework. You can move out whenever you have enough points. It's a deal. Jiang Wenying nodded like a chick pecking at rice, afraid he would go back on his word. Although Jiang Wanqing felt something was amiss, she didn't object seeing her sister's happy expression. Staying here would greatly benefit their cultivation, and it was much better than living in the dormitory. All right, go choose a room. Lu Changyuan waved his hand. Choose any room on the 2nd floor, don't bother me. Thank you, brother-in-law. Jiang Wenying called out sweetly, pulling her sister upstairs. Jiang Wanqing's face flushed again. She turned around and glared at Lu Changyuan, but her gaze was not menacing. Instead, it carried a hint of embarrassment. Lu Changyuan watched their retreating figures and smiled. He opened the system panel, looked at Jiang Wanqing's bond level, which had reached 20%, and seemed to be deep in thought. We need to speed things up. Whether it was to gain greater power or to change their future destiny. Just as he was thinking, Jiang Wenying's exclamation came from upstairs. Wow! Sis! Look at this room, it's huge. It even has a separate bathroom and a walk-in closet. This balcony is amazing. You can see the forest outside. Immediately following was Jiang Wanqing's low reprimand, keep your voice down. Don't disturb his cultivation. Lu Changyuan shook his head. This girl really has a lot of energy. He closed his eyes, preparing to continue exploring the system's new features. Not long after, a series of thump-thump-thump footsteps came from the stairs. Jiang Wenying changed into an adorable bunny pajama set, held 2 spirit fruits in her hand, and ran to Lu Changyuan. Brother-in-law, have some fruit. She held a spiritual fruit to Lu Changyuan's lips, her big eyes blinking as she looked at him. Lu Changyuan opened his eyes and took a bite with a somewhat helpless expression. Brother-in-law, you are really amazing. Jiang Wenying simply sat down on the carpet next to the sofa, rested her chin on her hands, looked up at him with eyes full of admiration. That Senior Zhou was at the peak of the 2nd rank, and you just knocked him away like that. It's all right, Lu Changyuan replied casually. Can you teach me? Jiang Wenying leaned closer, a faint milky scent emanating from her. I want to become as amazing as you. Just then, Jiang Wanqing also came downstairs. She changed into a light blue silk nightgown, her long hair draped over her shoulders, losing some of the daytime chill and gaining a more domestic and gentle air. She saw her younger sister almost touching Lu Changyuan, her cheeks slightly flushed, so she stepped forward and pulled her aside. Waning, stop fooling around and go cultivate. Sis, Jiang Wenying drawled out in a coquettish voice, let me talk to my brother-in-law. Jiang Wanqing had no choice but to sit down next to her, but her gaze involuntarily fell on Lu Changyuan. She noticed that this boy, who was a year younger than her, always seemed to have a reassuring quality about him. The points ranking competition is in 3 months, Jiang Wanqing said softly. That Yi Han is one of the strongest 3rd-year students, and you. It's nothing. Lu Changyuan interrupted her, looking at her worried eyes, and suddenly smiled, worried about me? Jiang Wanqing's face flushed red instantly. She turned her head away and said stubbornly, I just don't want you to get beaten half to death right after we move in, and then we'll have to take care of you. Don't worry. Lu Changyuan stood up, stretched, and his joints cracked. He's no match for me. After saying that, he walked straight to the gravity room that came with the villa. Watching his confident back, Jiang Wanqing's heart raced. Sister, Jiang Weining whispered in her ear, don't you feel like your brother-in-law seems to know everything and isn't afraid of anything? Jiang Wanqing did not answer. She simply stared at the slowly closing alloy door, and the thought that had been vague in her mind suddenly became incredibly clear. Perhaps, following him really was the right choice. Chapter 48. Oh no. Someone's using the gravity chamber as an ATM. The next morning. The gravity training area of the Genius training camp was bustling with activity. This is one of the places the students come to most often. Rows of silver-white metal rooms represent the most basic and cruelest trials on the path of martial arts. Lu Chengyuan surveyed the scene before him. These gravity chambers are divided into 3 levels: primary, intermediate, and advanced. The primary gravity chamber can be adjusted up to 8 times the normal gravity, making it the choice for most freshman and second-year students. His purpose in coming here was simple: to test the strength of his current physical body. After the system's amplification, he only had a vague concept of his current strength. Brother Huang, how many times do we want a challenge today? A young man who looked like a follower asked the student with dyed yellow hair in front of him. The young man called Brother Huang was named Huang Hao, and he ranked outside the top 30 among this year's freshmen. He patted his chest, looking arrogant. Yesterday I got used to 1 unit of gravity, and today I'm going straight for 2. I'll try to break through to 3 unit within a week. The henchman immediately flattered, Brother Huang is awesome. With double gravity, many new students can't even stand up. With your talent, you'll definitely be in the top 20 next year. Huang Hao was very pleased with the flattery and raised his chin even higher. That's natural. Cultivation is something that must be done step by step. One cannot be too ambitious. Like Lu Chengyuan yesterday, although he got first place, who knows if he just got lucky. True strength can only be found through daily, arduous training. Several other freshmen around him nodded in agreement, finding it to be very reasonable. While victory in the dueling arena is dazzling, perseverance in the gravity chamber is the true measure of a martial artist's solid foundation. Just then, Lu Chengyuan walked to the front desk. The staff member in charge of registration was an upperclassman. Without even looking up, he asked, Name, how many times gravity do you need? Lu Chengyuan, primary gravity chamber, 8 times. Lu Chengyuan's voice was very calm. The senior student stopped what he was doing. He looked up and, after recognizing Lu Chengyuan, his expression turned somewhat strange. Are you sure? For a freshman's first time using this, it's recommended to start with 1.5x. Sure. Upon hearing this, Huang Hao and his entourage, who had been talking loudly just moments before, all turned to look at him, their eyes filled with the same disdain they had shown to a madman. 8 times? Did I hear that right? The follower stammered. Huang Hao chuckled, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for everyone around to hear. Crazy, really crazy. Just because they got first place, they think they're something special? 8 times the gravity, that's an intensity only a top-tier second-grade senior would dare to attempt. He's just a freshman. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Chengyuan had already taken the room key and turned to walk towards him. Huang Hao subconsciously straightened his back, trying to intimidate the other party with his imposing manner. However, when Lu Chengyuan walked past him, Huang Hao's expression froze. He felt an invisible pressure descend upon him. The air became thick and sticky, making it hard for him to breathe. The pressure only dissipated after Lu Chengyuan's figure disappeared behind the metal door of the gravity chamber. Huang Hao let out a long breath. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. Brother Huang, what's wrong? The follower asked in a low voice, noticing his pale face. Smack! Huang Hao slapped his henchman on the back of the head and cursed in a low voice, You fucking trying to kill me? Watch your mouth next time. From now on, if you see this guy, go around him. No, if you see him, lie down and pretend to be dead, you hear me? Huang Hao reprimanded, still shaken. The other freshman who had just echoed him shrank back, looking at the tightly closed metal door with eyes full of awe. Gravity chamber. The room was small, and the walls were made of a special alloy with a metallic sheen. Lu Chengyuan stood in the center of the room and pressed the start button. 5 times gravity has been activated. Heavy pressure surged from all directions, and the ground beneath his feet sank slightly. Lu Chengyuan moved his hands and feet and felt okay, but his body felt a little heavy. His blood and qi circulation was not hindered at all. It seems that my physical strength has far surpassed that of an ordinary second-grade martial artist. He felt confident. Just then, a notification sound rang in his ear. New student Lu Chengyuan has been detected using the gravity chamber. Training Camp Record Challenge Mode activated. Breaking a training facility's historical record will earn you points based on the record's level. Lu Chengyuan's eyes lit up. Is this for real? This is practically a freebie. He looked at the control panel, which displayed various records from the primary gravity chamber. Record of enduring 5 times gravity, 1 hour held by third-year student Lin Feng. Record of enduring 6 times gravity, 50 minutes held by third-year student Yi Han. Record of enduring 7 times gravity, 40 minutes held by second-year student Zhou Mu. Record of enduring 8 times gravity, 30 minutes held by instructor Shi Gandang. Interesting. Lu Chengyuan smiled slightly. Instead of directly challenging the 8 times gravity, he pressed the button for 6 times gravity. The pressure suddenly increased, bones made a slight cracking sound, and muscles began to tense. It's alright, I can handle it. He simply sat cross-legged in the center of the room and began to circulate his qi and blood to adapt to the pressure. Time passed second by second. Congratulations, host. You have endured 51 minutes under 6 times gravity, breaking the training camp's historical record. Reward, 1,000 points. Points earned. Lu Chengyuan stood up and, without the slightest hesitation, directly adjusted the gravity to 7 times. Boom! An even greater pressure came, and he felt as if he were carrying a small mountain on his back, making even his breathing heavier. He sat down cross-legged again, this time mobilizing more of his energy and blood to combat the pressure. 20 minutes later. Congratulations, host. You have endured 7 times the gravity for 41 minutes, breaking the training camp's historical record. Reward, 2,000 points. Continue. Lu Chengyuan stood up and pressed the button for 8 times the gravity. At that moment, he felt his bones groaning and every muscle being squeezed by a tremendous force. His blood and qi began to surge rapidly, resisting the force that was about to crush him. 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Congratulations, host. You have endured 8 times the gravity for 31 minutes, breaking the training camp's historical record. Reward, 5,000 points. Lu Chengyuan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and stood up from the ground. 8 times the gravity was only enough to make him feel pressured. It was far from his limit. The basic gravity chamber is no longer interesting. He opened the metal door and went outside. Outside the door, the senior student in charge of registration and the students around him all subconsciously glanced at the time. How long have they been inside? Less than 3 hours, right? He's out? I knew it. With 8 times the gravity, he definitely couldn't have held up. I guess he went in, tried it out, and then came right back out. Young people, they care too much about saving face. Huan Hao breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to his follower, see? I told you he was showing off. Now he can't keep up the act anymore. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Lu Chengyuan walk straight back to the front desk. All eyes were drawn to it. The senior student registering the students forced a smile. Junior Lu, how are you feeling? Is it too much? It's okay, take it one step at a time. Lu Chengyuan shook his head. This room won't do. The senior student was taken aback. Huh? What's wrong? Is the equipment malfunctioning? No. Lu Chengyuan pointed to the passage next to him. Give me a mid-level gravity chamber. The senior's smile froze on his face. The surrounding chatter ceased abruptly. Intermediate gravity chamber. The senior student registering the students thought he was hallucinating. Junior Lu, the starting gravity of the intermediate gravity chamber is 9 times, and it can be adjusted to a maximum of 15 times. That's not a place for freshmen. Lu Chengyuan interrupted him impatiently. I know, just open it. The senior student, his hands trembling, processed the new paperwork for Lu Chengyuan. In the deathly silence of the entire venue, Lu Chengyuan took the new room key, turned around, and walked into the exclusive passage leading to the intermediate training area. Chapter 49, Taking a bath in the spiritual energy pool and losing 2,000 points? My heart is bleeding. Inside the intermediate gravity chamber, the light was much dimmer than outside. Lu Chengyuan entered an empty room, the structure of which was no different from that of a primary gravity chamber. He pressed the start button directly on the control panel. 9 times gravity has been activated. The moment the pressure hit, Lu Chengyuan's body suddenly sank, and the alloy floor beneath his feet emitted a slight groan. He felt as if a giant, fully grown elephant was stepping on his back, and every bone in his body was bearing an enormous load. I'm starting to feel it. Lu Chengyuan's internal energy and blood began to circulate autonomously, resisting this omnipresent pressure. New student Lu Chengyuan has been detected using the intermediate gravity chamber. The record challenge mode has been activated. Record of enduring 9 times gravity, 20 minutes held by instructor Shi Gondang. Record of enduring 10 times gravity, 20 minutes held by instructor Shi Gondang. Record of enduring 14 times gravity, 10 minutes held by instructor Shi Gondang. Record of enduring 15 times gravity, 1 minute held by instructor Shi Gondang. Upon seeing this series of records held by Shi Gondang, Lu Chengyuan raised an eyebrow. It seems this head instructor is a ruthless person. Instead of rushing to challenge even higher gravity, he sat cross-legged under 9 times the normal gravity and began to slowly adapt. Meanwhile, at the front desk of the gravity training area, the senior student in charge of registration, along with the other students around him, were still in shock and hadn't come to their senses. He really went to the intermediate zone? A madman, an absolute madman. Is that a place for freshmen to go? Huan Hao huddled in the crowd, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and felt glad that he hadn't said anything more. Just then, a line of red text suddenly started flashing on the front desk screen, accompanied by a piercing notification sound. Ding! The record for enduring 6 times gravity in the beginner gravity chamber has been broken. New record holder, Lu Chengyuan. Duration, 51 minutes. Reward points, 1,000. Ding! The record for enduring 7 times gravity in the beginner gravity chamber has been broken. New record holder, Lu Chengyuan. Duration, 41 minutes. Reward points, 2,000. Ding! The record for enduring 8 times gravity in the beginner gravity chamber has been broken. New record holder, Lu Chengyuan. Duration, 31 minutes. Reward points, 5,000. 3 consecutive system announcements plunged the entire training area into complete silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the few lines of glaring red text on the screen. I didn't see that wrong, did I? He just broke 3 records? 8 times gravity, 31 minutes. That's the record set by the head instructor back then. Earned 8,000 points in less than half an hour? Is this guy here to cultivate or to rob people? Intermediate gravity chamber. After adapting to 9 times the gravity, Lu Chengyuan directly adjusted the gravity to 11 times. Boom! The terrifying pressure struck like a landslide and a tsunami, causing his body to sway violently and his knees to bend slightly. Every bone in his body was groaning under the strain, and his muscles were being squeezed so hard they were almost deformed. His internal energy and blood circulated wildly, forming a faint red glow on his skin. That's more interesting. Lu Chengyuan gritted his teeth, his legs rooted to the ground, and withstood the pressure. He felt that every inch of his flesh and blood was being repeatedly hammered and tempered under this pressure. Although it was painful, the strength of his physical body was increasing at a slow but certain rate. Time passed by, second by second. He stopped when he felt his body was about to reach its limit. Instead of continuing to challenge the 12x gravity, he directly adjusted the gravity to 14x. He wanted to see where his limits were. 14 times gravity has been activated. At that moment, Lu Chengyuan felt as if he had been thrown into a giant hydraulic press. Everything went black before my eyes, and I almost collapsed to my knees. His internal energy and blood were circulating to their limit, and his bones were making creaking sounds, as if they would break at any moment. Damn it! I underestimated him. Lu Chengyuan's forehead veins bulged. He could feel his muscle fibers breaking apart inch by inch, and then being forcibly repaired by the massive amount of qi and blood. This feeling is more painful than being slowly sliced to death. He glanced at the timer. The number had only just ticked past 1 minute. Not enough, not enough. He held on, each second feeling like an eternity. 10 minutes. 11 minutes. When the timer reached 11 minutes, Lu Chengyuan could no longer hold on. He pressed the stop button and collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud. Sweat mixed with blood seeped from the pores of his skin, soaking him in it. What a pity, we were just a little short of being able to challenge 15 times. Lu Chengyuan was panting heavily, but a hint of regret appeared on his face. Meanwhile, the training area outside was in complete chaos. Ding! The record for enduring 9 times gravity in the intermediate gravity chamber has been broken. New record holder, Lu Chengyuan. Duration, 21 minutes. Reward points, 10,000. Ding! The record for enduring 11 times gravity in the intermediate gravity chamber has been broken. New record holder, Lu Changyuan. Duration, 21 minutes. Reward points, 15,000. Ding! The record for enduring 14 times gravity in the intermediate gravity chamber has been broken. New record holder, Lu Changyuan. Duration, 11 minutes. Reward points, 20,000. Everyone was numb as they watched the series of records scrolling across the screen. 3 more broken? 14 times the normal gravity, 11 minutes. Is this even human? The head instructor's record back then was only 10 minutes. In total, he earned 53,000 points today just by breaking records? Everyone felt dizzy when they saw the number. Earning points this fast is faster than robbing a bank. When Lu Changyuan walked out of the private passage, everyone looked at him as if he were a monster. He ignored the stairs and headed straight for the next area, the spiritual energy pool. The atmosphere in the spirit energy pool area was completely different from the grim atmosphere in the gravity chamber. The area is shrouded in mist, and the air is filled with a refreshing medicinal fragrance. Each individual pool is separated, its water displaying an alluring turquoise color and exuding a pure spiritual aura. Junior, what level of spiritual energy pool do you need? The senior student in charge of registration had a sweet voice and a friendly smile. The best, Lu Changyuan said succinctly. The best top-grade spiritual energy pool requires 1,000 points per hour. Are you sure? The senior student kindly reminded her. This price is a luxury for most students. Drive for 2 hours. Lu Changyuan swiped his card directly. He felt no heartache at all as he watched the 2,000 points on his ID card vanish in an instant. Upon entering the room containing the top-grade spiritual energy pool, the dense spiritual energy was almost tangible. He took off his clothes, which were soaked with sweat and blood, and stepped into the emerald green pool. The warm pool water enveloped his body, and an extremely pure energy surged wildly into his body through every pore. Cool. Lu Changyuan couldn't help but let out a comfortable groan. In the gravity chamber, damaged muscles and meridians are being restored and remodeled at an astonishing rate under the nourishment of this energy. He could clearly feel that his physical body was becoming more resilient and his blood and chi were becoming more concentrated. This money was well spent. An hour later, Lu Changyuan felt as if his body was being inflated like a balloon, filled with energy. Starting in the second hour, he began to feel a little uncomfortable. The energy that had flooded into his body had reached a saturation point, and his meridians were throbbing with pain. We can't waste it. He gritted his teeth, endured the discomfort, and continued to circulate his energy, guiding it to temper every inch of his flesh and blood. Another half hour passed, and he finally couldn't hold on any longer. If he stayed any longer, he suspected he would be burst by this enormous energy. He stood up from the pool of spiritual energy, water droplets sliding down his well-defined muscles. He looked down and found that his skin had become more translucent, like jade, containing explosive power beneath. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and nodded in satisfaction. He dried himself off, put on his clothes, and left the room. I glanced at my ID card and saw that my points balance had increased to 141,550. Although he felt a little heartbroken, Lu Changyuan thought that the deal was worthwhile because of the improvement in his strength. I still don't have enough points. He stepped out of the spiritual energy pool area, pondering to himself. Physical strength has temporarily reached a bottleneck. To improve it rapidly, more advanced resources are needed. But right now, he's missing the most crucial thing. Lu Changyuan's gaze turned to another direction of the training camp. I should get myself a martial arts manual. Chapter 50, a person who only eats rice. A person who only eats rice, even if they cut in line, they are still a superior person. The library of the Genius Training Camp is not a traditional pavilion, but a hemispherical metal building that extends deep underground. Lu Changyuan walked down the long staircase, and a bright and open view suddenly appeared before him. Thousands of metal bookshelves were neatly arranged, and on them were not paper manuals, but jade slips that emitted a faint light. Junior, is this your first time here? A senior sitting at the entrance, yawning listlessly, raised his eyelids. Lu Changyuan nodded. With your ID card, freshmen can only enter the first floor. The senior pointed to the spacious hall. You can look at the martial arts techniques inside, but you are not allowed to take them away or make copies. If you find one you want to learn, go to the exchange station and exchange it with points. Lu Changyuan thanked him and walked into the bookshelves. He casually picked up a jade slip and probed it with his spiritual power. Mountain Opening Fist, a beginner-level martial art, costs 10,000 points. The introduction is very simple. It's a basic set of boxing techniques that emphasizes wide, sweeping movements and using force to overcome skill. Lu Chengyuan shook his head and put it back in its original place. It's too rough. This martial art technique is not even as refined as the punches he throws based on his fighting instincts. He picked up another one. Phantom Step, a beginner-level martial art, costs 30,000 points. A set of footwork that emphasizes speed and deception. Lu Chengyuan glanced at it and then lost interest. His reaction speed and explosive power have exceeded the limits that this footwork can achieve. For the next hour, he explored almost the entire floor. Stone-breaking leg, wind-chasing sword technique, layered wave blade. These basic martial arts techniques, which would be fiercely contested by ordinary martial artists, appeared crude and unsightly in his eyes. Either the technique of exerting force is flawed, or the efficiency of using qi and blood is too low. There wasn't a single book that could pique his interest. They're all trash, Lu Chengyuan concluded in his heart. His own fighting style is the optimal solution honed through countless trials and tribulations after being amplified by the system. These fixed moves, on the contrary, are a kind of constraint for him. Never mind. Lu Chengyuan stopped in his tracks, having made up his mind. Instead of wasting time here, it's better to wait for the bond level with the contracted partner to increase and then directly take advantage of the system. Their future martial arts skills will be the most advanced and the most suitable for them. What suits them best is what's best for them. Gurgle. An untimely sound came from his abdomen. After being tossed around in the gravity chamber and then passively tempered in the spiritual energy pool, his physical strength was greatly depleted. Now, he's so hungry he could eat a whole cow. Lu Chengyuan turned and walked out of the sutra repository, heading straight towards the dining hall. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Lu Chengyuan raised an eyebrow as he looked at the long queue in front of him. The line stretched from the cafeteria entrance all the way to the corner of the square, a dense, dark mass of people. Are they all reincarnated starving ghosts? He muttered under his breath. Just as he was about to walk to the end of the line to join the queue, a surprised voice came from the middle of the line. Brother Lu. Over here. Chen Haoren was in the queue when he saw Lu Chengyuan. His eyes lit up and he waved frantically at him. Lu Chengyuan walked over. Chen Haoren squeezed through the crowd and grabbed Lu Chengyuan's arm with a fawning expression. Brother Lu, you're here to eat? Come on, get in front of me. As he spoke, he tried to push Lu Chengyuan back into his previous spot. This displeased a senior student who was behind Chen Hao in line. He was wearing a second-year uniform, tall and strong, and looked at Lu Chengyuan with a displeased expression. Hey, newbie, don't you know the rules? Cutting in line? Lu Chengyuan glanced at him but didn't say anything. Chen Haoren got anxious, stood in front of Lu Chengyuan, and started yelling at the senior. What do you know? This is Brother Lu. Brother Lu, the one who punched Senior Zhou Mu into the infirmary yesterday. Brother Lu, who just broke Chief Instructor Shi Gandong's record in the gravity chamber. Chen Haoren's voice was loud enough that all the students queuing around him could hear it. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Chengyuan. The senior's expression changed from displeasure to astonishment, and then to awe. He looked at Lu Chengyuan and stammered, You're that junior, Lu Chengyuan? Chen Haoren puffed out his chest, beaming with pride. Of course it's true. The senior's attitude immediately made a 180-degree turn. He put on a warm smile and made way for him, saying, Junior Brother Lu, please go first. This isn't over yet. One of the students at the very front of the line, just 2 people away from his turn, also heard the commotion. He glanced back and, after confirming it was Lu Chengyuan, walked out of the line without saying a word. Senior Lu, don't stand in the back of the line, come over here. He smiled broadly, waved to Lu Chengyuan, and offered his seat to him. Now everyone understood. This is the privilege that comes with strength. Lu Chengyuan didn't stand on ceremony. He glanced at Chen Haoren following behind him and then pointed to Zhao Lei beside him. They're with me. Then, he looked at the student who had given up his seat and asked in a calm tone. No objections, right? The student and everyone else in line around him shook their heads vigorously. No objections. No objections. Please go ahead, Senior Lu. It's our honor to let Senior Lu cut in line. Chen Haoren and Zhao Lei were flattered and dizzy as they followed Lu Chengyuan to the front of the line. Feeling the countless envious and awe-inspiring gazes behind him, Chen Haoren straightened his back. Following Brother Lu is awesome. Lu Chengyuan felt nothing. This is the world of martial artists, where the strong are respected the simplest of truths. Soon, it was their turn. The cafeteria worker was a chubby middle-aged man who had obviously heard about Lu Chengyuan's deeds and was exceptionally enthusiastic. Lu, what would you like to eat? We just received a batch of fresh armored rhinoceros meat today. It's a second-grade exotic beast, very nourishing. And this, the chicken leg of the crimson flame chicken, can improve blood circulation. If you want some soup, we have soup made with the three-eyed jade toad, which is good for restoring mental strength. Lu Chengyuan glanced at the dazzling array of dishes, each one radiating a rich energy fluctuation. 10 pounds of armored rhinoceros meat, please. 20 flame chicken legs, please. Three-eyed jade toad soup, 1 large serving. 5 more servings of dragon blood rice, please. He ordered a huge amount of food, all of which were the most expensive ingredients on the menu. Chen Haoren and Zhao Lei, who were following behind, felt their eyelids twitch as they listened. This meal must have cost at least several thousand points, right? That's incredibly extravagant. The staff quickly packed his food for him, and Lu Chengyuan swiped his card, picked up a plate bigger than a wash basin, and found an empty seat to sit down. Chen Haoren only dared to order some ordinary exotic beast meat and was preparing to pay the bill himself. Without looking up, Lu Chengyuan said, "Put it on my tab." He pointed to the mountain of food piled on the table. "Eat whatever you like, it's on me." "Thank you, Brother Lu." Without being polite, Chen Haoren immediately ran back and ordered an expensive dish that he would never normally be able to afford. Sitting at the dining table, Chen Haoren watched Lu Chengyuan devour his food in a flash and couldn't help but swallow hard. "Brother Lu, you really are incredibly wealthy," he exclaimed sincerely. "Yesterday I racked up 110,000 points, and today I earned over 50,000 more in the gravity chamber. In the entire training camp, probably no one is richer than Lu Chengyuan." Lu Chengyuan ignored his flattery. All he wanted to do now was fill his stomach. A large amount of qi and blood requires an equally large amount of energy to support it. Chapter 51. The bathwater is all ready for you, aren't you coming in? Outside the cafeteria of the Genius Training Camp. The two sisters, Jiang Wanqing and Jiang Weining, were somewhat bewildered as they looked at the seemingly endless queue. So many people? Jiang Weining stood on tiptoe, but could only see the backs of a sea of heads. She rubbed her flat stomach and looked pitifully at her sister. "Sis, I'm so hungry." Jiang Wanqing's expression was also helpless. She wandered around the training camp and practiced for a while. It was long past mealtime, but she didn't expect there to be so many people in the cafeteria. Jiang Weining's eyes darted around, and she leaned close to her sister's ear, saying in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Sister, how about we use our feminine wiles?" She winked at Jiang Wanqing. "With our looks, if we say a few nice words to them, someone will definitely let us cut in line." Jiang Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly. She gently tapped her sister's head and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Are we those kinds of people?" "It's a special case," Jiang Weining pouted. "Otherwise, by the time we get to the front of the line, the food will be cold." The appearance of the two sisters caused a stir among the people in line, and many people turned their attention to the two stunningly beautiful twins. "Look! It's those Jiang sisters. The older sister is as aloof as the moon, and the younger sister is as lively as fire. They are even more beautiful in person than on screen. Oh my god, I feel like I'm in love again." The trainees were all talking about it, marveling at their beauty, but no one dared to go up and strike up a conversation. "Just kidding, this is a woman living in Lu Chengyuan's villa, who would dare to mess with her?" Just then, a senior student in the crowd, who seemed to enjoy watching the drama unfold, shouted at the top of his lungs. "Junior Jian! Are you here to see Brother Lu? He just went in." Immediately afterwards, more people started to jeer. "Yes, yes. Brother Lu is having a great time inside. Hey ladies, do you want to go in? We don't mind if you cut in line." "Yes. It's only natural for my sister-in-law to cut in line." The moment the term sister-in-law was uttered, the two sisters' faces flushed bright red. Jiang Weining was both embarrassed and anxious, and stamped her feet to retort, "Don't talk nonsense. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Her coquettish demeanor only made the teasing even louder. Jiang Wanqing was both angry and embarrassed. She held her sister's hand, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Inside the cafeteria, Chen Haoren, who was engrossed in his meal, heard the commotion outside and curiously peeked out. His eyes immediately lit up. He quickly nudged Lu Chengyuan beside him, lowered his voice, and said with a gossipy look, "Brother Lu. Look who's here." Lu Chengyuan was finishing his 15th crimson flame chicken leg when he heard this and impatiently looked up in the direction Chen Haoren was pointing. At the entrance, the Jiang sisters were surrounded by a crowd, their cheeks flushed, looking completely bewildered. Chen Haoren, always eager for chaos, stood up and waved towards the door, shouting, "Sister-in-law. Over here. Brother Lu is here." That shout brought the atmosphere inside and outside the cafeteria to its peak. The Jiang sisters' faces were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. Lu Chengyuan put down the chicken leg, wiped his hands, stood up amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of the students, and walked towards the door. He pushed through the crowd of onlookers and came to the two sisters. "Why don't you go in?" he asked calmly, looking at the two women's flushed faces. Jiang Wanqing bit her lip, unsure how to explain. Lu Chengyuan didn't ask any further questions and directly grabbed Jiang Wanqing's wrist. "Come with me." After saying that, he pulled her into the cafeteria. Jiang Wanqing's mind went blank, and she subconsciously followed his steps, her other hand still being tightly held by her younger sister, Jiang Weining. The onlookers automatically made way for the three of them, watching them walk in with eyes full of envy and awe. "All right, stop looking and let's eat." Lu Chengyuan led the two women to the dining table and let go of their hands. "Take whatever you want to eat, and put it on my tab." He sat back down and picked up another chicken leg. Jiang Weining reacted the fastest, cheering, "Thank you, brother-in-law." She pulled her still-dazed sister and ran to the food window, specifically choosing the expensive dishes that she usually couldn't afford to eat. Jiang Wanqing sat opposite Lu Chengyuan, head down, eating her meal in small bites, the blush on her ears still lingering. She would steal glances at Lu Chengyuan every now and then quickly lower her head again, her heart pounding. Lu Chengyuan seemed oblivious to her odd behavior and pushed a large bowl of three-eyed jade toad soup in front of them. "This is good for mental strength, drink more." "Oh, okay," Jiang Wanqing replied softly. Jiang Weining served her sister a bowl, then served herself a bowl, and then cheerfully served Lu Chengyuan a bowl as well, pushing it in front of him. "Brother-in-law, you should drink too." Lu Chengyuan glanced at her, picked up the bowl, and drank it all in one gulp. He looked at Jiang Wanqing and noticed that the soup in her bowl was almost untouched. "Why aren't you drinking?" Jiang Wanqing hesitated, holding the soup spoon. "This is too expensive. This soup costs 800 points, and she really couldn't bear to spend that much." "Just drink it when I tell you to, stop with the nonsense." Lu Chengyuan's tone left no room for argument. Jiang Wanqing, upon hearing his words, no longer felt afraid. Instead, a strange warmth welled up in her heart. She lowered her head and began to sip her soup. That night, at the villa, the sound of running water could be heard in the master bathroom on the second floor. The Jiang sisters, dressed in their pajamas, stood outside the bathroom door, looking at each other in bewilderment. "Sis, he's been inside for almost an hour, why hasn't he come out yet?" Jiang Weining puffed out her cheeks and complained softly. Jiang Wanqing also frowned. All the water in the villa was diverted to this bathroom, while in their room's bathroom, only a few drops of water came out when the faucet was turned on. She raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. "Lu Chengyuan, are you done washing up?" The sound of water inside stopped. A few seconds later, Lu Chengyuan's voice came through the door, with a slightly lazy tone. "Not yet, what's wrong?" "You've used up all the water, we're out of water here." Jiang Weining shouted. "Oh?" The voice inside paused. "Aren't there other bathrooms?" "You've turned the water up too high here, the water pressure over there isn't enough." Jiang Wanqing explained. There was a few seconds of silence inside, and then Lu Chengyuan's slightly mocking voice rang out again. "Oh, I see. If you're in a hurry, come in and shower with me. The bathroom is large, I don't mind." Outside the door, the sisters' expressions froze instantly. They swore that these were the most shameless things they had ever heard in their lives. Who wants to shower with you?" Jiang Wanqing's cheeks flushed instantly. She grabbed her sister, turned around and left, feeling both ashamed and angry. "You scoundrel! You scoundrel!" Jiang Weining made a face at the door. "We're not washing." "Not going to wash anymore?" The voice from inside the door carried a hint of innocence. "All right then, I'll soak a little longer." After he finished speaking, the sound of water gushing started again. The two sisters stormed back to their room. "I'm so angry. How could he say such a thing?" Jiang Weining threw herself onto the bed, kicking the blankets with her feet. Jiang Wanqing sat on the edge of the bed, her blush still lingering. She bit her lip, feeling both angry and confused. I'm not washing. I'm not washing tonight, Jiang Weining announced angrily. Jiang Wanqing didn't speak. She lay on the bed, covering her head with the blanket, but all she could think about was Lu Chengyuan's words, "Come in and shower together." She realized that she wasn't as angry as she had imagined. Chapter 52. My roommate keeps touching me in the middle of the night. I can't stand this training camp anymore. Room 407, male dormitory building. It was late at night, but the room was even more lively than the training ground during the day. Chen Haoran lay on the creaking upper bunk, his head tightly covered by the blanket, but the deafening symphony still managed to penetrate his ears. The guy on the lower bunk to the left, who's as strong as a bear, snores like a power drill starting up on a construction site, one snoring louder than the next. On the upper bunk to the right, a skinny boy was sleeping soundly, drooling and grinding his teeth, making one's teeth ache. I can't live like this anymore, Chen Haoran lamented inwardly. That's not even the worst part. Zhao Lei, who was on the lower bunk, rolled over and one leg was raised rather unruly, with his toe touching Chen Haoran's bedboard. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Lei's dreamlike voice rang out. Brother Lu, you're so strong. Chen Haoran shuddered, goosebumps erupting all over his body. He suddenly threw off the covers and peered down. Zhao Lei was lying sprawled out, a strange smile on his face, his hands still grasping at something in the air. Brother Lu's pectoral muscles are so hard. Chen Haoran's face turned green. He quickly shrank back into bed, wrapping himself up like a dumpling, and kept a safe distance from the edge of the bed, afraid that Zhao Lei might sleepwalk up to him in the middle of the night. At this moment, Chen Haoran was on the verge of tears. He thought of Lu Chengyuan's 500-square-meter villa, the soft sofa, and the enchanting little fountain, and then looked at his own doghouse like four-person room. Without comparison, there is no harm. This godforsaken place, I can't stand it for another day. Chen Haoran gritted his teeth. No, I have to find a way to move there. I'll do anything for Brother Lu. 3 days later. A top-grade spiritual energy pool. With a splash, Lu Chengyuan stood up from the emerald green pool. Water droplets slid down his well-defined muscles. After these few days of lavish training, his body looked as if it had been polished by jade, with a faint glow flowing beneath his skin. He opened the system panel. Host, Lu Chengyuan. Realm, second rank martial artist 9850 10,000. Chi and blood, 9,850 calories. Mental strength, 210 Hz. Bonded heroic spirit, Jiang Wanqing bond level 20%. Points balance, 118,550. I only need 150 more units of Chi and blood to officially enter the ranks of third-grade martial artists. Lu Chengyuan clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body. For the past 3 days, aside from eating and sleeping, he spent almost all his time in the gravity chamber and the spiritual energy pool. The intense physical exertion, combined with expensive spiritual nourishment, yielded remarkable results. Unfortunately, going from the second to the third rank requires not only physical tempering, but also a thrilling and exhilarating battle. He knew that he needed specialized combat training to make a rapid breakthrough. Jiang Wanqing's bond level is still too low. Lu Chengyuan put on his clothes, pondering what to do. We must find a way to increase the bond level as soon as possible to unlock more abilities of heroic spirit descent. That is the key to the qualitative change in his current strength. Lu Chengyuan dressed and walked out of the spiritual energy pool area. The sun was shining brightly outside, and the training camp square was bustling with people, filled with a joyful atmosphere. I teamed up with Senior Xiaohongyi yesterday and earned 500 points. I have to treat myself to something nice today. Come on, let's go to the virtual battle room. I just redeemed a new set of tactical moves, let's practice with each other. I've saved up enough points, I'm going to exchange them for an alloy battle sword. Many trainees wore expressions of joy at their accomplishments. After the initial pressure of the assessment, they began to adapt to the rhythm of the training camp, earning points by completing various tasks, exchanging them for the resources they wanted, and enjoying the joy of improving their strength. Looking at these energetic faces, Lu Chengyuan's eyes remained calm. He activated the system's future vision. In an instant, the world before my eyes changed. A blurry image appeared beside the student who was excitedly discussing going out for a big meal. In a charred ruin, he was pierced through the chest by the claws of a wolf-like monster. Name, Wang Hao. Potential, Grade B. Future fate, sacrificed in the defensive battle outside Jiangcheng, killed by the claws of a third-tier Gale demon wolf. The student next to him who was going to exchange his battle sword had a future vision of being in a forest, entangled by countless vines, and eventually being sucked dry into a dried-up corpse. Name, Lu Yu. Potential, B+. Future fate: while exploring Forbidden Zone 7, he accidentally fell into a trap set by cannibalistic plants and had all his life essence drained. In his eyes, each vibrant life was shrouded in a gray veil of impending death. Their current joy and laughter stand in stark contrast to the tragic end to come. It felt as if an invisible boulder had been placed on Lu Chengyuan's heart. He knew that these people were just a microcosm. On future battlefields, the entire human race will face this cruel fate. He took a deep breath and turned off future vision. The world before us returned to normal. The sun shone brightly as always, and the students' laughter was as hearty as ever. But Lu Chengyuan's state of mind could never return to the calm it had been just now. This is why I came here, he thought to himself. Change all of this. Even if the hope is slim. Changing a person's destiny is like forcibly removing a stone from a rushing river. If you move one stone, the river will change its course slightly, but it will soon be blocked by more stones downstream and return to its original state. To change the fate of the entire human race is like trying to change the course of a raging flood by the power of one person. Its difficulty is nothing short of a pipe dream. Floods are formed by drops of water. Some things always need to be done by someone. Lu Chengyuan withdrew his gaze, his eyes hardening. Now that he has come into this world and gained this power, he must become the dam builder. Chapter 53. I see your future, I cut off your path, my words are destiny. On the tree-lined path of the training camp, a slovenly young man with dyed yellow hair was bowing and scraping to a gloomy-faced young man. Brother Mu, don't take it to heart. Lu Chengyuan was just lucky he got first place by sheer luck. In terms of solid foundation, 10 of him can't compare to one of you. Zhou Mu's expression softened slightly. Ever since he was knocked unconscious by Lu Chengyuan's punch that day, his prestige in the training camp has plummeted. Those who used to follow him around calling him Brother Mu now avoid him whenever they see him. Humph, just a clown. Zhou Mu snorted coldly, put his hands behind his back, and tried to strike a pose like a master. The path of martial arts relies on hard work accumulated day by day, not on one or two lucky breaks. Once the ranking matches begin, I'll show him what true strength is. The follower immediately gave a thumbs up. Brother Mu is right. When the time comes, you'll definitely beat him to a pulp. Let him know how powerful a second-year senior is. Hearing the flattery, Zhou Mu felt much better, but he still said, he's too arrogant. With that kind of personality, he'll suffer a great loss sooner or later. I don't even need to lift a finger, plenty of people will teach him a lesson. Just then, a calm figure walked past them. The sycophant's flattery came to an abrupt halt. Zhou Mu was getting into the conversation when he felt the call stop and turned back somewhat displeased. Why did you stop? He followed his follower's stiff gaze and saw the person he never wanted to see again in his life, Lu Chengyuan. Zhou Mu's body stiffened abruptly, and the color drained from his face instantly. Lu Chengyuan stopped, turned around, and looked at the two of them calmly. You? Zhou Mu opened his mouth, but it was as if something was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a word. Lu Chengyuan ignored him. He had just activated future vision. A picture appeared above Zhou Mu's head in his field of vision. In the scene, Zhou Mu was hiding in a dark corner, holding a communicator, seemingly informing people outside the school and plotting how to trip up Lu Chengyuan during the wilderness trial. Name, Zhou Mu. Potential, B. Future fate: out of jealousy towards the host, he conspired with thugs from outside the school to ambush the host, but instead had both his legs broken, was expelled from the training camp, and ultimately became a cripple. Lu Chengyuan withdrew his gaze. It turns out to be a fly that hasn't given up yet. Although this level of retaliation posed no threat to him, the buzzing was still quite annoying. He strode towards the two of them. Zhou Mu subconsciously took a step back, which aggravated his wound, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the pain, but he didn't dare to utter a sound. He wanted to run away. But my legs are weak. Lu Chengyuan walked up to Zhou Mu and stopped. His height advantage allowed him to look down on his opponents. Your injury hasn't healed yet? Lu Chengyuan's voice was flat, revealing no emotion. Zhou Mu swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. Much better, much better. Since you're not better yet, just stay put. Lu Chengyuan reached out and patted Zhou Mu's uninjured shoulder. The movement was not heavy. But Zhou Mu felt as if he were being crushed by a mountain. His legs went weak, and he almost knelt on the ground. Stop thinking about those unnecessary things all day long. Lu Changyuan leaned closer and lowered his voice so that only the two of them could hear him. Don't ever appear in my sight again. It's annoying to look at. After saying that, he straightened up, didn't even glance at Zhang Wei beside him, walked straight between the two of them, and strode away. Zhou Mu leaned against the tree trunk, his face ashen. He knew that from now on, whenever he saw Lu Changyuan, he probably wouldn't even have the courage to stand up straight. Beside, Zhang Wei, who had been pretending to be dead, rolled his eyes twice. He watched Lu Changyuan's departing figure, then looked at the dejected Zhou Mu. Is there even a need to choose? A wise bird chooses its tree to perch on. Zhang Wei abruptly released his grip on Zhou Mu's hand. Zhou Mu stumbled and almost fell, staring at his underling in disbelief. Zhang Wei shouted at the top of his lungs at Lu Changyuan's back. Brother Lu. Take care. Brother Lu is awesome. Brother Lu is so powerful. The way he walked those few steps just now was absolutely magnificent, with the stride of a dragon and the gait of a tiger. After shouting, he turned his head and curled his lip at Zhou Mu with a look of disgust. Brother Mu, I'm not trying to be mean. One must have self-awareness. Brother Lu is a dragon in the sky, while we're just mudfish on the ground. Why do you insist on comparing yourself to him? Aren't you just asking for trouble? Zhou Mu's eyes widened as he pointed at Zhang Wei, trembling with anger. You. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Mu rolled his eyes and fainted from anger. As Lu Changyuan walked along the road, his mind was no longer on Zhou Mu. That kind of clown isn't worth wasting any of his energy on. What he needs now is a powerful martial arts technique to match his current physical strength. The basic martial arts techniques on the first floor of the Sutra Repository are all second-rate. The vision of the future is now open. His gaze swept over the students coming and going around him. Name, Zhang Wei, potential, C rank, opportunity. 3 hours later, a lost second-grade exotic beast core will be found in the cafeteria kitchen. I'm not interested. Name, Sunli, potential, B rank, opportunity. During tonight's training, she will gain new insights into the Phantom Step, increasing her footwork speed by 10%. B-level potential, he'll be a high-level cannon fodder in the future. C-level potential, won't live more than 3 years. A-level potential. That's alright, but the opportunity is 10 years from now, which is too far away. After looking at everything, Lu Changyuan was somewhat disappointed. The future prospects for most trainees are unremarkable. They either die young or live an ordinary life. People who truly possess great opportunities and great fortune are extremely rare. Just as he was preparing to head home, a red figure caught his attention in the small square ahead. Xiao Hongyi, the long-legged beauty with a fiery personality who ranked third in the assessment. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock, resting with her eyes closed. Many male students were secretly watching her, but no one dared to approach her. Lu Changyuan stopped and his gaze fell on Xiao Hongyi. Name, Xiao Hongyi. Potential, S rank. Future destiny, one of the strongest individuals in the human race, known as the Crimson Lotus Empress. Recent fortuitous encounter. Tomorrow morning, at the cliff behind the mountain, you will unexpectedly discover carvings left by a senior master, and comprehend the intermediate martial art Blazing Sun Blade technique. Intermediate martial arts skill? Lu Changyuan's eyes lit up. Martial arts skills are a form of hard currency in the martial arts world. According to the level classification, from lowest to highest, they are beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top level. Don't be fooled by the fact that there's only one level difference. The gap between them is enormous. Basic martial arts emphasizes power generation techniques and variations in moves. Most martial artists can master most of them if they are willing to spend the time. However, intermediate martial arts techniques involve the deeper application of qi and blood, and even have a touch of artistic conception. Generally speaking, only martial artists of the third or fourth rank, with sufficiently strong meridians and abundant qi and blood, are qualified to cultivate intermediate martial arts techniques. If a second-grade martial artist forcibly cultivates, at best their meridians will be damaged, and at worst their blood and qi will flow backward, causing them to explode and die. For ordinary students without any background, basic martial arts skills are the limit. To obtain intermediate martial arts skills, one either needs to accumulate an astronomical number of points to exchange for them, or one needs to have an extraordinary stroke of luck like Xiao Hongyi. Moreover, even if you obtain the secret manual, without the guidance of a master, practicing blindly on your own can easily lead to qi deviation and demonic possession. The reason why the children of large families are strong is because they have elders who teach them step by step, imparting all the key points and insights of cultivation to them. That's called foundation. The blazing sun blade technique. Lu Chengyuan stroked his chin. The name sounds domineering and is suitable for a wide-ranging, aggressive fighting style. This perfectly compensates for his current weakness of having brute strength but lacking explosive killing moves. Although he doesn't use a knife, the principles of martial arts are the same. Once you master the techniques and concepts of martial arts, you can unleash the power of a sword with your fists. Even stronger. This is a good opportunity. A slight smile appeared on Lu Chengyuan's lips. Xiao Hongyi won't find out until tomorrow morning. That means this opportunity is currently unclaimed. Now that we've seen it, there's no reason to let it go. I'm sorry, Xiao. For the sake of humanity's future, I will safeguard your opportunity for now. System. Lu Chengyuan silently recited in his heart. Hijacked. Bite. Currently intercepting the opportunity from S-level potential candidate Xiao Hongyi. Successfully intercepted. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the intermediate martial arts skill Blazing Sun Blade Technique. Boom. A massive flow of information instantly flooded into Lu Chengyuan's mind. He felt as if his consciousness had been pulled into a world of raging flames. A red figure, whose face was obscured, wielded a long sword and brandished it amidst the raging flames. Each swing of the blade was accompanied by a surge of heat, as if it could ignite the air itself. The blade's power was unparalleled, like the blazing sun burning everything in its path. Deep within Lu Chengyuan's pupils, it seemed as if a flame was flickering. He raised his right hand, his 5 fingers together, transforming his palm into a knife. The body's qi and blood circulated instantly according to the pathways of the blazing sun blade technique. Call. A faint red glow appeared on the edge of his palm, and the surrounding air seemed to distort due to the high temperature. So strong. Lu Chengyuan looked at his palm and admired it in his heart. This is an intermediate-level martial arts technique. If used in battle, this hand chop would be enough to easily slice through the hard shell of a second-grade beast. Even against the protective energy and blood of a third-rank martial artist, it has the power to fight. No wonder it's an opportunity for an S-class genius. It was truly extraordinary. Lu Chengyuan was in a great mood. He looked at Xiao Hongyi in the distance. At this moment, Xiao Hongyi was still sitting cross-legged on the boulder, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she had sensed something. She opened her eyes and looked around with some confusion. Just now, she suddenly felt empty inside, as if she had lost something important. But after a careful check, all his belongings were there, and there was nothing unusual about his body. Strangeness. Xiao Hongyi shook her head, thinking it was just a hallucination caused by overexertion from her cultivation. Little did she know that a great opportunity that was originally hers had been quietly taken away by someone else. Lu Chengyuan withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. He kept his achievements and fame hidden. With this martial art, plus my current physical strength. As Lu Chengyuan walked, he pondered in his mind. The upcoming points ranking matches should be pretty much a foregone conclusion. He clenched his fist, feeling the restless heat surging within him. That was the fighting spirit brought by the blazing sun blade technique. Now, he desperately needs an opponent to test the power of this martial art. However, before that, we need to go to the weapons shop first. Although hand chop can also be used, since it is a knife technique, its power will definitely be enhanced when paired with a suitable weapon. Anyway, I have so many points that I can't spend them all. Purchase. We must buy the best one. Chapter 54. A divine weapon is born, capable of slaying a third-rank official with a single strike. Another new addition to the villa. The armory of the Genius Training Camp is located in the heart of the training area. It was less of a shop and more of a small military fortress. The heavy alloy doors were guarded by 2 fully armed third-year students, their imposing presence and wary eyes striking the entrance. Lu Chengyuan stepped forward and swiped his ID card. Deep, student Lu Chengyuan, points balance 118550, entry permitted. A cold, electronic sound rang out, and the alloy door slid open silently. The interior space is extremely large, and rows of weapon racks are neatly arranged under the cool white lighting. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, everything imaginable was available. A senior student in charge of guiding the group came over, and his attitude became much more respectful when he saw Lu Chengyuan's face. Junior Lu, what are you looking for? Knife. Lu Chengyuan's answer was just one word. Knife weapons are in Area B. The senior student led him inside. We have ordinary alloy knives, refined steel knives, and special combat knives mixed with materials from alien beasts. Prices range from 10,000 to 100,000 points. Lu Chengyuan's gaze swept over the rows of battle swords. These weapons would be considered divine weapons by ordinary people, but in his opinion, they were all lacking. It's either too light or lacks resilience to withstand his explosive power. Is there anything better? The senior looked troubled. Junior Lu, the better option is a custom weapon, which requires rare materials and costs at least 200,000 points, plus you have to wait. Lu Chengyuan frowned slightly. Just as he was about to take another look, a furtive figure peeked out from behind the weapon rack next to him. Brother Lu. Chen Haoran ran over with a look of surprise on his face, carrying an exaggeratedly shaped axe that looked heavier than him. Brother Lu, you're here to buy weapons too? Lu Chengyuan glanced at him. You're buying an axe? Hee, it's just that I see how powerful you are, Brother Lu, and I want to learn your bold and unrestrained style. Chen Haoran slammed the axe down on the ground with a loud clang. He rubbed his arm, which had gone numb from being crushed, and said with a mournful face, it's just too heavy, I can't really wield it. Lu Chengyuan ignored his flattery and continued looking at the shelves. Chen Haoran leaned closer, lowered his voice, and asked mysteriously, Brother Lu, are you still looking for a roommate? No recruitment. No, Brother Lu. Chen Haoran's face fell instantly, and he began to complain with snot and tears streaming down his face, you have no idea, our dormitory is no place for a human to live. Snoring, teeth grinding, and there's even a sleepwalker who keeps touching me in the middle of the night. He became more and more agitated as he spoke, and his voice even trembled with emotion. Especially Zhao Lei, who sleeps in the bunk below me, he talks in his sleep every night, all he says is. Chen Haoran glanced at Lu Chengyuan, then hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but didn't. What are they? Lu Chengyuan asked, intrigued. He called me Brother Lu, you're so strong, Brother Lu's pectoral muscles are so hard. Chen Haoran imitated Zhao Lei's tone, his face filled with horror and disgust. Brother Lu, I'm going crazy. If I stay any longer, my innocence will be in danger. The senior student guiding them was twitching at the corner of his mouth, desperately trying to suppress his laughter, his shoulders shaking. Lu Chengyuan was also stunned for a moment. Zhao Lei's honest face appeared in his mind, and his expression became a little strange. Brother Lu, please take me in. Chen Haoran practically begged Lu Chengyuan to let him have his way, saying, I'll do your laundry, cook for you, and clean. I can do anything. As long as I can move into your villa, I'll do anything for you. Lu Chengyuan looked at him like this and thought for a moment. The villa has a lot of rooms, and they're just sitting empty anyway. Having more people to help out seems like a good idea. Okay. Really? Thank you, Brother Lu. Chen Haoran was overjoyed. Don't thank me yet. Lu Chengyuan held up one finger. Rent is 10,000 points per month. Chen Haoran's smile froze on his face. 10,000? Or, sign a contract of servitude. Lu Chengyuan said calmly, from now on, if I tell you to go east, you can't go west. If I tell you to beat a dog, you can't chase a chicken. You have to do everything I say. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Haoran nodded vigorously, I'll sign. I'll sign. Just kidding, even if you sold him, you couldn't collect 10,000 points a month. But if we follow Brother Lu, will we ever have to worry about not earning points? This is a huge win. Alright, go move your things over here. Lu Chengyuan waved his hand and continued walking deeper into the armory. Soon, he saw a long, crimson sword lying quietly in a separate display case. The blade is long and narrow with smooth lines, and there are patterns that seem to flow like flames on it. What kind of knife is this? The senior student quickly introduced, Junior Brother Lu has a good eye. This sword is called Crimson Flame. It is made primarily from the spine of a peak-level 3rd-grade Crimson Flame demon tiger, and incorporates flame crystals from deep within a volcano. It was forged by a master craftsman over 3 months. It possesses inherent fire attribute, which greatly amplifies the power of fire-based martial arts techniques. How many points? 300,000. Lu Chengyuan didn't ask any more questions and directly took out his ID card. I'll take this one. Beep, 300,000 points deducted. When Lu Chengyuan walked out of the armory carrying a crimson longsword, his remaining points were only 181,450. He became the first and only trainee in the entire training camp to have a negative score. The living room of the villa. Zhang Weining, dressed in cute bunny pajamas, sat cross-legged on the sofa, eating spirit fruit while watching cartoons. Jiang Wanqing, dressed in simple home clothes, sat to the side, engrossed in reading a book on pharmacology. The door opened. Lu Chengyuan walked in, followed by Chen Haoran, who was carrying large and small bags and looked like a migrant worker. "Brother-in-law, you're back." Jiang Weining was the first to see him and called out happily. When she saw Chen Haoran behind her, she blinked and asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, who is this?" "The new farmhand." Lu Chengyuan casually leaned the crimson flame blade against the wall and sat down on the sofa. "A long-term worker?" Jiang Weining was even more curious. Chen Haoran put down his luggage and quickly gave the two sisters what he thought was a very friendly smile. "Hello, sisters-in-law. My name is Chen Haoran, and I'm Brother Lu's younger brother. Please take care of me in the future." The word sister-in-law elicited completely different reactions from the two sisters. Jiang Weining smiled so much that her eyes curved into crescent moons. Hello, my name is Jiang Weining, you can just call me Weining." Jiang Wanqing's cheeks flushed instantly. She closed the book, frowned, and looked at Lu Chengyuan. "Why did he move in too?" "I let him move in." Lu Chengyuan picked up a spiritual fruit from the table, took a bite, and asked, "Is there a problem?" Jiang Wanqing was momentarily speechless. Her lips moved, but she ultimately said nothing. She simply moved silently to the side, seemingly wanting to get away from Chen Haoran. "Wow! Is this Brother Lu's villa? It's so luxurious." Chen Haoran was like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden, looking around and touching everything, his face full of amazement. He saw the small fountain in the center of the living room and felt the pure spiritual energy emanating from it. He was so excited that he almost knelt down. "My God! Brother Lu, your fountain is spraying spiritual energy. How much does that cost?" Jiang Weining looked smug and introduced the rooms like a little hostess. "This is nothing, the rooms on the second floor are bigger and more comfortable. There are also separate bathrooms and dressing rooms." Chen Haoran's eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands together and looked at Lu Chengyuan expectantly. "Brother Lu, which room do I stay in?" "Storage room." Chen Haoran's expression froze instantly. "Brother-in-law, how could you do this?" Jiang Weining couldn't stand it anymore and stood up for him. "The storage room is so small, how can anyone live there?" "Then get out." Lu Chengyuan took another bite of the fruit. No. A storage room is fine," Chen Haoran quickly declared. "I'd be willing to sleep in the toilet even if it meant living in a villa." Jiang Wanqing shook her head helplessly as she watched the scene. She realized that Lu Chengyuan was the absolute dictator in this family. In the end, Jiang Wanqing softened and said, "Isn't there a guest room on the first floor? Let him stay there." Lu Chengyuan glanced at her but did not object. Chen Haoran thanked him profusely and carried his luggage into the guest room. With one more person in the villa, it suddenly became much more lively. To show off, Chen Haoran volunteered to do all sorts of housework, scrubbing the floor until it shone, and preparing an extra lavish dinner. At the dinner table, Chen Haoran vividly recounted Lu Chengyuan's glorious deeds in the gravity chamber, which made Jiang Weining's eyes light up, her admiration overflowing. Although Jiang Wanqing didn't speak, she quietly perked up her ears, and her gaze towards Lu Chengyuan held a hint of gentleness that she herself didn't realize. It was late at night. Lu Chengyuan came to the backyard of the villa alone. He gripped the crimson flame blade, closed his eyes, and the profound mysteries of the blazing sun blade technique floated into his mind. The body's qi and blood circulated along a specific route, and a scorching heat surged from the arm into the blade. Buzz. The crimson flame blade emitted a soft hum, and a faint red light shone on its blade. Lu Chengyuan suddenly opened his eyes, flicked his wrist, and his long sword slashed through the night sky. A silent crimson blade flashed past. Not far away, a half-person high artificial mountain used for decoration was smoothly split in the middle, with the cut surface charred black and wisps of smoke rising from it. "The power is all right." Lu Chengyuan sheathed his sword and stood there, quite satisfied with the effect of the strike. But he knew that this was far from the limit of the blazing sun blade technique. He had only mastered the moves and the methods of circulating qi and blood, but he had not been able to comprehend the blade intent that was like the blazing sun in the sky, burning everything in its path. To master this martial art and even comprehend its essence, hard work alone is not enough. Lu Chengyuan looked up, gazing in a certain direction deep within the training camp. It seems necessary to make a trip to the Enlightenment Steel. Chapter 55. A storm is brewing before the Enlightenment Steel. I will pamper my woman. The next morning. With dark circles under his eyes, Chen Haoran hummed a little tune as he diligently wiped the living room floor with a rag. Since moving into the villa, he feels that his life has been elevated. The air here is better than studying in the dormitory all day. Brother Lu. Ladies. Breakfast is ready. Chen Haoren shouted at the top of his lungs. At the dinner table, Jiang Weiniang bit her chopsticks, her big eyes darting around before finally settling on Lu Chengyuan. Brother-in-law, where should we go today? It's so boring staying in the villa every day. Jiang Wanqing, who was standing next to her, put down her chopsticks and bowl, her face showing a hint of longing. I heard there's an enlightenment stele in the training camp that's very helpful for comprehending martial arts techniques. I'd like to go and take a look. Lu Chengyuan raised his head and glanced at Jiang Wanqing. He naturally knew about the enlightenment stele. That was one of the core facilities of the training camp. It was said that the stone tablet itself was a meteorite from outer space, containing unique spiritual energy that could help martial artists enter a special state called enlightenment, greatly enhancing their understanding of martial arts techniques. What a coincidence! His own blazing sun blade technique was stuck at a bottleneck, and he needed to go there to find an opportunity to break through. We'll go after we finish eating, Lu Chengyuan decided. Yay! That's great! Jiang Weiniang cheered and quickly shoveled rice into her bowl. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Wanqing's face, her eyes sparkling, which stunned Chen Haoren standing beside her. Half an hour later. Enlightenment Monument Square. This is the most popular place among the trainees in the entire training camp, besides the gravity chamber. In the center of the square stands a black stone monument 100 meters high, its surface smooth as a mirror, yet unfathomably deep, as if it could suck one's mind into it. This is the Enlightenment Stele, a legendary artifact brought back from the depths of space by a powerful human being. It is said to help martial artists enter a special state called sudden enlightenment, greatly enhancing their understanding of martial arts techniques and skills. Lu Chengyuan stood at the edge of the square, with the Jiang sisters beside him. There are quite a few people. Lu Chengyuan glanced around and saw hundreds of students gathered in the square. They were all sitting cross-legged on the prayer mats in front of the Enlightenment stele, closing their eyes and concentrating, trying to understand something from the stele. The Enlightenment stele itself is free, but to get better results, you need to spend points to enter the separate Enlightenment room next to it. Jiang Weiniang was visiting a place like this for the first time, and she looked around curiously. Brother-in-law, what are they all doing? They look like they're asleep. They are sensing the Taoist aura emanating from the Enlightenment stele. Jiang Wanqing explained softly from the side, her gaze also falling on the huge stone tablet with a hint of longing. If you are lucky, you can resonate with the stone tablet and enter a state of enlightenment, which will greatly benefit your cultivation. So many people? Jiang Weiniang looked at the enlightenment room, somewhat surprised. The usage fee for the enlightenment room is not cheap. Most of these people are scions of large families and do not lack points. While ordinary students are still worrying about the points needed for a meal of exotic beast meat, these people can already treat the enlightenment room as their daily training ground. This is the difference that comes from different backgrounds. Lu Chengyuan activated the future vision. His gaze swept across the crowd, and information about the future of each student appeared before his eyes. Name, Li Chang, potential, B, opportunity. 30 minutes later, while standing before the enlightenment stele, he experienced a profound connection, increasing his qi and blood circulation efficiency by 2%. Name, Jiaoyu, potential, C+, opportunity. 1 hour later, on the third futon west of the enlightenment stele, she grasped a trace of the essence of the phantom step, achieving minor success in her movement technique. These were all small, fragmented opportunities, which held no appeal for Lu Chengyuan. Lu Chengyuan's gaze fell on several students dressed in fine clothes. They were walking out of the enlightenment room next door. Although they looked tired, their eyes were full of excitement. Clearly, spending a lot of money to enter the enlightenment room is far more effective than sitting idly outside. Just then, his gaze settled on Jiang Wanqing beside him. Name, Jiang Wanqing. Potential, S rank. Recent opportunity, in 10 minutes, in front of the enlightenment stele. Due to the compatibility between his ice-type talent and Taoist principles, he will have a very high chance of entering a state of enlightenment, and will gain early insight into the prototype of his future core ability, the Frost Domain. Lu Chengyuan's eyes lit up immediately. Frost Realm. This is Jiang Wanqing's signature ability to become a top human powerhouse and command ice and snow in the future. Once she grasps the basic form, Jiang Wanqing's strength will undergo a qualitative change. And I, through the heroic spirit bond, will also receive 10 times the feedback from this understanding. This is countless times faster than trying to comprehend the sword intent of the blazing sun sword technique on your own. Let's go to the enlightenment room. Lu Chengyuan made a quick decision, grabbed Jiang Wanqing's wrist and headed towards the registration desk. "Ha! Brother-in-law, that's very expensive," Jiang Weining hurriedly called out from behind. "Going to the best enlightenment room costs 5,000 points per hour." Jiang Wanqing also wanted to break free. It was such a waste. Lu Chengyuan continued walking without turning his head, saying, "Money is worthless, we can earn more after we've spent it all." At the registration desk, the senior student in charge treated Lu Chengyuan with exceptional respect. "Junior brother Lu, would you like to use the enlightenment room? Open 3 top-tier enlightenment rooms, 1 hour each." Lu Chengyuan directly took out his identity card. Three rooms? The senior was stunned for a moment. One special grade enlightenment room costs 5,000 points per hour, so 3 rooms would cost 15,000 points. "Open." Lu Chengyuan's tone left no room for argument. "Brother-in-law, I don't need to go, let my sister go." Jiang Weining quickly waved her hand. Although she also wanted to go in, 15,000 points was just too frightening. Lu Chengyuan glanced at her. "Your sister went in, and you're wandering around outside by yourself?" "Stop talking nonsense, let's go together." Lu Chengyuan didn't give her a chance to refuse and swiped his card directly. Ding, 15,000 points deducted. Current points, 191450. Lu Chengyuan's lips twitched slightly. These points were going to disappear too quickly. Fortunately, the training camp offered a service similar to Alipay's Huabei, a popular Chinese online payment platform, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to afford it. Holding the room keycards, Lu Chengyuan stuffed one of them into Jiang Wanqing's hand. "Once inside, don't think about anything. Empty your mind and feel that power." He looked into Jiang Wanqing's eyes and earnestly instructed her, "Remember, let it happen naturally." Jiang Wanqing held the cold room key and nodded, "I understand." "And you," Lu Chengyuan said, turning to Jiang Weining, "don't doze off inside, or you'll lose all 10,000 points." "I won't." Jiang Weining stuck out her tongue. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the surrounding students, the 2 sisters entered their respective advanced enlightenment rooms. Lu Chengyuan did not go in immediately. He stood outside and waited quietly. He was waiting for a system notification. Once Jiang Wanqing enters a state of enlightenment, he will receive 10 times the feedback. At that time, when he enters the enlightenment room again, he can combine the enormous insights from the feedback with the blazing sun blade technique and comprehend the blade intent. It will be a natural progression. Time passed second by second. About 10 minutes later. Bite. Detected that the bonded heroic spirit Jiang Wanqing has entered an enlightenment state and is comprehending the rudimentary form of the frost domain. System's 10x return policy has begun. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the rudimentary form initial understanding of the frost domain. Boom. A bone-chilling cold suddenly exploded deep within Lu Chengyuan's mind. He seemed to see an endless ice field, with howling winds and snow, and everything frozen in place. And he was the master of this icy world. A single thought can freeze 1,000 miles. A single glance can freeze time and space. This realization was so profound that Lu Chengyuan swayed slightly, and his face paled. He immediately went to his enlightenment room and swiped his card to enter. The room was empty except for a small black stone tablet that shared the same origin as the enlightenment stele outside. Lu Chengyuan sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to digest the overwhelming insights in his mind. With one hand, he conjured a scorching crimson blade of light, while with the other, a patch of icy blue frost appeared out of thin air. Flame and ice, 2 completely opposite forces, are simultaneously manifested in his hands. Interesting. Lu Chengyuan suddenly had a bold idea. What kind of strike would be produced if the scorching sword intent of the blazing sun sword technique were combined with the absolute zero of this frost domain? Chapter 56. The genius's cultivation caused quite a stir, and the neighboring instructor was terrified. The outer perimeter of the Enlightenment Monument Square. 2 figures walked side by side. One of them was as tall and strong as an iron tower. It was none other than the chief instructor, Shi Gandang. The other person was a woman in a white lab coat, with an intellectual air and gold-rimmed glasses. She was Lin Qingxue, the instructor of the training camp's theory classes. Upon seeing the two, the senior student in charge of registration immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Chief Instructor Shi, Instructor Lin. Shi Gandang waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the students sitting cross-legged in the square, then looking at the enlightenment room next to him with its lights on, and said in a deep voice, "Not bad, more and more students know how to work hard." It seems that this year's freshmen are very diligent and know the principle that diligence can make up for lack of talent. Yes, the senior student in charge of registration chimed in, especially the special grade enlightenment rooms, they're almost full today. Just now, junior student Lu Chengyuan booked 3 rooms all by himself. Lu Chengyuan? Sure, Gondang raised his eyebrows. That's the kid who broke my record? Does he have so many points he doesn't know what to do with them? Lin Qingshua's expression turned somewhat amused. One person booked 3 rooms, all of them top grade. I guess the other 2 rooms are for the Jiang sisters. Sure, Gondang's face darkened. Nonsense. What do you take the enlightenment room for? Are you bringing a woman here on a date? He was a little annoyed. This kid is talented, but he's too immature. With so many points, instead of seeking guidance from a mentor and exchanging them for the most suitable cultivation technique, he actually used them to please women. Young man, you think you're so great just because you have a few points. Sure, Gondang curled his lip. With that money, wouldn't it be 100 times better to come and get some private lessons from any of our instructors than to sit here aimlessly? Lin Qingxue nodded in agreement. His insight and judgment are top-notch, which is his talent. But in martial arts cultivation, without guidance, it's easy to go astray. He's too confident, which isn't a good thing. Both of them expressed their dissatisfaction with Lu Chengyuan's wasteful use of points. In their view, this was tantamount to begging for food while sitting on a mountain of gold. Just then, a strange energy fluctuation spread out from the direction of the special enlightenment chamber without warning. It was an extremely unstable aura, half scorching hot like fire and half freezing cold like ice. 2 completely opposite energies intertwined strangely, causing the surrounding air to become distorted. In the square, all the students who were sitting cross-legged were awakened by the fluctuation. They opened their eyes and looked in the direction from which the energy came from with surprise and uncertainty. What happened? I felt like I was half in a furnace and half in an ice cellar just now. This energy, it's so strange. Who's cultivating here? It's coming from the top-tier enlightenment chamber. The expressions on Shi Gondang and Lin Qingshue's faces changed the moment they sensed the fluctuation. This is... Lin Qingxue walked quickly to the door of the special grade number 3 room, reached out her hand, but stopped an inch away from the door panel. She could clearly sense that the energy emanating from inside the door was in fierce conflict. Shi Gondang followed, his rugged face filled with solemnity. What is this kid up to? This kind of energy conflict, if you're not careful, you'll suffer a chi deviation and have all your meridians severed. As the head instructor of the training camp, his insight was incredibly sharp. He could tell that either of these 2 energies was extremely pure, and that by cultivating either one, he would surely achieve great things in time. But now, someone wants to combine them together. This isn't cultivation, this is playing with your life. What martial arts technique did he exchange for? Lin Qingxue asked the senior student registering the information. The senior student felt a little suffocated by the aura of the 2 instructors and quickly pulled up the records, reporting to the instructors. Student Lu Chengyuan has not exchanged any martial arts techniques. What? This time, even the usually calm Lin Qingxue could not remain composed. Shi Gondang's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had heard a fairy tale. He didn't exchange for any martial arts techniques? Then what is he practicing? Where did he get this level of technique? A terrible thought arose simultaneously in the minds of both mentors. They looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. Create your own cultivation technique? Lin Qingshue's voice was somewhat hoarse. A second-rank martial artist wants to create his own cultivation technique? And even cultivate both ice and fire? Madman. This kid is absolutely insane. Shi Gondang roared. He'd seen crazy people, but never anyone this reckless. The path of martial arts has been paved by countless predecessors. What future generations need to do is choose the path that best suits them and then walk it firmly. Lu Chengyuan actually wanted to build a bridge out of thin air at the end of the 2 roads. This is no longer genius, but delusional. The surrounding students also heard the conversation between the 2 instructors, and the entire square instantly erupted in chaos. Did I hear that right? Lu Chengyuan is creating his own cultivation technique? Are you kidding me? He's only been in training camp for a few days. Cultivating both ice and fire? Historical records show that those who could do this were all unparalleled masters throughout history. What makes him capable of this? Doubts and ridicule rose and fell. To everyone else, Lu Chengyuan's actions were tantamount to suicide. Inside the enlightenment chamber, Lu Chengyuan's face was somewhat pale. On the palm of his left hand, a ball of crimson energy pulsed like flames, the scorching sword energy of the blazing sun sword technique. On his right palm, a patch of icy blue frost quietly condensed, radiating a chilling aura that could freeze the soul. This was the nascent form of the frost domain, a result of Jiang Wanqing's sudden enlightenment. Two forces surged within him, like two primordial beasts tearing at each other. A sharp, stabbing pain shot through my meridians, half like burning fire, half like being frozen. Not enough. Lu Chengyuan gritted his teeth, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He could sense that he was on the verge of extreme danger. Although he had forcibly suppressed both forces, they could spiral out of control at any moment. He needed an opportunity that could fuse these two extreme forces into one. Now. Lu Chengyuan focused his mind and spirit, immersing all his spiritual power into the black enlightenment steel in front of him. Buzz. The stone tablet trembled slightly, and a cool and profound power surged into his mind along with his spiritual energy. The whole world seemed to fall silent. Outside world. Just when everyone thought the enlightenment room was about to explode, the violent energy fluctuations vanished without a trace in an instant. 1 second it was a world of extremes, the next it was calm and peaceful. It was as if nothing had happened. Disappeared? What happened? Did we fail? If it fails, the commotion will be even bigger, right? It might even explode. The group looked at each other, puzzled. Only Lin Xingxue stared intently at that door. No. It wasn't a failure, it was a success. He successfully suppressed the conflict between the two forces and entered a state of true enlightenment. Sudden enlightenment? Shi Gandang stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. Enlightenment is the state that all martial artists dream of. It's something you can only encounter by chance, not something you can seek out. Some people may spend their entire lives without ever experiencing a moment of enlightenment. Lu Chengyuan, in his suicidal cultivation attempt to fuse two extreme powers, actually forced himself into a state of enlightenment. This can no longer be explained by common sense. This kid, what does he think the enlightenment steel is? A vegetable market he can just walk into whenever he wants? Shi Gandang couldn't help but swear, but his tone was full of envy. Even he wouldn't dare say he could have a sudden enlightenment so easily. Inside the enlightenment chamber, Lu Chengyuan sat cross-legged, the black tablet in front of him emitting a faint light. In his mind, the two violently clashing energies miraculously calmed down under the guidance of the cool aura of the enlightenment steel. It was no longer a struggle between ice and fire, but a clear distinction, like the black and white fish in a yin-yang symbol, slowly rotating in the ocean of his consciousness. The scorching blade energy and the extreme frost were no longer enemies, but a pair of symbiotic contradictions. I see. Lu Chengyuan's mind was completely clear. His previous attempt to force a fusion was like pouring water and oil into a pot and shaking it vigorously, which naturally resulted in an explosion. Now, in a state of enlightenment, he has seen the essence of things. These two forces are not mutually exclusive. What they need is not integration, but balance. The moment this thought arose, the scene in his mind suddenly changed. The Pisces of ice and fire disappeared, replaced by a chaotic void. In the void, a small, crimson-red, blurry-looking flame figure appeared out of thin air. It held in its hand a long sword that was exactly the same as the crimson flame blade, with flames flowing over its blade. The little fire figure moved. It didn't use any fancy moves, it simply slashed forward with its sword in a plain and unremarkable manner. This strike produced neither wind nor heat. Lu Chengyuan could see clearly that a tiny black crack was left in the space itself along the trajectory of the blade. That was pure, scorching sword intent, burning everything, both tangible and intangible, into nothingness. This is the pinnacle of the blazing sun blade technique. Immediately afterwards, the little fire figure turned around, and the crimson flames on its body quickly faded away, replaced by a layer of chilling white air, transforming it into a little ice figure. It also swung its knife. This strike had no chilling aura, no ice crystals. But Lu Chengyuan felt that time seemed to freeze where the blade pointed. It is an absolute stillness, an absolute zero from which even light cannot escape. This is the pinnacle of the frost realm. Lu Chengyuan held his breath, he knew the crucial moment was approaching. The frost figure's left hand ignited with a ball of crimson flame, while the flame figure's right hand condensed into a frost flower. The two little figures slowly walked towards each other and eventually merged into one. A new little man appeared. Half of its body is flowing crimson flames, and the other half is solidified black ice. The long sword in its hand also displayed a strange color, half crimson and half ice blue. The little man raised his knife. The movements were so slow that Lu Changyuan could clearly see the flow of every drop of blood and qi within its body. He saw that the scorching blade energy and the extreme cold frost did not merge on the blade itself, but rather collided and annihilated at high speed along a mysterious trajectory at the very tip of the blade. This annihilation gave rise to a completely new, destructive force that did not belong to either ice or fire. It had no color, no shape, yet it made Lu Changyuan's consciousness tremble. The villain swung his knife. The entire chaotic void before it was neatly sliced open with a huge gash. The incision was as smooth as a mirror, but at the edges, chaos was constantly disappearing, unable to heal. This strike severed the rules. The martial arts techniques he had seen on the first floor of the scripture pavilion involuntarily surfaced in Lu Changyuan's mind. Opening Mountain Fist emphasizes using force to overcome skill. But before this blade that severs the rules, even the greatest power is a joke. If you can't even touch the blade, how can you unleash your power? Phantom Step emphasizes speed and deception. But before this slash that freezes time and space, even the fastest speed is nothing more than a still painting. Those so-called basic martial arts techniques are as fragile as children's toys in the face of this true power. This is no longer a martial art, but a prototype of Tao. Freeze time and space with the power of frost, and then incinerate all things with the power of the blazing sun. The force generated by the collision and annihilation of the two is enough to sever rules and ignore defenses. This is the truly terrifying aspect of this self-created sword technique. Its power has even surpassed the category of intermediate martial arts skills, and is comparable to those top-level martial arts skills that only exist in legends. Just as Lu Changyuan was feeling agitated, the ice and fire figure slowly turned around, its eyes, composed of flames and ice, looking at him. It opened its mouth, and a voice that was neither male nor female, yet incredibly powerful, echoed in Lu Changyuan's sea of consciousness. Yin and yang in disarray, ice and fire in the same furnace, this sword is named. Return to the ruins. As soon as he finished speaking, the ice and fire figure, along with the cleaved chaos, transformed into countless points of light and surged into Lu Changyuan's mind. Bite. Congratulations, host. In a state of enlightenment, you have fused the blazing sun blade technique with the rudimentary form of the frost domain to create your own top-tier blade technique, Return to the Void. The Return to the Ruins, it consists of 3 forms. First form, Burning the Heavens. Second form, Freezing Time. Third form, Return to the Ruins. A massive flow of information washed over his consciousness, and every detail, every change, was deeply imprinted on the depths of his soul. Lu Changyuan suddenly opened his eyes. He extended his right hand, his 5 fingers together, transforming his palm into a knife. Without stimulating his qi and blood, a barely perceptible gray line naturally appeared on the edge of his palm. The surrounding air slightly collapsed the moment the gray line appeared. This is the power of the ruins. Lu Changyuan muttered to himself. He is now confident that with this move, he can cut through even the blood and qi shield condensed by a third-grade martial artist with a single strike. Chapter 57. Others achieve enlightenment through chance, but you can eat enlightenment as food? In the square, Shurgandang stared at the tightly closed door of the special grade number 3 room, his mouth half open. 1 hour. A state of sudden enlightenment lasting a full hour. This kid is treating the enlightenment steel like a stone bench in his own backyard, sitting on it for as long as he wants. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. A second-rank martial artist entered a state of enlightenment on his first visit to the enlightenment steel? And he lasted for so long? As the head instructor of the training camp and a top master, he entered a state of enlightenment only a handful of times in his life. Each time, it was only after a life or death struggle or years of arduous training that one could finally touch the threshold by chance. On average, having one such occurrence every 2 or 3 years is considered exceptionally gifted and blessed with good fortune. But what gives Lu Changyuan the right? On your first visit, you entered with such ease, a mere second-grade martial artist? And you stayed for so long? Lin Xingxue, standing beside her, was also deeply shaken. Her reason told her that what was happening before her eyes completely violated common sense about martial arts. It wasn't an epiphany. Lin Xingxue's voice was soft, but very certain. Shurgandang turned to look at her. What else could it be but an epiphany? It is a state that is deeper than enlightenment. He was not comprehending within it, but creating. He forcefully controlled 2 opposing forces and used the enlightenment steel as a furnace to create something that belonged to him. Shurgandang's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. Create? A second-rank martial artist? Good heavens! This is an absolutely monstrous creature that cannot be fathomed by common sense. Although the students around them couldn't understand what the two mentors were saying, they could understand the expressions on their faces. What exactly did Lu Chengyuan do that made the head instructor and the chief instructor of the theory course show such expressions? Just then. Click. The doors to the 3 top-tier enlightenment rooms slid open silently almost simultaneously. The first to come out was Jiang Weining. She rubbed her eyes, yawned, and looked completely bewildered. Sister, brother-in-law, how do you feel? I feel like I just took a nap, but I didn't feel anything. I wasted 5,000 points. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Wanqing came out. Her demeanor underwent a subtle change. Her original aloofness was now tempered with a chilling aura that kept people at a distance. Her mere presence made the surrounding air temperature drop several degrees. A fleeting glint of tiny ice crystals flashed in her eyes. Finally, Lu Chengyuan walked out of room number 3. His face was slightly pale, but his eyes were brighter than before, as if they held 2 unfathomable starry skies. As soon as he appeared, all eyes in the square turned to him. Shi Gandang rushed forward, his burly body blocking Lu Chengyuan's path. Kid, what were you doing in there just now? Lu Chengyuan glanced at him and said calmly, cultivation. Cultivation? Shi Gandang's voice rose a few decibels. You call that kind of energy surge from the clash of ice and fire cultivation? Do you know you almost killed yourself? Lin Xingxue also came over and scrutinized Lu Chengyuan. Lu Chengyuan, we need an explanation. What is the origin of the cultivation technique you practice? Why is it generating such a violent energy conflict? She suspected that Lu Chengyuan had practiced some kind of forbidden demonic art. Lu Chengyuan did not answer her question, but looked at Jiang Wanqing beside him. He could sense that Jiang Wanqing's aura had stabilized, and the frost domain had successfully taken shape. How are you feeling? He asked. Jiang Wanqing met his gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed, and nodded gently. Very good, I think. I've grasped something new. That's good. Lu Chengyuan grinned. This attitude of completely ignoring him and instead caring about women made Shi Gandang's temper flare up instantly. I'm asking you a question. Shi Gandang growled. Lu Chengyuan then turned his gaze back to him, his brows furrowing slightly. Chief instructor, this is my personal privacy. I have no obligation to report it to you, do I? You. Shi Gandang was so choked that he almost couldn't catch his breath. Lin Xingxue stopped Shi Gandang, who was about to go berserk, and changed to a gentler tone. Student Lu, we meant no harm. It's just that your situation was very dangerous just now, and as your mentors, we have a responsibility to understand the situation clearly and prevent similar problems from happening to you in the future. Cultivating both ice and fire simultaneously has always been a dead end. Those who embark on this path ultimately perish from their own bodies exploding. That's them, not me. A simple statement, yet it exudes an undeniable confidence. Lin Xingxue was stunned. She couldn't see a trace of youthful arrogance in Lu Chengyuan's eyes. Just because others can't walk a certain path doesn't mean I can't. Brother-in-law is so handsome. Jiang Weining's eyes lit up as she watched from the side, quietly cheering for Lu Chengyuan. Shi Gandang took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. He stared at Lu Chengyuan and asked, word by word, you created your own martial arts technique? Lu Chengyuan neither confirmed nor denied, I suppose so. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the square. He admitted it. A second-rank martial artist created his own martial arts technique. Shi Gandang and Lin Xingxue exchanged a glance, both seeing a deep sense of powerlessness in each other's eyes. You can't reason with a monster. You. Shi Gandang wanted to say something more. Lu Chengyuan, however, was not going to waste any more time with them. Chief Instructor, Instructor Lin, if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now. After saying that, he took Jiang Wanqing's hand and said something to Jiang Weining, who was still in a daze. Let's go eat. Oh, okay. Jiang Weining quickly followed. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people, the three of them walked out of the square as if no one else was around. Shi Gandang reached out his hand, trying to stop them, but his arm fell limply halfway down. What could he say? Criticize him? What right does he have to criticize a monster who can create his own martial arts techniques? Teach him? What could he possibly use to teach a genius he couldn't even understand? Old Shi, Lin Xingxue's voice was tinged with bitterness. It seems we have witnessed the beginning of a legend. Shi Gandang remained silent for a long time before finally letting out a long sigh. Damn it, this year's freshmen are all a real handful. He watched Lu Chengyuan's departing figure with a complex expression. There was worry, there was curiosity, but more than anything, there was an expectation that even he himself was unwilling to admit. He was eager to see how far this unconventional monster could ultimately go. On the other side, Jiang Weining followed behind the two, chattering away. Brother-in-law, you were so cool just now. The head instructor's face turned green. And that Professor Lin, she's usually so aloof, but today she couldn't even speak properly in front of you. Lu Chengyuan ignored her flattery and turned his head to look at Jiang Wanqing beside him. What did you realize? Jiang Wanqing lowered her head and said in a very soft voice, a kind of ability to make the surroundings cold. Practice more in the future. Lu Chengyuan released her hand. This is your talent, don't waste it. Jiang Wanqing responded softly, but her ears turned slightly red. She secretly glanced up at Lu Chengyuan's profile. The sunlight shone on his sharply defined jawline, making her feel slightly dazzled. Brother-in-law, what are we having for lunch? I want to eat ironclad rhinoceros meat. Jiang Weining ran ahead and turned back to ask. Lu Chengyuan looked ahead, his tone calm. Casual. Chapter 58 Shocking. Lu Chengyuan actually publicly manipulated the Ice Queen. Genius Training Camp, First Cafeteria. As soon as Lu Chengyuan and his two companions stepped inside, the once noisy cafeteria fell silent. Countless gazes converged upon them, a complex mix of emotions swirling within them. That's Lu Chengyuan? He doesn't look like he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Didn't you hear? He spent a whole hour in front of the Enlightenment Stele this morning, completely enlightened. He even alerted Chief Instructor Shi and Instructor Lin. An hour? Holy crap, really? Last time I sat for a whole day, my legs were numb and I didn't feel a thing. That's not all. I heard he even created his own cultivation technique, practicing both ice and fire. He's a monster. The murmurs were kept low, but they still drifted over intermittently. Jiang Weining puffed out her chest, like a proud little peacock, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. Jiang Wanqing felt a little uncomfortable and subconsciously moved closer to Lu Chengyuan. Chen Haoran followed at the back, his back ramrod straight, perfectly embodying the air of someone who borrows power from others. Lu Chengyuan ignored the stairs and walked straight to the food-serving window. 3 servings of armored rhinoceros meat. 10 crimson flame chickens. Blue-eyed toad soup, a large portion. He ordered more than a dozen dishes in one go, all of which were expensive dishes containing a great deal of vital energy. The chef serving the food even trembled slightly. That's enough for an average student teen to have a meal. Lu Chengyuan swiped his card, and his points dropped to nearly 1,000 points. He carried his mountain of food tray and found a seat by the window. Chen Haoran followed along eagerly and set out the chopsticks. Jiang Weining cheered, picked up the largest piece of rhinoceros meat and stuffed it into her mouth full of oil. Jiang Wanqing ate in small bites, her posture refined, but her pace was not slow. After grasping the rudiments of the frost domain, her need for energy also increased. Brother-in-law, Jiang Weining mumbled, what exactly did you do this morning? They all say you created your own martial arts technique, and it sounds amazing. It's nothing, Lu Chengyuan replied casually after finishing a chicken leg. Sister, what about you? What have you realized? Jiang Weining turned her curious gaze to Jiang Wanqing. A faint blush appeared on Jiang Wanqing's cheeks. She put down her chopsticks and extended her fair right hand. A faint chill gathered in her palm. Click. A thin layer of frost instantly formed on the surface of the soup bowl in front of her. Wow! Jiang Weining's eyes widened, and she reached out to poke the layer of ice. Amazing! Sis, you've turned into the Snow Queen. Chen Haoran, who was standing to the side, was also dumbfounded. Is this what genius is? By visiting the Enlightenment Stele, one can acquire this extraordinary ability. Lu Chengyuan glanced at it but didn't react. He picked up a piece of rhinoceros meat and put it into Jiang Wanqing's bowl. That's all? Jiang Wanqing was stunned for a moment, and the coldness in her palm dissipated. Too slow. Lu Chengyuan's tone was calm, as if stating a fact. You have high talent, and you even used the Enlightenment Stele, but this is all you've learned? Enough to freeze a bowl? Jiang Wanqing's face turned pale instantly. She bit her lip tightly, her knuckles turning white as she gripped the chopsticks. The joy that came from gaining new abilities was completely dampened by this bucket of cold water. She felt wronged, and her nose stung with tears. No one has ever said that about her. From childhood to adulthood, she was the most dazzling genius in her family, someone her peers looked up to. But in his eyes, his talent and hard work, which he was so proud of, were so worthless. Brother-in-law. How could you say that about my sister? Jiang Weiying protested, standing up for her sister. My sister is already so amazing. You can't put her down like that. Impressive? Lu Chengyuan looked at Jiang Weiying. What's the standard for impressive? Is it being able to survive in front of alien beasts, or being able to kill enemies on the battlefield? He paused, then his gaze returned to Zhang Wanqing. Your meager chill wouldn't even freeze the lowest-ranking clodhound. What good would it be on the battlefield other than cooling yourself down? Zhang Wanqing wanted to refute, but found that she couldn't say a word. Because what he said was true. Exceptional talent is not a source of pride, but a shackle that makes you take on greater responsibilities. Lu Chengyuan's voice was deafening. If you just want to live a comfortable life as a young lady, then you should give up martial arts as soon as possible, go home and get married, at least you can live a little longer. Jiang Wanqing's body trembled slightly, and her face was deathly pale. She raised her head, looking stubbornly at Lu Chengyuan, her eyes brimming with tears, but she stubbornly held them back. I will not give up. Then show the strength that matches your talent. After saying that, Lu Chengyuan stopped looking at her and focused on eating the food in front of him. The surrounding students overheard the conversation and all wore strange expressions. Did I hear that right? He's lecturing Jiang Wanqing? My God, my girlfriend has mastered a new ability, and he thinks it's worthless? This is too pretentious. If I had a girlfriend like Jiang Wanqing, I'd cherish her like a precious gem. Pooh. This is blatant PUA. Many male trainees were heartbroken to see Jiang Wanqing on the verge of tears, and their gazes toward Lu Chengyuan were filled with anger. What a waste! Chen Haoren sat beside him, not daring to breathe loudly. He finally understood that Brother Lu treated women no differently than he treated enemies. Jiang Weiying glared angrily at Lu Chengyuan, but seeing her sister's distraught appearance, she felt extremely sorry for her. She placed a piece of meat in Jiang Wanqing's bowl and whispered comfortingly, Sister, don't listen to him, you've already done a great job. Jiang Wanqing shook her head, silently picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat. This time, however, she ate much faster. After finishing the last bite of his meal, Lu Chengyuan wiped his mouth with a napkin. He stood up and spoke to Jiang Wanqing, who was still eating. Go to the gravity chamber at 3 p.m. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Chen Haoren. I'll carry it for you. Okay, Brother Lu. Chen Haoren nodded quickly. Lu Chengyuan turned and left without any hesitation. Jiang Weiying looked at his back and made a face. A despotic tyrant. She turned around and noticed that her sister's eyes had changed. Sister? Jiang Wanqing raised her head and finished the last bite of rice in her bowl. Wanning, let's go back and cultivate diligently. Lu Chengyuan walked out of the cafeteria. The sunlight outside was a bit dazzling. He opened the Heroic Spirit Information panel. Bonded Heroic Spirit, Jiang Wanqing. Bond level, 21%. Current strength, second rank martial artist 6210,000. Suggestion for correcting fate, his resolve is weak, he needs external help to overcome it and ignite his competitive spirit. Bond level increased by 1%. Lu Chengyuan grinned. Of course he knew how talented Jiang Wanqing was. If word got out that a second-rank martial artist could comprehend the rudimentary form of a domain on his first visit to the Enlightenment Stele, it would be enough to shake the entire human race's leadership. But he can't praise it. Flowers in a greenhouse, no matter how beautiful they bloom, cannot withstand wind and rain. What he needs is a plum blossom that can stand proudly in the wind and snow. To change her predetermined fate, one must use the harshest methods to shatter all her pride. Chapter 59. After a month of arduous training, even a former defeated foe dares to boast? 1 month later, at the first canteen. It was lunchtime, and the place was bustling with noise. A tall student stood at the food-serving window, his face glowing. His blood and energy were unusually active, attracting frequent glances from those around him. Brother Li Quan, you've broken through? Ha ha. Li Quan laughed loudly, patting his chest triumphantly. That's right. Just now, 9,900 calories. Peak of the second rank. just one step away from breaking through to the third rank. A chorus of compliments and envy rose from the surrounding crowd. Holy crap! Brother Lee is awesome. He's already at the peak of the second rank in just 1 month. Now, among all the freshmen, Brother Lee, you're undoubtedly the number one. I feel incredibly powerful, it's great. Li Kuang raised his chin. I, Li Kuang, a peak second-grade martial artist, officially challenged Lu Changyuan today. The entire cafeteria fell completely silent. No one expected that Li Kuang, who had just broken through, would directly target Brother Lu. It's important to know that for the past month, the name Lu Changyuan has been an inescapable shadow over all the new students. He dominated the rankings of various cultivation facilities in an almost unreasonable way. He repeatedly broke the record for the gravity chamber's resistance, and even treated the Enlightenment steel as his own backyard, going in every few days to sit for an hour. At first, some people were unconvinced and clamored to challenge him. As a result, without exception, all challengers were easily suppressed by him with one hand. Whether you're a speed type or a power type player, you won't last 3 moves against him. Over time, no one dared to provoke him anymore. The freshmen changed their address for him from that number one to the respectful Brother Lu. Has Li Kuang gone mad? Lu Changyuan is a ruthless man who knocked Zhou Mu unconscious with a single punch. That was a month ago. Lu Changyuan has been spending every day in the gravity chamber for the past month, and his strength has increased dramatically. Li Kuang must have lost his mind. This is going to be good. Just then, another group of people walked in through the cafeteria entrance. Leading the group was Zhou Mu, who had been knocked unconscious by Lu Changyuan's punch and had taken half a month to recover. Behind him, Xiao Hongyi and the other top 20 freshmen lined up, each with a fighting spirit written on their face. During this month, they endured hardship and formed an Avengers Alliance, encouraging each other and training intensely every day, resulting in a significant improvement in their strength. Zhou Mu saw the scene in the cafeteria and a cold smile appeared on his face. Li Kuang, well said. He stepped forward with his men and stood shoulder to shoulder with Li Kuang. Lu Changyuan, your good luck has run out. Today, it's not just Li Kuang who will challenge Lu Changyuan. Zhou Mu looked around at his companions and shouted, all of us will challenge him. We'll take back all the glory he stole from us. Yes. Bring back the glory. Down with Lu Changyuan. A dozen or so freshmen, united in their hatred of the enemy, were full of fierce momentum. Confidence was written all over their faces. In this month, they put in 100 times the effort, and each of them increased their blood and energy by at least 5,000 calories. They didn't believe that Lu Changyuan could still crush them all like he did a month ago. Do you admire Lu Changyuan? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Amidst deafening shouts of defiance, the group set off in a grand procession. The living room of the villa. The afternoon sun streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm dappled light on the floor. Sis. You stole my remote control again. Jiang Weining, dressed in a pink tracksuit, angrily pounced on Jiang Wanqing at the other end of the sofa. Jiang Wanqing held a thick book, Illustrated Guide to Exotic Plants, in her left hand, and casually raised the remote control with her right. Jiang Weining missed her target and reached out to grab it again, but she couldn't reach it no matter what she did. Give it to me. The cartoon is about to start. You don't work hard at your own cultivation, all you do is watch cartoons all day long. Jiang Wanqing's tone was cold and indifferent, but she didn't lower her hand at all. Where did I not work hard? Jiang Weining puffed out her chest defiantly. My qi and blood circulation is now at 4,000 calories. Even Chen Haoren is no match for me. As she spoke, she increased the pressure on her hand. Click. With a crisp snap, the remote control was broken in two during her struggle with Jiang Wanqing. The two sisters were both taken aback. Jiang Weining looked at the half of the remote control in her hand and stuck out her tongue. Sis, it seems like you were the one who used force first. Jiang Wanqing looked at the wisp of cold air that had suddenly condensed in her palm, silently turned a page of the book, and said nothing. This month has been a transformative one for them. Under Lu Changyuan's almost brutal training methods, their strength improved by leaps and bounds. From initially struggling to even adapt to the gravity chamber, both of them have now steadily broken through the 4,000-calorie energy barrier. This achievement would place them among the top performers in the entire freshman group. The person who started all of this, Lu Changyuan, seems to have vanished into thin air over the past month. Aside from appearing at the dinner table every day without fail, he spends the rest of his time locked in the gravity chamber and doesn't see anyone. Chen Haoren came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of sliced spiritual fruits. When he saw the terrible state of the sofa, his eyes twitched. My two sisters-in-law, this is the third remote control this month. It's all my sister's fault. Jiang Weining immediately shifted the blame. Chen Haoren put down the fruit plate and smiled obsequiously. It's all right, we'll buy more if it spoils. As long as the ladies are happy. For the past month, he has lived a life more comfortable than that of a god. Living in a villa rich in spiritual energy and eating leftover beast meat from Brother Lu every day, his blood and qi also increased, exceeding 2,000 calories. His current worship of Lu Changyuan has reached the point of blind delusion. Sis, what do you think your husband is doing right now? Jiang Weining rested her chin on a cushion and asked curiously. It should be, in the gravity chamber, Jiang Wanqing thought for a moment and replied. It's the gravity chamber again. Doesn't he ever need to rest? He's a cultivation maniac, Jiang Weining muttered. Just then, a door opened on the second floor, followed by the sound of running water from the bathroom. The two sisters exchanged a glance. Brother-in-law is back? Jiang Weining was a little surprised. A dozen minutes later, the sound of water stopped. The door to the second floor room creaked open. Lu Changyuan walked out shirtless, with only a towel wrapped around his waist, drying his wet hair with the towel. Water droplets slid down his well-defined muscle lines, revealing his clearly defined abdominal muscles, exuding a sense of power. He had just reached the top of the stairs and was about to go downstairs. Just then, Jiang Wanqing stood up, intending to go to the kitchen to get some fruit. She looked up and saw Lu Changyuan on the stairs. Their eyes met. Jiang Wanqing's eyes widened instantly, her gaze uncontrollably sweeping from his muscular chest to his well-defined abs, and finally landing on the towel that barely covered his private parts. With a whoosh, a burst of heat shot straight to my head. Her cheeks flushed red at a visible speed, like ripe apples. Ah! Jiang Wanqing let out a short scream, like a startled fawn, and turned around abruptly, covering her burning face with her hands. My heart was pounding uncontrollably, as if it were about to jump out of my throat. Sis, what's wrong? Hearing the call, Jiang Weining curiously raised her head and looked in the direction her sister was looking. Then, she also saw Lu Changyuan on the stairs. The little girl's reaction was completely different from her older sister's. She was stunned for a moment, then her big eyes sparkled as she looked her up and down, her little mouth slightly open, and she let out a wow. Brother-in-law, you have such a great body. Lu Changyuan paused, he hadn't expected to run into them at this time. He glanced at Jiang Wanqing, who had her back to him and whose shoulders were trembling slightly, then looked at Jiang Weining, whose eyes were full of stars, and spoke without changing his expression. Have you seen enough? No. Jiang Weining answered subconsciously, then stuck out her tongue. Brother-in-law, do you secretly work out your abs in the gravity chamber every day? Lu Changyuan ignored her, walked straight down the stairs, took a bottle of water from the refrigerator, unscrewed it, and took a sip. Jiang Wanqing's face burned even hotter. She could clearly hear him swallowing and could even imagine his Adam's apple bobbing. In this awkward and delicate atmosphere. Thump! 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 The villa's gate was pounded on. Chapter 60. You dare challenge my elder brother? First, ask me, the farmhand, if I'll allow it. Outside the villa. Chen Haoren scurried off to open the door, muttering, Who is it? It's past mealtime and you're still coming to visit. The smile on his face froze as soon as the door opened. Outside the door, a dozen or so people stood in a dark mass. Leading the group were Li Quan, who was at the height of his arrogance, and Zhou Mu, whose face was gloomy. Behind them are top-ranking geniuses among the new students. The energy fluctuations emanating from their bodies converged, creating an oppressive pressure. Where's Lu Changyuan? Li Quan's powerful voice echoed throughout the living room. Tell him to get out here. Chen Haoren was so overwhelmed by this aura that he took a half step back, but the thought that Brother Lu's house was right behind him emboldened him again. He straightened his back and blocked the doorway. What do you want? Do you know whose house this is? Get out of the way. Zhou Mu shoved Chen Haoren aside. Who do you think you are, daring to block our way? Chen Haoren stumbled and almost fell. The two sisters in the living room were also alerted. Jiang Weining's face paled at the sight of the commotion, and she instinctively hid behind the sofa. Jiang Wanqing quickly stepped forward and stood in front of the crowd. Are you looking for Lu Changyuan? Jiang Wanqing? Li Kuang's momentum weakened slightly when he saw her, but he still forced a smile and said, This has nothing to do with you. We're looking for Lu Changyuan. He's been dominating the list for a month, and today we're going to take him down. That's right. Why should he steal all the limelight by himself? We refuse to accept this. The crowd behind him echoed his sentiments, their emotions running high. Jiang Wanqing frowned. She could sense that these people's strength had improved significantly, especially Li Kuang, whose blood and qi were so abundant that he was almost about to enter the threshold of a third-grade martial artist. Although Lu Chengyuan was strong, he couldn't withstand so many people. Yes, not here. Jiang Wanqing gritted her teeth. Not here? Zhou Mu sneered. Who are you trying to fool? Everyone in the training camp knows you're all living together. Tell him to come out now. Are you trying to hide like a coward? You're the coward. Jiang Weiying poked her head out and retorted angrily, what kind of heroes are you, ganging up on one person like that? Exactly. Chen Haoren pointed at Zhou Mu's nose and cursed, a defeated opponent like you dares to yell at my brother Lu's doorstep? Have you forgotten how brother Lu knocked you out with one punch? Chen Haoren stood tall with his hands on his hips. Want to challenge my brother Lu? Sure. Chen Haoren said with a smug look on his face. But you'll have to get past me first. Li Kuan seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, you? Chen Haoren, who do you think you are? I'm nothing. Chen Haoren retorted, I'm a farmhand for brother Lu. If you want to see my elder brother, you'll have to ask me, his farmhand, for permission first. These words made Li Kuang and the others laugh in anger. Get out of here. Stop making a fool of yourself. Exactly, a lackey dares to spout nonsense here? Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, a calm voice came from behind everyone. All right. Lu Chengyuan had already dressed at some point, his hands in his pockets, and slowly walked down the stairs. His gaze swept over the group of spirited freshmen at the door, finally settling on Li Kuang. You want to challenge me? When Li Kuang saw Lu Chengyuan, his breath hitched, but it was quickly replaced by an even stronger fighting spirit. That's right. Lu Chengyuan, do you dare to accept my challenge? Lu Chengyuan did not answer directly, but looked at everyone behind him. You too? Zhou Mu, Xiaohongyi, and the others nodded, their eyes resolute. Very good. Lu Chengyuan nodded. Doing it one by one is too troublesome and a waste of time. He held up one finger, pointing it at everyone outside the door. You can all come at me together. Upon hearing this, a deathly silence fell over the entire entrance to the villa. Li Kuan's face instantly turned a deep purplish red. He felt he had been greatly insulted. Lu Chengyuan. You're too arrogant. Don't think we're still the same people we were a month ago. Lu Chengyuan's expression remained unchanged. 3 p.m., Freshman Duel Arena. No exceptions. After saying that, he stopped looking at anyone, turned to Chen Haoren and said, close the door, it's so noisy. Okay, brother Lu. Chen Haoren glanced smugly at the crowd outside the door and slammed the door shut. Outside the door, Li Kuang and the others were trembling with anger. This is outrageous. Let's go to the dueling arena. We'll make him kneel down and apologize today. After the group left, a brief silence fell over the villa. Brother-in-law, are you really going to fight them all by yourself? Jiang Weiying asked cautiously, her big eyes full of worry. But they have several second-rank officials, and that Li Kuang is almost a third-rank official. Jiang Wanqing walked up to him, her lips moved as if she wanted to persuade him, but she didn't know how to start. She looked at Lu Chengyuan's calm profile, her mind a jumble of thoughts. How could he be so arrogant? Lu Chengyuan suddenly turned his head and looked at her. What? You don't believe me? Jiang Wanqing's face flushed under his gaze, and she quickly lowered her head. No, I just think it's too dangerous. Lu Chengyuan suddenly reached out and pinched her cheek. The smooth, slippery feel startled him. What are you doing? Jiang Wanqing reacted as if she had been electrocuted, taking 2 steps back and covering her face, feeling both ashamed and angry. How could he just pinch a girl's face like that? Feels good. Lu Chengyuan withdrew his hand and commented without changing his expression. Jiang Wanqing's cheeks turned completely red. All right, it's about time. Lu Chengyuan glanced at the wall clock. Let's go. Duel arena. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire training camp. Lu Chengyuan must single-handedly challenge more than a dozen new geniuses, including Li Kuang, Zhou Mu, and Xiaohongyi. The entire dueling arena was packed with people, even the high stands were full of people. Even the head instructor Shi Gandang and mentor Lin Xingxue appeared in the mentor's exclusive spectator seats. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Shi Gandang slammed his hand on the railing. Has this kid gone mad? Li Kuang has already reached the threshold of the third rank, and Xiao Hongyi's swordsmanship has also greatly improved. How can he possibly take on a whole group by himself? Lin Xingxue's eyes also showed a hint of confusion. He is not a reckless person. He must have his reasons for doing this. Rely on? What does he rely on? His self-created ice and fire technique is not mature at all. Forcibly activating it will only lead to his own destruction. Shi Gandang clearly did not think highly of Lu Changyuan. Offstage, murmurs and discussions rose and fell. Lu Changyuan has really gone too far this time, he's been too arrogant. Yes, everyone is a genius. Why can you always suppress everyone? He's been too popular this past month, which has aroused public anger. I don't think so. Have you forgotten his record in the gravity chamber? That's something a second-grade martial artist couldn't possibly do. Chapter 61 Sword Maniac Yi Han is here too? He actually has high hopes for Lu Changyuan. The atmosphere in the dueling arena grew increasingly intense as time went on. Li Kuang, Zhou Mu, and more than a dozen others were already standing in the field. They were clearly separated and formed a circle, leaving the central open space for Lu Changyuan, who had not yet arrived. Everyone adjusted their breathing, their blood and energy surging within them, their eyes sharp as knives. It's almost 3 o'clock, why hasn't Lu Changyuan arrived yet? Are you scared? You made threats but don't dare to come? Possibly, after all, it would be a dozen or so to fight, I'd be nervous too. The murmurs in the stands grew louder, and many people began to crane their necks to look towards the entrance. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose in the crowd, like ripples on water meeting a reef, automatically parting to both sides. A figure emerged from the crowd, wearing a faded blue robe and carrying a long sword that had never been drawn on his back. It was Yi Han. Senior Yi Han. Why is he here too? My goodness, this is getting interesting. Even the legends of the third grade have been alerted. Senior Yi Han is a ruthless person who has actually been to the Great Wall of Stars and killed alien races. What is he doing here? Is he here to watch Lu Changyuan make a fool of himself? All eyes turned to him, filled with awe and curiosity. Yi Han seemed oblivious to the stares around him. He walked straight to a secluded corner of the stands, where a voluptuous red-haired woman was already sitting. The woman, with her legs crossed and an energy bar dangling from her mouth, lazily raised her eyelids when she saw Yi Han approaching. Hey, sword fanatic, what brings you here? Yi Han sat down next to her, his gaze falling on the group of freshmen below the stage, his tone indifferent. Come and take a look. What are you looking at? Watching those little brats playing house? The red-haired woman scoffed, taking a bite of her energy bar. Isn't the result obvious? No matter how monstrous Lu Changyuan is, he's only a second-rank cultivator. Li Kuang's qi and blood are almost exceeding 10,000, he's practically stepped into the third rank. Add Zhou Mu, Xiao Hongyi, and their group, and each of them could easily turn Lu Changyuan into mincemeat with a single punch. Yi Han's gaze swept over Li Kuang, and he shook his head. That's different. What's different? The red-haired woman asked, intrigued. Do you think Lu Changyuan can win? Yi Han did not answer directly, he simply looked at the open space left for Lu Changyuan in the arena. I only found out after I got the call. Just as the two were talking, another figure appeared beside them. The newcomer was tall and handsome, dressed in a well-tailored combat uniform, with a faint smile always playing on his lips, giving him an air of nonchalance. His appearance caused an even greater commotion than when Yi Han appeared. Qin. Senior Qin Hao. Qin Hao, ranked third on the heavenly ranking, has also arrived. Damn, what day is it today? All the big shots from the senior students have come here. Qin Hao sat down on Yi Han's other side with a smile and patted him on the shoulder in a familiar manner. Yi Han, I never expected that a cultivation maniac like you would be interested in the excitement of the new students. Yi Han glanced at him but didn't say anything. Qin Hao didn't care. He watched the audience with interest and raised an eyebrow at the red-haired woman. Huo Wu, what do you think? What else can we watch? Just wait and see Lu Changyuan get his legs broken. Huo Wu shrugged. Qin Hao turned his gaze to Yi Han, and you, sword maniac, which side do you favor? Yi Han's answer was only one word. He. Huo Wu and Qin Hao were both stunned. Him? Which him? Huo Wu pressed. Yi Han's gaze remained fixed on the field, as if Lu Chengyuan were already standing there. Qin Hao's smile faded slightly, and he asked to confirm, "You mean, even if those dozen or so people attack together, you still think Lu Chengyuan has a chance?" Yi Han nodded. Huo Wu seemed to have heard something unbelievable. She sat up straight and looked Yi Han up and down. "Yi Han, have you gone mad from practicing swordsmanship? Those are more than a dozen second-rank swordsmen, not a dozen pigs. Lu Chengyuan is strong, but he's not a god." Qin Hao also frowned, stroking his chin as he fell into deep thought. "Yi Han, give me a reason." Yi Han finally turned his gaze away from the arena and looked at Qin Hao with a calm and unwavering expression. "He dares to come because he has the confidence." "What kind of reason is that?" Huo Wu curled her lip in disdain. "It's just that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. He's currently ranked first among the freshmen, riding high on his popularity, and everyone's watching him closely. If he doesn't come to this challenge, how will he ever be able to hold his head high in the training camp again? Not only would their prestige be ruined, but they might even suffer psychological trauma, their martial spirit tarnished. If you were in their shoes, would you come?" Upon hearing this, Qin Hao nodded in deep agreement. Huo Wu is right. When you're in a difficult situation, you have to bite the bullet and keep going, even if you know you're going to lose. If you're number one, you have to bear these burdens. He suddenly remembered something and laughed gleefully. "Speaking of which, this kid is a real oddball. I just checked his points, guess how many?" "How much?" Huo Wu asked curiously. "Negative 190,000. Put. Huo Wu spat out a mouthful of energy bar crumbs. "And negative? Did I hear that right? The training camp can have unpaid bills?" Qin Hao shrugged, "Who says otherwise? Throughout history, the top-ranked player in the training camp has always been rolling in money. Only he is penniless and in debt." "That's interesting." Huo Wu's eyes sparkled. "What's so great about being number one? You're exhausted and still get used as a target. Unlike us, being second or third is so much more comfortable." Qin Hao sighed in deep agreement. "Who can argue with that? That's why we can't become like Lu Chengyuan." Huo Wu rolled her eyes at him. "TCH, as if you could beat him. Just because I can't beat him now doesn't mean I can't beat him later." Qin Hao smiled confidently. "Once I break through to the peak, he'll be the first one I beat up." "By the time you break through to the pinnacle, others might already be gods," Huo Wu retorted mercilessly. Qin Hao's face fell. "Can't you wish me well for once?" Just as they were arguing, a burly figure slowly appeared at the entrance of the dueling arena. This caused another stir in the already noisy stands. The person who arrived was Yun Shi. She wore a dark gold lightweight combat suit with smooth lines that perfectly accentuated her athletic and explosive physique. He wore a pair of menacing boxing gloves of the same color, the knuckles gleaming with an energy-flowing luster, clearly worth a fortune. Cloud City, as one of the most important military fortresses on the border of the human race, has been fighting with other races for many years. As the only daughter of the Lord of Yunsheng, Yunshi grew up amidst blood and fire, and her fierceness and strength are ingrained in her very bones. "Yunshi is here too. Isn't she always a loner who looks down on challenges that involve forming cliques? Who knows? I guess he also disapproves of Lu Chengyuan's behavior." Amid the murmurs, Junshi did not approach Li Kuang and Zhou Mu, but instead stopped at the entrance. Then something even more unexpected happened. A young man who was a head taller than Yunshi walked out from behind her. The young man was dressed in a simple black training uniform. He stood tall and straight like a gun, with a cold and stern face. His eyes were like those of a hawk, and when he scanned the entire field, he exuded an aura of iron-bloodedness from years of battlefield experience. He simply stood there, and an invisible sense of oppression enveloped the entire dueling arena. Just moments ago, Yunshi had been as proud as a lioness, but now, standing obediently beside the young man, she had completely shed her sharpness, like a docile kitten. "Brother, it's that guy named Lu Chengyuan who took the whole spot on the freshman list." Yunshi pointed to the center of the field, her tone tinged with resentment. Yun Tian, the young master of Yun City. A third-year student in the training camp, ranked 5th on the heavenly ranking, a ruthless person who truly fought his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Yun Tian responded indifferently. He stepped forward, his gaze sweeping past Li Kuang, Zhou Mu, and the others, towards the empty center of the dueling arena. Lu Chengyuan, I don't care what kind of genius you are or how monstrous you are. You can't bully my sister. If you are lucky enough to beat them today, I will personally step in and show you what true martial arts are. The entire room fell silent. If the challenge posed by Li Kuang and others was a contest of pride among the new students, Yun Tian's fate was a case of being defeated by a lower dimensional attack. A third-year student, ranked 5th on the heavenly ranking and a veteran of war, is going to personally confront a freshman? This is no longer a challenge, it's a crushing defeat. On the mentor's seat, Shi Gandong's face darkened even more. He slammed his fist on the railing, making a dull thud. Nonsense! What is Yun Tian doing? Bullying the weak, has he no shame? A hint of seriousness flashed in Lin Xingshue's eyes. He's standing up for Yun Shi. People in Yun City are notoriously protective of their own. In a corner of the stands, Wu whistled and looked at Qin Hao with schadenfreude. This is going to be interesting. After the freshmen are done, there are the upperclassmen. This Lu Chengyuan is going to get his skin peeled off today. The smile on Qin Hao's face also disappeared. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Yun Tian is not like Zhou Mu. He has more blood on his hands than most of us here have drunk water. Yi Han leaned back in his chair, the long sword behind him emitting a barely audible hum. His gaze fell on Yun Tian, then slowly moved away. It's noisy. Hu Wu rolled her eyes. You sword fanatic, can't you find any other fun besides practicing swordsmanship? Hu Wu nudged him again. Hey, sword maniac, what do you think now? With their big brother backing us up, do you think this fight will even start? Yi Han finally spoke, his voice as calm as still water. There's no point in fighting. TCH, boring. Hu Wu curled her lip and leaned back in her chair. I thought I was going to see a fierce battle. The protagonist hasn't even appeared yet, and the villain has already been knocked out. This show is impossible to continue. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao suddenly became interested. Speaking of which, I read a novel from the ancient Blue Star era a few days ago, and there was a law in it. In any highly anticipated duel like this, the supporting actors and extras always arrive early, making a ruckus and building up the atmosphere, while the real protagonist invariably appears at the very last second. Oh? Hu Wu's curiosity was piqued. There's such a saying? Why? It's all about prestige. Qin Hao slapped his thigh. Think about it, everyone's waiting for you, the spotlights are all on you, and then you slowly walk out. Doesn't that instantly give you the aura of power? Hu Wu nodded thoughtfully. That seems to make sense. What's this called? The protagonist's halo? It's pretty much the same idea, Qin Hao laughed. Look now, everyone's here except for Lu Chengyuan. Isn't this script exactly like the one in the novel? They chatted and laughed, completely ignoring the tense atmosphere off stage. Time passed second by second, and we got closer and closer to 3 o'clock. Just when everyone thought the challenge would end in farce, a familiar figure finally appeared at the entrance of the dueling arena. Lu Chengyuan walked in slowly and deliberately, his hands in his pockets and the Jiang sisters following behind him. Chapter 62. One man fights the whole field alone. You all, come at me together. At the entrance to the dueling arena, countless gazes converged from all directions, landing on the figure slowly walking into the arena. He really came. My God, that aura. Is he really planning to take on a dozen people by himself? In a corner of the stands, Chen Haoren clenched his fists excitedly, his cheeks flushed. Zhao Lei, did you see that? I told you Brother Lu would definitely come. Zhao Lei, who was next to him, grabbed him and lowered his voice. Keep your voice down. Can't you see who's standing over there? Zhao Lei nodded his chin in another direction towards the sidelines. There, Yun Tian stood with his hands behind his back, while Yunxi beside him looked at the entrance with a provocative gaze. Chen Haoren followed the gaze and curled his lip in disdain. I see, isn't he just a third-year student? Trying to intimidate my brother Lu? Zhao Lei felt like he was suffocating. That's no ordinary senior. That's Yun Tian. The young city lord of Yun City, 5th on the heavenly ranking. A truly ruthless person. He even declared that if Brother Lu wins today, he will personally take to the stage. So what if I'm 5th on the heavenly ranking? Chen Haoren raised his head high. My brother Lu is destined to be number 1 on the heavenly ranking. A mere 5th place will be trampled under my brother Lu's feet sooner or later. Zhao Lei opened his mouth, only to find that he couldn't communicate with this fanatical fan at all. He could only watch the scene with a worried expression. Brother, your farmhand isn't quite right in the head. On the other side, Xinhao stroked his chin, smiling broadly. TSK, look at him, he doesn't look like he's here to fight at all. He's clearly here to announce that he's taken over this fish pond. Huo Wu's gaze swept over Lu Changyuan, then glanced at the Yun Tian siblings on the other side. The fish pond has been contracted, but there's a dragon crossing the river in there. Yun Tian is not someone these newbies can compare to. Xinhao's smile faded slightly. Let's get him through this hurdle first. Yi Han remained silent throughout the entire interaction between the two of them. He only leaned forward slightly the moment Lu Changyuan appeared. The long sword on his back emitted a barely audible hum. Off the field. Yun Tian looked at Lu Changyuan's figure and sneered. Yunqi, who was next to him, snorted and said with disdain, "Brother, look at him putting on such a show. He'll be crying later." Cry? Yun Tian shook his head. Being able to cry in front of me is a skill in itself. His implication was quite clear. Lu Changyuan is not qualified to let him take action personally. In the field. Lu Changyuan stopped 10 meters in front of Li Kuang and the others. Seeing his attitude, Li Kuang felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. This is contempt. Naked, undisguised contempt. Lu Changyuan. Li Kuang took a step forward, the alloy floor beneath his feet making a dull thud. You finally dare to come out. Zhou Mu followed, his eyes filled with malice. Today, we will take back everything you have taken from us, with interest. However, the freshman behind him hesitated. One of them tugged at Li Kuang's sleeve and whispered, "Brotherly, do we really have to go all out together? It won't sound good if word gets out that so many of us are fighting one. Yes, even if we win, it wouldn't be a fair victory. How about you go first, Brotherly? They are all geniuses, and they have their own pride." In a one-on-one fight, they knew they were no match for Lu Changyuan, but for more than a dozen people to gang up on one of them had crossed their bottom line as martial artists. Li Kuang froze. Of course, he also wanted to defeat Lu Changyuan in a fair and square one-on-one fight, but he wasn't confident he could. Over the past month, Lu Changyuan's terror has taken deep root in people's hearts. Zhou Mu's expression also turned ugly. He looked at Lu Changyuan and sneered, "Lu Changyuan, did you see that? Even if we wanted to give you a dignified death, my classmates and I would still think it's unfair. How about you choose one, or we can take turns?" He was using rhetoric to put Lu Changyuan down. As long as Lu Changyuan accepts a one-on-one challenge, no matter who goes up, they can wear him down with a series of attacks. If he doesn't accept, it means he's afraid and cowardly, and his authority will be completely lost. This is an open strategy. Everyone looked at Lu Changyuan, wanting to see what he would choose. Lu Changyuan's gaze swept across the faces of Li Kuang, Zhou Mu, and more than a dozen others. Finally, his gaze settled on Li Kuang. You have 9,900 calories of qi and blood, and you are practicing the explosive fist. Your foundation is weak. If you force it to grow stronger, your realm will not be stable within half a month, and you will definitely risk falling down. He then looked at Zhou Mu. Your qi and blood are only 8,500 calories. Your injuries have just healed. You are too eager to achieve results. There are many obstructions in the circulation of your qi and blood. If you fight again, your hidden injuries will relapse. Each time he pointed out a person, he accurately stated their blood energy level and potential problems in their cultivation. Those who were called out all looked increasingly grim. All of one's trump cards are transparent to the opponent. He reviewed each of the dozen or so people, and there was not a single mistake or oversight. The entire dueling arena was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. On the mentor's seat, Shi Gandang and Lin Qingxue exchanged a glance, both seeing the horror in each other's eyes. What terrifying eyesight! After Lu Changyuan finished commenting on the last person, he reached out and ruffled Jiang Wanqing's hair. Wait here. Jiang Wanqing froze. She could feel the warm touch on her head, and a surge of heat exploded from her scalp, instantly spreading throughout her body. Her face flushed red to her ears. Wow! Huo Wu's eyes lit up in the stands, and she winked at Xinhao. This kid is pretty good at this. The pre-battle head pat really soothed his girlfriend perfectly. Xinhao laughed heartily. Even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman, and vice versa. Now, that young lady's heart is probably completely captivated by him. After making this gesture, Lu Changyuan turned back to Li Kuang and the others, frowning somewhat impatiently. I've said it before, my time is very precious. He extended his right hand, pointing his index finger at the dozen or so people in front of him, and gently beckoned them. All of you, come at me together. Don't waste my time. These words were like an invisible slap in the face to Li Kuang, Zhou Mu, and more than a dozen other freshmen. Mad. That's insane. Li Kuang's chest heaved violently, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and a scorching aura swirled around his body. Lu Changyuan. You're courting death. Zhou Mu's face was so dark it could drip water. He pointed at Lu Changyuan, his voice shrill. Stop wasting time talking to him. Everyone, attack together. Today we'll make him pay for his arrogance. Yes. Let's all go together. Let him know that we're not easy to bully. The humiliation of having Lu Changyuan publicly expose the hidden dangers in their cultivation, coupled with this undisguised contempt, completely ignited everyone's anger. They completely forgot about martial arrogance and the idea that victory was dishonorable. Right now, all they wanted was to pin the man in front of them to the ground and stomp on him a few times. Chapter 63. I'm not very good at controlling my strength, so don't come looking for me to pay for anything if I cripple you. Lu Changyuan looked at his enraged opponents without feeling the slightest bit emotional. He knew that the title of first place among the freshmen was like honey that attracted flies. Challenges were inevitable. Instead of dealing with them one by one, it's better to resolve all the problems at once. Saves time and effort. As for whether all of these people together could defeat him, he hadn't even considered this problem. After a month of arduous training, his energy and blood volume have surged from just over 10,000 to 39,000 calories. This was thanks to the tenfold cultivation experience returned by the system when Jiang Wanqing broke through to the second rank, which directly doubled his blood and qi. After a month in the gravity chamber, he thoroughly refined the newly gained qi and blood, solidifying his foundation before emerging from seclusion. The threshold for a third-grade martial artist is 10,000 qi and blood, and he has already reached the mid-third grade level. Absolute strength brings absolute confidence. Looking at those flushed faces, Lu Changyuan suddenly spoke. I must state in advance that I am not very good at controlling my strength. Don't blame me if I seriously injure you. These words caused an uproar in the audience. Holy crap! That's such a pretentious thing to say. Seriously injured? Who does he think he is? Facing more than a dozen geniuses of the same level, he'd be lucky to even protect himself. I take back what I said before, he's not just arrogant, he's insane. Zhao Lei, standing in the stands, felt a chill run down his spine. He tugged at Chen Haoren beside him. It's over, Brother Lu has really messed things up, this is a fight to the death. Chen Haoren, however, was so excited that his face turned red, and he waved his fist. You don't know anything. This is called being domineering. My brother Lu is declaring that he doesn't take any of these people seriously. On the other side of the sofa, Jiang Wanqing's big eyes were filled with admiration. My brother-in-law is so handsome. He's like a protagonist from a novel. Jiang Wanqing didn't speak, she just stared intently at the tall, straight figure in the center of the field, her heart pounding. Is it dangerous? Of course it's dangerous. But for some reason, she just believed him. A corner of the stands. But Huo Wu couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy is even more interesting than I imagined. He really doesn't treat the other side like a human being. Qin Hao stroked his chin, his smile widening. I'm starting to like him a little. He's arrogant and energetic. He looked at Yi Han beside him. Sword fanatic, what do you think? How would you rate this act of showing off? Yi Han's gaze remained fixed on Lu Changyuan, and he uttered two words indifferently. Very. Ha? Huo Wu thought she had misheard. 10 points? A perfect score? He hasn't even made a move yet. What if he gets beaten to a pulp later? Wouldn't that be a huge joke? Yi Han didn't explain further, but the long sword behind him vibrated even more frequently. In the arena, Yunqi was also angered by Lu Changyuan's attitude. She stepped forward, her golden gauntlets shimmering with light. Stop talking big. Today I'll show you what real martial arts are. Mountain crushing fist. Yunqi shouted and threw a punch. The air in front of her fist was compressed into a visible ripple, carrying a heavy sense of pressure, heading straight for Lu Changyuan's face. Let's do it. Seeing this, Li Kuang no longer hesitated and unleashed his full power of energy. Explosive fist. His fists were enveloped in a layer of crimson energy, like two red-hot iron balls, and a scorching smell filled the air. Zhou Mu's figure blurred, turning into several afterimages, flanking Lu Changyuan from different angles. Ghost step. Shattering jade palm. His palms gleamed like white jade, seemingly warm and smooth, but in reality, they concealed deadly intent. The amazing swan sword technique. Xiaohani drew the soft knife from her waist. The blade flashed like water, drawing graceful arcs in the air. Stone-splitting leg. Cloud-piercing finger. In an instant, more than a dozen figures launched attacks simultaneously in the dueling arena. Fist wind, sword light, palm shadow, leg power. Various types of energy intertwined, forming an energy storm that completely engulfed Lu Chengyuan at the center. Looking at the overwhelming onslaught before him, Lu Chengyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. It's somewhat interesting, but that's about it. Too slow. He commented softly, his voice drowned out by the roaring sound of energy explosions. The next moment, his figure vanished into thin air. Boom! Li Quan's exploding fist, Yunqi's mountain-crushing fist, Zhoumu's jade-shattering palm, more than a dozen attacks collided fiercely together. The floor cracked, and rubble flew everywhere. Amidst the swirling dust, Li Quan's face lit up with joy. Hit! Zhoumu also breathed a sigh of relief. This round of concentrated fire would have shattered even the blood and chi shield of a third-grade martial artist. Lu Chengyuan would have been badly injured even if he didn't die. Don't get too excited yet. Yunqi's voice trembled slightly as she stared intently at the center of the smoke and dust. Something feels off. The smoke and dust cleared. The spot where Lu Chengyuan had been standing was now empty. What? Li Quan's eyelids twitched violently, a chill running from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. Where is he? Looking for me? A calm voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Not in front, but behind the crowd. Everyone turned around abruptly. Lu Chengyuan had somehow appeared in the gap between their encirclement, his hands still in his pockets, and his hair was perfectly styled. After image? Qin Hao, standing in the stands, suddenly sat up straight, his nonchalant expression vanishing completely. Such speed! Fire Dance finally murmured to herself. Is this a second-grade martial artist? No, he's not a second-rank official. That speed, that composure, only a third-rank martial artist could achieve. In the field. Lu Chengyuan withdrew his right hand, his 5 fingers together, and a faint red light appeared on the edge of his palm. That was the opening move of the first move of Return to the Ruins, Burning Heaven. This time, however, he did not use his chi and blood to transform into a blade, he simply used his hand instead. Now that you've finished, it's my turn. Before he could finish speaking, his figure blurred again. My first target is Yunqi. Yunqi felt a blur before her eyes, and a cold, stern face was right in front of her. You. Yunqi was about to raise her hand to block. An indescribable, terrifying heat erupted without warning on her chest. Yunqi felt a chill run down her spine. Years of combat instinct led her to make only one reaction, crossing her arms to protect her vital chest. Bang! A muffled thud. Lu Chengyuan's hand lightly struck her forearm, which was covered by dark gold gauntlets. The seemingly gentle blow instantly shattered her defensive stance. Ah! She let out a scream and was sent flying backward. Bang! His body slammed heavily onto the alloy floor more than 10 meters away, sliding for several meters before coming to a stop. One strike, instant kill. The entire room fell silent. Yunqi. Yun Tian's face darkened, and he suddenly exerted force on the railing, leaving fingerprints on the alloy railing. Lu Chengyuan didn't look at Yunqi, who had flown away. He lightly touched the ground with his toes and turned around like a ghost. Next up is Li Quan. Li Quan was in a state of extreme shock when he suddenly felt the hairs on his body stand on end. The feeling was like being targeted by an ancient, ferocious beast. He stiffly turned his head, only to meet Lu Chengyuan's unwavering gaze. Damn it! Li Quan cursed inwardly. Explosive fist. Get out of my way. Ignoring the stinging pain in his meridians, he forcefully activated the chi and blood within his body, his fists turning crimson red as blood, and fiercely slammed them at the charging figure. This is the strongest attack he can deliver so far, enough to shatter rocks. Lu Chengyuan neither dodged nor avoided. He still transformed his palm into a blade, and slashed straight down at Li Quan's terrifying iron fists. Snap! The crisp sound of bones cracking was particularly jarring in the quiet dueling arena. Li Quan felt as if his fist had hit an iron plate. That violent force not only shattered his fist, but also traveled up his arm, brutally tearing apart his meridians. Puff! Li Kuang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his burly body, weighing over 200 pounds, flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the protective wall at the edge of the field, creating a large crater. The second person is incapacitated. At this moment, the remaining freshmen finally realized what was happening. Scatter! Don't huddle together! Jomu screamed and gave the order, pushing his ghost shadow step to its limit in an attempt to create distance. It's too late. Lu Chengyuan chuckled softly, and his figure disappeared again. Bang! 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 A series of dense, muffled thuds rang out in succession. Each sound was accompanied by a figure flying out. Xiaohani had barely begun her amazing swan saber technique when her wrist was seized by a large, iron-like hand. With a slight shake, she lost her balance and was casually thrown away. The student who was skilled in leg techniques had only kicked halfway when Lu Chengyuan swept his leg, causing him to lose his balance and crash face down onto the floor. There were no fancy moves. It consists of the simplest basic fighting techniques, which, combined with that terrifying speed and power, become an unsolvable killing move. No one could withstand a single move from him, no one could even see his movements clearly. It was a one-sided massacre. From the moment Yunqi took action until the last person fell. The whole process was smooth and quick, taking less than 10 seconds. Chapter 64. So what if I'm 5th on the heavenly ranking? I'll take him down with one punch. That's it? The stands were deathly silent. These are more than a dozen promising new talents. If placed outside, each of them would be capable of challenging opponents of a much higher level. Now they're like a group of kindergarten children being utterly defeated by an adult. Chen Haoren was so excited that his face turned red, and he grabbed Zhao Lei's shoulders and shook him wildly. Did you see that? Did you see that? That's my brother Lu. That's a god. Jiang Weining covered her mouth, her big eyes sparkling with admiration, and kept muttering, so handsome. How can he be so handsome? Jiang Wanqing gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting the domineering figure who roamed the crowd, her breathing rapid. She knew he was very strong. But I never expected it to be this strong. 90. In a corner of the stands, Yihan put down his fingers that had been counting. 10 seconds. Yihan turned to look at Xin Hao and Huowu, who were staring in disbelief, and said, no more, no less. Xin Hao swallowed hard and forced a smile. Is this even human? Huowu was also stunned, muttering to herself, I take back what I said before, he wasn't just showing off, he's really awesome. Amidst the wailing and screams, cries of agony rose and fell. Li Kuang clutched his severed arm, looking at Lu Chengyuan with a face full of pain, his eyes filled with nothing but fear. Zhou curled up on the ground, panting heavily. Just now, Lu Chengyuan had only kicked him casually in the stomach, but he felt like his internal organs were about to shift. Lu Chengyuan glanced around at the people lying on the ground and shook his head. As I said, I'm not very good at controlling my strength. Remember next time, if you're not good enough, don't try to team up and feed kills to others. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Now that the problem is solved, there's no need to waste any more time. Stop. A cold voice came from the direction of the stands. Lu Chengyuan paused and looked back. At the very front of the stands, Yun Tian slowly stood up. His face was expressionless, his eyes were as cold as knives, and he released the aura of a peak third-grade martial artist without reservation. You think you can just walk away after hitting someone? Yun Tian took a step forward and jumped directly off the 10-meter high stands. Thump! The ground trembled slightly as both feet landed with a dull thud. Lu Chengyuan, you are very strong. Yun Tian stopped 5 meters away from Lu Chengyuan, his gaze intense. At the third rank, to have achieved this much, you have every right to be arrogant. But. Then the conversation shifted. You shouldn't have hurt my sister. Lu Chengyuan turned around and looked directly at the 5th-ranked expert on the heavenly ranking, his expression remaining unchanged. She herself wanted to challenge me. So what? Yun Tian said matter-of-factly, she challenges you, you can win, but you can't let her get hurt. That's the rule. Rule? Lu Chengyuan smiled. Your rules are rules, but other people's rules aren't? That's right. Yun Tian raised his chin. In Yun City, my word is law. Here, I am 5th on the heavenly ranking, and my word is law as well. Since you broke the rules, you have to pay the price. I won't bully you. Take 3 punches from me. If you can still stand after 3 punches, this matter will be wiped clean. If we can't hold on. A cold glint flashed in Yun Tian's eyes. Then kneel down and apologize to my sister. Whoosh! The stands erupted in chaos once again. Yun Tianjin is really going to make his move. 3 punches? Are you kidding me? Yun Tian has mastered the mountain shaking fist. 1 punch can destroy an armored vehicle. How is Lu Changyuan supposed to withstand that? This is going to cripple Lu Changyuan. Shi Gandang suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, Yun Tian. What are you doing? He's a freshman, you're a senior, have you no shame? Yun Tian didn't even turn his head, and said calmly, Chief Instructor, this is a personal matter. There's no rule in the training camp against private fights, is there? Shi Gandang was taken aback and was about to say something when Lin Qingxue stopped him. Let him hit him. Lin Qingxue stared at Lu Changyuan in the arena, her eyes flashing with an unusual light. Judging from Lu Changyuan's appearance, he may not necessarily lose. Are you crazy? That's Yun Tian. Shi Gandang's eyes widened. In the field. Lu Changyuan looked at Yun Tian, who had an arrogant expression, and suddenly sighed. Why are there always people who like to be so self-righteous? 3 punches, right? Lu Changyuan raised his head. No need for 3 punches. He held up 1 finger. 1 punch. If you can withstand 1 of my punches and not fall down, I'll pretend nothing happened. Mad. Boundless madness. Facing the 5th-ranked player on the heavenly ranking, instead of backing down, he actually raised a flag in the opposite direction? Yun Tian was so angry that he laughed instead. Good. Very good. I'd like to see where you get your confidence from. Boom. Yun Tian stopped talking nonsense and unleashed his full power as a peak 3rd-grade cultivator, which faintly condensed into the phantom of a majestic mountain behind him. That's a sign that your chi and blood are taking physical form. Although it is not yet fully formed, it already possesses a hint of meaning. Mountain shaking fist, mountain collapse. Yun Tian roared, his entire body like a moving mountain, crushing down on Lu Changyuan with overwhelming force. The air was compressed by the punch, producing a piercing explosion. Even Yi Han in the stands couldn't help but sit up straight, his hands gripping the hilt of the sword behind him. This is a bit troublesome. Faced with this terrifying punch, Lu Changyuan did not retreat even a step. He slowly lowered his waist and brought his fist to his side. The chi and blood in his body began to circulate wildly, no longer a single blazing sun or frost, but intertwining and colliding in his meridians in a mysterious trajectory. That destructive aura that sent chills down everyone's spine resurfaced once more. And it was more intense than ever before. His fist was half fiery red and half icy blue. 2 diametrically opposed forces annihilated each other at the point of impact, forming a gray energy vortex. The surrounding space trembled slightly in the face of this vortex. The second move of return to the ruins, freezing time. No, to be precise, it is the concept of freezing time that is incorporated into this punch. This punch will teach you a lesson. Lu Changyuan whispered. Then, he threw a punch. 2 fists, 1 big and 1 small. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, they collided violently. The moment the 2 fists made contact, the entire dueling arena fell into an eerie silence. Yun Tian's fist, which carried the force of a collapsing mountain, stopped right in front of Lu Changyuan's fist, unable to advance even an inch further. The contorted expression on his face froze, replaced by a terror that seemed to originate from the depths of his soul. He could feel 2 completely opposite destructive forces, one half scorching hot and the other half freezing cold, erupting simultaneously in his fist, in his arm, and in his body. He tried to pull his fist back, but found that his arm was no longer under his control. Lu Changyuan looked at him calmly. I said, 1 punch. He uttered 3 words softly. Click, click, click. A crisp cracking sound rang out from Yun Tian's arm, as dense as raindrops pattering on banana leaves. First the knuckles, then the wrist bones, the arm bones. The entire arm shattered inch by inch in an instant. Puff. Yun Tian could no longer suppress the injuries in his body, and a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed out, staining the front of his clothes red. His tall body seemed to have had its bones removed, and he slumped backward. Bang! A muffled thud. Yun Tian, the 5th-ranked figure on the heavenly ranking and the young master of Yun City, fell backward to the ground, his eyes wide open, pupils dilated, and he had completely lost consciousness. The entire dueling arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, at the unbelievable scene unfolding before them. 1 punch. It really only took one punch. The fifth-ranked figure on the heavenly ranking, who was seen by everyone as an invincible god, just like that, lost. That's it? Zhao Lei, standing in the stands, had a distorted voice. He felt like his brain wasn't working properly. Chen Haoran stared blankly at the scene, his hands, which had been frantically shaking Zhao Lei, still hanging in mid-air, his face blank with fervor. You won? He felt that all of this was somewhat unreal. Yun Tian is not like Li Kuang. He is a true genius who has fought his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, someone that all new students need to look up to. As a result, he couldn't even withstand one punch from Brother Liu? Just how powerful is Brother Liu? Sis. He won. He won. Jiang Weining was the first to react. She jumped up excitedly and shook Jiang Wanqing's arm vigorously. Jiang Wanqing's heart was still pounding, and the anxiety that had been hanging in her throat finally subsided. She gazed at the tall, upright figure in the center of the field, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Very good. We won. For a brief moment, she truly thought her heart was about to stop beating. Half a minute later. Damn it! Yun Tian tried to stand up by supporting himself with one hand, but the chaotic energy surging within him made him unable to muster any strength at all. He looked up, his face filled with fear. What kind of power is this? He couldn't comprehend the power of ice and fire originating from the same source yet destroying each other. It was completely beyond his understanding of martial arts. Although he had underestimated his opponent, the strength of a peak third-grade opponent was genuine. How exactly did this new student cultivate? Not far away, Yunxi, who had just gotten up from the ground, was rubbing her dizzy head. She looked blankly at the scene, and when she saw her brother fall in front of Lu Chengyuan, she froze. Brother? She lost, and Li Kuang and his group lost too. Now, even her invincible brother has lost? Is this a dream? At this moment, the entire dueling arena erupted in cheers. Holy crap! What did I just see? Senior Yun Tian was knocked to his knees with a single punch? It can't be real. This must be an illusion. That's fifth on the heavenly ranking. A monster. This is an absolute monster. Second rank? No, he's definitely not second rank. Everyone looked at the calm-looking young man in the center of the arena with deep awe. On the mentor's seat, Shi Gandang plopped back down in his chair. He turned to look at Lin Xingxue beside him. Xingxue, I'm going to submit a report to the Ministry of Education. What? Lin Xingxue was still immersed in the mystery of that punch just now and asked subconsciously. I think we should just skip this year's National Martial Arts College entrance exam, Shi Gandang said seriously. Just send the champion's trophy to our training camp and award it to this kid. What's the point of taking the exam? It's a complete waste of everyone's time. Lin Xingxue was taken aback by his words, then shook her head with a wry smile. Although it was a joke, she knew that Shi Gandang was telling the truth. With the strength Lu Chengyuan displayed today, let alone freshmen, who among his peers across the country could be a match for him? A corner of the stands. Huo Wu's beautiful face was filled with blankness. Xin Hao, pinch me, let me see if I'm dreaming. Xin Hao ignored her. The smile on his face had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. I take back what I said before, he muttered to himself. What bullshit about fighting later? Right now, I just want to know how to get his autograph. The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. But damn it, these back waves are like a tsunami. Huo Wu snapped out of her daze and looked at Yi Han beside her. Hey, sword maniac, you figured it out a long time ago? Yi Han's gaze slowly shifted from Lu Chengyuan's fist to his face. How did you figure that out? Huo Wu pressed. He dares to say he can do it with one punch, Yi Han replied simply and directly. Because that's who he is. Huo Wu and Xin Hao exchanged a glance, both seeing a sense of powerlessness in each other's eyes. There's no way to communicate normally with such an unreasonable monster.